Seeing the waitress's actions, a hint of resentment flashed in Pan Shi's eyes. He reached out and touched his own cheek. Pan Shi's ears had already been cut off by King Jin. The scene fell into silence. The dozens of families present today were all directly serving King Jin's family or were vassal families to King Jin. Pan Shi, as a prominent figure by King Jin's side, had invited everyone for a meal today, and everyone thought it was an opportunity to please him. But now it seemed that this manager Pan was difficult to get along with. The crowd watched nervously as the waitress, fearing for her life, was raised by Pan Shi, who assured her to relax and not be nervous. "Go on, be good. I'm not that scary. Get busy now, and remember to serve me personally later." As Pan Shi spoke, he patted the waitress's shoulder with a friendly expression. "Is that it?" The audience was full of confusion, not understanding Pan Shi's character at all. "What are you all standing there for? Eat. Hurry up. The one who had too much to say before has been sent off. Do you want to end up like him?" With a smile, Pan Shi addressed the crowd, and the family heads and representatives who had come to the banquet did not dare to be careless. They quickly picked up their chopsticks and spoons, stuffing food into their mouths frantically. However, a few family heads closer to Pan Shi involuntarily moved their bodies slightly away while eating, wanting to stay away from him. But as soon as they took a bite, a sudden change occurred. "Damn it! Are you really eating? Are you all pigs?" Dang! Pan Shi took out a gun and shot a man in a suit next to him, shattering his body. Then, he stood up and directly pressed the head of another middle-aged boss in a shirt into the boiling hot pot. The intense heat made the man in the shirt moan in pain, but his head was submerged in the red broth, only making gurgling sounds. Afterwards, the man was pressed into the hot pot by Pan Shi, drowning in the boiling soup. Stout. At this moment, all the family heads and representatives knelt down on the ground, afraid that if they offended Pan Shi in any way, they would be the next ones to meet their demise. "That's enough. I've had a great time. The show ends here today. I called you all here to tell you that King Jin wants Ifan dead in Guangcheng. You better not have any reservations in executing King Jin's orders. If this manager finds out that anyone isn't cooperative or isn't exerting full effort, or is colluding with Ifan..." Pan Shi just coldly snorted, and everyone's body shook involuntarily. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Pan Shi was very satisfied. This was the outcome he wanted. He had to unify all the power in Guangcheng, and everyone had to obey his commands. He wanted them to think he wasn't to be trifled with. After the banquet, all the family's grandmother experts have an hour to report to me. As for the from major families, you know very well what King Jin wants, so cooperate with this manager to complete the base handover. While Pan Shi was ruthless with the other families, he was much more polite to the from major families controlling the Chongqi base, because in a sense, the from major families had control over the Chongqi base, which essentially possessed powers beyond the secular world. King Jin wanted to take control of the Chongqi base to master its runic weapons and the accumulated network of contacts. "Let's really eat this time, relax, there won't be any further entertainment, and even if there were, it's not about you." Pan Shi watched as the waitress left, a cold smirk appearing on his face, making fun of the fact that this manager doesn't have ears. After Yifan arrived at the Mingju Grand Hotel, he felt the presence of hundreds of martial arts experts surrounding the building. There were at least dozens of grandmother-level experts and even those at the War Emperor level guarding the premises. Such a formation would make it difficult for ordinary experts to infiltrate easily. But for Yifan, it wasn't difficult at all. With a teleport, Yifan appeared on the 8th floor corridor. Coming around the corner, he saw a waitress holding a bowl of soup, wiping her tears constantly, and crying, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." This waitress was the same one who screamed in the lobby earlier. Although Pan Shi didn't kill her then and even let her serve him personally, after leaving the lobby, the waitress became more and more frightened. The terrifying man killed someone for just a few welcoming words, so she must have a bad ending for disturbing his peace. Hence, after delivering the dishes in the kitchen, the waitress stood at the lobby entrance with a bowl of soup, hesitating to enter. "What's wrong, miss?" Yifan frowned and gently asked the waitress. The waitress was startled to see a stranger suddenly appear on the corridor and relaxed a bit when she noticed Yifan's attire was different from Pan Shi's entourage. They killed Jin King's assistant. Pan Shi actually killed someone on the spot. "I just screamed once, and then ... Hearing the waitress's words, Yifan's brow furrowed, and a touch of coldness appeared in his eyes. Throughout history, on important occasions for discussions, if maids or waitstaff saw things they shouldn't or heard words they shouldn't, they often met only one outcome. All of them would be silenced. Thus, in reality, no matter whether this waitress had screamed or not today, the end result would have been the same. Humph, Jin King's assistant is so insane. Since he's here, let him keep his life. Don't be afraid. I'll go in with you. Nothing will happen to you. In the hall, because of the previous scene, everyone eating was extremely cautious. Why hasn't the soup I ordered arrived yet? Tan Shi threw the chicken leg in his hand on the table, frowning as he scolded. Tan Shi's rebuke once again made the atmosphere tense. Everyone couldn't help but feel a jolt in their hearts, thinking back to what Pan Shi had said to the server before. Having him serve Pan Shi personally, it seemed that Pan Shi still had not forgiven that server. Based on Pan Shi's temperament, even if the server had done nothing wrong, he would find some excuse to harm her. Doom. Manager Pan, your soup is here. Just when everyone's heart was on edge, the server appeared in the hall with the soup, quickly approaching Pan Shi. Although Yifan had advised the server not to be nervous, facing such a demon who had killed 3 people in a short time, it was false to say that the server wasn't nervous. When the soup was brought to Pan Shi, the server's hand was shaking uncontrollably, almost causing the soup to overflow from the bowl. Very good. You are obedient. Pan Shi smiled as he watched the server place the soup on the table. The female server saw that Pan Shi didn't make any other moves, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This was the last dish. As long as she opened the lid on the bowl, she could leave the hall and wouldn't be in danger anymore. But just as the female server was about to open the lid, Pan Shi reached out and grabbed her hand. Beauty. Shall we make a bet? Let's bet if there's coriander in this soup. I hate coriander the most. If there is coriander, you lose and you must compensate me for my good mood. If there's no coriander, you win, and you'll be safe. This soup is seaweed and egg drop soup. According to common sense, there wouldn't be coriander inside. Without the server saying anything, Pan Shi had already opened the lid covering the soup, revealing a fully flavored seaweed and egg drop soup, with thick broth but no trace of coriander. No coriander, no coriander. Seeing the seaweed and egg drop soup inside, the server's face showed a strong sense of surprise, breathing heavily with relief. She was finally safe. Manager Pan, please enjoy your meal. The server spoke, then turned and tried to leave quickly. She had already decided, once she exited through the hall's door, she would leave immediately, not staying for even a second longer, quickly getting away from the city. Hold on. Just as the server took a step forward, Pan Shi grabbed her. You're right, there's indeed no coriander inside, but I also hate eggs. Heh. Pan Shi's expression turned icy instantly, pulling out a desert eagle from his body and directly shoving the gun barrel into the server's mouth, with no hesitation to pull the trigger. Ever since the server covered her ears earlier, Pan Shi had already decided that she was mocking him, and in Pan Shi's mind, the server had to die long time ago. Sob. The server looked terrified. The intense ups and downs in her heart made her almost collapse. She turned to seek help from the other family patriarchs in the hall. But these patriarchs all feared Pan Shi's authority and madness, struggling to protect themselves. How could they confront Pan Shi for a mere server? Besides, these patriarchs of the city all worked for King Jing, each of them having taken multiple lives. In their eyes, the life of a lowly server was worth less than that of a dog. If she died, so be it, nothing serious. To them, it was just like losing a dog at home. Human life was worth less than a dog. That's the dark inner world of these people. The server was completely desperate, her gaze shifting to the hall door. The young man she met in the corridor earlier, who said he would accompany her inside to save her. Where was he? Despite looking around several times, there was no sign of Yifan. The server eventually gave up. Of course, even the patriarchs of the city were afraid of Pan Shi. How could a young man dare to confront Pan Shi? This screwed up world. The lives of the lower class were so cheap. Farewell, this world. As the server closed her eyes in despair, a purple phantom suddenly flashed in the room. Crack! A burst of energy was unleashed, and at the moment Pan Shi pulled the trigger, the desert eagle was directly cut into by the burst of energy. Ding! The firing pin of the trigger broke and shattered. Although Pan Shi had pulled the trigger, the bullet didn't come out. As the purple phantom approached the server, Yifan's entity appeared synchronously, reaching out to hug the server and retreating a meter backwards. Cough. The server coughed violently, spitting out half of the gun barrel from her mouth. Wow. An unfamiliar person suddenly appeared in the room, rescuing the server from Pan Shi's hands, and all the family representatives and patriarchs were astonished. When they saw the face of the young man before them, they were even more shocked and retreated to the wall corner, exclaiming, Yi Fan? It was actually Yi Fan. All these family representatives present were under King Jin's command, and were absolute enemies of the Yi family. Moreover, many of these families were directly involved in the attack plan against the Yi family. Everyone knew that the Yi family had recently made a comeback, and they were all afraid of when Yi Fan would come looking for trouble. So now, with Yi Fan appearing before them, their hearts were hanging in the balance. Amidst the uproar, the guards at the hall walls and entrance, who were on alert upon seeing Yi Fan, rushed towards Tan Shi in a frenzy, intending to act against Yi Fan. But Tan Shi laughed recklessly, spreading his arms. Ha ha, Yi Fan, I thought you wouldn't come. It seems your intelligence is rubbish. You're too slow compared to what I imagined. Tan Shi discarded the half-desert eagle in his hand, staring sinisterly at Yi Fan. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I wanted to tell you, I came to the city just to take away what your mother left for you, to let you see me play your wife to death, and finally to kill you. Hey, do you want to protect this server? Let me tell you, you won't be able to. Ha ha. Yi Fan coldly stared at Pan Shi. You're seeking death. With a cold snort from his mouth, Yi Fan was about to trigger his martial energy against Pan Shi. As an assistant to King Jin, Pan Shi's own strength was only a 4th-rank martial emperor, and the guards around him were not particularly formidable. Yi Fan had no problem killing Pan Shi. According to the information provided by Han Chenji and Cao Yutan, it seemed that the 10 great martial emperor powerhouses sent by King Jin weren't gathered here. Don't move, Yi Sha. On the screen, dozens of young girls were suspended in the air, at a height of at least 20 to 30 meters from the ground, with the hardened concrete ground below. At this height, if someone were to fall, there would be no chance of survival. In the picture, a man with sharp features sat in the crane basket, holding a remote control in his hand. Tan Shi smirked and said to Yi Fan, Yi Shao, have you seen clearly? Those 30 young girls hanging in the air over there. Ha ha. Now I'll give you a choice. Do you want to save the waitress in front of you, or do you want to save those 30 young girls over there? If you choose to save the waitress in front of you, those 30 young girls over there will fall from the sky directly. Bang. Likely to burst instantly. Can you live with the guilt of their deaths in your heart? But if you want to save those 30 young girls, I'm sorry. This waitress in front of you must die. Tan Shi grimaced, grabbing the waitress's hair with one hand. However, it's better to sacrifice one than 30. Ha ha. 3 seconds to choose. Seeing Yi Fan's expression, Tan Shi thought he had completely manipulated Yi Fan. Yi Fan didn't expect to see this day. Hey. Don't worry, we'll take our time. Tan Shi smugly patted Yi Fan's cheek with his hand. Don't move, their fate is in your hands. Tan Shi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Yi Fan wasn't as formidable as the legends say. If that were the case, it seemed that his planned follow-up actions might not be necessary. Moral coercion. Using Yi Fan's compassion to try to manipulate him. Yi Fan is not a saint. If he has a grudge, he usually settles it on the spot. So when Pan Shi's hand was about to pat Yi Fan's cheek, Yi Fan moved, grabbing Pan Shi's wrist and snapping it backward directly. Snap. With a crisp sound, Pan Shi's hand instantly broke 90 degrees backward. Dang. Yi Fan swung his fist, smashing it on Pan Shi's nose, shattering it directly, along with the shattered teeth in Pan Shi's mouth and the blood that splattered all over the ground. And this wasn't the end. Yi Fan's figure continued to surge forward, kicking Pan Shi down, a powerful air impact shattering Pan Shi's thigh. Yi Fan's plan was simple. Since Pan Shi had kidnapped so many young girls, he would take Tan Shi down first, reverse kidnap Pan Shi, and use Pan Shi's life to blackmail the other side to save those young girls. Doom. Yi Fan's 8th grade Woody strength fluctuated violently, causing the entire 8th floor hall to tremble. Among those present, the strongest was Tan Shi, a 4th grade Woody, but his strength was totally overwhelmed by Yi Fan. In the hall, those big shots of the Guancheng family, seeing what was happening, were shaking with fear, their teeth chattering. Too powerful. Just now, the arrogant Pan Shi was actually being thrashed so brutally. Although Pan Shai was their direct leader, for some reason, many of the big family bosses had a sense of gloating and even relief. This madman Pan Shai, it would be best if you were beaten to death. Otherwise, with his brutal character, they themselves would eventually die in his hands. Ha ha. Pan Shai, who was beaten beyond recognition, lay on the ground, not making any noise, but instead laughing wildly. Comfortable. Come on, Yifan. If you have the guts, kill me. Ha ha. Our fight has just begun. Yifan glanced at the screen showing the controlled young girls, a hint of coldness in his eyes. You think I wouldn't dare? The kidnapping scene Yifan had just seen had already been transmitted to the Tianji Pavilion's information system for analysis and quick location, and results would soon be available. Tianji Pavilion's power was in action, and within 5 minutes, they would accurately locate and rescue. Ha ha. I bet you don't dare. Not only do you dare not, but 5 minutes later, you'll kneel down and apologize to me. Beg for mercy. Do you believe that? Ha ha. Pan Shai laughed maniacally, looking extremely smug, turning to glance at the waiter next to him, looking for death. Yifan's eyes revealed a touch of coldness. For so many years, those who threatened Yifan had already reaped their consequences. Yifan manipulated his martial chant, preparing to directly kill Pan Shai. But just as Yifan was about to make a move, his waist was suddenly tightly hugged by a pair of hands. Don't, bro. I'm afraid. If you kill him, we will all die. Ha. Yifan turned to see that it was the waiter, who was hugging himself tightly, trembling violently. Yifan frowned, whispering to the female staff, don't be afraid. He's just a dog by King Jin's side. With me here, nothing will happen to you even if he dies. Let go. Yifan reached out to release the waitress's arm. Because he sensed no martial cha fluctuations in her body, Yifan was cautious, fearing that his inadvertent martial cha might harm her. But before Yifan could finish speaking, his body suddenly froze, looking down with a face of disbelief at his waist. The waitress had actually inserted a dark wooden stake into Yifan's body. Around that black stake, a strong black aura was emanating. After doing all this, the female staff member quickly retreated, flashing to Pan Shai's side, helping him up from the ground. Manager Pan, are you okay? Ha. The sudden turn of events shocked all the family bosses present, almost causing them to explode. Damn. This waitress, was she actually one of Pan Shai's people? A killer Pan Shai secretly arranged. She was hiding too deeply. Yifan could not avoid an attack at such a crucial moment when he was defenseless. Ha ha. Yifan, didn't expect this, right? She's my person. How's this play going? Isn't it fantastic? Pan Shai laughed triumphantly as he got up, his face coldly staring at Yifan. This wooden stake contained 72 kinds of poison combined with ancient dark restrictions that will attach to your bones, corroding your meridians and bones bit by bit. You're finished, Yifan. A fierce look appeared in Pan Shai's eyes. It seemed that the secret weapon given by the holy messenger was indeed effective. Yifan's brows furrowed tightly, his gaze glaring at the waitress. One can't be too kind after all. Yifan's eyes gradually turned icy. He had thought that the waitress was a pitiful person, but it turned out she was a killer arranged by Pan Shai, just waiting for this moment. But can a single wooden stake kill him? Don't forget, Yifan's body still had the firewood and the power of the shattered fragments of the god. Yifan reached out to pull out the black wooden stake, but to his surprise, when his fingers touched the stake, it instantly melted, turning into a black liquid that completely entered Yifan's body. At the same time, a strong deathly aura began to envelop Yifan's body, and the firewood inside Yifan sensed the danger about to flicker and melt this black aura. However, a strong black liquid surged directly into Yifan's danshan, wrapping and isolating the firewood and Yifan completely. Damn. Yifan began to panic completely. At this moment, Yifan seemed to see his great-grandmother calling out to him. Yifan's bloodline constitution was special. Coupled with the support of the fire power, he originally didn't pay attention to the invasion of the 72 kinds of toxins. But now, the ancient dark prohibition in the wooden stake turned into a black liquid, wrapping around the fire, and Yifan suddenly felt the breath of death. The toxins ravaged Yifan's body, making his head feel a little dizzy. Without any hesitation, Yifan quickly activated the martial arts energy of the 8th rank of the war god, madly resisting the toxins in his body. The 8th rank body of the war god, according to common sense, could be called copper tendons and iron bones, and ordinary martial arts attacks would trigger the body's instinctive defense. But the key was that female attendant, who didn't even use martial arts energy. Yifan was negligent for a moment, and his body ended up being severely damaged. But even though he was severely injured, Yifan was still a master of the 8th rank of the war god, with special inheritance in the dragon-patterned ring and techniques targeting toxins. With just a slight adjustment, Yifan temporarily gained control over the 72 kinds of toxins in his body. However, a more troublesome issue was that the dark power turned into black liquid on the wooden stake after invading Yifan's body. Part of it wrapped around his fire, while the other part quickly dissipated throughout Yifan's body, spreading towards his meridians and bones, devouring, absorbing the vitality from Yifan's bones. Yifan's strength was suppressed by this dark power and gradually decreasing. Yifan felt his movements becoming sluggish, and more crucially, he sensed a great gathering of war god powerhouses in the hotel. At this moment, Yifan realized that the leaders convened by Pan Shai in Guan City today were deliberately releasing the news to attract him here. Humph, want to kill me? Even if I die, I must take you down first. Yifan's martial arts energy exploded throughout his body, wielding his war blade with a violent martial arts energy towards Pan Shai and the female attendant not far away. Damn, still fighting? Pan Shai saw Yifan's strength being restricted by the black wooden stake, and he was still able to continue fighting, shaking in fear. Seeing Yifan approaching, Pan Shai didn't hesitate and swiftly grabbed the female attendant, placing her in front as a shield. Manager Pan, don't. The female attendant screamed, wanting to struggle free, but it was too late. Doom. Bang. The powerful energy blasted a huge hole in the hotel wall. The female attendant blocking Pan Shai was hit with a huge hole in her chest. Visible cracks appeared on her body. Crack. Crack. A gust of wind blew in through the window, and the female attendant's body instantly turned into a pile of debris, falling to the ground. Using Yifan's kindness to plot against him, deserved punishment. There was a scent of blood in the air, and the powerhouses present, who were originally planning to cheer for Yifan's assassination, shrank back into the wall corners. Is Yifan fighting desperately like a trapped animal? The counterattack before death was extremely dangerous. In the hall, several members of families took the opportunity to slip away quietly from the entrance while Pan Shai was distracted. Oaks. One move didn't kill Pan Shai. Yifan frowned and attacked again. A powerful aura made several bodyguards or knives fly directly, carrying a chilling intent, attacking Pan Shai from 8 directions. Swish! The war knives tore through the air, emitting sharp noses, sealing off all of Pan Shai's retreat routes. Pan Shai had no way to escape. Help! Help! Pan Shai's pupils dilated, activating all his martial arts energy to try to flee, but he couldn't move at all. Although there were strong warriors around, they couldn't save Pan Shai at this moment. Plop. Plop. 7 war knives all hit Pan Shai, piercing his heart and dantian, nailing him firmly to the wall. One of the knives coincidentally cut through Pan Shai's pants crotch. Plop. Pan Shai's belt was directly cut off, his weight instantly decreased. Plop. Damn it, ah. Pan Shai spat out a mouthful of blood, and his strength rapidly began to dissipate. Yifan didn't have time to deliver the final blow because the dark power invading his body caused him to sway and become unsteady. Intense pain radiated from deep within his bones, feeling like countless knives were cutting his bones. Yifan's thoughts shifted, trying to activate his teleportation ability to escape. But after issuing several commands in a row, he suddenly found that his teleportation ability had failed, and his shadow physique was also suppressed. Disaster. His martial arts energy was rapidly weakening, his trump card was instantly suppressed, unable to be displayed, and Yifan felt his eyes beginning to blur. Attack! Kill! Kill him, at all costs. At this moment, Pan Shai, pinned to the wall, coughed up blood, still giving orders to pursue. No more delays. Before the bodyguards blocked the door, Yifan punched a passage, rushed towards the hall, and then, relying on memory, ran towards another corridor. But this time, Yifan's punch had a completely different power. Plop. Just as Yifan took a few steps, he spat out black blood. His entire body began to bleed. Seeing this scene, the bodyguards who were once fearful of Yifan suddenly gained confidence. Yifan is severely injured. His strength is about to drop below the war god realm. Quick, everyone attack together and take down Yifan. Yes, as long as we take down Yifan, the Lord wins, and we will be completely safe. Carrying out the pursuit, the bodyguards' eyes gleamed as they ran after Yifan, who was stumbling ahead. The staircase entrance, which could have been reached with teleportation, now seemed so distant and unattainable to Yifan. As the dark power continued to invade and consume, Yifan's steps became slower and slower, and he was about to fall to the ground. Can't fall. He absolutely couldn't fall. Yifan's eyes were completely blurred, his eyelids unusually heavy, but his willpower persisted. He must not fall. If he collapsed, what would happen to the Yi family? What about his 7 sisters-in-law following him? King Jing would surely exterminate them all. No matter how steadfast Yifan's will was, his body had reached its limit, and finally unable to hold on, collapsed to the ground. The bodyguards chasing from behind, their eyes filled with excitement. Finally, would the first monster genius of the great Xia, Yifan, also die by their hands? Creak. Just as the bodyguards were about to approach Yifan, a room door beside the corridor creaked open. Wow. In the lobby of the 8th floor, after Yifan escaped, chaos ensued among the remaining Guancheng big shots. What should we do now? Manager Pan has been killed. This is troublesome. Should we call an ambulance? What a pity. Both sides are hurt. I don't know whether to celebrate or mourn. Haha. Some of the family representatives couldn't help but burst into laughter as they spoke. Although there were only 30 family representatives in the lobby, there were countless emotions present. Some were worried, some were happy, some were excited. 1/3 of the direct line family representatives saw Pan Shai pinned to the wall and rushed up to pull out the battle knife to save Pan Shai. In any case, even a dead horse must be treated. And just as everyone approached Pan Shai, who was pinned to the wall, Pan Shai moved. Ha. Did you all think I was dead for sure? Disappointed you. I'm not dead. Surprised. Unexpected. You all thought you killed me like this, but I won't die. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, Pan Shai nonchalantly pulled out the battle knife stuck in his body. Creak. As the battle knife was pulled out of the flesh, it sounded like pulling it out of rubber. Each pull emitted a creaking sound, causing everyone to feel their scalps tingle. And with each pull of the knife, people could see something similar to plant fibers being pulled out from Pan Shai's wounds. Those white thread-like things, like spider webs, quickly stitched and repaired all of Pan Shai's wounds. Is he still human? And dying body? Manager Pan, you're too strong. In the lobby, the family heads, family representatives, all looked stunned, incredulously watching Pan Shai's wounds rapidly healing. Even Pan Shai's toothpick, which had been cut off by Yifan, was now starting to grow back. However, to Pan Shai's disappointment, after growing a tiny bit, it stopped. Damn. This is too small, right? Yifan. You bastard. You ruined my happiness for the rest of my life. Damn you. At this moment, Pan Shai's collapsed nose was swiftly healing, his previously broken arms and thighs were also healing at a terrifying speed. This completely defied logic, and all the Guancheng big shots present were left dumbfounded, their jaws almost dropping. What's going on? Has martial arts cultivation become so terrifying now? What people didn't know was that inside Pan Shai's body, those active fiber threads were actually controlled tentacles from a flesh ball deep in his elixir field. Everyone, go after him. We must capture Yifan today. Everyone downstairs, listen to my command. Seal off the entire building. Prepare all the dark soul ensnaring stakes. That's the lethal weapon against Yifan. Pan Shai snatched the walkie-talkie from his subordinate's hand and fiercely issued orders to everyone. Setting up this situation today was just a test to see if the soul-staking stake given by the Daeburn Sacred Envoy was effective against Yifan and how impactful it could be. Pan Shai even had plans on how to escape if the soul-staking stake had no effect on Yifan. Unexpectedly, the soul-staking stake's effect was so good it directly injured Yifan severely, almost killing him. How could Pan Shai miss such a perfect opportunity to eliminate Yifan? Yes, the remaining bodyguards and family representatives all answer in unison, grabbing their swords and frantically chasing after Yifan outside the hallway. Outside the hallway, the bodyguards were about to catch up to Yifan, who had fallen to the ground. With only 3 meters left, as long as they pounced on him and delivered a few blows, turning Yifan into a pulp with their swords, even if he were a deity, he wouldn't be able to survive, right? But at this crucial moment, the door of a nearby room opened, and a masked young man in black grabbed Yifan and pulled him in. What's going on? All the bodyguards chasing outside the hallway suddenly had question marks floating above their heads. Was this another arrangement by Manager Pan? Manager Pan was truly extraordinary, accurately predicting that Yifan would collapse here. Phew, it's nothing. A false alarm. Manager Pan had everything arranged long ago. Isn't this Yifan supposed to be powerful? Hehe. In the end, he still fell into Manager Pan's hands. After today, the Yi family is completely finished. That's right. Even if the royal family supports the Grand Prefecture, so what? Without Yifan, it's all just talk, haha. On the hallway, after hesitating for 3 seconds, all the assassins and bodyguards assumed that the masked youth in the room was also arranged by Pan Shai. After all, before today's banquet, the entire Mingju Hotel had been cleared out, so outsiders couldn't enter. Therefore, they didn't think there could be other infiltrators inside the hotel. Inside the room, after the masked youth pulled Yifan in, he made a silence gesture to Yifan and said, "Shh, ye young master. Don't worry, I'm here to rescue you on the orders of the family head." While speaking, the masked youth quickly took out a stack of talismans and pasted them on Yifan's chest and forehead without hesitation. Time is running out. Hold on a little longer. Hiss. Those yellowed runes emitted mysterious patterns, radiating a sacred light. The moment the talismans were pasted on Yifan's chest, the golden shimmer began to surge all over Yifan's body, entering his body and starting to counter the dark chi inside him. At the crucial meridian point in front of Yifan's chest, the powerful golden light temporarily drove away the dark energy. In front of Yifan's chest, the hidden dragon patterns faintly began to shimmer with a golden light, joined with the flowing golden light from the talismans, forming a protective shield around the key position of Yifan's meridians. The power continued to spread outward, seemingly trying to forcefully expel the dark energy inside Yifan. With the assistance of this golden light power, Yifan's head cleared somewhat. Sensing the power of the dragon patterns on his chest, Yifan knew that the 9 dragons' yang pulse was starting to take effect. However, the dark energy was very stubborn, and the two sides instantly entered a stalemate. Yifan's fighting strength had not yet recovered. The people outside will rush in soon. Ye young master, if you're awake, please hold on. We need to speed up. The masked man reminded Yifan, then grabbed him and swiftly leapt through the window without hesitation, sliding across to the opposite building. Above Yifan's head, a ropeway had been built without anyone noticing. The masked man pulled Yifan and slid quickly towards the 5th floor on the opposite side. At this moment, although Yifan's skills were still suppressed and he had not fully recovered, his mind was already half clear. Seeing this situation, Yifan was dumbfounded. What was going on? Was it just a coincidence that he happened to be saved at a critical moment right when he fainted? Could it be that he had just escaped the tiger's mouth, but was now entering the wolf's den? Who are you? Who is your family's main leader? Yifan asked the masked man with a solemn expression. At that moment, Yifan happened to slide over the heads of Guo Li, Wang Fugui, and others at his feet. He took the opportunity to take out his phone and smashed it towards Wang Fugui's head. Guancheng Songyan. Songyan, the Song family, one of the 4 major families of Song Chelyongchen, the one in charge of the Chuangqui base, is the Song family. Yifan hadn't gone to look for them yet, but they came looking for him first. What exactly did they mean? Outside the Mingju Hotel, Wang Fugui, Guo Li, Yukon, Yamada Keiko, and others were anxiously waiting for Yifan. Yifan had already entered the hotel for a long time, but there was no news coming out, and everyone was getting anxious. Wang Fugui had tried several times to rush in forcibly, but was stopped by Guo Li. In the midst of their anxiety, Wang Fugui's head was suddenly hit, causing him to jump up in a rage. I'm telling you, don't go too far. Grandpa will rush over and kill all of you. Wang Fugui angrily rubbed his head and carefully looked at the item that fell on the ground, which turned out to be a cell phone, and this phone looked very familiar. Hey, isn't this Big Brother's phone? Wang Fugui picked up the phone, looked around, didn't see any movement, and Guo Li also stared at the phone in Wang Fugui's hand, furrowing his brow. Wang Fugui rubbed his head, then suddenly looked up, just in time to see Yifan and the masked man sliding rapidly from above towards the building opposite, instantly shocking him to freeze in place, flying away. Wang Fugui's excited fingers trembled constantly, unable to articulate clearly. His cheeks puffed up, his head shaking non-stop, pointing his finger up to the sky. What's flying? Lao Wan, you're quite agitated today. Guo Li expressed his curiosity and asked Wang Fugui. then looked up to the sky and coincidentally also saw Yifan being grabbed by the masked man, flying towards the building opposite. Damn, Dig brother, quick! Minister Yukon, go meet them. Guo Li released his senses and instantly realized that there was no martial arts aura from Yifan's body. Since he was being held by others in this way, something must have happened to Big Brother. Yukon also saw Yifan's situation and his heart sank. He signaled to the killers from Tianji Pavilion, form a defense formation, block the enemies, the rest of you, follow me to protect the lore. At this point, Guo Li, Lao Wan, Yamada Keiko, and Yukon, and others were completely disregarding any consequences. With powerful energy running to the extreme, they sprang forward like bullets across the street. They swiftly used both hands and feet to leverage on the doors and windows, quickly sprinting towards the room on the 5th floor where Yifan and the masked youth had slid in. At this moment, Mingju Hotel, 8th floor, Tan Shai, with the remaining bodyguards, furiously rushed out from the lobby and collided directly with the pursuing assassins. Where's Yifan? I had you guys to chase after Yifan, and you come back with nothing. Tan Shai angrily kicked the head captain, sending him sprawling on the ground. The captain looked gloomy, struggling to get up from the ground. Manager Pan, aren't there your arranged people lying in wait in that room? Hasn't Yifan been caught by the people you arranged? Seeing the shocked look in Pan Shi's eyes, the captain felt uneasy and said, Manager Pan, in that room, the people you arranged aren't there. I'm going. The captain instantly reacted, realizing the situation was bad. I arranged. Damn it, when did I arrange for someone to ambush Yifan? Aren't all my men here and downstairs at the hotel? Tan Shai was nearly going crazy, seeing his dumb subordinates still standing in place. He yelled hysterically, what are you standing there for? Continue chasing after him. Yes. The group of assassins answer, swiftly rushing towards the room they had just been in. As they rushed over, the captain kept explaining to Pan Shai, Manager Pan, rest assured, our people have completely sealed off the area downstairs at the hotel. Yifan is already seriously injured. He can't escape. You with your negative talk, shut your mouth. Tan Shai slapped the captain's face, with an indescribable feeling in his heart. Someone else was definitely in that room, not his arranged men. If the other party had been lurking in the room, and took Yifan at a crucial moment into the room, they surely had an escape plan. Knock. After the group of assassins rushed to the door of the room, some of them politely knocked on the door. Is anyone there? Seeing his assassins acting that way, Pan Shai was almost going mad. Have I raised a bunch of useless trash? At this critical moment, speaking of civilized manners, speaking of your grandpa, do you think the person inside is as stupid as you? Doom. Tan Shai advanced, without any hesitation, smashed the door with a fist, and rushed into the room. The rest of his subordinates followed closely behind, quickly scanning the room, but there was no one in the room. On the window, a rope bridge extended to the window on the 5th floor across the street. Manager Pan, they're over there. One of Pan Shi's subordinates pointed at the window on the 5th floor across the street. At that window, the masked man had already released Yifan, and Yifan happened to look over here. He saw Pan Shai, then raised his middle finger towards Pan Shai. Damn it, you son of a bitch. Tan Shi's fist smashed into the wall, creating a huge hole. Ah, I'm so angry. Manager Pan, don't worry. Let's follow the rope bridge and chase after them. Tan Shai was still screaming like a maniac, and one dull subordinate from his side stood up, grabbed the rope bridge without saying a word, and directly planned to slide over to the opposite side. And Tan Shai was completely speechless. Were these his subordinates like a bunch of pigs? Yifan had already moved over there. Would they still leave the rope bridge? Get back here. Before Pan Shai could finish his sentence, crack, the rope bridge snapped, and Tan Shi's dumb subordinate had only slid a few meters before falling straight down to the ground below. Damn it, I'll be driven crazy by you sooner or later. Tan Shai closed his eyes in despair. How could his subordinates act like their brains were eaten by dogs? Manager Pan, should we go after them? Some of Pan Shi's subordinates were undecided, continuing to look silly as they asked Pan Shai. Tan Shai looked over at Guo Li, Yukon, and the experts from the Tianji Pavilion who had already surrounded them, realizing that even if they were to catch up now, it would be very difficult to capture Yifan. Chase after what? Humph. I want to see how long Yifan can endure under the Dark Soul Lock. Sooner or later, he will be completely swallowed up. Dark Soul Locking what? This is a secret weapon Pan Shai brought from Shanjing when he left. The sun-scorching saint found him discreetly and had Pan Shai bring this secret weapon. Although the sun-scorching saint already had the strength of a martial saint, the suppression of his bloodline prevented him from approaching Yifan, so they were unable to act against Yifan. Despite previously supporting Zhou Ming and elevating his strength to the level of a martial emperor, Zhou Ming was still not a match for Yifan. So recently, the sun-scorching saint, utilizing some ancient evil forbidden techniques and their own secret methods, refined a batch of soul-locking wood specifically to counter Yifan. By having Pan Shai use the soul-locking wood this time, they wanted to test its power. However, they did not expect the power of the soul-locking wood to be so strong that it directly incapacitated Yifan. Assign someone to discreetly follow them and report their whereabouts at any time. Pan Shai, with a triumphant expression, glanced in the direction of Yifan and others building, then took out his encrypted phone, quickly moved to a secluded place, and dialed a number for Shangjing. Holy Saint, the soul-locking wood you provided is working. Yifan's bloodline is rapidly being corroded. To outsiders, Pan Shai was the most popular person beside the Jin Wang, but no one realized that Pan Shai had already colluded secretly with the sun-scorching saint. Across on the 5th floor, the masked man had just landed with Yifan from the window. In an instant, Yu Kong, Guo Li, Wang Fugui, Yamada Keiko, and dozens of strong members of the Heavenly Machinery Pavilion surrounded them from all directions. Rascal, release my big brother immediately, or I'll tear you apart. Seeing Yifan's weakened state, Wang Fugui, wielding a large axe, rushed up to attack. The masked man's actual strength wasn't too strong. He was only at the peak of martial sovereign. However, when Yifan approached him just now, he felt as though there was a huge energy fluctuation within the masked man's body, incredibly unstable. If it were to erupt, perhaps it could reach the level of a martial emperor in battle. Nevertheless, despite the masked man's strength, he was no match for so many attackers surrounding him. Old Wang, don't be impulsive. This is a life-saving benefactor. Yifan weakly spoke up, waving to stop Wang Fugui, Guo Li, Yu Kong, and others from attacking. Wang Fugui was momentarily puzzled. Let's withdraw from here first and head back to the Shen residence immediately. As Yifan's advisor, Guo Li gave the masked man a meaningful look, signaling Wang Fugui to carry Yifan. Quickly descend to the lower floor, and then drive away swiftly. Yifan had entered the Mengju Hotel, yet all his martial strength had disappeared, indicating a significant upheaval. Inside the Hummer, Wang Fugui drove, with Guo Li, Yifan, Yu Kong, and the masked man in tow. Big brother, what exactly happened inside? Guo Li looked at Yifan, his entire body enveloped in black energy, his face filled with worrying. Jin Wang's men ambushed us. The methods they used this time were troublesome, thanks to this brother. Yifan glanced at the masked man. Brother, what should I call you? Ice Demon. The masked man replied succinctly, without more words. At that moment, Yifan keenly felt the dark energy of the soul-locking wood beginning to rampage within his body again, corroding his vitality. Although Yifan's 9-dragon sun meridian continuously regenerated the corroded areas in his body, the struggle between the two forces persisted. Yifan's body served as the battleground between the dark energy of the soul-locking wood and his sun meridian, constantly pulling in opposite directions, temporarily in a stalemate. However, overall, due to the dark liquid enveloping Yifan's vital force, his sun meridian was at a disadvantage. Yifan could clearly feel his bones weakening where the vital force was being absorbed, resembling osteoporosis patients, making his bones brittle. Just like a sandcastle on the beach, a gentle touch could cause it to collapse instantly. His physique, under the corrosive influence of the mysterious soul-locking wood, was utterly vulnerable. If the corrosion continued, Yifan's entire body would likely be riddled with holes, like weathered stone, eventually turning to dust. If only his bones were stronger, could they resist the corruption of the soul-locking wood? Stronger bones? Thinking of this, an idea suddenly flashed through Yifan's mind. Enhance his roots. Yifan had obtained a booklet from the Shen family ancestor, using the sunfire to burn and purify his bones, transforming them like steel, purging all impurities and elevating ordinary bones to spiritual bones. Would this ability help resist the dark energy emanating from the soul-locking wood? However, the key problem now was the delicate balance between the dark power and the symbol power within Yifan's body. The 9-dragon sun meridian, the sunfire, without external support to break this equilibrium, Yifan could not access the sunfire. Ice demon, do you still have symbols? Yifan inquired to the ice demon beside him. The dark energy already had the upper hand, so Yifan had to use symbols for temporary support, buying more time to contemplate further strategies. They're all here. Ice demon reply, presenting a large bag of symbols to Yifan, all in various forms. Yifan's eyes lit up, swiftly activating the symbols and affixing them to himself. He initially thought that the more symbols he apply, the more supporting power they would provide. However, to Yifan's disappointment, after 7 symbols, the subsequent symbol power proved ineffective. Oh, what should he do now? What force could enter his body to break this down? Ordinary martial Che was ineffective. He needed power similar to the godly fragments and ancient etheric forces to be effective. Guo Li and others observed Yifan deep in thought with closed eyes, hesitant to disturb him. Soon, they arrived at the Shen residence. Fan brother, are you okay? Weren't you fine just now? As Yifan's vehicle stopped, Shen Man saw him and ran over, embracing him tightly. Fan brother, please be safe. If Yifan hadn't discovered the impostor Old Mo pretending to be his father and eliminated the bizarre old Shen ancestor at the Shen family, Shen Mang couldn't fathom the dire situation she might be in now. In Shen Mang's heart, she had completely accepted Yifan. Tears cascaded down Shen Mang's cheeks, falling onto Yifan's neck. Hiss. When a single tear touched Yifan's skin, it made a hissing sound. Yifan's neck, already enveloped in intense black energy, shriveled away from the tear as if it encountered something terrifying, fleeing rapidly. However, everyone present was immersed in sorrow and anxiety, failing to notice this detail. I'm fine. Manjay, be gentle, my waist is about to break. Yifan was being embraced by Shen Mange, even though Shen Mange wasn't exerting much force. Due to the dark power corroding Yifan's bones, the bones in Yifan's waist had become too loose, so even a light embrace seemed like it would fall apart. Shen Mange let out a scared cry and quickly let go of Yifan. But at this moment, the symbols on Yifan's body had lost their effect. His whole body was almost entirely enveloped in black aura. The dark aura had the absolute upper hand, and because of his weakened bones, even standing was difficult. Crack! Just as Shen Mange let go of Yifan, there was a sound of bones breaking in Yifan's waist, startling everyone present. What was happening? How could Yifan, who was so powerful before, suddenly become like an old man at the end of his life? With a slight breeze, he could collapse at any moment. Fanjay, are you okay? Is your waist okay? Shen Mange quickly reached out to support Yifan's waist again, while scolding the guards from the Shen family. Quick, don't just stand there. Go get a stretcher and carry Fanjay inside. Originally enveloped by the black aura and being devoured, when Shen Mange's wrist approached Yifan's waist, the rolling black mist evaded once again. In a brief moment, the wounds on Yifan's waist had returned to normal skin color. This time, Shen Nanfei saw it, Yamada Keiko saw it, and Yifan felt it too, feeling the 9 dragon veins, symbols, along with the other powers in his body, raging in his body like a battlefield. The 9 dragon veins protected the key position of Yifan's heart, but the dark power of the lock soul would envelop the core. And though the core was very powerful and tried to burn through the black liquid outside, it was still not enough. The ancient dark aura in the lock soul wood around his limbs was rapidly corroding Yifan's veins, completely surrounding him like a countryside besieging a city. At this moment, Yifan had lost control of his body. Yifan had already despaired, though when Shen Mange's palm touched his waist, the dark power of the lock soul wood actually dissipated. It didn't dare to approach Shen Mange. Shen Mange's body was able to drive away the dark aura. Why? Yifan's mind raced, recalling what Shen Nanfei said about the immortal row, and suddenly realized Shen Nanfei sealed the immortal row in Shen Mange's body, so there should be some traces of the immortal road's aura in her body. The immortal road was a message left by the immortals, containing some immortal power. Even a trace would be enough. If he could guide a trace of the immortal power from the immortal road into his body, it would disrupt the balance of his body. The powers of the core fire, the 9 dragon veins, and the symbols within Yifan's body would then be able to instantly eliminate the dark power of the lock soul wood. Shen Nanfei said there was only one way to obtain the immortal road, and that was through consummation. But the problem was, now that Yifan's entire skeletal system had ossified and been weathered by the lock soul wood, as fragile as thin ice, any touch could cause it to collapse. In this situation, how could consummation be possible? Without even starting, he would collapse. Quick, Take young Master Yi to Manji's chamber. Shen Nanfei directed the Shen family guards as they swiftly carried Yifan into the Shen family's main courtyard. After laying Yifan down on the bed, Shen Nanfei looked at Shen Mange solemnly. Mange, whether Yifan lives or dies now depends on you. Perhaps, the only thing that can save young Master Yi is the immortal road within your body. Shen Mange hadn't quite processed what was happening, but she was very intelligent. Her father had brought Yifan to her room and mentioned the immortal road, which meant consummation was implied. That the problem now was that Yifan's entire body had stiffened. His bones were on the verge of shattering with any touch, so how could they proceed with the consummation? The violent aura of the Lock Soulwood, now having the upper hand, seemed to see victory within reach, becoming even more agitated. Taking advantage of his last bit of consciousness, Yifan whispered to Shen Mange, "Kiss me." Although Shen Mange didn't know what Yifan was planning, she obediently followed his instructions without hesitation, leaning in to kiss his lips. In a dim room in the western suburbs of Beijing, the Sun's sacred envoy, along with several other men in black robes, were gathered together, staring intently at the screen on the wall. The screen displayed a human anatomy diagram with black aura swirling in the center, along with the 9 dragon patterns and the core fire deep within the Danshan. It was actually a projection of Yifan's body structure. Sacred Envoy, based on our observations, the dark power has gained the absolute upper hand. As long as the Lock Soulwood continues to work, once the vital life force in most of Yifan's bones is absorbed, even if he has those two miraculous forces protecting his heart, Yifan still cannot escape death. The data analyzing the odds on the screen were rising from 60% to 65%, 70%. Within moments, it had reached 80%. Watching the constantly flashing data on the screen, the Sun's sacred envoy breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Yifan is a descendant of the previous leader of the God sect. His bloodline inherently suppresses us. And now, is it finally coming to an end? Humph. As long as the young lord of the God sect doesn't show up, the other riffraff from the God sect are nothing to fear. Without the God sect's interference, who on this entire planet can stop our king's rise? Humanity will eventually all become our slaves. The Sun's sacred envoy stared at the screen, eagerly anticipating the moment when Yifan's body would be completely engulfed by the black mist, because that would mean Yifan's entire body was sterilely consumed by the dark power of the Lock Soulwood, completely annihilating his spirit and soul. However, the next moment, a violent alarm sounded on the screen. On Yifan's body structure projection, it was clearly visible that a golden thread, from Yifan's lips, delved deep into his body. Wherever it went, even the strongest black mist evaded, giving way to the golden thread. The golden thread went straight through Yifan's meridians and directly into his Danshan, connecting with the core fire. The black liquid that had enveloped Yifan's Danshan for so long. The core fire within Yifan's Danshan also sensed the danger of its master, seeming to be reaching its breaking point. So when the golden thread tore open a gap in the black liquid shell, the core fire erupted like a volcano. Thus, a powerful and dazzling light radiated from the center of Yifan's Danshan, beginning to spread wildly. All the black mist around him lost the obstruction of the black liquid and was instantly burned into nothingness. On the large screen on the wall, the odds showed the Lock Soulwood's advantage was 80%, but within moments it plummeted back to 0, even going negative infinity. Before the Sun's sacred envoy could comprehend what was happening, the screen suddenly turned into static, and the human body projection disappeared completely. Guancheng, Shen family mansion. In Shen Mang's boudoir, following Yifan's guidance, Shen Mang leaned in to kiss Yifan's lips. Although the movements were inexperienced, Shen Mang tried her best to kiss Yifan according to the techniques she had learned from short videos and books. However, after Yifan finished speaking, he became completely motionless, lying still on the bed, unable to respond. Shen Mang tried her best to kiss Yifan, but noticed his lack of reaction after a while and started to feel anxious. Xiaofan, please, don't let anything happen to you. Shen Mang got up, wanting to touch Yifan, but recalling that even a light touch from her caused Yifan's waist to produce a cracking sound, she hesitated. What should I do? Shen Mang was at a loss, not knowing how to proceed. However, thinking about what her father had said, and the words Yifan spoke before losing consciousness, Shen Mang, albeit timidly, removed her clothes and laid down tightly against Yifan. Outside the room, Guo Li, Wang Fugui, Yu Kong, and others were anxiously waiting. Master Shen, will my big brother be okay? How did a trip to Mingju Grand Hotel turn into all this? Wang Fugui paced back and forth in the room, extremely agitated. These damn people, each one with 800 tricks. When Guoli saw Yifan's expression allowed Shenmang to be alone with him, and Yifan nodded, it meant that Shenmang indeed had a way to help Yifan resolve his troubles. But how exactly to solve it? Ice Demon. What really happened inside the hotel? Guoli turned to the Ice Demon, who was trying to save Yifan. I don't know. Basically, a wooden stake pierced Yifan's body, and the stake melted inside, containing ancient dark prohibitions that corrode his bones and devour his vitality. The Ice Demon, usually taciturn, spoke the most this time. A wooden stake with prohibitions pierced into Yifan's body. Everyone looked confused. This seemed like an unusual stake. Jin Wang's methods this time completely exceeded everyone's expectations, and they could only hope that Yifan would find a way on his own. Inside the room, Shenmang and Yifan were still together, holding hands. Unbeknownst to Shenmang, when her lips touched Yifan's, a simple golden thread transmitted from her lips to Yifan's body, entering his danshan. It forcefully tore a hole around Yifan's danshan, breaking open the black liquid around his body. The pent-up vitality in Yifan's body erupted like a flood, instantly filling his entire being. The black mist that covered Yifan's body was burnt clean by the red flames. The dragon patterns on Yifan's chest responded, glowing with golden light, repairing his meridians. However, the corrupt black liquid within Yifan's body and the prohibitive power of the lock soulwood could not stop the flames, but quickly retreated into Yifan's bones, merging with them. They couldn't kill Yifan entirely, so they chose to merge with him, trapping him in their dark influence forever. These ancient dark prohibitions developed by the Radiant Sun Envoy required extensive research, showing their effectiveness. The dark liquid even showed signs of sentience. If it were anyone else, the dark prohibitions within their body would remain, either consuming them or controlling them. But when Yifan returned from the Mingju Grand Hotel, he had already planned a response. Through the faint immortal energy within Shenmang's body, Yifan broke the balance within himself, gaining the upper hand with the flames and dragon meridians. Yifan began to awaken, allowing his martial energy to flow again. Without hesitation, Yifan followed the instructions he obtained from the ancient tomb, starting to improve his stamina by burning his bones inch by inch. From the surface of his bones to the marrow, the burning was excruciatingly painful. The flames split into countless fine strands, engulfing his bones and nearly incinerating every cell within him. The dark prohibitive liquid trapped within Yifan's bones underestimated his determination to undergo intense burning. They attempted to retreat, but found themselves unable to hide. Fanjie, Shenmang, who was previously kissing Yifan's lips, suddenly heard his scream and was pleasantly surprised. She saw Yifan's dragon patterns on his chest shimmering with light, and a layer of flame surrounded his body as the dark presence vanished. Fanjie, are you recovering? Shenmang's face lit up with joy. Could the power of her kiss be that strong? Should she kiss him again? Stay away from me. Don't disturb me. Despite the excruciating pain in his bones, Yifan asked Shenmang not to interfere and continued burning his bones with the flames. Normally, objects would turn to dust after being burned by the flames, but Yifan's bones not only remained intact but became even more radiant. His gray bones, a sign of an ordinary mortal, transformed into spiritual bones. These spiritual bones contained no trace of dark prohibitions. With improved stamina, Yifan could fully absorb the power within the divine fragments and integrate the might of the dragon meridian's bloodlines. Breaking through to War Saint was no longer difficult. Huin Guancheng could stop him. Once he found the key, Yifan's subsequent process was much smoother. Using the dark restrictions in the soul-locking wood as nourishment, the raging fire quickly tempered every bone and vein in his body. When all the dark restricted breath in Yifan's body had completely melted, all the bones in Yifan's body instantly elevated to spiritual bones. At this moment, Yifan's understanding of martial arts and perception of strength had leapt several levels, far beyond his previous mortal bone period. Yifan could clearly feel that his cultivation speed seemed to have increased many times over. The power of the shards of the divine god within him, the power of the nine dragon sun meridian, both began to be released automatically, filling Yifan's spiritual bones. In an instant, Yifan's strength not only recovered but also directly broke through to the pinnacle of the Emperor Martial 9th rank, and it was still rising. If Yifan wanted, he could immediately break through to the realm of Martial Saint. However, since Yifan's bones had been elevated, he didn't rush at this moment. It was better to stabilize at the level of the Emperor Martial 9th rank, laying a solid foundation for the future. Yifan closed his eyes and felt every cell in his body again. The feeling of that power returning was so good. Even Yifan discovered that the red silk spirit body fused within his body seemed to have improved in quality along with Yifan's bones. Although the appearance of the red silk spirit body had not changed much, Yifan could feel the presence of a king's aura on it. It seemed to possess a power worthy of worship. Red silk tyrant body. These ancient spirit beasts were not simple entities. The improvement in the quality of the red silk spirit body, what it was for, might need further research in the future. In the room, Shen Mang sat obediently by the bedside, her fair skin exposed, with only a touch of intimate clothing left, showcasing Shen Mang's exquisite figure. Although Yifan had already admired her beauty in Huada before, admiring it again brought a different allure. A global superstar, a national pure goddess, was an unattainable existence for almost all men. But at this moment, in front of Yifan, Shen Mang seemed like a young wife praying for her husband to wake up soon. Mang. Yifan sat up from the bed and called softly. Shen Mang froze, then instantly threw herself into Yifan's arms, crying and complaining coquettishly, "You scared me to death, you bad boy." Shen Mang lightly pummeled Yifan's chest. But just after a blow, she stopped. "Are you really okay? Won't you collapse again?" Previously, just a light embrace from Shen Mang had Yifan nearly collapsed. "I'm fine. I am terrifyingly strong now. Do you want to feel it?" Yifan smirked mischievously at Shen Mang and leaned down to kiss her cheek. "Today, thanks to third sister-in-law, if it weren't for the trace of immortal power in the immortal path guy, Yifan's fire would have been locked up by the soul locking wood, and the power of the 9 Dragon Sun Meridian wouldn't have been able to be unleashed. Yifan's final fate would have been pathetic." "Ah, you're so naughty. Lao Guo and Yukong are both outside. How about tonight?" In Yifan's embrace, Shen Mang twisted around, and the black shoulder straps on her shoulders slid off, revealing her white front. Yifan couldn't help but look. Shen Mang followed Yifan's gaze to see her shy appearance. She had originally intended to tidy it up. Look, sooner or later, she would belong to him. Heh. So when you took off your clothes earlier, what did you intend to do? Yifan continued to tease Shen Mang. Shen Mang's face blushed, as if she wanted to find a hole to hide in. "Izu is right. You are really naughty." "Humph. Honestly, have you wanted to do it for a long time?" Shen Mang's words were almost at the tip of her tongue, but she was still too embarrassed to say them. "This scoundrel. Ha ha. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Make yourself presentable. Let's go out." "They must be worried." Yifan's gaze deepened as he looked out the window. Jin Wan still plans to make a big move in Guan City. We'll make it even bigger. We will completely root out Jin Wan in Guan City and in the Vermilion Bird domain, disrupting his foundations completely. Jin Wan Jiao Jin had such a strong influence in Daoxia mainly because the higher-ups in the southern battlefield Vermilion Bird domain were under his control, with a 1,000,000-strong army. That was why Jin Wan had the audacity to challenge the Yi family. Since the assailants involved in the attack on Third Brother included high-level figures from the Vermilion Bird domain, Yifan would surely upend the Vermilion Bird domain while resolving the matter, further solidifying his power and destroying a major foundation of Jin Wan. Even if Jin Wan were to leap hand-bound, he would be toothless. In a room in the western outskirts of Beijing, where the Sunburned Saint and others were located, the projection of the human body structure on the wall dissipated in an instant, turning into snowflakes. The unique projection instrument exploded on the spot. Poof! The Sunburned Saint spat out blood, stumbling for a moment before bracing himself against the wall to stay on his feet. "Are you okay, Your Holiness? What happened to you?" The whole room was in chaos as more than a dozen people gathered around the Sunburned Saint. An intense look of fear appeared in the Sunburned Saint's eyes. Even the ancient restrictions inside the soul locking would have been broken by Yifan. What kind of monster is he? The Sunburned Saint's face turned serious. Why do I sense the intervention of immortal power? What's going on? Did the immortal sect also get involved in this matter? It's getting more complicated. The Sunburned Saint glanced at everyone present. Order to closely monitor all of Yifan's movements, but do not act rashly. Absolutely do not reveal our presence. I must contact the higher-ups and think about how to kill this bastard. Yes. In Guan City, the Shen family mansion, Yifan and Shen Mang walked out of the room, instantly catching everyone's attention in the hall. "Big brother, are you okay? I told you, the master is super powerful, with an indestructible body made of steel. It's good that the head is fine. Everyone gathered around, expressing their concern. Yifan nodded to everyone and walked directly towards the ice demon. Thank you. How will your family head arrange things from here? If it weren't for the ice demon arranged by Song Yan, who took him out of the hotel at a critical moment, Yifan might have perished. After all, even if Yukong and Guo Li entered, it would take time. The family head said, if young Master Yi die, I would be the sacrificial lamb. If young Master Yi survived, everything would be fine. The ice demon spoke calmly. Before taking action, the family head had already evacuated all the family members. If young Master Yi survived, I will contact the family head now. Assassin, two-handed preparation. If Yifan perished, all responsibility would fall on the ice demon, unrelated to the Song family. If Yifan escaped unscathed, then the Song family had gambled correctly once, and they would latch on to a major powerhouse afterward. How interesting. Just as the ice demon's phone call connected, cursing voices could be heard from the other end. Damn it, why did you call me just now? Come man, save me quickly. To Martial Emperor, bastards are chasing after me with knives. On the other end of the phone was Song Yan, the head of the Song family, one of the four major families in Guancheng. Before the banquet today, Song Yan secretly gathered all members of the family, separated and dispersed them. Representatives were sent to attend the banquet, while he left behind Bing Ya at the scene, ready to seize the opportunity. Unexpectedly, Bing Ya actually managed to rescue Yifan. On the other hand, Pen Shi's side was not to be underestimated. According to the results of the on-site investigation, they quickly identified that Bing Ya was a servant of the Song family. They directly dispatched two powerful martial emperors to forcibly capture Song Yan and demand an explanation. At the same time, they sent out a large group of people, planning to capture all members of the Song family to prevent any chaos in taking over the Chongqi base. After all, in order to transfer the mysterious Chongqi base, all four major families must be present simultaneously and activate the keys at the same time. In fact, in the morning, Pen Shi wanted to take over the Chongqi base, but couldn't contact the head of the Liang family in the four major families, who claimed to be on a business trip and would only return tonight. This was obviously just an excuse. Pen Shi knew that the Liang family was trying to be slippery and was waiting to see Pen Shi's subsequent actions and the actions of Guancheng to determine who would have the upper hand before making a final decision. Therefore, Pen Shi held that banquet, killing several big shots from the families in Guancheng, showing such cruelty to the outside world. He who is with me prospers, he who opposes me perishes. The servant of Song Yang actually managed to rescue Yifan at a critical moment. Tan Shi, upon learning this information, was almost about to explode on the spot. Are the members of the four major families in Guancheng also cunning? What's even more infuriating is that Pan Shi's men sent to capture Song Yang's family members reported that the entire Song family residence had been evacuated, with no one inside. All core disciples of the Song family had disappeared without a trace. In the end, only two martial emperor subordinates of Pan Shi traced Song Yan's whereabouts. In anger, Pan Shi directly ordered them to take action and capture Song Yan, dead or alive. Head, where are you? Ding Yao furrowed his brows and quickly asked. Yifan also furrowed his brows slightly. Song Yan had sent Bing Yao to save him, after all. Although there was an element of opportunism, he was still his lifesaver, and Yifan couldn't just ignore it. I've been circling the Shen family mansion for 8 rounds already. Because Bing Yao had the speakerphone on directly, everyone present could hear clearly. Circling the Shen family mansion, Yifan was speechless. This Song Yan was quite crafty. After evacuating his family members, he had come directly to the vicinity of the Shen family mansion, seeking refuge so blatantly. Even if Yifan hadn't regained consciousness, he still had the strong experts from the Qianji Pavilion and the powerful forces behind the Yi family to rely on, so he could still resist to some extent. Clever ghost. Yifan had broken through to the spirit bone level. His martial strength had advanced to the 9th rank of martial emperor, and his perceptual range had more than doubled. Releasing his powerful perception, Yifan immediately sensed 3 martial emperor level auras fluctuating in a desolate park on the west side of the Shen family mansion. The leading expert in front of the park constantly circled around a few abandoned buildings. The 2 martial emperors chasing behind, though also strong at the martial emperor level, seemed a bit dull, only knowing how to chase from behind without any flexibility. They were both super experts at the martial emperor level, and they directly smashed the buildings to smithereens. Wouldn't Song Yan have nowhere to hide then? Let's go. Let's save your head of the family. Yifan's eyes revealed a touch of coldness. Humph. The banquet that Jin Wang arranged in Guancheng almost took Yifan's life. Now that Yifan had recovered, it was time for them to pay the price. Inglebly, the entire Song family residence had been evacuated, with no one inside. All core disciples of the Song family had disappeared without a trace. Tan Qi's side dispatched to powerful martial emperors to forcibly capture Song Yan, dead or alive. Where are you two idiots going? Just smash that building over there. A voice of anger suddenly came through the earpieces of the two martial emperor experts. The two martial emperor experts seemed to instantly come to their senses. Understood. The two nodded and waved their knives, sending powerful energy directly towards Song Yan, seeking to strike him. Finally learned your lesson? Song Yan smiled faintly and quickly dodged to the side, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Despite Pan Chai bringing 10 martial emperor experts this time, they all seemed not very intelligent. What was going on? The abandoned buildings in the park were shattered, and Song Yan was instantly exposed, caught between the two martial emperor experts. At this moment, Yifan, Yukong, Guo Li, and others had reached the gate of the park. Song Yan had already sensed the approach of Yifan and the others. Seeing that the two martial emperor experts were about to attack, Song Yan quickly raised his hand and said, "No need to rush. Let's wait for someone before taking action." All right, ha. The two martial emperor experts hesitated for a moment, looked at each other, then said, "Song Yan, Pan Shai wants us to take you back for interrogation. Either you come with us, or we kill you and then take you away." The next moment, the two martial emperor experts attacked, one in front and one behind, waving their knives towards Song Yan. The powerful martial energy tore through the air, compressing the air and creating a burst of noise. Song Yan instantly felt the pressure multiplying. A touch of sorrow appeared in the corner of his eye as he shouted towards the woods behind. "Yifan, hurry and make a move, otherwise, I'm really going to die." Song Yan knew that Yifan had arrived, or he wouldn't have been so bold to confront the two powerful martial emperor experts. After all, Song Yan had just broken through to the level of martial emperor, while the opponents were genuine martial emperor third-rank experts. If they were to clash head-on, Song Yan would definitely not be a match. The reason he could hold on for so long was entirely due to Song Yan's superior likeness skill, slippery as a fish. Behind the trees, Yifan had already arrived a while ago. Just now, when his devil eyes opened, he could clearly see the bodies of the two martial emperor experts. Egg. It was another egg, similar to those master-level experts cultivated by Lao before. These two martial emperor experts also had a bug with long antennae living inside them. However, the bugs inside the bodies of these two martial emperor experts were different from the green bugs inside the bodies of master-rank experts. They were golden in color, larger in size, with more and longer antennae, entwined around various organs in their bodies. That appearance was 95% similar to the red silk overlord body inside Yifan's body. Those egg bugs and the red silk overlord body inside his body were the same species. Just as this concept appeared in Yifan's mind, he suddenly felt that his evolved red silk overlord body was becoming excited, urgently expressing the impulse to get closer. His red silk overlord body seemed very interested in those eggs, right? Things were getting more and more interesting. TS. Update from yesterday. For more updates, please follow the public account Kang Haiken Yang. Although Song Yang was howling fiercely outside, Yifan was not worried at all. In the moment he observed earlier, Yifan realized that this Song Yang had very agile body movements. Even if two powerful martial emperor experts joined forces, they might not be able to immediately injure Song Yang. Doom. Doom. The two martial emperor experts' knives slashed towards where Song Yang was standing, instantly creating two huge 3-foot-long craters on the ground. Cough, cough. As the smoke cleared, Song Yang coughed violently, looking somewhat embarrassed as he quickly dashed towards Yifan's direction. Young master, you can't just stand by and watch without helping. It's not fair." At this moment, Song Yang was covered in grass, with dust and dirt on his face, his breath in disarray, completely different from his calm demeanor earlier. Seeing Song Yan about to rush into the woods, Yifan finally stepped out with Guo Li and Meng Fugui, saying, "Oops, I'm so sorry, Master Song. I'm a bit late." "Master Song, are you okay?" "I am truly grateful for saving my life." Yifan smiled and clasped his fists at Song Yan, looking very surprised. Song Yan was speechless. Dude, could you be any more fake? You were clearly here at least 2 minutes ago, waiting for me to embarrass myself before revealing yourself. You did that on purpose. In fact, Yifan did it on purpose. He was prepared to play a little trick on Song Yan with both hands. No matter, it's just right. Oh, here they come again. Young master, be careful. While Song Yan was chatting with Yifan, he suddenly sensed the 2 foolish martial emperor experts behind him wielded their knives and slashed at them. He quickly dodged behind Yifan for safety. Feeling still not safe enough, Song Yan even moved towards Guo Li, Wang Fugui, and others hiding behind, and ended up at the back of the crowd. Master San, why did you run so far? Yifan smiled wryly. This Song Yan was quite the character. Young master, it's cooler back there. I just wanted to get some fresh air. Young master, those 2 guys are swinging their knives towards you. Aren't you planning to dodge at all? Song Yan, looking shocked, watched as the 2 martial emperor experts swung their knives towards Yifan's head. As the knives were only moments away from reaching Yifan, seemingly just 3 feet away, Yifan didn't seem to have any intention of dodging. Is young master that confident? Yifan simply waved his hand, a powerful wave of martial aura expanding from him. The absolute domain opened up, instantly suppressing the strength of the 2 martial emperor experts to below the controlled level. Yifan lightly extended 2 fingers and blocked the attacks of the 2 experts. No matter how hard they try, they couldn't move their knives an inch forward. But in Song Yan's eyes, his jaw was almost dropping. Damn, so strong? With just 2 fingers, young master blocked the attacks of 2 martial emperor experts. These were 2 martial emperor experts. When did their strength become so worthless? What kind of monster is this? Did he make the wisest choice this time? Is the Song family going to rise up from now on? Song Yan swallowed hard. Yifan's strength is probably at least above martial emperor rank 5 or 6, right? Today, Yifan was ambushed and had soul lockwood inserted into his body. In an instant, he acted as if nothing had happened. What chance does King Jin have against Yifan in the future? Meanwhile, Yifan, after blocking the movements of the 2 martial emperor experts with his fingers, lightly flicked his fingers, and 3,000 red silk spirit bodies rushed into the bodies of the 2 men. As the 2 red silk spirits entered the bodies of the 2 martial emperor experts, Yifan seemed to feel the sound of electric currents and buzzing on his red silk overlord body. That feeling was like when a high voltage wire connects and sparks fly suddenly. With the red silk spirits in the bodies of the 2 experts, Yifan felt that his red silk overlord body tentacles connected with the eggs in their bodies. Then, from their bodies, a golden liquid flowed into Yifan's red silk overlord body. The eggs in the bodies of the 2 martial emperor experts submitted straight towards Yifan's red silk spirit bodies. Although the situation felt surreal, Yifan was certain this was reality. The overlord body that evolved within him forcibly absorbed nutrients and energy from the bodies of the martial emperor experts with tentacles. Yifan felt the power contained in the golden threads on his body, but his usual method of using martial aura to control them didn't work. What was this single golden thread? Yifan had a flash of insight in his mind. It seemed familiar, like he had seen something similar somewhere, but he instantly forgot. Once the absorption of nutrition was almost complete, the overlord body automatically retracted. Although the overlord body's consciousness was burned away by the fiery blaze inside Yifan, he could still feel a sense of pleasing from it. Greetings, master. Yifan was still puzzled when the 2 martial emperor experts, who had lost their previous days, bowed respectfully and knelt in deference before him. Damn. The scene left Guo Li, Wang Fugui, Yukon, Song Yan, and others around them dumbfounded. What's going on? Yi young master's personal charm is so strong. Just a glance made to martial emperor experts willingly submit? Only Yifan knew that these 2 martial emperor experts had probably been subjugated by the power of the red silk overlord. Instead of becoming Yifan's slaves, it's more accurate to say that the eggs in their bodies have bowed down to the red silk overlord. But the result was the same. Yifan's power had been strengthened by the integration of these 2 martial emperor experts. They had become Yifan's slaves, and their superficial identities are now martial emperor experts by King Jin Sai, loyal subordinates of Pan Shai. Tan Shai intended to rely on them to forcibly take over the Chiakui base behind the from major families. At this moment, Yifan finally understood why were there suddenly so many top-notch experts appearing around Pan Shai and King Jin, including 10 martial emperor experts. It was because they weren't cultivated through conventional methods, but used a parasitic method to rapidly boost their strength and integration with the eggs in their bodies. However, with this method, their strength remained fixed, and more crucially, because the eggs in their bodies had consciousness, the host intelligence was severely damaged, and they might even lose self-awareness in the future. Yifan raised an eyebrow. Since the overlord body could control the martial artists with eggs in their bodies, using it to control all the martial artists around Pen Shai would surely leave Pen Shai dumbfounded, right? Yifan was just about to speak to let the two somewhat foolish martial emperors rise, when suddenly an image flashed in his mind. In front of his eyes appeared a scene of his own ankle. What was going on? At this moment, Yifan clearly saw the bodies of the two martial emperors, paying no attention at all to his own ankle, and what he saw was only half of a foot. As Yifan was puzzled, the scarlet silk overlord body inside him suddenly moved, causing the muscles around Yifan's eyes to twitch a few times. It was only then that Yifan shockingly discovered that the scene he was currently seeing was not what his eyes saw, but rather what the scarlet silk overlord body transmitted in front of his eyes, giving him the sensation of opening a small field of vision in front of him. Shocking! Yifan, with an incredulous expression, lowered his head to take a look at the two foolish martial emperors kneeling on the ground. Following their line of sight, he saw his own half-foot. "You! Look up!" Yifan reprimanded one of the men, and as the man lifted his head, Yifan noticed that the scene in front of him flickered. And then Yifan saw his own face in front of his eyes. It was clear, and even the blinking motion was at the same frequency as Yifan's own. Damn! Turmoil erupted in Yifan's heart. Could he really open a field of vision? By controlling these insect slave eggs, the scarlet silk overlord body could also share the host's vision. Wouldn't that be too terrifying? These martial emperor powerhouses following Pan Shai, or the Jin Wan, wouldn't he be leaving behind a pair of eyes beside them? However, in the next moment, Yifan's head suddenly throbbed, and the field of vision in front of his eyes instantly disappeared. After a moment of sensing within his own body, Yifan immediately noticed that the golden thread in his danshan had become thinner, and the fluctuation of energy had also weakened significantly. Did sharing vision consume the energy of the golden thread? It wasn't something that could be constantly activated, but even if occasionally used, it was still very good. Moreover, with two martial emperor powerhouses as his hidden killer cards, ready to turn the tables at any time, Yifan felt more confident in the ultimate showdown in the capital city. "Alright, you can get up now." Yifan scolded the two martial emperors. "The mission to chase Song Yang is terminated. When you report back, say that Song Yang was saved by me. Also, no matter what names you were called before, from now on, you are numbered 1 and 2. Yifan knew that as his root bones evolved with the scarlet silk overlord body, he would inevitably encounter more of these insect hosts in the future, so Yifan couldn't be bothered to remember their names. Just numbering them was the most convenient. "Yes, master." Number 1 and number 2 respectfully replied, and quickly left the scene. After kicking the ground with their ankles, Yifan had a sense of illusion, as if after being subjugated by the scarlet silk overlord body, although their self-awareness was still suppressed, they seemed to have become a bit smarter. Could it be because of a different master they were following? "Guild master, are we just letting them leave like this?" Yukong, seeing Yifan let numbers 1 and 2 go, approached with some concern and asked Yifan, "They are just a martial emperor powerhouses. If we divide and conquer, it will be much easier. We take over the 4 major families later." Yukong was not clear about the specific details of the submission between Yifan, numbers 1 and 2 just now. "Don't worry, I have my own arrangements. When the time comes, they will definitely be a great help to me." The life and death pursuit of Song Yang, with Yifan's arrival, was easily resolved. Behind the crowd, Song Yang, who was cooling off behind a big tree, saw the two martial emperor powerhouses leave, and only then stuck his head out and asked Yifan, "Yiyun, it's really safe now. They won't come back to kill us, right?" Seeing Song Yan's cautious appearance, Yifan was truly curious. How did this guy muster the courage to let the ice demon save him at the banquet? Song Yan's character was sharp-tongued and timid, while the ice demon was ruthless and taciturn. It was hard to imagine that the ice demon was actually Song Yang's servant. "It's fine. You're safe," Yifan replied somewhat exasperatedly. This man in his 40s also belonged to one of the 4 major families guarding Chiakui base. The guardians that his mother had found were indeed odd. "That's good." Song Yang dusted off his clothes, then hurried to Yifan and bowed seriously. Master Yi, thank you for saving my life. Song family Master Song Yang, paying respects to young master, respectfully welcoming young master back. After saying this, Song Yang even pretended to want to kneel down. Let's forget about it. Since you don't want to kneel, just don't do it. Yifan patted Song Yang's shoulder and said, Master Song, I won't pursue what happened before. But from now on, it's best not to play any tricks in front of me. As he spoke, Yifan glanced at the ice demon beside him. Absolutely not. I, Song, swear by my noble character that I will never play tricks in front of young master. Song Yang immediately raised his hand and swore to the sky. The situation at the time was really helpless, young master. Although the four major families jointly govern Chiakui base, it seems splendid on the surface. In reality, every step is precarious. If we are unable to protect the property left by Miss, our own family may also be destroyed at any time. So, I arrange for the ice demon to attend the banquet to meet Madam's wishes and also to safeguard Chiakui base. Listening to Song Yang's explanation, Yifan raised an eyebrow and pondered for a few seconds. It made some sense. Chiakui base contained extremely powerful runic warriors, as well as runic engraving instruments. It was a piece of fat that attracted countless people to Chiakui base. Especially now that the Divine Gate had been disbanded for so many years, without any word from Mother, those with ill intentions would surely become more eager to snatch it. Previously, the presence of the Divine Gate could still deter people, but the deterrent effect was undoubtedly weakening. Let's go find a place where you can give me a detailed introduction to the four major families and the situation of Chiakui base. Yifan didn't dwell on Song Yang's past actions too much and redirected the topic. After all, the most important thing for coming to Guan City this time was to take over Chiakui base. Yes, young master, if you hadn't spoken, I would have to report to you immediately. Tan Shide, the assistant by Jin Wang Sai, notified the four major families this morning that he wanted to take over Chiakui base, but Leon and Ton, that old fox, slipped away early, saying he was on a business trip and wouldn't return until tonight. Because without the joint opening of the base gate, by the heads of the four major families, the takeover couldn't be completed. So Penshai had to back off. So Penshai had already acted ahead of himself. In addition, on the Chen family side, Penshai is staying at the Chen family this time, afraid that he has already sided with Jin Wang Sai. Che Yuan from the Che family has always been inquiring about young master's whereabouts, but there are two martial emperor powerhouses in the Che family already under Penshi's control. It might be difficult for Che Yuan to come out. Listening to Song Yang's explanation, Yifan had a rough understanding of the situation of the four major families in Guan City. From the current information, among the four major families, the Song family and the Che family still had some old ties and should support his takeover of the base. Liang and Tan was a cunning old fox waiting for today's outcome. Whoever wins should get his support. The Chen family should have all sided with Jin Wan. Che Yuan seemed to be a more honest type, not as sly as Song Yang, so the family had all been monitored and controlled by Pan Shai. Since Che Yuan won't come out, let's go meet with him. Yifan smirked. Now, after experiencing today's life and death disaster, turning calamity into blessing, his mortal bones had transformed into spirit bones. Breaking through to Martial Emperor 9th rank, his Scarlet Silk spirit body had evolved into Scarlet Silk Overlord body, and he had forcibly contracted to insect host slaves, turning to Martial Emperor powerhouses into slaves. Since the Martial Emperor powerhouses brought by Pan Shai were mass-produced using insect eggs, Yifan didn't mind acquiring a few more slaves. Men are all no good. But the master is an exception. The master is the best man in the world. You will gradually understand how good the master is. Hehe. Just the thought of the ore emanating from Yifan had Keiko Yamada feeling a bit intoxicated. In the southern outskirts of Guancheng City, Keiko Yamada found a villa specifically to give Yifan a secluded place. No. According to Yifan's request, to corrupt the two holy sisters Daya and Xiaoyaya within 2 days. Yes. Sister Keiko, you're right. Fan is indeed the best man. Xiaoyaya nodded frantically in agreement. In the beginning, there was some hostility between Xiaoyaya and Keiko Yamada, but after spending some time together, everyone immediately became close. Miss Keiko, why did you buy so many clothes? Daya was stunned looking at the colorful pile of clothes on the sofa. The key is, are those even considered clothes? They were only the size of a palm, barely able to cover anything. Some were even hollow and see-through. How embarrassing to wear outside. Some outfits Dia recognized as flight attendant uniforms, but with at least 80% less fabric. And some resembled nurse uniforms, equally short and thin. Those darn capitalists. Are they also stingy with fabric? Of course. It's to corrupt you. Keiko Yamada smirked. Come on, hurry. We only have 2 days. After 2 days, the master will inspect your progress. If you don't perform well, the master won't want you. Ah, sister. Let's quickly change clothes. Xiaoyaya and Dia now saw Yifan as their reliance and, upon hearing Kiko's words, felt a bit anxious. Following Keiko Yamada's example, Xiaoyaya and Dia quickly caught on, and the room was instantly bustling with activity. Keiko Yamada, of course, understood what Yifan meant by corrupting. It meant teaching Dia and Xiaoyaya about the dangers of society, not to trust others easily. Because Keiko Yamada was devilishly enticing, the perfect teacher. Keiko Yamada, of course, was constantly teaching these things, but she didn't forget about dressing freely herself. Hehe. 2 days later, presenting the two refined holy sisters to the master would surely be a whole new experience. The master will definitely commend me then. Yifan, Wang Fugui, Guo Li, and others were on their way to the Cha family. Suddenly, Yifan sneezed for no apparent reason. Maybe someone is speaking ill of me. Due to Shen Mange's upcoming concert in Guangcheng City, there had been a surge in the city's population in recent days, resulting in traffic jams everywhere. Yifan's sedan car slowly moved forward. Song Yang sat beside Yifan, eyes constantly scanning outside the car window. Suddenly, she saw an old man in a square nearby and exclaimed, "Hey! Old Master Che from the Che family actually sneaked out." Yifan followed Song Yang's gaze to the square and saw an old man in tang costume holding a sugar-coated hawthorn to one side and sugar candy drawing to the other, enjoying himself. The sugar even stuck to his white beard, and he kept smacking his lips. Delicious. Thank you, my precious granddaughter. Zhao Zhao, you always pamper me the most, sighed the old man. A silly girl in John shorts, with a ponytail smiled. Of course, when I was young, Grandpa pampered me the most. Enjoy slowly. The family bodyguards won't catch up here for a while. Don't worry, I'll watch out for you. That's old Master Chedabang from the Che family and his granddaughter Che Zhao. The old master had severe diabetes and some other illnesses, so his family always forbade him from eating sugar. That's why he often sneaked out to buy hawthorns, and many times he's been caught. Che Zhao used to help cover for him at home. Listening to Song Yan's explanation, Yifan couldn't help but smile. His own grandfather, Yi Zhenguo, led a military life, but in the end, the family was almost wiped out. Alas, he must work hard to make the Yi family rise again and prosper. Weren't the Yi family's 10 geniuses once famous? It was up to him to make it 20 geniuses, 30 geniuses, or even more. Yifan's mind went through the list, including the Wang Fei from the capital, Qiwen from Huadu, Ren Zuying, Empress Ji Ningxuan, as well as Dai, Xiaoyaya, Keiko Yamada. It seemed achievable. Just as the vehicle was about to continue, Yifan suddenly saw a man in a duckbill hat swiftly approaching Old Master Chedabang and Che Zhao, colliding perfectly with the old man. Excuse me, sorry, I was walking too fast. The man in the duckbill hat quickly held on to Old Master Che, looking apologetic. However, he still had sunglasses on, making it impossible to see his face. The crucial detail was no one noticed that, as he approached Old Master Che, the man in the duckbill hat swiftly shot 3 pellets of powder into the old man's mouth. From afar, Yifan could see the strong black ore emanating from the powder. Poison. Highly toxic poison. And a combination of various poisons. Yet Old Master Che and his granddaughter Che Zhao seemed unfazed. It's alright, young man, next time, be careful while walking. Fortunately, my hawthorn didn't fall. The man in the duckbill hat nodded in response, swiftly slipped into the crowd, and disappeared. Stop the car. Yifan's expression turned serious as he scolded Wang Fugui in front, already rushing towards Old Master Che. The poison released by the man in the duckbill hat was extremely potent and complex, something Yifan had never encountered before, leaving him uncertain about how long it would take to take effect. Therefore, Yifan had to act immediately. If it were others, he could ignore it. But as Song Yan said, since the Che family was a devoted follower of his mother, seeing this, Yifan had to act. Yifan quickly grabbed Old Master Key's wrist, checking his pulse, his brows furrowing. The old man's condition was truly terrible, his body weak, running on fumes, and plagued by various diseases. The most critical point was that Yifan could clearly feel the highly toxic substances had already entered into Chedabang's bloodstream. If not promptly rescued, it could be very troublesome. Hey, what are you doing? Holding my grandfather's wrist for what? Let go of him. Ched Zhao, seeing Yifan suddenly coming out and grabbing his grandfather's wrist, immediately scolded and pushed Yifan's hand away, then stood in front of her grandfather. What are you up to? Yifan, looking serious, said, Mace, your grandfather is poisoned. The person who bumped into him earlier secretly poisoned him. Please step aside and let me check on him. Otherwise, your grandfather's life is in danger. What did you say? Poisoned? Ched Zhao frowned and glanced at Yifan. What kind of new scam are you trying to pull? That man just bumped into my grandfather, and now he's poisoned. Are you kidding me? Yifan was speechless for a moment. Your grandfather is indeed poisoned. Let me see quickly. Otherwise, your grandfather may start vomiting blood, convulsing, or worse, require urgent treatment. Shut up. Don't curse my grandfather here. You fraudster, get lost, or I'll call the police. Ched Zhao clearly didn't believe what Yifan was saying, glaring at him fiercely, picking up her phone, about to call the police. Ched Zhao was wearing a white mourning band, her chest quivering in anger. These despicable scammers were getting more outrageous recently. How dare you speak ill of my elder brother? Keep babbling nonsense, and be careful, or I'll punch you. Before Yifan could even speak, Wang Fugui came charging over, his nearly 2-meter tall frame towering over the delicate figure of Ched Zhao, like an iron tower, glaring fiercely at her. Ched Zhao had her hair tied up in twin ponytails, wearing shorts, a white belt, petite and delicate, standing in front of Wang Fugui, her eyes level with the chest of Wang Fugui, looking like a middle school student. Despite Wang Fugui's reprimand, Ched Zhao showed no fear. Who are you shouting at? Silly giant. Do you think I'm afraid of you? HMPH. A simpleton like you, all limbs and no brains, might not even be worthy of being my opponent. Ched Zhao retorted defiantly, hands on her hips, staring back fiercely. Oh my goodness little girl, don't accuse me of bullying you. Wang Fugui, already a martial master with the power of a special Zhuanwu armor, usually fears no one in fights. Now threatened by such a young girl, he felt somewhat embarrassed on his face. Stepping forward, he reached out to grab Ched Zhao's shoulder, intending to make her fall flat and show her his power. But to Wang Fugui's surprise, as he approached, Ched Zhao directly smashed his outstretched arm. Oh, so you know martial arts? Humph. Let me show you how my fist feels. Wang Fugui snorted coldly, instantly activating his master-level strength, and punched towards Ched Zhao's chest. Lamenting over beauty, non-existent in his eyes, to Wang Fugui, women were trouble. If something could be resolved with fists, there would be no need for words. Ched Zhao raised her fist, facing Wang Fugui's attack without flinching, meeting his fist head-on. With a boom and a thud, a burst of energy exploded, followed by a muffled sound. A figure was sent flying, but to everyone's surprise, it was not Ched Zhao but the towering Wang Fugui. The 2-meter tall man was sent flying by a small Lolita, and the most surprising thing was that Ched Zhao, still with a dumbfounded look on her face, touched her nose and said, HMPH. Thought you were so strong. Turns out you're just a waste. No need to show off in front of me. Wait a minute. Yifan, who was standing on the side, was also stunned. Something wasn't right. When Wang Fugui attacked just now, Yifan observed that there was no martial energy fluctuation on Ched Zhao's body, and he was worried about her safety. Yet, Ched Zhao managed to send the martial master Wang Fugui flying with a simple punch. Although Wang Fugui only used his master-level strength, it shouldn't have been something a girl without any martial arts energy could handle. Damn. Little girl, are you playing dirty? I wasn't ready. Come at me. Wang Fugui, disgruntled and lying on the ground, suddenly enraged, activated his martial energy, intending to charge again. Guo Li looked at Yifan, grabbing Wang Fugui. Old Wang, don't be impulsive. Let big brother make the decision. At this time, Song Yan also ran over. Seeing Yifan's puzzled expression, he quickly said, Yifan, let me introduce you. This Ched Zhao, naturally strong, despite her small size, possesses immense strength. Although she hasn't practiced any martial arts, even ordinary master-level experts would be knocked flying by her fist. None show any martial arts, but is naturally strong. Ethan squinted his eyes and took a closer look at Chejao. There was a hint of a smile on his lips. Interesting. The fur families left by his mother each seemed to have their own unique traits. Duty. We are not scammers. Your grandfather is really poisoned. If we don't save him, he will die. Ethan glanced at Chedabang beside him. Activating his magic eyes, he could already see the black toxins infiltrating Chedabang's lungs. They need to take action to stop the toxins in the old man's body. Yes, Zhao. I'm Uncle Song. This Yifan is not a fraud. He said your grandfather is poison. He would never lie to you. Che grandfather, do you recognize me? I'm Song Yan. As Song Yan spoke, he took a few steps forward towards Chedabang and introduced himself. What? You're What Yan? What way ... are you also a scammer, working with them? I will call the police to arrest you. Surprisingly, Chedabang, who seemed completely normal, was completely confused in his speech. Song Yang frowned and looked at Chejao next to him. What's wrong with Che grandfather? Chejao smiled bitterly. Although my grandfather's health has improved recently, mentally he seems a bit confused. Apart from recognizing me, he doesn't even recognize my father. After a pause, Chejao continued, Uncle Song, could you also have been deceived by this scammer? You see, they usually work in groups. So many scammers now, you have to be careful. My grandfather is fine now. He doesn't need to see him, and you shouldn't get involved with them. Grandfather, let's go. Don't play with scammers. As Chejao spoke, she pulled her grandfather, ready to leave the scene. But at this moment, Ethan had seen the toxins beginning to invade the old man's heart and lungs. These were the capable subordinates left by his mother, and Ethan couldn't stand by and watch. However, this violent Lolita was trying to hinder him, and it seemed to require a firmer approach. Move aside. Ethan pushed Chejao away, quickly pulling out a silver needle from his body and swiftly plunging it into several major acupoints on Chedabang's body, channeling energy into his body to protect his pulse. This way, although the poison in Chedabang would still act, at least his pulse was protected, giving Yifan time to think of countermeasures. What? What are you doing? Scammer! Don't touch my grandfather. Seeing Yifan's actions, Chejao exclaimed in surprise and tried to rush towards Yifan. But Yifan quickly moved his wrist, grabbed Chejao's ponytails from behind, and then pressed her against a column. Though small and cute, Chejao's face was ruthlessly pressed against the column, contorting under the pressure. Dastard! Odd! How dare you treat this lady like this? I'll hammer you to death. Angered by these actions, Chejao shouted in frustration. While rebuking Yifan, she swung her fists, intending to turn around and attack Yifan. But Yifan twisted the hair in his hand, directly tying Chejao's wrists together, immobilizing her movements. In order to perform Giguzi's 13 needles from behind, he needed both hands to work simultaneously, but he didn't want Chejao to disturb him. Therefore, he extended his foot, stepping on Chejao's waist, pinning her against the column, rendering her unable to move. Oh my! The surrounding onlookers were all dumbfounded. Is this guy crazy? The delicate waist is meant to be hugged, and even when riding a horse, hand-holding is essential. This guy, however, rudely used his feet. Where's his humanity? After observing Yifan's actions, Chejao was furious. Damn it, this is the epitome of insult to me. Let go. I will definitely kill you. What kind of people are these? First, a big fool wanted to hammer her. And now, this seemingly gentlemanly guy directly used his feet. Civilized scum indeed. Wherever there is politeness, there must be scum. T.S. If you find this exciting, you can follow the author's WeChat public account Cold Sun in the Ocean for more updates and discussions. Whoosh! Yifan completely ignored Chejao and quickly pierced Chelao's skin with the silver needle in his hand, using internal energy to form a barrier in Chelao's body, blocking the toxins outside of his meridians. In this way, although the toxins in Chedabang's body would still erupt, at least he wouldn't die immediately. Brother, aren't you a bit unscrupulous? Bullying a young girl and an old man. What kind of skill is that? Yet, you poking around with a silver needle here. Do you think you're HUA to reincarnated? The scammers nowadays really act more and more like it. Everyone, let's curse him in a circle. Under broad daylight, we absolutely cannot let such scum succeed. Let go of the old man, or we'll call the police. As the crowd around began to riot, those onlookers even picked up wrenches, canes, and even watermelons, ready to strike at Yifan at any moment. You bunch of idiots. Big brother is saving the old man. Are you blind? Wang Fugui was still furious, but seeing the surrounding confused crowd, he became even more angry. I'll punch you all to bits. Look, he's furious. They're furious. Scammer. Scammer. Seeing that the situation was starting to get out of control, Yifan frowned and scanned the crowd. He found that, besides the man in the duckbill cap who had left earlier, there were several other suspicious figures hidden among the crowd, and they were the most active in inciting the onlookers. Humph. So they're a gang committing crimes together, poisoning Chelali. It's probably not as simple as it seems. What his family currently most cares about is the control of the base, and these people are most likely after that. Wang Fugui was about to make a move, but Yifan stopped him and turned to look at Chezhao. Chezhao had been stepped on a pillar by Yifan, her face distorted from the pressure, and her chest. After some gasps, Chezhao finally couldn't bear it any longer. I'm going to lose it. After a scream, a faint golden light emerged all over Chezhao's body. The next moment, Chezhao actually used her head to directly break the thick pillar she was holding. Doom. After the concrete pillar over 10 meters high was broken by Chezhao, it crashed towards the crowd beside it. What? This little Lolita is this strong-headed, using her head to break a concrete pillar. She's quite a tough cookie. Yifan watched the scene in front of him, his eyes showing some shock. A little girl, with no visible martial arts energy fluctuations, had such terrifying strength. Most importantly, Yifan noticed that at the moment when Chezhao broke the pillar, a dragon-shaped pattern faintly formed around her body, and in Chezhao's shout, there seemed to be the sound of a dragon's roar. Twin-tailed beauty, flying dragon, a dragon knight too. For a moment, an emoji popped up in Yifan's mind. At that moment, Yifan even felt that the 9 dragons on his chest were resonating somehow. What's the connection between Chezhao and his own dragon pattern? Could it be that Chezhao and his 9 dragons on Meridian are related too? Seeing the pillar about to fall, Yifan quickly untied Chezhao's braids, freeing her hands. She immediately caught the falling pillar, moving it over the heads of Yifan and the others. Don't force me. Back off now, or I'll really go all out, accidentally killing you all. Don't blame me. Yifan smirked. This little Lolita, although impulsive, was still kind-hearted inside. Duty, are you sure you don't want me to treat your grandpa? Don't regret it later. Maybe you'll ask me to cure your grandpa. Yifan grinned mischievously at Chezhao. Although the toxins in Chelali's body were temporarily suppressed, they would erupt completely within 5 minutes. Bleeding, convulsions, foaming at the mouth, blackening all over. The resulting scene would be terrifying. Regret it. Scammer, are you kidding me? Chezhao, staring coldly at Yifan and the others. Chezhao, even if I jumped from here and drown in the river, I will never ask for your help. Get lost. Chezhao glared fiercely at Yifan. If she didn't see so many people around, she would have lifted the pillar and swept it towards Yifan and the others. Is that so? 5 minutes later, your grandpa will be spitting blood, convulsing. When you beg me, I won't easily agree. Yifan waved his hand at Chezhao. If you don't want your grandpa to die, hurry home. We'll meet again. Yifan smirked, beckoned to Wang Fugui and the others, and they quickly left, heading towards the cars. See you never, asshole. We should never see each other again in this life. Chezhao glared ferociously at Yifan. Psychotic. Big brother, are we just leaving like this? That impulsive little potato. Really want to give him a good beating. Dare to hit me. Wang Fugui felt a bit aggrieved, rubbing his head. Guoli also chimed in. Big brother, what about old man Che? Yifan smiled faintly. Don't worry. I've temporarily stabilized the toxins in Grandfather Key's body. But this impulsive little potato needs a scare. Yifan looked around and noticed that Yukon was no longer there. How did Minister Yukon fare? When Yifan had started needling the old man, he had contacted Yukon, telling him to track down the duckbill cap man who had escaped. He's locked on, but hasn't made a move yet, waiting for Big Brother's orders. Yifan nodded and glanced at the crowd behind him. Did you notice those suspicious people among the crowd? Send people to catch them all and bring them to Key's house. There might be another good show. Yes, Guoli answered, gesturing to the people behind him, and a few agile figures quickly disappeared into the crowd. After Yifan left, the crowd around the square decreased somewhat, but some people remained. Young lady, are you okay? I didn't expect you to be this strong. Let me tell you, You shouldn't have been merciful just now. You should have directly beaten that scumbag to death. Exactly. I can see that your grandpa is in such good health. How could he seem so sick? Alas, people nowadays always want to take shortcuts. Those few individuals hidden in the crowd, who were responsible for secretly stirring up trouble and aiding the commotion, left after achieving their goals, disappearing into the distant alleyways to escape. However, as soon as they entered the alley, what awaited them was one by one black headscarves, which they were swiftly covered with before being knocked out. Not one was left. On the square, after Chao violently reinserted the pillar into the ground, she extended her hand to pull her grandfather. Chedibang. Grandpa. Let's go. Chedibang had been eating candied leisurely. However, his body suddenly stiffened in place. Then he violently clutched his chest. Faft. The next moment, Chedibang spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Almost as if a water tap had burst, the amount of blood was astonishing. Then, Chedibang's body quickly slumped to the ground, as if struck by lightning, starting to convulse violently, foaming at the mouth, his body twisting and deforming, his mouth making a cackling sound. Odd. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Grandpa, don't scare me. Grandpa, what's happening to you? Zhao's face turned pale with fear, quickly crouching down, supporting her grandpa, her wrists trembling. Seeing her grandpa's condition, Zhao instantly thought of what Yifan had just said. Spitting blood, convulsions, foaming at the mouth. Isn't this exactly the same as what Yifan described earlier? Is grandpa really poisoned? Damn it, what's going on? Go home, Yifan just said, not wanting grandpa to die. Go home quickly. In the grand hall of the Cha family, the family head, Che Yuan, sat at the head of the table, his face dark and somber. Seated beside him were several middle-aged men dressed in elaborate attire with embroidered tiger patterns on their sleeves. The man leading them had a square face, a large head, and the insincere smile as he spoke. Family head Che, we have made our intentions clear. We simply need your cooperation in opening the Chongqui base to allow our ancient martial arts alliance to take a few runic weapons. As a condition, these elixirs are from the Che family, along with some top-tier martial arts techniques. Those annoying pests in your family, I will take care of them for you, and even the pressure from the King of Jin, we can also handle, ensuring they dare not interfere with Chongqui base again. With the protection of our ancient martial arts alliance, in the mortal world, the Che family will immediately rise to become one of the top families. How about it? Family head Che, consider it carefully. These men were from the realm of ancient martial arts, a separate alliance force outside of the ancient martial arts alliance. Due to the decline of the current reigning Non-Gong family in the ancient martial arts alliance, the 7 major families of ancient martial arts were dissatisfied with the restrictions of the alliance and formed their own united entity. The man leading them was named Qiu Yuanji, the deputy head of the Qiu family, a top family in the ancient martial arts alliance. Their purpose in coming was very clear, targeting the Chongqui base. Che Yuan frowned as he looked at the pile of top-tier elixirs, martial arts techniques, and herbs in the hall. With so many top-tier elixirs, there would be enough to create a large number of powerful martial artists, capable of establishing a supersized family in the mortal world and instantly elevating the status of the Cha family. To say he was not tempted would be false. However, Che Yuan was a loyal person and still remembered the words the young lady left 20 years ago before leaving. If the young master returned, he must hand over Chongqui base intact. Yesterday, Che Yuan received a call from Song Yan, saying the young master had arrived in Guangcheng and intended to take over Chongqui base. At this point, regardless of the King of Jin or the ancient martial arts alliance, anyone trying to intervene, Che Yuan would not agree to. Mr. Qiu, no need to consider any further. My position has been reiterated several times. Chongqui base is a property left by the young lady for the young master. We, the Che family, are simply managing it on his behalf. Without the young master's orders, we will not hand it over to anyone. Please leave. Che Yuan motioned to the steward beside him. See our guests out. With that, Che Yuan intended to leave the hall. Many people had their eyes on Chongqui base because it contained runic warriors and the secret method of making top-tier runic weapons. Hold on. The steward was ushering Qiu Yuanji and the others out, but Qiu Yuanji showed no signs of leaving. His expression darkened. Family head Che, this is refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Must we resort to force for you to comply? You are given one final chance. Will you agree or not? Che Yuan, although kind-hearted, was not one to be trifled with easily. With a surge of inner energy, he grabbed a chair and swung it towards Qiu Yuanji and his group. This action clearly expressed his attitude. All right. Very well. Che Yuan, you forced us to this point. Humph. If you can discard even your family's lives, then perhaps you can try it. Qiu Yuanji's face turned menacing. Or perhaps you can forego your father's life. Then can you bear to lose 120 lives in the Che family? I suggest you better check on the status of your daughter and elderly father first. Perhaps, at this moment, your father is already beginning to spit blood. Hehe. Ha. Qiu Yuanji's words made Che Yuan's body tense, and he immediately felt a sense of foreboding. He turned worriedly to the steward and asked, "How are my father and Zhao Jiao? Aren't they taking a stroll in the backyard?" At that moment, a bodyguard rushed over in a hurry. Looking panicked, "Family head. It's bad. Mistook the old master out again secretly, and our men are tracking them." Che Yuan couldn't help but take in a sharp breath. If they were in the Che family estate, it would take some effort for anyone to make a move, but once they left the estate, it became unpredictable. "If you dare harm a hair on my daughter and father, I will not let you go." Che Yuan scolded at Qiu Yuanji and then dialed a video call to his daughter Zhao. That stubborn girl, he had warned her about the unrest in Guangcheng recently and advised her not to wander around. But not only did she disobey, she took the old master out as well. At the square, Zhao held her grandfather, watching him spit blood continuously and was still pondering the words Yefan said before. Suddenly seeing her father calling via video, Zhao looked bitter and somewhat frightened. With such a major incident, her father was definitely going to scold her severely. But now that things had escalated, Zhao could only grit her teeth and answer the video call. "Dad, where are you? How is grandfather now?" Dad, what's wrong with you? Why are you spitting so much blood?" In fact, Che Yuan didn't need Zhao to say much. He had already seen the condition of the old master through the video call, his face changing drastically. "What's going on exactly?" "Just now, someone bumped into us, and then another group surrounded us, claiming that my grandfather was poisoned, and bullied me. Finally, they left, and then grandfather began to spit blood." Zhao explained what had happened. Before leaving, that person said, "If we didn't want grandfather to die, we should quickly bring him back home." "Dad, they must be scammers, a gang committing crimes." "Dad, be careful. Gang committing crimes." Che Yuan glared fiercely at Qiu Yuanji and the others, his voice low as he said to Zhao, "Bring your grandfather back immediately." After hanging up, Che Yuan grabbed Qiu Yuanji by the collar, pushing him against the wall and coldly stated, "You are despicable. To employ such vile methods, what kind of skill is that?" Qiu Yuanji showed no sign of anger and instead smirked demonically. "Whether it's despicable or not doesn't matter, as long as it works. Besides, family head Che, I have given you the chance. You provoked us first. Blame yourself. I suggest you quickly have your precious daughter bring the old master back, and we will administer the antidote to him as soon as possible. If this is delayed, the antidote will lose its effectiveness. The old master's life may be in danger, and we will hold you responsible." Che Yuan was enraged and felt the urge to punch these scoundrels to oblivion, but with the antidote in their hands and his father's life at stake, Che Yuan could only suppress his anger. "Family head, there is a group of people at the door seeking an audience. They claim to have met the miss and can save the old master's life." A bodyguard informed Che Yuan at the hall entrance. Che Yuan's face turned dark. "Damn bastards, why are they here already? A gang committing crimes, and now they want to see how far they can go, even after Qiu Yuanji and his cronies threaten enough. Let them come in. Send my orders. Inform all of the Che family members to enter battle mode." Che Yuan walked towards the hall with a dark expression on his face. Those scoundrels actually dared to lay hands on their own family members. Che Yuan had already made up his mind. Today he must kill a few to make things right. Che Yuan was furious, and Qiu Yuanji and a few men beside him also looked curious. According to their orders, weren't those subordinates supposed to leave Guangcheng immediately after poisoning a few people? The following matters would naturally be handled by Qiu Yuanji and the others. How did they end up targeting the Che family? Even though the situation had already turned into a visible plot with Qiu Yuanji poisoning others, it would be best not to let the people who did the poisoning fall into Che Yuan's hands. Using such means to deal with a secular family had created a lot of pressure in the world of martial arts. Qiu Lao. Several people looked towards Qiu Yuanji. Qiu Yuanji said somewhat frustratedly, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not that stupid. It wasn't arranged by me. I'll make a call to find out what's going on." Qiu Yuanji took out his phone and dialed several numbers, the ones responsible for poisoning and monitoring. Ring, ring, ring. Qiu Yuanji tried several phone calls, but found that none of them were connecting. What's going on? I clearly saw Lord Che poisoned just now. Could something have happened? Some of Qiu Yuanji's companions started to worry. As the controllers of the four major families of Guancheng, if things get out of hand, we might be in trouble. What are you afraid of? We are all martial emperor strong. Even if we can't win, can't we still escape? Qiu Yuanji was also startled. Let's go out and see. At the entrance of the Che family, arriving were naturally Yifan, Wu Li, Wan Fugui, and others. Because Song Yang received an urgent call and was still on the phone in the car, only Yifan, Wu Li, and others arrived here. Who are the bastards who dared to poison my father? Che Yuan came out angrily, waving his hand, and a large group of Che family bodyguards surrounded Yifan and others in the middle. You were looking for death. Che Yuan's sharp gaze swept over Yifan, Guo Li, and the others, but suddenly he found Yifan somewhat familiar. Yi Xiao. Yifan, who used to be the foolish young master of the Yi family, had recently awakened. In Yun City, in the Tianan province, the news of his rise had caused quite a stir. The Xuanwu territory had appointed Yifan as the new heir, and the imperial family had even announced the establishment of the Taoishi mansion. Although the news was blocked, the Che family still had internal channels to keep informed. With the rise of such a talented figure, the Che family could not help but pay attention. Exactly, young Master Yi. Today, we have come to visit Rashleigh for some old matters. Yifan nodded slightly, sizing up Che Yuan. Indeed, there was some resemblance between him and his daughter, both exuding a fierce temperament. Move aside. Move aside. Yifan had just finished speaking when the bodyguards at the door were pushed aside, and Che Zhao rushed into the courtyard with her grandfather Che Ban on her back, her face showing urgency. When Che Zhao saw Yifan, she immediately jumped up. "Ah, you scammers, it's really you. All scammers have come to our house, Dad. It's them. They just blocked me and Grandpa earlier. Then this jerk kicked my waist, had me pinned against the pillar, kept poking Grandpa with a needle. I seriously suspect that Grandpa's bleeding was caused by him poking with a silver needle. Dad, quickly, have them all arrested." Che Zhao was indignant towards Yifan, then reprimanded the bodyguards who were still in a daze around her. "What are you all still standing there for? Get moving. If something happens to Grandpa, I'll hold you accountable." "Zhao Zhao, don't be so hasty." Cough. Is there a misunderstanding here? Che Yuan felt his head wasn't enough. Yifan's current status and fame, not to mention the fact that he was the future heir of Chiakui Base, were all settled matters. The Che family had always supported Yifan, so why would he need to poison the old lord? Wasn't that unnecessary? But at this moment, Che Zhao was completely worked up. There's absolutely no misunderstanding. Dad, look at that guy smiling so slyly. It must be them. Did they threaten you with Grandpa's life or something? Che Zhao probably knew some inside information in the Che family. It wasn't the first or second time the grandfather had been attacked and kidnapped. They did make a threat, but Che Yuan glanced towards the hall, but the ones who made the threat were not Yifan. It was someone else. Che Yuan had not finished speaking when Song Yan, who had just finished the phone call, also walked in quickly. "Brother Che, you've been talking about meeting young Master Yi in person, and now he's here. With young Master Yi around, there shouldn't be any issues regarding the Chiakui base. However, it seems Zhao Zhao has some misconceptions about us. Brother Che, you should explain it." Upon seeing Song Yan, Zhao Zhao became even more agitated. "Dad, and Uncle Song must have been deceived by these scammers, brainwashed by them. We must save Uncle Song today." Zhao Zhao's emotional outburst left Yifan, Wang Fugui, Guo Li, and others speechless. This fiery little potato, though strong in combat, seemed to be missing a screw in her head. "Little potato, if you keep calling everyone a scammer, I won't be polite and might just smack you." Wang Fugui couldn't watch anymore, stepped forward, and was about to take action. "Shut up, you big fool. I'll talk but no action. I don't have time to deal with your nonsense. Are you going to look down on me like that?" Wang Fugui turned to Yifan with a frustrated look. Big brother, I really want to teach that little potato lesson. Yifan calmly observed the situation, his powerful perception sensing the tension in the hall. He immediately noticed Qu Yuanji and others looking uneasy. Damn, Yifan showed up at this time. Things might get complicated. Mr. Q, the Nangong family, is backing Yifan from behind, wiping out the Feng family. We probably still dare not directly confront them right now. Yes. Is today's operation plan going to fail? Qu Yuanji also had a sense of foreboding. Were Yifan's actions influencing their plans from behind? Everyone inside, come out. Dare to act but dare not admit it. Yifan's voice echoed into the hall, commanding and authoritative, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Let's go. It's time to come out of hiding. Qu Yuanji smiled bitterly, leading to companions as they walked towards the courtyard outside the hall. In the courtyard, Zhao Zhao, feeling helpless, noticed everyone present was calm and frustrated, on the verge of going crazy. You all. It wasn't until she saw three martial arts powerhouses walk out of the hall that Zhao Zhao frowned. Seeming to understand something, she turned to her father Che Yuan with a puzzled look. Che Yuan nodded. That's right. Zhao Zhao, I didn't finish my words earlier. Indeed, someone came to threaten us at home, claiming the old lord had been poisoned, but those who threatened me were them, not young Master Yi. Che Yuan glared harshly at Qu Yuanji and others before giving a slight nod to Yifan. And in that moment, Zhao Zhao's chaos in the wind began. So, was this all just a misunderstanding? Was she a complete clown? Che Zhao turned her gaze towards Yifan, who gave a sinister smile. I told you we would meet again, didn't I? Look, we met so soon, didn't we? You, I. Che Zhao remembered all the actions Yifan did back at the square. Could it be that Yifan was really helping Grandpa detox and save him? But when did Grandpa get poisoned? How come I know nothing about it? What do you think, little potato? Do you understand now? If it wasn't for Big Brother's help, your grandpa would be dead by now. Why don't you thank my big brother nicely and apologize to him? Wang Fugui scolded Che Zhao with a smug look, but Che Zhao only thought for a few seconds before immediately coming up with another possibility. HMPH. Dad, don't be fooled by them. Maybe they are in cahoots, working together to deceive you. Even Che Yuan was stunned by his daughter's wild imagination. Qu Yuanji and his group are members of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. They want to take over the Chongqi base, poison Grandpa. But Yifan is the owner of the Chongqi base, so it doesn't make sense. Silly girl. Your brain must have been eaten by dogs. Yifan shook his head helplessly. Although Yifan has a good temper, at this moment, he really wanted to give this silly girl a good spanking. If Yifan didn't have the intention of completely subduing Che Zhao, he would have just ignored her. The members of Qu Yuanji's group originally thought they were already in trouble today, but when they heard Che Zhao's unexpected support, they immediately changed their tune. Yes, that's right, we are indeed in cahoots, and all of it was his idea. He arranged for the poisoning of the old master. Qu Yuanji signaled to his two companions. The three of them immediately accused Yifan of being in cahoots. This sudden turn of events made Che Yuan, who had already recognized Yifan, somewhat unsure. Who should I believe? Che Yuan was usually simple-minded, but with everyone scheming against each other, he felt like his brain was about to explode. Che Yuan said, Brother Che, don't listen to their nonsense. They are framing us. How could Yifan possibly poison the old master? I saw with my own eyes, Yifan was clearly helping the old master detoxify. And Zhao Jiao even fought with Yifan. Dad, they confess themselves. Let's not worry about it for now. Just capture all of them and interrogate them slowly. We will figure it out eventually. Che Zhao retorted loudly. It seems you really have a death wish. Yifan coldly snorted and shouted outside the gate. Yukong and the members of Qianji Pavilion immediately appear in the courtyard, escorting a group of men wearing headgear. Let us go. Who the hell are you people? How dare you arrest us? Do you know who we are? Our boss is Qu Yuanji, the deputy leader of the Ancient Martial Arts Alliance. HMPH. You are from the Che family, right? Yes, I admit that I poisoned the old master. Do you know what that means? Without our unique antidote, the old master is as good as dead. Back off. If you dare stop me, I will crush this vial. The men wearing headgear knelt on the ground, still cursing, while Qu Yuanji, seeing these men, turned pale. This, 1, 2, 3. Qu Yuanji counted. The men he sent to poison, the ones monitoring, there were a total of a dozen or so, but all of them were subdued by Yifan. Is it him? That man with the duckbill hat? Did he really poison Grandpa? Che Zhao saw the man with the duckbill hat and remembered that he bumped into Grandpa at the square. Did he poison him just like that? How did he do it? Oh my goodness! Is it really them? These men wearing headgear? Are they the real culprits along with Qiu Yuanji and his group? And this Yifan, and his companions, were they really trying to save Grandpa? But I still need to scold him, bite him. I just misunderstood him earlier. What should I do? Che Zhao felt so ashamed that she wished she could find a hole to hide in and even avoid Yifan's gaze. The men who were captured had their headgear removed. Everyone's eyes were on Qiu Yuanji. Master Qiu, please help us. We followed the route you arranged for evacuation. We don't know where they came from and suddenly captured us. You promised us that we could leave after completing this mission. I even recorded it. You can't break your promise. Listening to these stupid words from his subordinates, Qiu Yuanji was on the verge of going crazy. These idiots, if they don't speak up now, who would consider them mute? Seeing the situation in front of him, although they were also martial emperor powerhouses, with Yifan and Yukon on one side, along with the martial emperor powerhouse arranged by the Jins, if a fight were to break out, Qiu Yuanji's side wouldn't have the upper hand. Before a few of his subordinates could finish speaking, Qiu Yuanji's aura of martial arts began to fluctuate, preparing to forcibly break through and escape. Che Yuan, even though he was slow-witted, also realized the situation. Men, take down Qiu Yuanji. The bodyguards of the Cha family immediately rushed towards Qiu Yuanji, blocking his escape route. Qiu Yuanji sneered and took out a porcelain bottle from his body, teasingly said, "Don't come any closer. Don't forget, we poisoned your old master. Without our unique antidote, the old master is as good as dead. Get out of the way. If you dare block me, I will crush it right away." Qiu Yuanji held the bottle in his hand, taunting the bodyguards of the Cha family, but his main focus was still on Yifan and his companions. The bodyguards of the Cha family were only at the control grandmother realm. Qiu Yuanji could easily deal with them. The most headache-inducing were Yifan and Yukon, the two martial emperor powerhouses, in addition to Guo Li, Wang Fugui, and others who were already at the martial venerable realm. With the bottle in hand, everyone seemed hesitant to make a move, taking a step back. Seeing Qiu Yuanji and his companions already reaching the entrance of the courtyard, Yifan gave a cold snort and took action. 3,000 red threads shot out. Before Qiu Yuanji and the others could react, the red thread overlord's body had already entwined around Qiu Yuanji and his companions. The threads were like tendons, directly controlling their meridians. Danshan. The bodies of Qiu Yuanji and the others immediately stiffened in place, unable to move an inch. Oh. What? Yifan, what have you done? What's wrong with my body? Qiu Yuanji was stunned as he saw the red threads entering his body, completely immobilizing them. The three of them were all martial emperor powerhouses. How could they lose their combat ability instantly? When did the battle strength of martial emperor level experts become so weak? In reality, it was not that their battle strength had weakened, but that Yifan was too powerful. With the strength of a 9th grade martial emperor, his bones had already transcended to the level of spiritual bones, coupled with the godly fragments in his body, the 9 Dragon Sun Meridian, and the firepower. Yifan could easily defeat most martial sage powerhouses. The inevitable result before them was that Qiu Yuanji and his group's plan had completely failed. According to Yifan's character, to date, they had no chance of survival at all. A red thread pulled the vial in Qiu Yuanji's hand, dragging it to Yifan. Yifan opened the bottle, sniffed it, frowned. HMPH. This is not an antidote at all. It's another powerful poison. You seek death. As he spoke, Yifan smashed the vial on the ground. With a hissing sound, as the bottle shattered, the liquid inside flowed onto the cement floor, instantly corroding several large craters into the cement, showing the strength of the poison. Che Zhao, witnessing this scene, shuddered. If she had foolishly given the antidote to Grandpa, wouldn't that have hastened his demise? Speak. Where is the real antidote? Although Yifan did have the means to help Grandpa detoxify, with the true antidote, Yifan would naturally have an easier time. Ha ha. Antidote. You're thinking too much. With a combination of 72 poisons, how could there be an antidote? There's no antidote. Yifan, today I'm dead anyway. Dragging one down with me. The road to the underworld won't be lonely. Qiu Yuanji burst into maniacal laughter, not fearing the consequences. Che Zhao gasped at the revelation. No antidote. How would Grandpa's poisoning be cured? Remembering what Yifan said before, only he could save Grandpa, but she had already made a tough statement that even if she died, she wouldn't beg Yifan to save Grandpa. Che Zhao looked at the lake in the courtyard, a struggling expression on her face, contemplating if she should actually jump. Poof! Yifan suddenly struck out, directly shattering Qiu Yuanji's chest with a punch. He coldly said, "Humph, do you think you can backstab me? Dream on." As he spoke, Yifan grabbed Qiu Yuanji's head and activated the 7-star soul extinction technique. What are you going to do? Powerful mental energy surged into Qiu Yuanji's head, coupled with the intense pain in his chest, causing him to scream in agony instantly. But in an instant, under the pressure of the 7-star soul extinction, Qiu Yuanji's expression dimmed, his eyes hollow. Where is the antidote? Yifan stared coldly at Qiu Yuanji, searching with his mental energy in his head. There really is no antidote. We never intended to let Sir Che live. Who? Hearing Qiu Yuanji's words, everyone present couldn't help but take a cold breath. It was clear to everyone that Yifan was using a form of mental manipulation, similar to hypnotizing Qiu Yuanji. In this situation, if Qiu Yuanji said there was no antidote, then it was likely true. Yifan furrowed his brow and released Qiu Yuanji, turning to look at the elderly Sir Che beside him. Earlier, Yifan had used the Guiguzi 13 needles to protect Sir Ke's vital points, so although Sir Che was still coughing up blood and convulsing, he was not in danger of dying for the time being. Yifan, give up. You can't save Chedibang. Humph. You won't easily obtain the Chongqui base. And even if you get hold of the Chongqui base, you won't be able to defend it. On the side, 2 other companions of Qiu Yuanji also spoke arrogantly. Who? Yifan's thoughts stirred, and flames surged forth, instantly burning Qiu Yuanji's 2 companions into powder. Who said I can't save Sir Che? Yifan smirked, turning to look at Che Zhao. Che Zhao felt a bit uneasy under Yifan's gaze. Che Yuan also realized that to save the old man today, they might need Yifan's help. Please lend a hand and save the old man. Seeing his father's current state, Che Yuan also felt uncomfortable. Yifan smiled faintly. Of course, I will help. However, I am waiting for someone to speak first. Just now, someone kept calling me a fraud, and my mood is not very good right now. Che Yuan looked somewhat embarrassed towards Che Zhao, sighing inwardly. This girl had been spoiled too much by him. Che Zhao had now understood everything. It turned out she had misunderstood Yifan. Clearly, Yifan wanted to save her grandfather, but she had mistakenly attacked him and called him a fraud. She had vowed not to beg Yifan at the time, but now she had to. Embarrassing. The capital letters of embarrassment. Che Zhao felt like she had already sunk down to the bottom of the floor. Seeing the miserable state of her grandfather, if she didn't act now, her grandfather might be beyond saving. Although extremely embarrassed and unwilling, for the sake of her grandfather, Che Zhao gritted her teeth. I'm sorry. Che Zhao bowed 90 degrees to Yifan. I was wrong. I shouldn't have called you a fraud. It was my misunderstanding. Please, Mr. Yi, help treat my grandfather. I beg you. Che Zhao mechanically bent down to 90 degrees, and the small scarf on her body almost couldn't hide the overwhelming guilt, her hair falling down, covering most of her face. Yifan didn't see the flush on Che Zhao's face at this moment, which made her a little more composed. Heh. Miss Che Zhao, is this how you plead? Yifan smiled wickedly at Che Zhao. The steward of the Che family, seeing Yifan's attitude, couldn't bear it and said to Che Yuan, Master, isn't it about time? If this goes on, the old master won't make it. Although anxious, Che Yuan also realized that Yifan was deliberately making things difficult for Che Zhao. There must be a reason for his actions. Let's see what happens first. I remember you said that even if Che Zhao drowned, she wouldn't beg me, right? Wang Fugui finally found an opportunity to speak up, adding loudly. Yes, that's what she said. Humph. Little potato, feeling proud, are you? Come on. If you have the guts, jump from here. If you jump, my brother will immediately help your grandfather with his treatment. Wang Fugui still harbored resentment from being punched away by Che Zhao earlier. You. All of you. Che Zhao looked up, looking at Yifan and Wang Fugui with a resentful gaze. Do you have no pity or compassion? Pity and compassion. Completely non-existent. All right. Jumping into the water, right? I'll jump. Che Zhao made a firm decision and leapt into the nearby lake. Plunk! Che Zhao's petite body instantly plunged into the lake, and her body began to thrash in the water. Ah! Gulp! Che Yuan saw Che Zhao's actions and didn't react for a moment. Ah! Quick! Someone! Save Zhao Zhao! She can't swim! Huh! Yifan was also taken aback. This fierce girl couldn't swim and jump down like that. Yifan had just wanted to tease Che Zhao a bit, to make her realize her mistakes. But he didn't intend to endanger Che Zhao in any way. Seeing Che Zhao sinking towards the bottom of the lake, Yifan swiftly dashed over, reaching out to grab her and flying back to the shore. Che Zhao, soaked from head to toe, clung tightly to Yifan's neck, wrapping around him like an octopus. The guilt pressed against Yifan, soaking his clothes thoroughly. Yifan looked at the delicate waist in front of him, unsure of where to put his hands. In this situation, should he hold her or not? Dragon. Damn. I see a dragon wrapping around my big brother. Yifan hadn't made any move yet, but Wang Fugui suddenly exclaimed beside him. Everyone blinked, and they all saw it. A faint golden light appeared on Che Zhao's body, transforming into a dragon shape that coiled around Yifan, seeming very lively. Che Zhao had the shape of a dragon on her body. What is going on? Wang Fugui and others noticed the situation on Che Zhao's body, and Yifan naturally noticed it too. Earlier on the square, Yifan had sensed the dragon-shaped pattern on Che Zhao's body, with a faint dragon chant. At that time, Yifan was not sure, but now, Yifan clearly saw that the 9 dragon patterns on his chest, one of them began to emit a dazzling light, as if in response to the dragon shape on Che Zhao's body. Che Zhao's slender waist at the moment was irresistibly attractive to Yifan, as if it was pulling Yifan's hand towards her waist. Hiss! When Yifan's wrist supported Che Zhao's slender waist, Yifan couldn't help but take a deep breath. A strong and ancient aura flowed from Che Zhao's body to Yifan's body. It seemed like the joy of a long-awaited reunion, or maybe a wait of thousands of years, finally seeing the light of day. The feeling was very strange. Yifan looked at the ponytailed Ziluoli in front of him, frowning, feeling somewhat bewildered. It seemed like this person in front of him was deeply entwined with him, but Yifan couldn't make sense of it for a while. Ying. As Yifan's hot palm covered Che Zhao's waist, Che Zhao couldn't help but make a sound, her eyes full of surprise, murmuring, "Wan, have I finally found you?" Suddenly, this sentence filled Yifan with doubts. What did you say? Yifan stared at Che Zhao closely. This girl seemed to know some truth. What was really hidden behind Yifan's 9 Dragons Yang channels? But to Yifan's disappointment, when Che Zhao was asked by Yifan, she immediately woke up from that confused state. Where are you touching? Let go of me. The golden dragon-shaped light surrounding Che Zhao also disappeared instantly. After rebuking Yifan, Che Zhao realized her own improper actions, entangling with Yifan like an octopus, seeming to be more improper than Yifan was. Her calling gradually weakened. Then she quickly released the entangled legs of Yifan, separated from Yifan. Thank you. It was at this moment that Che Zhao finally realized that Yifan had saved her. Embarrassing. Why did she always end up in awkward situations every time she encountered Yifan? But what shocked Che Zhao even more was that after Yifan's wrist left, she felt a majestic warm flow rushing into her body, and in a short time, she quickly developed a martial aura. For many years, Che Zhao had been unable to cultivate any martial aura, but just a touch on her waist from Yifan, her martial strength almost reached the mastery level, close to that of a grandmother. Was Yifan's touch so magical? And, for some reason, after the intimate contact with Yifan just now, Che Zhao found that Yifan seemed to possess a fatal allure to her, making her want to approach Yifan involuntarily, as if Yifan was a very important person to her. You're welcome. Yifan also realized that there was definitely some mysterious connection between Che Zhao and himself. Those words she uttered seemed to be a primal instinct calling from behind Che Zhao, just temporarily inexplicable. But Yifan's attitude towards Che Zhao had already improved a lot. Yifan had already decided in his heart that, if possible, he would keep this violent little potato by his side. After all, Che Zhao's bloodline should have some similarities with his. Theft. Just as Yifan and Che Zhao had just come back to their senses, beside them, old Master Chedibang once again started spewing black blood uncontrollably. And this time, the blood had already turned black. Father, Che Yuan, upon seeing the condition of the old master, was so anxious that he was about to jump up. Yishao, what do you think? Yifan frowned and quickly moved forward, placing Chedibang directly on the stone table in the courtyard. All 81 silver needles in his hand were used, and he exerted the full force of the Ghost Valley's 13 needles to quickly block the toxins in the old master's body, hoping to force them out. The Ghost Valley's 13 needles, a lost art in the world for many years, were extremely powerful and could even snatch people from the hands of the King of Hell. If it were regular toxins, even 72 types of them, Ethan could completely detoxify the old master by using the burning red flames to assist, along with the dominance of the red silk overlord's body. However, Ethan displayed all 81 forms of the Ghost Valley's 13 needles, almost reaching the old master's arms with the toxins being forced to that extent. It was about to succeed, but at the next moment, Ethan was shocked to find that from the old master's body, those toxins were growing as if regenerating, rapidly covering the old master's whole body once again. And within those toxins, there was a hidden dark and sinister aura. The aura of the soul-locking wood. Ethan sensed the dark aura in the old master's body and his face changed instantly. Just a few hours ago, Ethan had been ambushed by Pan Shai, infiltrated by the soul-locking wood, almost being killed by that dark aura. And now, the old master Key's body also had the aura of the soul-locking wood. Did the minions of King Jin and the ancient martial families both have these evil things? Did they have the hand of the same powerful expert? Was it the work of that immortal? Fortunately, the dark energy in the old Master Key's body was weaker than the dark energy in Yifan's body, and it was only lurking in his blood, not attached to his bones. However, even so, it was still somewhat troublesome to deal with it now. Yi Xiao, how is it? Seeing Yifan suddenly stop his actions, Che Yuan was full of worry. Beside him, Che Zhao frowned and said, Yifan, are you able to do it? I've apologized. I've jumped into the water. What more do you want? Use whatever means you have. Are you thinking about taking advantage of me? Well, I promise you, if you can really cure Grandpa, I'll do whatever you want. Che Zhao hesitated for a moment, then blushing, she spoke with a bit of embarrassment. Humph, men are all bad. Yifan was speechless for a moment. It was a mess. This silly girl, back at the square, when the poison was just getting into her system, she wanted to be saved, but she was blocking Yifan in every way, and now she was causing this situation, with Che Zhao taking most of the blame. Faft! Old Master Chetibang began to spew blood again, and this time the blood was already a strong black color, and even his skin began to turn completely black. Beside them, the still conscious Che Yuan, seeing the situation in front of him, burst into a mad laugh. Yifan, don't bother. Do you think our poison is so simple? The restrictions in between were set by a high-level expert invited by the league leader. Chetibang is doomed. Unless you drain his blood, otherwise these toxins will continue to grow endlessly. Ha ha. Damn it. Yifan was somewhat angry. He clenched his fist and watched the old master getting worse and worse, his brow furrowing into twists. Was he just going to watch Chetibang die in front of him? If Chetibang really die, although Che Yuan might still support him in taking over the Chongqui base, there would probably be some resentment in his heart, right? Ooh. What to do? At this moment, the people around, Wu Li, Wang Fugui, Yukon, Che Yuan, and others all had sorrowful faces, frowning as they looked at Yifan, their hearts hanging by a thread. In the false summit on the lake, the flowing water was still gurgling and making ding-dong sounds. Flowing water? Exchange? Seeing this scene, a spark suddenly flashed in Yifan's mind. Looking at the still-alive Qi Yuan, he had a bold idea. Blood exchange. Minister you. Use the vitality power to assist Qi Yuanji quickly. Make sure he doesn't die immediately. Yifan shouted at Yukon, a wicked smile appearing on his lips. Humph. Does this Qi Yuanji think he can just sit back and watch his own joke unfold? Then let him throw stones at his own feet. Yifan's idea was simple. Since the blood in old Qi's body had been completely contaminated and couldn't be saved, it needed to be drained completely to survive. So why not abandon the original blood and directly exchange it with Qi Yuanji's blood? Qi Yuanji was in his prime, a martial emperor powerhouse, as healthy as could be. Using Qi Yuanji's blood to exchange with the contaminated blood in old Qi's body was a perfect solution. As for the exchange catheter, it might require dialysis equipment in a hospital, which would be very troublesome. But Yifan had 3,000 red threads in his body, the red thread overlord body. With delicate catheters, it couldn't have been more convenient. Yifan, I promise to give you my body. Don't give people hope and then disappoint them. Hurry, save my grandfather. Why did you suddenly stop? It's necessary for you to heal, my grandfather. I will listen to you in the future, okay? Zhao pleaded with tears in her eyes, grabbing Yifan's arm and shaking it. But as Zhao shook his arm, the basketball-shaped object was forced out. Although there was a warm flow, at this moment, Yifan had no time to deal with these things. Remember what you said. Yifan finished speaking, suddenly realizing there was some ambiguity. Yifan had wanted to tell Zhao to remember to stop him in the future, but with the preceding words, it might lead to misunderstandings. However, seeing old Che gradually weakening, Yifan had no time to explain. Get out of the way. After pushing Zhao aside, Yifan's mind moved, and 3,000 red threads appeared on his wrist, splitting into two groups. One group entered Old Qi's body while the other penetrated into Qiu Yuanji's body, intertwining tightly with Qiu Yuanji's blood vessels, beginning to absorb his fresh red blood. At this point, Qiu Yuanji was under Yu Qiang's control and couldn't even think of dying. Although there was a hole blasted in his chest, the wound was stopped from bleeding and he was receiving vitality power from Yukong. Qiu Yuanji's mind was clearer than ever. Seeing the strange red threads absorbing blood from his body, Qiu Yuanji looked panicked. Yifan, you devil. What are you trying to do? Kill you. But what else are you planning? The healthy red blood flowed rapidly through the red thread catheter, with its other end plunging into Old Qi's veins. Simultaneously, the red threads that had entered Old Qi's body began to rapidly extract the contaminated blood, sending it quickly into Qiu Yuanji's body. Old Qi's previously contaminated blood, after entering Yifan's red thread overlord body catheter, tried to corrode it, but a golden light appeared on the red thread overlord body, making the dark energy behave. Despite the minute size of the red thread catheters, there were thousands of them operating simultaneously. In just a few moments, Old Qi's once dark skin had turned back into a normal color. On the other hand, half of Qiu Yuanji's body's blood had been drained and exchanged with Old Qi's contaminated blood, with his body turning half black. Ah! Damn it, Yifan, you despicable person, how could you be so underhanded, resorting to such deceitful tactics? It's infuriating, so infuriating. Stop it. Stop, please. Ah! Qiu Yuanji wasn't afraid of death but couldn't stand the humiliation of dying in such a way. Originally planning to kill Old Che and use his life to pressure Che Yuan into compromise, Qiu Yuanji found himself in an unexpected predicament, turning into a scapegoat for Old Che. He roared in unwillingness, but it was all in vain. The 3,000 red threads spun rapidly, and within a few seconds, the blood exchange had been completed. Yifan retracted the red threads, signaling to Yukong to release Qiu Yuanji. At that moment, Qiu Yuanji's body was enveloped in intense black toxins, almost turning to charcoal. 72 types of toxins ravaged Qiu Yuanji's body, with his body being the battlefield, as the dark energy corroded his veins. Theft! Qiu Yuanji collapsed on the ground, staring resentfully at Yifan. Are you a demon? The next moment, as the toxins and dark energy exerted their full force, Qiu Yuanji disintegrated into a puddle of bloody water, emitting a foul odor. Yifan flicked his wrist, and a blaze swept through the puddle of blood, turning Qiu Yuanji into nothingness, as if he had never existed. Is that it? Yifan's domineering actions left everyone present in awe. Blood exchange. Deceitful tactics. How did Yifan come up with such a plan? Che Yuan and Song Yang watched Yifan with astonishment, their eyes shining. The young master is so powerful, perhaps even more formidable than the mist from the past. After being weak for so many years, the Chongqui base might finally rise in power again. The flames, the 3,000 red threads. How many cards does the young master have up his sleeve? This is too powerful. Wang Fugui still seemed clueless, having already seen some of the boss's methods. Yukong looked knowingly, acknowledging the power of the Lord. Zhao felt a sense of relief as she watched Qiu Yuanji disappear, releasing the pent-up anger in her heart. That damned scoundrel actually dared to harm her grandfather. He deserved what he got. Yet, even though Qiu Yuanji was gone, could her grandfather really be healed? Grandfather? Zhao called out to Bang, who lay on the stone table. Dad, can you hear me? Che Yuan also walked over to Bang and held his hand, full of hope. But after calling out to Bang for a while, there was still no response. Che Yuan reached out to Bang's nostrils, and he screamed in surprise. Ah, Dad, don't scare me. Why aren't you breathing? Yisha, you said everything was fine just now. How? Che Yuan's body trembled. Earlier, Che Yuan had sensed the revitalization of vitality in his father's body. So how suddenly was there no breathing? No breathing. Yifan raised an eyebrow. This shouldn't be happening. After completing the blood exchange just now, Yifan had carefully examined it using his magic eye. Not only had all the toxins and dark energy in Old Key's body been removed, but even his previous ailments like diabetes had been completely eradicated. At this moment, Old Che should have been no different from a healthy middle-aged man. Ha ha. Dig son, did I scare you? Surprised. Before Yifan could speak, Che Ban, lying on the table, suddenly bounced up and leapt down. I feel like I've become 50 years younger. So powerful. Ha ha. Che Yuan and Che Zhao were speechless. Despite his age, their grandfather was still so mischievous. Let's go. It's a great day today. We must go out for a celebration, to thank the young master for saving our lives. Although Che Bang was a bit mischievous, when he turned to Yifan, he exhibited a sincere expression. Just as everyone was about to go out for a meal, two martial emperor powerhouses suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their way. Sorry, others can leave, but without the manager's orders, nobody can leave the compound for a step. The two martial emperor powerhouses who appear were none other than the ones arranged by Pan Chai to monitor Che Yuan. Upon seeing the appearance of these two powerful martial emperors, Che Yuan forced a bitter smile and said, "It's these two big fools who have been monitoring me since last night." Although Che Yuan had barely entered the martial emperor level, he was only at the first rank of martial emperor strength. Faced with two grand martial emperors of the third rank, he was simply no match for them. Moreover, with so many family members around, Che Yuan could only endure the situation. Don't call us big fools. Che Yuan Patriarch, we've tolerated you for a long time. If you dare call us that again, we won't be polite. Yifan glanced over and discovered bug eggs in the bodies of the two martial emperor masters as well. However, these two martial emperor masters seemed to be a bit smarter than the ones who had pursued Song Yang before. But Yifan's red silk tyrant's body, with its bloodline pressure, far exceeded those bug eggs, showing no fear at all. If I want to take the Che Yuan Patriarch away, what can you do? Yifan took a step forward, staring calmly at the two martial emperor masters. Anyone who disobeys the chief's orders will be mercilessly killed. The two martial emperor masters coldly snorted in unison, their martial aura surging violently throughout their bodies. Be careful. Che Zhao, seeing Yifan directly confronting the two martial emperor masters, couldn't help but worrying. She quickly rushed to Yifan's side, raised her fist, ready to fight at any moment. Forget it. Don't engage in direct conflict with them. Otherwise, you will be hurt. Che Zhao knew that Yifan's medical skills were impressive, but she didn't know that Yifan was even stronger. Due to their previous close contact and the appearance of the dragon-shaped flowing light, Che Zhao felt a strange connection between herself and Yifan. Hurt? Upon hearing Che Zhao's words, Song Yan, Wang Fugui, and others couldn't help but twitch their facial muscles. Yifan's current strength had already reached the 9th rank of martial emperor. If he wanted to, he could instantly kill these trash martial emperor masters. Moreover, Yifan's red silk tyrant's body could easily make these martial emperor masters submit. How could he possibly be hurt? But today's conflict is inevitable. Yifan smiled faintly. Yifan wanted to take over the Chongqi base, but he needed the support of the Che family. However, with two strong individuals from the Pan Shai family guarding the Che family, Che Yuan had no freedom to act. How could they support Yifan? However, Che Zhao wanted to continue speaking, but Yifan interrupted her directly. Don't worry. I have my ways. If I don't act within 30 seconds, I'll make them kneel and call me father. What? Che Zhao looked puzzled. Yifan, don't boast. They are two powerful martial emperors. If you can make them kneel and call you father without acting, it's possible. But how could they willingly call you father if you don't do anything? Yes, we won't call you father. The two martial emperor masters opposite them coldly rebuke and reach for the war knives at their waists. Although Yifan hadn't made a move yet, their intuition told them that Yifan was dangerous, especially with the intimidating aura emanating from him. It made them want to kneel and worship him upon seeing it. That aura was none other than Yifan's red silk tyrant's body within his body. That red silk spiritual body was a ruler-class existence among their body's bug eggs. In the hierarchical system of the bug egg lineage, there was strict bloodline suppression from lower to higher levels. Whether or not you call, it's not up to you. Yifan took a step forward, already close to the two grand martial emperor masters. Don't come any closer, or I'll strike you. The two martial emperor masters' knives continued to swing, trying to slash at Yifan, but the aura of Yifan's red silk spiritual body intimidated them, making them unable to strike. Do you want me to strike? Come on, strike at me. Yifan pointed to his head, nearly bringing his neck under the blade of the two martial emperor masters. Do I truly want to strike you? I really want to. Don't force me. Because of fear, the expressions on the faces of the two martial emperor masters changed drastically, and their wrists trembled violently. Even though Yifan's neck was right under their blades, they couldn't strike. In fact, they even moved their blades away to prevent accidentally injuring Yifan's neck. This scene left Che Yuan, Che Deban, Che Zhao, and others wide-eyed in disbelief. What was going on? Was Yifan really their father? They were facing each other so closely. Yet these two martial emperors still didn't act. On the other side, Song Yan also felt relieved at the scene before him. When Yifan dealt with the two martial emperors who had pursued Song Yan earlier, Song Yan couldn't quite make out what had happened. But then those two martial emperor masters had submitted. Now, Song Yan could see that Yifan must possess some kind of super secret technique that no one understood. Shaking his head, Yifan swiftly reached out, placed his hand on the shoulders of the two martial emperor masters, and in an instant, the red silk threads in Yifan's palm entered the bodies of the two men, binding their bug eggs quickly, forcefully collecting their rent. The golden light flowed into Yifan's body along the threads. The golden threads in Yifan's danshan, which had already weakened considerably, began to thicken again. With the binding of the red silk tyrant's body tentacles to the bug eggs in the bodies of the two martial emperor masters, the bloodline suppression aura flooded in, and the expressions in the eyes of the two martial emperor masters changed drastically. From fear just a moment ago, they immediately turned into deep piety and worship. Underlings pay respect to the master. Sout, Sout. In Che Zhao's eyes filled with incredulity, the two martial emperor masters knelt directly before Yifan, submitting and calling Yifan their master. Although they didn't call him father, the impact of this scene on Che Yuan, Che Zhao, and others was even more intense than being called father. Yifan, how did you do this? They kneeled and begged for forgiveness just with a pat from Yifan. Impressive, young master. Che Yuan didn't understand what had happened, but thinking back to the mysterious methods on Nissa's body 20 years ago, he felt relieved. Since it was Mrs. Bloodline, everything made sense now. From this moment on, you are numbered as number 3 and number 4. Go back. When reporting to Pan Shai, say. Yifan forcefully took Che Yuan away. Yes, master. Number 3 and number 4 responded without hesitation, instantly leaving the scene. And just like that, they left. The Che family's bodyguards, seeing this scene, were completely confused. Just last night, when these two martial emperor masters from the Pan Shai family forcibly entered the Che family, the Che family's guards fought them, and in the end, some guards were beaten up, and a few even die, but those two martial emperor masters didn't budge an inch. And now, they just left. The group drove away from the Che family mansion and headed towards the nearby Broad City Grand Hotel. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw the Che family steward, Che Ming, pacing back and forth in front of the hotel entrance with bruises on his face. What's going on? Didn't I ask you to come early to reserve a private room? How did you end up like this? Che Yuan, seeing his steward in such a state, furrowed his brow. It was just a reservation for a private room for dinner. How could something simple like this not be done right? Patriarch, it's young Master Chen from the Chen family, Chen Feng. I had already reserved a private room, but he insisted on taking it from me. I just tried to explain, and he had someone beat me up like this. Chen family, Chen Feng. Yifan frowned. The Chen family, which managed the Chongqi base, was one of the 4 major families. According to Song Yan, the Chen family had fully allied with King Jin. This was aimed at him, right? He took the private room you reserved. Don't you know you could have just switched to another room? Che Yuan was feeling a headache. In recent years, the Chen family, thanks to finding a new backer, had become increasingly arrogant, completely disregarding the other 3 families. Che Ming forced a bitter smile. Patriarch, that's what I thought too. The key is, I've already switched private rooms 3 times, but he snatched them all from me, just to give me a hard time, making me crawl out from the inside. He said that unless I bark like a dog today, he absolutely wouldn't let me in. Bullying to this extent is simply outrageous. Is this really justified? He wouldn't be so arrogant in front of his own father. Che Yuan was going crazy. The young master had helped the Cha family so much today, and he just wanted to find a place to entertain the young master properly, but he ran into such a frustrating situation. Humph, Che Yuan, I'm bullying you. What can you do about it? I just heard you call me a dog earlier. Now, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and slap yourself twice. I'll pretend nothing happened, or else I'll tarnish your daughter right in front of you. A young man in a checkered shirt, with hands in his pockets, swaggered up to the hotel door. It was none other than Chen Feng, the eldest young master of the Chen family, one of the four major families. This guy is wearing a pair of gold-framed glasses, with a middle parting in his hair, a cheeky beard, and a slightly bloated face. At first glance, you can tell he's been drained dry by women. While Chen Feng was speaking arrogantly, he used his pinky finger to pick his nose, then disgustingly extended his finger in front of Che Yuan and said, "If you don't want to kneel, fine, swallow this, and I will forgive you generously. How about that? Am I magnanimous enough? Damn, this is too much." Che Zhao couldn't stand it anymore. She stomped her foot on the ground and rushed forward, ready to punch Chen Feng. This violent little potato, originally at the master level of martial arts, had just had an intimate encounter with Yifan, which caused a surge of martial energy in her body, increasing her strength to the martial sage level. Qiu. The air was torn apart by Che Zhao's punch, emitting a mournful cry. Just as Che Zhao was about to hit Chen Feng's chest, Chen Feng nonchalantly grabbed Che Zhao's wrist, sneered wickedly, and said, "Hehe, my little Zhao Zhao, are you more eager than Big Brother? Hehe. Don't worry, I will whip you well later. Look at this beautiful chin, TSK, so tender. Must be very appealing. Let Big Brother see how you've developed." As he spoke, Chen Feng reached out to tear open Che Zhao's clothes. "Beast, you're asking for death." Che Yuan, with a grim look, scolded as he rushed forward, forcefully pulling Chen Feng's hand away. "Let go of my daughter." While scolding Che Yuan, who wanted to pull Che Zhao back, but a gray-robed old man next to Chen Feng quickly flashed in front of Che Yuan, grabbing Che Yuan's shoulder, immobilizing him, unable to move at all. "Master Che, let the young people deal with their own affairs, right? Furthermore, my young master is interested in your daughter, which is your honor. You should be grateful, understand?" The gray-robed old man was also a martial emperor powerhouse, but significantly stronger than Che Yuan. He had Che Yuan locked down for a few seconds before Che Yuan managed to free himself with much effort. "Exactly. Master Che, you should be grateful. I'm even planning to give your daughter few billion years of life. You see how generous I am. Haha." Chen Feng, feeling empowered with a martial emperor backing him up, started to act cocky. He tried to rub the dirt he dug out from his nostrils onto Che Yuan. Disgusted, Che Yuan twisted his body to avoid Chen Feng's actions. "Hey, daring to dodge. Asking for death, aren't you? John Lao, catch him. I have to feed him to you today." Chen Feng's temper flared up. "Che Yuan, you old fool, still acting cocky? Do you think it's still your ear out? Let me tell you, your era has ended. Now that Pan, the steward next to King Jin, has arrived in Guancheng, you're so clueless." "Humph, don't blame me for being impolite." Bump. Zhang Lao from the Chen family made a move to control Che Yuan. They exchanged 8 moves in a short period. Although Zhang Lao was a bit more powerful than Che Yuan, the outcome was undecided. "This is pointless. You two fight it out. I'm going to start my fight." Chen Feng smirked and, while still holding on to Che Zhao, was attempting to unfasten his trousers. "With so many spectators here, it's definitely very exciting. I love it. What happens next can already be guessed." Seeing that Yifan hadn't made a move yet, Che Yuan became anxious. "Yun Yi." On the other side, Che Zhao shouted, "Brother Fan, aren't you going to make a move? Your woman is about to be bullied, and you're just watching." "My woman?" Yifan was taken aback and quickly recalled. Although Yifan was curious about the dragon tattoo on Che Zhao's body, when did Che Zhao become his woman? He hadn't done anything out of line. However, upon hearing Che Zhao's words, Chen Feng looked even more excited as he glanced at Yifan. "So, you're actually the woman of that idiot from the Yi family. With your movements, it must be even more thrilling. Yifan, let me tell you, they might fear you, but I don't fear you. You want to take over the Tiakui base, It's not that easy. What Chen Feng said was almost identical to what the people like Qi Yuanji in the ancient martial alliance said. Seeing that Chen Feng was about to bully Che Zhao, Yifan no longer hesitated. While his main body remained in place, his purple shadow phantom had already rushed out and pierced through Chen Feng's body before he could react. Trash! What a fancy trick! A shadow! And you want to scare me? As Chen Feng spoke, he realized that after Yifan's shadow penetrated his chest, a third of his martial and vital energy instantly weakened. Had he been drained of a large portion of his own strength? The next moment, Yifan's physical body suddenly appeared in front of Chen Feng, snatching Che Zhao away from him. Crack! Although Chen Feng had one hand holding on to Che Zhao, Yifan rudely twisted it, breaking it at a 90-degree angle. Ah, the hell, my hand. What the F***ck, you bastard. Seeing Yifan suddenly appear and witnessing his own hand being broken, Chen Feng was on the verge of losing it. Wasn't it said that Yifan was to die today after being invaded by the soul-locking wood? How come Yifan was alive and kicking fiercely, without any loss in combat power? When Yifan had made a move earlier, Chen Feng found himself being controlled, with no strength to resist at all. Terrified, Chen Feng yelled as he kicked towards Yifan, attempting to flee. Crack! As expected, Chen Feng's foot was broken again. Chen Feng fell to the ground. John Lao, save me. On the other side, the Chen family's super bodyguard, John Lao, rushed over upon hearing Chen Feng's words, but was knocked down by Yifan's punch before he could even get close, twitching a few times before falling silent. Cool. So cool. It turns out my man is so cool. As Che Zhao sat down on the ground, witnessing Yifan's dominant actions, her eyes were misty with admiration and many stars appeared in her eyes. This is my man. So fierce. Seeing Chen Feng on the ground, dumbfounded by the scene before him, he exclaimed, "How is this possible? Yifan, you." Today, he had hit a wall. Yifan gave a cold smile, turned to look at Che Mingdao, the steward of the Che family, and asked, "Steward Che, how did he let you crawl out earlier? Now, make him crawl back the same way, while barking like a dog. You wanted to embarrass the Che family, right? Humph. I'm reclaiming the honor for the Che family." Che Ming gratefully glanced at Yifan. Yes, young master. As the steward of the Che family, after so many years in the Che family and in Guangchen, he still had some dignity. The Chen Feng actually made him crawl out of the hotel, embarrassing not only Che Ming but also the Che family. This was rubbing the Che family's face on the ground. Now Yifan was going to retaliate in kind. Yifan struck with thunderous force, knocking down the martial emperor bodyguard of the Chen family, displaying dominance and power. The Che family finally had a protector again. This feeling was great. Che Yuan let out a long breath of relief, nodded slightly to Yifan, and thought to himself, that the young master's achievements in the future would surely surpass those of the miss. The things that the miss failed to accomplish back then, the young master would definitely resolve perfectly. You dare. Seeing Che Ming walking over, Chen Feng was furious and scolded harshly. Che Ming, who do you think you are? How dare you make me crawl back? Chen Feng felt greatly insulted. In his heart, Che Ming was just a dog of the Che family, not on the same level as himself. If even a dog could make him crawl back, where would his dignity be placed? If Che Yuan had intervened, Chen Feng would have accepted it. While Chen Feng continued to curse, Che Ming didn't hesitate, and grabbed several large flower pots nearby, smashing them down on Chen Feng without a word. Smash! One pot wasn't enough, so Che Ming grabbed another one and smashed it down fiercely. Smash! 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 Over 10 flower pots at the entrance were emptied by Che Ming. Damn! You're arrogant, bullying me. Didn't expect you to end up like this. Che Ming couldn't beat Chen Feng before, and he didn't have a backing, so he could only endure. But now Yifan was here, easily disabling the martial emperor bodyguard of Chen Feng's family. It was backed by the Grand Marshal's mansion and the formidable support of the garrison marshal office. What was there to fear? My head, my crotch. Ah, you dare to. Damn, my eggs. Ah, with over 10 flower pots smashing down, Chen Feng, unable to move, was completely disfigured. His nose was crooked, blood flowing from his crotch, and he lay on the ground gasping. Are you crawling or not? After smashing so many flower pots, Chen Ming finally calmed down a bit and coldly demanded Chen Feng, I'll crawl, but But you better not forget, our Chen family has the support of King Jin. The general manager Pan has arranged two super strong martial emperors to guard the Chen family. When they come to kill you, all of you will die. Chen Feng was despondent, but a flash of fierceness passed through his eyes, continuing to threaten Yifan and others. Still talking tough. Looks like you haven't had enough beating. I'll keep hitting until you submit. Cheming raised another flower pot, ready to continue smashing. Cheming was enjoying this smashing session. He had never thought that smashing people could be so exhilarating. However, Yifan grabbed Cheming's wrist. Wait a minute, huh? Cheming was confused by Yifan's actions. Yifan took a few steps forward, towering over Chen Feng. Are you trying to call for help? Come on, I'll give you a chance. Make a phone call. Call all the people you can. He handed his phone to Chen Feng, looking genuine. What? Yifan's actions baffled Cheming and the others. Was there even a reason for this? Although they had the upper hand and could continue to bully Chen Feng, Yifan was actively letting Chen Feng call for help. Master. This. Cheming expressed some concern to Che Yuan beside him. What if Chen Feng truly called in powerful martial emperors? Would the people present be a match for them? Though he was also confused. After what happened earlier, Che Yuan knew that Yifan must have his reasons. No rush. The young master's methods cannot be understood in conventional ways. Let's see how things play out. Even more confused was Chen Feng. He had been beaten by Yifan earlier and now was being struck by Cheming. The most powerful person by his side, Old Zhang, had already been disabled. The other bodyguards of the Chen family were hiding in the hotel lobby, too scared to show themselves. Chen Feng was now afraid and cowardly. I dare not fight. I was wrong. Young Master Yi. Chen Feng looked at Yifan in fear. For some reason, even just a glance from Yifan made his soul tremble. Who knew if Yifan's request for him to make a call was a trap? If he fell for it, Yifan might just decide to kill him. Make the call. If you don't, I will have to fight you. Yifan smirked, and with a surge of energy in his ankle, he shook the ground, creating a wave of air. At that moment, the flower pots and shards on the ground were pulverized into dust. Such a display of power caused Che Yuan, Cheming, Che Zhao, and others to twitch their eyelids. The young master's strength was already so terrifying. Chen Feng was almost crying. If that kind of power struck him, wouldn't he turn to ashes? I'll call, now. Whether Yifan had a trap or not, Chen Feng had to obey. Dad, quickly, have the two martial emperors from the family come to the Grand Hotel in Guancheng to support me. I'm being bullied. Hurry. After the call was made, Chen Feng shakily handed the phone back to Yifan. But Yifan didn't take the phone. Is that all? You can only call this many people to help you shake. Yifan looked down at Chen Feng. Contemplate further on who else. Powerful figures you can call upon to deal with me. Let them come together. Che Yuan and Cheming began to understand Yifan's intentions. Yifan was seeking to resolve the situation in one go, avoiding complications. Chen Feng was increasingly puzzled by Yifan's actions and such a bizarre request. Since you are so formidable, I'll have the strong figures from the Vermilion Bird Domain act together. No matter how powerful you are, you wouldn't dare to confront the might of the Imperial forces, right? Those bigwigs from the Vermilion Bird Domain who were involved in the attack on your little brother. It seems like a perfect time for a reunion. When Yifan heard of the Vermilion Bird Domain, his eyebrows raised slightly. Were all these events connected? The criminals from the attack in the Vermilion Bird Domain were linked to the Chen family as well. If that was the case, there was no need for him to go to the Vermilion Bird Domain to find them on his own. Make the call. Get everyone over here. All for the head. Those big shots that Chen Feng called on the phone had no idea that his call was essentially a death knell for them. After finishing the call, Chen Feng felt more at ease in his heart. The two powerful martial emperors left by Manager Pan in the Chen family are unmatched in strength, and the big shots on the Suzaku domain side are also martial emperors. When they arrive at the scene, no matter how great Yifan is, he will have to kneel and beg for mercy, right? Although Yifan is very powerful in Tianan province, don't forget, this is Guancheng. A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Moreover, with the Suzaku army taking action, the nature of the situation changes. Representing the Suzaku domain, if Yifan dares to resist, it's like going against the Empire, challenging the military aspect. The high-level big shots in the Suzaku domain will have every reason to kill Yifan at all costs. Going against the Suzaku army, Yifen will be put in a difficult position on the whole level of martial arts in Daxia, as well as the official level, right? Thinking about this, Chen Feng instantly felt his spine stiffening again. Struggling to stand up from the ground, Yifen, this is what you asked for. Hehe, you really are a fool. Have you completely lost your mind? You even gave me a chance to call for help. HMPH. Now kneel down and beg me for mercy. Take this sword and stab yourself 3 times. Stabbing makes me happy. I'll let them leave you in one piece, otherwise, with the support of the 2 powerful martial emperors from the Jin Wang side, and the big shots in the Suzaku domain military, Chen Feng's eyes were now full of contempt when looking at Yifen. Just a little trash, daring to show off in front of me. Disgusting. Thinking of the ruthless attack Yifen had just made on him, Chen Feng felt enraged. Spitting on the ground, come, get down on your knees, clean up the ground with your tongue, or else ... I'll have all of them bury you. Chen Feng pointed at the surroundings and rebuked Yuan, Qi Zhao, Guo Li, Wang Fugui, and others. After Chen Feng made the call, did he go crazy, threatening Yi a few? Yukong and Guo Li both shook their heads helplessly. They knew Yifen's methods very well. Yifen has risen from Cloud City for so long. In their impression, those who threatened Yifen are already deep in the graves, right? Who gave Chen Feng the courage? Sister Lian? Dang. While Chen Feng was spitting on the ground, he also threw a dagger toward the ground. Yifen tilted his head, looking at Chen Feng in front of him like a fool. He was curious. Are all surnamed Chen so foolish? Over on the side of the 4 Holy Lands, young Master Chen Tang was also this foolish. And now this Chen Feng hasn't recognized the situation in front of him. Yifen was still thinking about how to wake this fool up. Wang Fugui had already taken the lead, picked up the dagger on the ground, and stabbed it toward Chen Feng. Splurt. Splurt. A crisp and dull sound echoed at the hotel entrance. Chen Feng hadn't yet realized what was happening as 3 blood holes appeared in his chest. What the F***ck? What nonsense is this? Daring to threaten my elder brother. Kneel down. Clean up the spit you drooled out yourself. Learn to bark like a dog. Crawl in, or else I won't be so easygoing. I will definitely beat the **t out of you. After stabbing Chen Feng 3 times, Wang Fugui kicked him to the ground. Ah, damn it. You want to die. My stomach. Oh. Chen Feng looked at the blood holes on his chest, almost going crazy. Are you crazy? Didn't you hear that my help is coming soon? When they arrive, you'll all be dead. Chen Feng still tried to threaten Wang Fugui, but this brute Wang Fugui didn't buy it at all. So what? They can't fly over here immediately, can they? Humph. Before they arrive, I'm capable of killing you 800 times. Let me say it one more time. Kneel down. Clean up, then crawl inside, otherwise I will gradually pick your bones out. If you don't believe it, you can try. Wang Fugui stared at Chen Feng with a dark expression, twirling the dagger in his hand like a flower. The sharp killing intent made Chen Feng's arrogance extinguish once again. You guys, why do all the people around Yifen seem so violent, so unreasonable and domineering? Chen Ming still had some reservations and only used physical violence, but this brute Wang Fugui really dared to use deadly force. Better kneel first. In the face of endless humiliation, Chen Feng groaned and knelt on the ground, cleaning up the spit he had ejected, then obediently crawled into the hotel. While crawling, Chen Feng even imitated a dog's barking. Wang Fugui reminded Chen Ming, who was supervising his actions, Qiguan, you must watch his movements. If his posture isn't correct, use the sword to adjust it. Losing an arm or a leg is no big deal. The main thing is to ensure accuracy in his actions. Chen Feng, who was crawling, couldn't help trembling. Are you all demons? Just wait for me. When my people arrive, I will make you all pay 100-fold. Dad, the people you sent, hurry up and come. And Wu Zhanwan, this time you must be more powerful. Bring more experts, and preferably surround the entire area. Under the supreme command of the Suzaku domain, there are 4 war kings with immense power and real authority, capable of mobilizing 100,000 military forces. Among them, Wu Shihao is the southern war king, and one of the murderers who participated in the attack on Yifen's 3rd brother, as seen in the video of the 5 poison bow. In a luxurious clubhouse in Guangchen, Wu Shihao was smoking a cigar and enjoying a massage by beautiful women. After receiving Chen Feng's call for help, his brows furrowed, muttering to himself, Yifen is still so arrogant and murderous in Guangcheng. Has Manager Pan not taken action? Why hasn't Yifan died yet? After a moment of hesitation, Wu Shihao called Pan Shai and reported the situation on Chen Feng's side. Tan Shai on the other end of the phone was somewhat surprised. Yifan hasn't died yet. That shouldn't be the case. The soul locking wood has clearly invaded his body. Even if Yifan has some tricks up his sleeve, he definitely can't resist the corrosion of dark power. I will meet with some important people later. How about this? Wu War King, immediately bring a group of people over, directly surround the Guancheng Grand Hotel, bring more weapons, and see what the situation is. You can rest assured, I'm not lying to you. Yifan has really been severely injured. Even if he is still alive, it's just hanging on by a thread. Representing the Suzaku domain now, bring your military force. Even if Yifan has power, he wouldn't dare to openly oppose the authorities. If you manage to kill Yifan today, the Lord will definitely reward you generously. By then, that position in the Suzaku domain will surely be yours. Tan Shi's conversation on the phone was inspiring, and Wu Shihao was instantly excited. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Wu Shihao immediately gave orders to his men at the door. Send my orders. Immediately gather 3,000 troops, 80 armed tank vehicles, and surround the Guancheng Grand Hotel for me. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. I will level the place. Humph. Since Manager Pan said that Yifan is like a toothless tiger, now I'll take advantage of his illness and take his life. But Wu Shihao didn't know that Chen Feng and Pan Shai had set a huge trap for him. By unilaterally mobilizing so many troops, he dug an even deeper grave for himself. Inside the Guancheng Hotel, in room 308 on the 3rd floor, Yifan, Wu Li, Wang Fugui, Che Zhao, and others gradually took their seats. As for Chen Feng, he was being watched by the Che family's bodyguards in the lobby, walking in circles and barking like a dog, with someone live streaming the scene. The Chen family's reputation will definitely be completely ruined this time. Young Master Yi, this time. Thanks to the young master of the Che family. If it weren't for the young master's intervention, my father would probably have, sighed. Che Yuan stood up, respectfully bowed to Yifan. Young master, please allow me to bow to you. Che Debang also stood up, respectfully bowed to Yifan. Young master, my father's life was saved by Miss Yi years ago, and you saved him again. The Che family owes a debt of gratitude to the young master. As one of the four major families governing the Chongqi base, the Che family, although gradually weakening, holds the key to activating the base, but harbors guilt as numerous people have their eyes on them. King Jin is keeping an eye on the Che family, and Tan Shai has dispatched a great martial emperors to monitor Che Yuan. To make Che Yuan conform, the ancient martial union directly poisoned Che Debang. While unknown to them, many other forces were also observing. Get up. Masters of the Che family, you have been guarding the legacy left by your mother for so many years, working hard. Yifan helped the two up, sincerely saying, before, my strength was weak, I had no idea about the Chongqi base's existence, failed to protect the Che family, and the Song family. While Yifan was speaking, he glanced around the room, surprisingly not seeing Song Yan. How? Where is Master Song from the Song family? Yifan asked curiously to Guoli next to him. Wasn't Song Yang with us when we came in together? Oh, Master Song received several urgent calls just now, saying he has some pressing matters to attend to, and he told us not to wait for him to have dinner. Guoli responded. Without giving much thought, Yifan continued, now that I'm in Guancheng, I plan to take over the Chongqi base. From now on, the Che family will be under my command. Whoever dares to touch the Che family will be considered my enemy. Thank you, young master. Che Yuan once again bowed, then took out an antique box from his body and respectfully handed it to Yifan. Young master, this is one of the 4 keys to activate the Chongqi base. Due to differences of opinion among the 4 major families, the base was last activated 3 years ago. Many orders for runic weapons in the Chongqi base have not been fulfilled. Once the base is activated again, those forces will come to demand their orders. Yifan frowned, opened the box, and found that it didn't contain the key he had imagined but a compass. A compass. Is this the key? Yifan picked up the compass from the box. Although not large, just the size of an adult's palm, it was ancient bronze with mysterious carvings. There were a total of 12 concentric circles from the innermost to outermost, smoothly interlocking. When held in hand, a primitive aura emanated from the compass towards Yifan's body. Even when Yifan infused it with his martial aura, Faint light appeared along the engraved circles, prompting him to give it a turn. Yes, this is the key left to us by Miss. Every time the Changqi base is activated, 4 of these keys must be inserted simultaneously for the base to operate. Che Yuan explained respectfully. Yifan carefully studied the key for a while, even using his magical eye to observe, but found nothing special. However, from the ancient Oran light that appeared on the compass, Yifan was certain that this key held secrets unknown to him. What exactly is the Changqi base? Yifan became increasingly interested in the legacy left by his mother. In fact, our 4 major families still have no clear understanding of what kind of existence the Changqi base is. Although it is very vast inside, many areas are sealed with ancient restrictions, making it impossible for us to enter. Our actions are very limited. We can only transport materials for runic weapons and deliver finished products. Although Che Yuan was describing the situation at the Changqi base to the best of his ability, Yifan was getting more and more confused. It seemed like the Changqi base was a black box. Although the 4 major families oversee the base, they are essentially just laborers, completely in the dark about what's inside. It seemed the only way to unravel the mysteries was to enter the base himself. Che Yuan handed over the compass key, and Song Yan should do the same. That leaves only Lian and Tong and the Chen family. How can he make them voluntarily hand over the keys? This was a question that required careful thought, as the dishes were served one by one, and everyone was almost done eating. A guard from the Che family rushed in fluster and reported, "They're here. The martial emperor experts from the Chen family have invaded." Yifan released his perception, felt the situation on the first floor, and understood. HMPH. So slow in coming. The execution capability of the Chen family isn't that great. Yifan beckoned to Guo Li, Che Yuan, and others. "Let's go. Let's meet them downstairs and deal with them together." Previously, using the red silk tyrant body, Yifan had already subjugated 4 martial emperor slaves, numbers 1 to 4, who were placed next to Pan Shai. Now, with the addition of the Chen families to martial emperor experts, there were 6. He had already controlled half of Pan Shi's 10 top martial emperor experts with the red silk tyrant body. When it was time to take over the Changqi base, even if there was a major battle, Yifan wouldn't worry about high-level experts. In the lobby of the Guancheng Hotel, with the appearance of the 2 martial emperor experts from the Chen family, all the bodyguards arranged by Che Yuan on the first floor were knocked out. A captain of the Chen family's guard helped Chen Feng up from the ground. "Young Master Chen, how did you end up like this?" At this moment, Chen Feng, with several holes in his body after crawling on the ground for so long, looked like a dead dog, barely hanging on to life. "They're here. You finally came. I want them all dead." Chen Feng was roaring so fiercely that he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. And at that moment, Yifan, Yukong, and others came out of the elevator. Seeing Yifan and Che Yuan and others, Chen Feng struggled to stand up, trembling fingers pointing at Yifan. "It's him. It's him. Both of you. Go. Chop him into mincemeat for me. I want to skin him and eat his flesh." "Yifan, it's finally my turn now. You see? I have to martial emperor experts here. You've already been invaded by Pan Soul Lockingwood. You're on your last breath, aren't you? Let me watch you lick your own saliva. Ah. Go. Cut off his tongue first." The more Chen Feng thought about it, the angrier he became, roaring at the 2 martial emperor experts beside him. Yifan's mouth twitched and calmly said to Chen Feng, "Cut off my tongue. Chen, young master, isn't that a bit harsh? Do you finally realize fear now? Let me tell you, even if you kneel down and call me grandpa right now, I'll make sure you suffer tremendously. I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece. Nothing will happen, right? Fan Jie." At this moment, Che Zhao had already witnessed Yifan's prowess, and stars seemed to be shining in his eyes. However, even though 2 powerful martial emperor experts had arrived opposite them, Che Zhao still felt a bit worried. But Wang Fugui, Guo Li, and others remained calm, because they knew that Yifan could make those martial emperor experts willingly become his slaves through mysterious means. Even if more came, Yifan wouldn't be afraid. No way. Those 2 martial emperor experts don't seem too bright. Maybe they'll turn around and go after exploding Chen Feng later, right? While speaking, Yifan mischievously winked at Che Zhao, leaving him bewildered. How could those two martial emperor experts go after Chen Feng when it was clear that he had brought them as strong guards for protection? Chen Feng also heard Yi Fan's words clearly and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yi Fan, are you daydreaming? They wouldn't dare touch me. Is your brain stuck? Chen Feng knew that these two martial emperor experts were assigned to him by Pan Shai. Even if they didn't protect themselves, they wouldn't lay a hand on him. Why don't you give it a try then? Yi Fan smiled indifferently, his disdainful attitude completely infuriating Chen Feng. Seeing the two martial emperor experts still hesitating by his side, Chen Feng couldn't help but scold. What are you two waiting for? Are you waiting for someone to give birth? Huh. Although the two martial emperor experts were not very bright due to the invasion of worm eggs in their brains, that didn't mean Chen Feng could disrespect them. Are you barking like a chicken? Can you handle it yourself? One of the irritable martial emperor experts scolded. The other martial emperor expert, with a solemn expression, said, Chen Shao, something's not right with this Yi Fan. Why do we suddenly feel a bit scared and hesitant to attack him? Shall we retreat then? Let's stop here. Due to the fact that Yi Fan possessed the red silk tyrant body, the king of the worm eggs, he naturally instilled fear in them due to the bloodline suppression against their ordinary worm eggs. Retreat? Are you two cowards, afraid as if you were turtles? Don't you see how beaten up I am? It's not just my face that's being tarnished, but also Pan's face being rubbed on the ground. Do you understand? Damn. It's also embarrassing for the King Jin, you two trash. Because his father had a very good relationship with Pan Shai. And whenever Pan Shai visited Wuan City, he stayed at Chen's house. Chen Feng thought he was already half of the master. So, even though these two experts were already martial emperors, Chen Feng still didn't consider them worthy. He saw them as nothing more than two dogs. Chen Feng, who do you think you are? I call you Chen Shao out of courtesy. If I'm not happy, I could call you a little bastard, and you would have to agree. Are you really going to show off in front of us? The irritable martial emperor expert was in a foul mood. Rolling up his sleeves, he was about to hit Chen Feng. These two martial emperor experts were also part of the close guards around King Jin. They were used to having power and felt superior. Their real strength was at the level of martial saints, but after taking some pills the previous day, their strength skyrocketed to that of martial emperors, making them even more arrogant. Instead of attacking Yi Fan, the reinforcements, summoned by Chen Feng, ended up quarreling with him. This ridiculous scene made Che Yuan and others scratch their heads in disbelief. The captain of the bodyguards, by Chen Fang's side, the head of the Chen family's escorts, could feel the ancient and overwhelming aura emanating from Yi Fan, making them want to submit and worship him. At the same time, Che Yuan, also a martial emperor expert, along with another middle-aged man behind Yi Fan, who was holding a war knife and had strength above that of a martial emperor, both seemed unpredictable. From the perspective of martial emperor experts, if you didn't count Yi Fan, both sides were evenly matched. Chen Feng seemed to be oblivious to the situation in front of him, thinking highly of himself. HMPH. What's wrong with saying a few more words? Does he dare leave without me? If I die here, how will they explain to Pan Shai? Chen Feng's words left the team leader speechless. Brother, you're taking your life too lightly. In the eyes of King Jin and Pan Shai, we're nothing. Tan Shi's interest in the Chen family was solely due to the Chiakui base behind them. It was a simple reason that even a team leader could understand, but Chen Feng was still immersed in his self-righteousness. You idiots, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and attack. Chen Feng's arrogance only grew as he attempted to kick the two martial emperor experts. Seeing the situation escalating, Yi Fan saw an opportunity and swiftly moved to the two martial emperor experts, patting their shoulders. If you want to hit him, go ahead. Just don't kill him. As Yi Fan patted their shoulders, the red silk threads from the red silk tyrant body in his hands swiftly entered their bodies, entwining with the tentacles of the worms inside them, establishing a binding contract of servitude, and also collecting a wave of rent, transforming the two martial emperor experts into slaves. Yi Fan, have you lost your mind? You let them beat me, so they will. How can they follow your orders? Are you their father? Chen Feng continued to provoke, sticking his face out, daring them to come over and hit him. Guo Li and Yukong rolled their eyes, finding the situation ridiculous. Do they really have such bizarre demands? Surely they must be fulfilled. Boom boom boom. The two martial emperor slaves, without any hesitation, rushed over and began pounding Chen Feng's face with their fists. Bastard! I've endured you for a long time. You asked for it. After knocking Chen Feng down with their fists, the two martial emperor slaves unwild, kicking him relentlessly. The nose was shattered, teeth were knocked out, and the numerous wounds all over his body started bleeding even more. The scene in the hall became chaotic as Chen Feng was being ruthlessly beaten. Seeing Chen Feng losing his breath, his bodyguards quickly stepped forward to intervene. Gentlemen, you two ... Get lost. The two martial emperor slaves swung their swords furiously, turning the head of the bodyguard captain into debris. The guard captain couldn't understand why he was being attacked just for trying to calm the situation. The hall was chaotic, but at that moment, 2 kilometers away from Guan City Hotel, a large group of camouflage-clad youths, under the escort of armored vehicles, split into 15 special forces teams and completed the siege of the hotel. Hundreds of dark muzzles were locked onto the hotel door awaiting Wu Shihao's command. Wu Shihao stood on top of a tank, staring ahead coldly. Beside him, Wu Shihao's vice captain glanced around at several office buildings and said, "War King, should we evacuate the people in those office buildings nearby? If they start fighting soon, the surrounding buildings will be leveled to the ground." The Guancheng Grand Hotel is located in the heart of Guancheng City, surrounded by a bustling CBD commercial center where several high-tech enterprises and financial companies gather, with tens of thousands of people at least. Nearby, there is also a women and children's hospital where many babies are born every year. If the area is leveled, it would be a great loss. Wu Shihao snorted coldly. "Are you stupid? How have I taught you? Those trash don't deserve our evacuation. Their lives are worthless. If some died, it won't matter. Send my orders. Everyone tighten the encirclement. Be ready to bombard at any moment." A fierce look flashed in Wu Shihao's eyes as he coldly sneered. "Isn't Yifen very powerful? I can just send hundreds of bombs straight up, and with 3,000 elite troops surrounding the perimeter. Even if he wants to escape, it won't be that easy. Damn it." For this operation, Wu Shihao spared no expense, directly mobilizing 3,000 troops without the permission of Vermilion Bird's leader. If he can't kill Yifan, he may face consequences. But if he does, with the power of King Jin involved, leadership in Vermilion Bird's side may change hands, and Wu Shihao wouldn't fear anything. Let's fight. Inside the lobby of the Guancheng Grand Hotel, Chen Feng was being beaten back and forth by 2 war emperors, already at the brink of death, hanging on a thread. Frustratingly, the 2 war emperors inject vitality into Chen Feng's body to keep him alive whenever he can't bear it. Chen Feng now faces unbearable torment, unable to die, just suffering in pain. As the 2 war emperors kept kicking him, Chen Feng became numb. What have I done to deserve this torture? What kind of sorcery does Yifan know? The 2 war emperors, whom he originally brought here, are now brutally attacking him. Chen Feng was on the brink of despair when suddenly a loudspeaker broadcast sounded outside the hotel's entrance, along with engine roars and the sound of tank treads rolling. "Ha ha! War King Wu is here. Yifan, stop your actions, all of you stop. War King Wu, one of the 4 war kings in Vermilion Bird's domain, has arrived. Damn it! Yifan, are you finished this time?" Chen Feng's body twitched on the ground, taunting Yifan. Yifan dared to act against Pan Shi's people because Pan Shi's forces were private. But Vermilion Bird's domain is part of the empire, representing its authority. If Yifan dared to act against them, it would be considered treason. War King Wu from Vermilion Bird's domain would have sufficient reason to execute Yifan. Even if Yifan's father has the support of the Dragon Army, it wouldn't help him publicly or in terms of public opinion. Although Yifan knows that Wu Shihao was the one who killed third brother, he still wouldn't dare to act rashly. When the 2 war emperors heard Chen Feng's words, they stopped their actions and turned to look at Yifan. Yifan furrowed his brows, sensing that something significant was happening outside. By releasing his powerful perception, Yifan was astonished to discover that War King Wu of Vermilion Bird's domain had mobilized a large number of troops to surround the area, with many cannons aimed at the hotel. What is he planning to do? Take him out to sea. Yifan snorted coldly, scolding the 2 war emperors and walking outside. Guo Li, Wan Fugui, Che Zhao, and others followed closely behind. Surprisingly, Song Yan was not present at the scene. Did he already know about the situation? Yifan couldn't spot Song Yang and was puzzled by his absence. He couldn't spare the time to think about it now. War King Wu from Vermilion Bird's domain had mobilized a massive force and privately deployed 3,000 warriors to raise the hotel. It would be tricky for Yifan to act against him now. Does this mean it's time for an irredeemable fight? The only one who could suppress War King Wu, one of the 4 War Kings in Vermilion Bird's domain, would be Vermilion Bird's leader, Hao Tianji. However, to Yi Fan's frustration, he was unable to contact Hao Tianji at the moment. Upon stepping out of the hotel, Yi Fan was shocked to see the scene before him. The open square ahead had been clear. Rows of green military tanks were arranged in a fin shape, their black cannons all aimed at the hotel's entrance. After Yi Fan emerged, the cannons even made slight adjustments, all pointing directly at him. Behind the tanks, 3,000 elite warriors stood ready, surrounding the area, creating a tense atmosphere. On one of the tanks, Wu Shihao looked at Yi Fan contemptuously and said coldly, "Yi Fan, you shouldn't have come to Guancheng today. This will be your grave. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you commit suicide and apologize, and I won't open fire, and the others can live. If you don't, then you'll have to bury all these people as a traitor." Wu Shihao came forward, not bothering with any reasoning, directly exerting powerful pressure. "He's a ruthless character. Don't think I won't fire." As Wu Shihao spoke, he made a gesture in the air. Doom. Another tank beside them fired a shot at the hotel's side, instantly creating a huge hole, sending over a dozen people eating inside flying. Witnessing this scene, Chen Feng's heart trembled with fear. "War King Wu, it's me, Chen Feng. Can you save me first?" Wu Shihao was called by Chen Feng, who felt reassured seeing him, thinking he would surely be rescued. Wu Shihao glanced at Chen Feng indifferently. "Chen, after you die, the Lord will definitely give you a decent burial. You won't die in vain." Wu Shihao's words left Chen Feng bewildered. What did he mean? After all, he wasn't dead yet. What decent burial? Dang. The next moment, several sniper bullets shot over, piercing Chen Feng's heart, creating several large holes in his chest. Chen Feng couldn't survive this. While Yi Fan let the 2 war emperors act earlier without killing, Chen Feng ironically met his demise by his own people's hands. "War King Wu, how could you do this?" Chen Feng touched the blood on his chest, staring at Wu Shihao in disbelief. Wu Shihao ignored Chen Feng, turning to Yi Fan and stating, "As a member of Vermilion Bird's military, Chen Feng was attacked and killed by the traitor Yi Fan during a mission. Yi Fan refused to cooperate with the investigation and was hit by our military by mistake. Everyone understand? Yes. Such ruthless methods." Wu Shihao used Chen Feng's death as a credible reason for his actions. Fire. Yi Fan intended to activate the Exterminate Evil formation, the Forbidden's domain, to control the situation, but Wu Shihao didn't give him the time to think, directly giving the order, "Stop." Just as Wu Shihao was about to swing down his wrist, Guo Li suddenly shouted, interrupting Wu Shihao's command. "Have you forgotten? My eldest brother is the vice leader of Zhuanwu territory, the future successor of the Town Martial Department, and the future successor of the Qianlong army. As officials of the empire, my brother can easily lay hands on you. Do you dare to directly kill my brother?" Guo Li's rebuke instantly stirred up the 3,000 military personnel present. Although most of the 3,000 military personnel were loyal to Wu Shihao, some followed him for promotion and wealth, and some didn't even know the meaning of this operation. Upon hearing Guo Li say that Yi Fan is the vice leader of Zhuanwu territory, his status is even higher than Wu Shihao's. Killing such an official would lead to severe consequences in Daxia. Some people started to waver. Che Yuan and Chedabang couldn't help but look at Guo Li. This follower beside Yi Fan, who seemed unremarkable, was able to see through the situation at a critical moment and began to shake the morale of the opponents with just a few words. Wu Shihao was using his official status to intimidate Yi Fan, right? Then fight fire with fire. Yi Fan's status is even more powerful than Wu Shihao's, especially the identity of the future successor of the Town Martial Department. It made everyone present tremble. The Town Martial Department in Daxia naturally prevailed over all authorized institutions, with the authority to live and kill, fear even by the royal family. Chen Yao, the king of the Dark Night, ruled an era, striking fear in everyone. Wow. Among the 3,000 military personnel, some couldn't hold back, dropping their weapons. Wu Shihao coldly stared at Guo Li. Before Yi Fan's identity was revealed, they could act first and report later. But now that Yi Fan's identity was exposed, they either had to give up, or everyone present must be eliminated, including the 3,000 military personnel attacking the hotel. Wu Shihao knew that from the moment he privately rallied the military personnel, he had no way back. Humph, it's just killing an official. Haven't I killed before? A month ago, in Guancheng, I personally annihilated Yi Lingyu. Wasn't he also a 3-star general in the Suzaku territory? What's the big deal? Now killing you ... is just sending you to reunite. Since the face-off had escalated, Wu Shihao no longer concealed his intentions. Hearing his subordinates starting to get agitated, he sternly commanded, "Everyone, listen up. As long as we kill Yi Fan today, Prince Jingku of Shangjing will support me to become the highest leader of the Suzaku territory. All of you, on the basis of the current situation, will be promoted 3 levels. I will make it happen. Now that you have participated in this operation, even if you stop now, you cannot escape punishment. You'd better think it through." Wu Shihao had some means of manipulating people's hearts. Using temptation and coercion, he immediately calmed down the 3,000 military personnel who were acting together. Take action. Don't give them another chance. Kill them all. Wu Shihao already had a foreboding sense of danger. Even with 3,000 well-trained military members coming to surround and kill, they still couldn't kill Yi Fan. The longer it dragged on, the more variables there would be. Looking at the powerful martial artists standing in front of him, and the numerous tank barrels behind them, Guo Li felt a bit helpless. Yi Fan's identity was indeed powerful, but Wu Shihao had already made up his mind to escalate the situation and resort to force. This was a bit frustrating. "Elder brother, why don't you find a way to break through yourself first?" Guo Li looked at the situation in front of him, his face serious. Yi Fan was already 9th grade martial emperor. Although there were many martial artists present, if Yi Fan disregarded them and used his teleportation and shadow body techniques, he could easily break through. Escape? That would require at least giving it a try. Yi Fan coldly snorted. With a thought, 3,000 red threads suddenly shot out, dispersing into hundreds of directions, swiftly penetrating the tanks before the gunners could fire, controlling the actions of most of them. The buttons were right in front of them, but they just couldn't press them no matter what. Thus, a strange scene unfolded on the scene. Wu Shihao had already given the command to fire, but after about 10 seconds, he found that there was no movement, and not a single shell had been fired. "What's going on? Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear my orders?" Wu Shihao angrily roared at his subordinates. "War King, it's not that we don't want to fire. Our hands ... seem to be under control ... Wu Shihao's subordinate inside the tank reported the situation, while to martial emperor experts by Wu Shihao's side also noticed the red threads hovering in the air. "War King, those are ancient red silk spirit bodies. Quick, use talismans." The 2 martial emperor experts' faces changed drastically as they swiftly drew out numerous yellowed talismans from their bodies, imbued with powerful ancient powers, and threw them at the red silk spirit bodies. At this moment, Yi Fan, who was controlling the 3,000 red threads and the actions of over 100 tanks, was experiencing immense mental exhaustion, with large beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Additionally, the golden flow of light within Yi Fan was also being heavily depleted. Yi Fan simply glanced at Guo Li and Lao Wang beside him, and they immediately understood. "Minister Yu, go for it." Wang Fugui, Guo Li, Yu Kan, and a few others instantly drew their battle knives and charged forward. Doom. Doom. With powerful martial chat, several tanks were shattered into pieces in an instant. Seeing Guo Li and the others taking action, Qi Jia also swung her fists and charged forward, sending two tanks flying. Damn. Wu Shihao stood on the tank, enraged at the current situation. What was originally supposed to be a quick long-range attack to end the conflict quickly had now escalated into a chaotic situation. The longer it dragged on, the worse it would be. You better figure out a solution quickly. Wu Shihao's subordinates were now in a tough spot due to his anger. Wu Shihao's side of 3,000 military personnel involuntarily retreated a few steps. With the sudden appearance of Chen Yao, the current director of the town marshal department, things were getting more complicated. Wu Shihao's face turned extremely dark. This old man unexpectedly came here. Now, it would be difficult for him to kill Yi Fan today. Minister Chen, why did you come here? Even though Wu Shihao knew that Chen Yao came to protect Yi Fan, he still bravely spoke. I am here with the Vermilion Bird Army to handle the case. Minister Chen, isn't it inappropriate for you to intervene? As Wu Shihao spoke, he quietly gave several instructions to the artillerymen under his feet. Fire! Fire! Why are you dawdling? But at this moment, the artilleryman inside the tank was completely bewildered, his hands trembling uncontrollably. War King, it's not that I don't want to fire. My hand. It's not obeying my commands. To fire at Yi Fan, they could struggle, but against Minister Chen who ruled in Nira, almost all the artillerymen on site were too scared to act. To charge thousands of miles into Europa, slaying the emperor amidst a vast army. It was an intangible pressure. Even if Chen Yao stood there and let them attack, they wouldn't dare. War King Wu. What a coincidence. I have members of the town martial command with me handling a case here. Let your men retreat. Chen Yao still intended to downplay the situation. Although some big shots in the Vermilion Bird domain were related to the Yi family massacre, handling these matters privately with Yi Fan was the best course of action. But now that Wu Shihao had come this far, there was no turning back. So even if it meant offending the town martial command, Wu Shihao still resisted. Minister Chen, is this still a case to you? Are you planning to wantonly kill imperial officials? Minister Chen, are you truly disregarding the empire? Are you planning to rebel alongside Yi Fan? Wu Shihao knew that from other aspects, he was no match for Chen Yao, so he attempted to intimidate Chen Yao using his status. Today's case, I've decided on it. Men, come with me to apprehend the suspects. In reality, Wu Shihao lacked the courage to open fire at Chen Yao, but today he had brought many men with him. 3,000 well-trained soldiers, acting together, possessed formidable combat strength. With Wu Shihao's command, the 3,000 soldiers marched forward, intending to confront Yi Fan head-on. With a whoosh, at Wu Shihao's command, the 3,000 soldiers advanced, but at that same time, skilled operatives from the town martial command swiftly converged around Chen Yao and Yi Fan from high above the hotel on ziplines, appearing on the rooftops of surrounding buildings. Their numbers instantly swelled to over 1,000, facing off against Wu Shihao's men. War King Wu, you have it wrong. We, the town martial command, oversee the officials and safeguard Great Xia. It is not our duty to kill imperial officials. Rather, protecting them is what the town martial command should do. Chen Yao smirked coldly. Therefore, at this moment, my handling of this case is not about killing imperial officials, but about you, War King Wu, being in danger. The town martial command is intervening to protect you. That's all. Hey, Minister Chen, you are quite the joker. I, Wu Shihao, am a strong warrior of the Empress. Surrounded by 3,000 elite soldiers, how could I possibly be in danger? Why would I need Minister Chen's protection? Wu Shihao sneered as he realized that like him, Chen Yao needed a reason to take action. Glancing around, he saw that the experts on Yi Fan and Chen Yao's side showed no signs of moving. So, why would he be in danger? Woof, woof. Suddenly, from the side of the crowd, a barking sound from a wolf dog was heard, along with a familiar voice chasing after. Ah, Wang Kai. Don't run. What are you? You're going to bite War King Wu Shihao, the 4 War Kings of the Vermilion Bird domain. You mustn't bite. Quick, protect the War King. All eyes turned to see Song Yan, head of the Song family, following a large yellow wolf dog, chasing it while shouting. Seeing Song Yan appeared, Yi Fan's pupils dilated involuntarily. Song Yan had been absent during the meal, and also did not appear when dealing with the 2 martial emperors. And now, he suddenly showed up at this moment. And precisely, and Wu Shihao needed protection. Interestingly, a big wolf dog was about to attack Wu Shihao. Though this reason was ludicrous, Chen Yao smiled sinisterly and said to the masked youth beside him, Shadow, go. Protect War King Wu. Under my watch, there must be no mistakes from War King Wu. Yes. Shadow's body flashed as he swiftly moved towards Wu Shihao. Damn. Listening to Song Yan's words and seeing a tail-wagging big wolf dog rushing over, Wu Shihao was exasperated to the extreme. Could they be any more absurd? A huge wolf dog attacking a martial emperor, and then the martial emperor needing protection. What kind of international joke was this? I don't need protection. Damn it. As Wu Shihao saw Shadow move swiftly, he tried to move backward quickly. The outside world knew very well about the shadow assassins around Chen Yao, reputed for their ability to handle any threat. Though Wu Shihao acted fast, Shadow was faster. Just as Wu Shihao attempted to move, Shadow's sword was already pressing against the small of Wu Shihao's back. War King Wu, from this moment on, I am responsible for your safety. What kind of protection was this? It was a kidnapping, happening in broad daylight. Had they no sense of humanity? Although Wu Shihao possessed strong martial emperor skills, he had no chance to act under the overwhelming aura of Shadow's power. He was lifted up like a little chick and brought alongside Yi Fan. Two powerful figures from the town martial command immediately guarded Wu Shihao on both sides. All right. War King Wu is safe now. You all can retreat to your camp. Chen Yao spoke once more. Everyone, see it clearly, we, the town martial command, do not lay hands on imperial officials. We are here to protect their lives. The 3,000 soldiers were left speechless. Protecting a martial emperor from being bitten by a big wolf dog was truly bizarre. But now that Wu Shihao had been protected by Chen Yao, even if they were infuriated, they dared not make any rash moves. No one is allowed to retreat. Anyone who doubts, I'll kill them. Wu Shihao found himself in Chen Yao's hands, realizing his fate might not be a good one. But even now, with 3,000 skilled soldiers under him, most of them being loyal, there was a chance they could turn the tide if they fought with all their might. And even if they didn't win, they'd go down together. Everyone, follow my orders. We are here under the command of Lady Ho Chia, the Vermilion Bird Domain, to arrest suspects. If anything happens, do not fear. Immediately, fire at me with all your might, at any cost. Hurry. Knowing he was doomed, Wu Shihao decided to go down fighting. If both he and Yi Fan die, then perhaps King Jin, who favored him, wouldn't mistreat his brother and family. Wu Shihao's men, brainwashed by him, were truly willing to take action. However, an elder in gray robes swiftly rushed in from the crowd. Outrageous! I never issued an order to arrest Yi Fan. Wu Shihao's unauthorized mobilization of the military constitutes treason. Everyone, drop your weapons and leave now, back to your camp. The elder's voice was authoritative and powerful. It was none other than Ho Tiaji, the highest authority of the Vermilion Bird Domain. It's over. Completely over. Shuk Domain's highest leader, Ho Tianji, has also come to collect. Wu Shihao knew that he had no chance at all. In Shuk Domain, although King Jin has placed and cultivated many strong members who are important figures, the only one he cannot buy or woo is the highest leader, Ho Tianji. What's more infuriating is that Ho Tianji's prestige in Shuk Domain is unmatched. Even though Wu Shihao had developed many trusted subordinates willing to follow him, if they were to disobey Ho Tianji's orders, they would not hesitate to turn against Wu Shihao. Shuk Domain was established by Ho Tianji and his 18 warriors from scratch, building up the million-strong army step by step. Ho Tianji's status in Shuk Domain is as unshakable as Yi Changfeng's in Qianlong Domain or Chen Yao's in Zhenwu Division. After Ho Tianji's command, Wu Shihao's 3,000 troops instantly retreated like a tie, some even lifting their war chariots and disappearing from Ho Tianji's sight in panic. At this moment, they regretted not having more legs. Originally, when Yi Fan's identity was exposed by Guo Li, the military experts hesitated. They were reluctant to act against the imperial officials of Daxia. With Chen Yao's arrival, they began to feel uneasy, as the king of Zhenwu Division was a figure that instilled fear in everyone. Finally, with Ho Tianji's appearance, they dared not linger any longer. They knew clearly that Wu Shihao's actions today were only to carry out King Jin's plan, which had failed completely. Ho Tianji's arrival meant disaster for everyone. Mr. Ho, your words were effective. I've said it twice, but they wouldn't retreat. As soon as you spoke, they all withdrew. Chen Yao turned the wheelchair in the direction of Ho Tianji and smiled at him. Ho Tianji smiled bitterly and bowed respectfully to Chen Yao. Director Chen, please don't make fun of me. If it weren't for your timely information, chaos would have erupted today, and I wouldn't know how to answer to Lord Yi. Yi young master, I'm sorry for alarming you. I apologize to you. After bowing to Chen Yao, Ho Tianji turned to Yi Fan and bowed respectfully again. Ho Tianji glared fiercely at Wu Shihao, feeling a shiver down his spine at the thought of what could have happened if Wu Shihao had succeeded, launching an all-out assault on Yi Fan. What would happen to the Yi family then? With Yi Fan's family in turmoil, they would be almost wiped out, with Yi Fan being the last survivor. Before entering Shuk Domain to fight, Ho Tianji was Yi Changfeng's student. If things went wrong, Wu Shihao would truly be ashamed to face Yi Changfeng. Mr. Ho, it's not your fault at all. It was all Wu Shihao's doing without permission. Yi Fan stared coldly at Wu Shihao. Seeing Wu Shihao's face in the video, and hearing his confession just now, Yi Fan knew he had another enemy to deal with. Decoding the metal monkey's password will open the lock for solving future problems. He is something that Wu Shihao doesn't, and that's hope. Wu Shihao saw the sharp look in Yi Fan's eyes and knew he was finished today. Unauthorized mobilization of troops was already a grave crime, but assaulting Yifan had triggered the involvement of the Zhenwu division. Both Hou Tianji and Yifan, as well as Chen Yao, would not let him live. Even King Jin and Chief Pan Shai would probably try to silence him to avoid any connection. But even if he died, Wu Shihao didn't want to die at Yifan's hands. Mr. Ho, please spare me. I have followed you for a long time. Please don't hand me over to the Zhenwu division. Take me back to the Zhu camp, where I can take my own life. Wu Shihao felt like a deflated ball of air, pleading with Hou Tianji. He knew that once he fell into Yifan's hands, he would surely meet a fate worse than death. Since he was a member of Zhu domain, he was supposed to be handed over to Hou Tianji for judgment, according to the rules. Yifan turned to Hou Tianji to see what his attitude would be. After all, as respected veterans of Daxia, he had great admiration for them, and did not want to provoke them unnecessarily. Chen Yao tilted his head and smiled, looking at Hou Tianji. Hou Tianji's muscles twitched slightly on his face before smiling and saying, "I'm old and blind. Deaf too. I see nothing and hear nothing. Ye young master, I know and understand nothing of what you did today." Upon hearing Hou Tianji's words, Wu Shihao felt utter despair. It was clear that Hou Tianji intended to feign ignorance and not intervene in whatever Yifan might do to him. In truth, anyone in Hou Tianji's position would likely make the same choice. Wu Shihao was obviously an enemy of the Yi family, and with the imperial support they had gained, he was not worth offending. Moreover, although Hou Tianji's authority in Zhu domain remained strong, his advancing age was beginning to affect his ability to manage the domain effectively. Wu Shihao and a few other warlords had started to align themselves with different factions, causing headaches for Hou Tianji. It would be beneficial for Hou Tianji if Wu Shihao, a failed element, were eliminated through this opportunity provided by Yifan. "Thank you, Mr. Ho." Yifan respectfully bowed to Hou Tianji and then nodded to Yukong. "Take him away." The Sky Pavilion also had its own base in Guangcheng. Since Wu Shihao was an enemy of his brother, Yifan had to avenge him, and it wouldn't be good to make a scene at the Zhenwu division's base. "Ye young master, no need to be polite. In fact, I do have a small request for you, young master." Hou Tianji hesitated a bit before speaking. The Global Military Congress is going to be held at the Zhu domain headquarters in a few days. All the elite members of the global military forces will be participating to compete for honor. While it's said to be a military exchange event, foreign parties might target our young elites, and since there aren't many from our younger generation who are ready to fight, except for Mrs. Yi Yuling. As for the others, they lack the necessary experience. So, I invite Yi young master to represent Daxia in the Congress. Yi Yuling, the senior miss, is still going to participate in the military exercise. Go. Yi young master. While Yifan hesitated, Chen Yao spoke up, whispering to Yifan, "Participate in the Congress, use the opportunity to gain insights within Zhu domain. There's a big fish involved in the Yi family's massacre. Expose it before others. If there were superiors involved in the attack on Yi family from Zhu domain, then participating in the global military exercise was necessary." What's more, his wife, Yi Yuling, would be joining too. Although Yifan didn't care about rankings, if he could secure the top spot for Yi Yuling and eliminate their enemies, it would be a good achievement. "I agree," Yifan nodded, planning to contact Yi Yuling in advance after tonight's events. After returning from Penlai Gorge last time, he had some intimate contact with Yi Yuling, and although she had improved her strength, she still had room for growth. This time, he needed to boost Yuling's strength further, giving her more confidence in the military exercise. "Thank you, young master. How do you intend to handle the Chen family? Do you need my assistance?" Hou Tianji bowed gratefully to Yifan and glanced at Chen Fang's body and the other two war emperor experts, the Zhu family and the Song family leaders. "Tonight, Chief Pan is certain to summon you to hand over the keys and forcibly take control of Chongqui base. My advice is for you to submit to Chief Pan and hand over the keys." As he spoke, Yifan took out the compass key Quinn had shown him earlier and returned it to him. "Ah, young master." This. Yifan's actions left Qin and Zongyang puzzled. What did he mean by this sudden change of heart? After a long and arduous struggle, was Yifan giving up? Was he surrendering? Was he voluntarily handing over the keys? "Yi Shao, Chiakui base was originally passed to you by Miss. Now there are already 2 keys. Why did you suddenly give up? Are you planning to hand over the Chiakui base to King Jin?" Che Yuan was very anxious. Behind the Chiakui base, there are still many connections to ancient martial arts families. If King Jin gains access to these connections, Yi Xiao's future days will be very difficult. Song Yan also looked worried. Yi Xiao, why don't you reconsider? Yi Fan sighed and said, you all saw what happened today. One Chiaokui base involves too many people. Your intentions from the four great families are good, but if because of the Chiaokui base, your families are endangered, I can't forgive myself. As for the Chiaokui base, I won't give up so easily. Anyway, I will not let it fall into King Jin's hands. I will think of other ways to get it back. Just follow my plan. Don't ask anything. Don't get involved in anything. Activating the Chiaokui base requires the keys from the four great families to enter simultaneously. Currently, Yi Fan can only obtain the keys from Song Yan and Che Yuan. The key from the Chen family must already be in Pan Shi's hands, and the key from Liang and Slippery hands is still pending. In other words, no matter how hard Yi Fan tries, he can only obtain 3 keys at a time. In this case, Yi Fan planned to let Pan Shi gather all 4 keys, then he would go for the peach. Pan Shi was showing off because he brought 10 top martial emperors with him. But now, due to the influence of the red silk overlord body, Yi Fan had absolute control over 6 martial emperors already. If he could bring the other 4 martial emperors under his control before tonight, Pan Shi would just be an empty commander. All his trump cards were actually Yi Fan's. Everything Pan Shi did was just to benefit Yi Fan. Remember, even if you agree to give Pan Shi the keys, you must demand a lion's share. Absolutely more benefits, whether it's catch, elixirs, or medicinal materials, the more, the better. And you must get them immediately. Understand? If you plan to bury Pan Shi in a pit, then the harsher the pit, the better. Yi Fan's series of mysterious actions made the simple-minded Che Yuan's brain almost burn out. What exactly does Yi Xiao mean? On the other hand, Chen Yao watched with an approving smile, expressing admiration in his eyes. It seems the young master has grown again. This time, with King Jin in the southern Vermilion Bird domain, he is likely to suffer great losses. Having invited Yi Fan to participate in the military exercise in the Vermilion Bird domain was indeed a wise choice. Like a catfish, once Yi Fan entered the Vermilion Bird domain system, he would inevitably cause a stir inside. By utilizing Yi Fan, the environment within the Vermilion Bird domain could be purified, allowing the higher-ups there to gain more clarity, and hopefully provide some support for the Emperor's side. While Che Yuan was about to ask, Song Yan, who was beside him, had already guessed the general situation. He reached out and hugged Che Yuan's shoulder, saying, Old Che, let's just follow the young master's orders. The young master is powerful, and his thoughts are beyond what we can comprehend. Trust the young master. We will definitely not lose out. As soon as Song Yan finished speaking, Yi Fan's sharp gaze swept towards Song Yan. After looking back and forth between Chen Yao and Song Yan, he finally spoke, Song family head, don't you plan to explain? During dinner, Song Yan coincidentally disappeared, and then when Yi Fan was in danger, Director Chen and the guards from Zhenwu Hall arrived just in time. At a critical moment, Song Yan implicated Fifth Brother in an attack, giving Director Chen a reason and pretext to act. If this was all a coincidence, then Yi Fan would shave his head. This, Yi Xiao, forgive me. While Song Yan spoke, he turned to look at Chen Yao. Chen Yao nodded. Speak the truth. Do not let any rift occur between Yi Xiao and you because of this. Hearing this, Yi Fan understood. Song Yan must be affiliated with Zhenwu Hall. This Song family head was indeed a good performer. I am Song Yan, vice captain of the 7th team of Zhenwu Hall. I greet the young master. Though respectful towards Yi Fan, Song Yan also respectfully addressed him using 2 titles. It was clear that Song Yan was not only a head of the 4 great families, but also a key member of Zhenwu Hall. It seemed that Director Chen had deliberately arranged this, considering him a highly valued core member. Yi Fan couldn't get a clear impression of what he felt towards Song Yan. He couldn't exactly hate him, but he just wanted to teach him a lesson. Since Pan Shi attempted to assassinate him at the banquet, it was evident that Song Yan was executing Director Chen's orders to protect him, all while pretending to be in dire need of Yi Fan's protection. Seeing Yi Fan raising his fist, Song Yan quickly dodged behind Chen Yao. Chen Yao smiled and said, Enough. Blame me, Yi Xiao. It was all my arrangement. I was concerned that you were too young and might face troubles in taking over the Tiakui base, so I had Song Yan support you secretly. Song Yan joined Zhenwu Hall 20 years ago. Consider him a nail I planted in the Chiakui base. From now on, he is under your command and can be a reliable assistant by your side. You can use him with confidence. Chen Yao had a mother's no. 3 jade pendant left to him, a sign of someone completely trustworthy. Chen Yao valued Song Yang so much, implying that he must have exceptional qualities. Even though Yifan had Guo Li, Wang Fugui, Yamada Keiko, and Liu Yang by his side, manpower was still insufficient to establish a large Fin alliance. Yi Xiao, please give Song a chance to redeem himself. In the future, Song will give his utmost loyalty and serve you until death. Song Yang took this opportunity to ingratiate himself, bowing respectfully once again to Yifan, even lowering his head closer to Yifan. He was quite a cunning person. Yifan smiled faintly and tapped Song Yang's head with his finger joints. I'll be watching your performance from now on. With the situation at Jianfeng resolved and with Shihao already taken by the Qianji Pavilion, everything here came to an end. Yifan glanced at the people present and calmly said, "You all can disperse now. I have important matters to attend to." Wu Shihao was one of the murderers of his elder brother, and as Chen Yao mentioned, there was still a big fish hidden in the vermilion bird domain, which could be used to pressure Wu Shihao into revealing more insights about the domain. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yifan led Guo Li, Wang Fugui, Song Yan, and others towards the Qianji Pavilion base. Those beasts who killed his brother, Yifan would make each and every one of them pay for their deeds. In Guang City, in a luxurious private room of a clubhouse, Pen Shai was happily chatting with several blonde, blue-eyed foreigners. Suddenly, an assistant rushed in from the door. "Manager, we just received news that our people who were dispatched are in trouble." The assistant glanced at the foreigners sitting across from them as he spoke. Tan Shai frowned, realizing that the situation might be significant. He quickly got out and walked out of the private room with the assistant. "What's going on?" "Manager, the team we sent to monitor Che Yuan and several martial emperor experts from Song Yang were all sent back by Yifan. Moreover, two powerful martial emperors from the Chen family also returned after being defeated by Yifan. But the critical part is that Chen Feng was directly assassinated by Wu Shihao, who has been captured by Yifan and Chen Yao's men. Damn, Chen Yao has come to Guan City. And that idiot Wu Shihao gathered 3,000 men. How did he get captured? Damn, this is bad. Quickly send people to invite representatives from the four great families to hold an emergency meeting. And remember, at all costs, ensure they attend, and also meet all their demands, especially the Song and Che families, as long as they agree to cooperate with King Jin, satisfy all their conditions. Okay. However, manager, our resources are already stretched thin after Yifan robbed the supplies sent by the Gu sect last time. If the Song family and the Che family demand a large amount of resources, we won't be able to provide them. What should we do? Tan Shai furrowed his brow. Then we'll use the resources from the secret base in the southwest, the Chongqui base. We must take it at all costs. I will report to the prince. You immediately gather the resources in the base, and be careful not to expose the location of the base. In order to plan the entire imperial authority, the Jin Wang, apart from infiltrating the upper ranks of the vermilion bird domain, secretly emptied several mountains near Guancheng and established a huge base that could accommodate at least 100,000 people. Inside were stored tens of thousands of troops and resources for immediate use. You useless bunch, you can't even monitor a few ordinary patriarchs. What good are you? Tan Shai looked at the assistant behind him, as well as the several martial emperors who were sent back by Yifan, feeling furious. Wasn't the Sun Saint said to be very powerful, fearless of death, and afraid of pain, willing to fight until only one arm is left? But now, with just a slight move from Yifan, they all ran back, so afraid of death. Forget it. Take them to the Chongqui base to prepare. Damn it, that guy Yifan will definitely not let this go. We must take over the Chongqui base before him. Tan Shai reprimanded the martial emperors in front of him. These were the martial emperor slaves who had already been subdued by Yifan using the red silk overlord body. Wasn't the Sun Saint's locking soul would supposed to guarantee Yifan's death once inserted into his body? Those ancient dark prohibitions were able to corrode and devour the life force of the body. It had been half a day already, but Yifan was still alive and kicking. Who was that despicable person who saved Yifan that day? Although Pen Shai had sent out quite a few people to investigate, he always felt that there was an invisible force blocking him in Guancheng. Tan Shai had originally wanted to contact the Sun Saint to understand the situation, but for some reason, he couldn't reach him at all. Tan Shai was venting his frustration, but he didn't notice the golden light that flashed in the eyes of Martial Emperor Slave Number 3. On the other side of Guanchen, when Yifan's red silk overlord body moved, Yifan could clearly see the scene seen by Martial Emperor Slave Number 3, and hear the words that Martial Emperor Slave Number 3 could hear. Southwest Secret Base. Upon hearing such confidential information, Yifan couldn't help but be greatly shocked. What did Jin Wan want to do? It seemed that this guy not only wanted to target the Yi family, but also aimed at the royal family. Such an important matter, it would be very difficult for Yi Fan to handle alone. After a brief hesitation, Yifan called Chen Yao immediately. Director Chen, I have an important situation to report. In the southwest region, Jin Wan has established a secret base. This is going to be a big move, should the Garrison Bureau arrange an operation. On the other end of the phone, Chen Yao smiled with relief. Yi, it seems that your intelligence work has improved rapidly. One of my tasks when I came to Guanchen this time was based on this. However, Jin Wang is very cautious. Our Garrison Bureau only knows that Jin Wan has such a base, but we do not know where the base is exactly. Moreover, if we really investigate the position of the base, the strength of just the Garrison Bureau is still not enough. We need the forces of the Vermilion Bird Domain to act, but as I mentioned before, there is still a big fish in the Vermilion Bird Domain. Before moving against Jin Wang's base, we must take down the big fish in the Vermilion Bird Domain. Then it will be foolproof. Also, about the matter of Jin Wang's base, actually Yi, you should inform another very important person. Chen Yao's tone on the phone seemed to carry a smile. Who? Yifan was puzzled. Investigating Jin Wang's base should be within the purview of the Garrison Bureau. Who else should he inform? Empress Ji Ningxuan. Chen Yao smiled. On one hand, Empress has a close relationship with you. She will definitely provide you some convenience. With the support of Ji Ningxuan, in fact, it is equivalent to having the support of the power behind the national government. On the other hand, Ji Ningxuan is also the Empress. For such a major matter, she will definitely report to the Emperor Ji Yukin. Then Ji Yukin will not sit idly by. The royal family will also mobilize forces. At that time, you'll be able to do a lot. With a little effort, Chen Yao's words enlightened Yifan, but also left him feeling frustrated. What did it mean to have a close relationship with the Empress? Ji Ningxuan was already designated as the Empress, although that night, he saved her and even helped her remove the poison from her chest. And then she even kissed Yifan. But Yifan knew that he had to tread carefully. After all, she was the Empress, the legitimate wife of the great Xia Emperor. If anything really happened between them, he would probably be hunted down by the royal family worldwide, right? Branding the great Xia Emperor, that would be completely suicidal. Little did Yifan know that although he didn't think that way, Ji Ningxuan quietly took some private photos of him. Missing Yifan every day, the emotions between them were quietly changing. What neither Yifan nor Chen Yao knew was that the Empress Ji Yukin was actually a woman. In order to prevent her secret from being exposed after her wedding, Ji Yukin was planning to implement a surrogate plan. So, inadvertently, Ji Yukin was deliberately giving Ji Ningxuan and Yifan opportunities to interact more. Otherwise, fearing that the surrogate plan would be rejected after her secret was exposed, Ji Ningxuan might be repulsed. Understood. Yifan responded, Director Chen, if you want to know the specific location, you can immediately send someone to closely follow the assistant by Pan Shi's side. I think we should have results today. Yifan had already heard and seen from Martial Emperor Slave Number 3. The assistant of Pan Shi would definitely go to the base to mobilize resources personally, as long as he was followed closely. The location of the base would be known. After hanging up with Chen Yao, Yifan immediately called Ji Ningxuan, briefly explaining the situation on his side. Just as Chen Yao had anticipated, upon hearing this explosive news, Ji Ningxuan didn't hesitate at all. She rushed to the Grand Hall where Empress Ji Yukin handled political affairs and solemnly repeated the situation reported by Yifan. What? Jin Wang actually built a base for 100,000 people around Guanchen. What is this prince uncle thinking? After learning of the news, Empress Ji Yukin stood up directly from her chair, her voice trembling slightly. A base for 100,000 people. If all 100,000 people were martial experts, the destructive power would definitely shake the entire Great Xia existence. If those 100,000 people suddenly appeared in Shanjing, the entire royal family would probably be destroyed. Moreover, Since Jin Wang had established such a base in the southwest region, who knows if he had also established one elsewhere. After secretly building it for such a long time, as the Empress Ji Yukin, she didn't had any information about it. Ji Yukin paced back and forth in her room, frowning in thought for a long time, then spoke. Ningxuan, you have a closer relationship with Yifan, so could you go to Guancheng and handle it? You can act on behalf of me to give Yifan full authority, including mobilizing 1,000,000 troops from the Vermilion Bird domain. Make sure to wipe out, before they react. Ji Ningxuan's heart skipped a beat. Empress, between Yifan and me. Hearing that Ji Yukin was sending her back to Yifan, Ji Ningxuan's heart raced non-stop. While she felt anxious, there was also some anticipation. However, Ji Ningxuan was really conflicted. She had said last time that the night of recklessness was the last time. And now Ji Yukin was sending her to Yifan again. Was she not afraid that her husband would just play around with her? Ji Ningxuan was really afraid of losing control. I know. You and Yifan are innocent. It's okay. I completely trust you. Ji Yukin hastily interrupted Ji Ningxuan's words, grabbing her wrist and saying, Ningxuan, you are my childhood sweetheart. I trust no one around me. Only you. Go ahead without worries. Ji Yukin looked at Ji Ningxuan with a wicked smile and thought to himself, I'd rather you have something with Yifan, otherwise, my plan won't be able to proceed. Ji Ningxuan felt uneasy under Ji Yukin's gaze. Could the emperor have noticed something? That day, she only kissed Yifan. Was there any clue that could be detected? Did the private photos she took with Yifan get exposed somehow? She already told Yifan to delete them after seeing. This is my token. Act when you see the opportunity. Ho Lao is on our side. If there's anything, you can discuss with him. Ji Yukin patted Ji Ningxuan's shoulder. We need to leave immediately. This matter cannot be delayed. In Guancheng, in the Qianji Pavilion base, Wu Shihao, held captive in the underground dungeon, was already tortured beyond recognition. The members of the Qianji Pavilion knew that Wu Shihao was the enemy of the Pavilion Master, so they showed no mercy. All his teeth were pulled out, he was put on a tiger bench, and subjected to various other punishment measures. You, just wait for me. When I get out, I won't spare any of you. Wu Shihao, with all his teeth pulled out, could barely speak, but he still tried to act tough in front of the Qianji Pavilion members. They knew that Yifan would not go easy on those who harmed his brothers, so how could Wu Shihao have a chance to get out alive? As some Qianji Pavilion members were about to continue their assault on Wu Shihao, they heard footsteps approaching the door. Yifan, Yukong, Wu Li, and others appeared. Pavilion Master, Minister Yu. The group of Qianji Pavilion members inside bowed respectfully to the two. Yifan gestured for the Qianji Pavilion members to leave, then turned to look at Wu Shihao. Thump. Before the Qianji Pavilion members had even left the room, Wu Shihao knelt down in front of Yifan. Young Master Yi, spare me. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Wu Shihao pleaded while continuously kowtowing. The Qianji Pavilion members looked down on him, thinking, weren't you just acting tough before? Why are you begging as soon as you see young Master Yi? The key was not that Wu Shihao didn't want to be tough. The problem was that after seeing Yifan's methods, he couldn't. Wu Shihao had a hunch that Pan Shi's plan to take over the Chongqi base in Guancheng this time would likely fail miserably. Furthermore, Wu Shihao also knew that besides taking over the Chongqi base, Pan Shi also intended to mobilize the forces of the Jinwang base to completely seek control over the leadership of the Zhuge territory. But now, it seemed like everything was going to fail. Thus, after seeing Chen Yao appear behind Yifan, and seeing Hafei abandoning him, Wu Shihao had made a decision. He had to protect himself first. Yifan coldly stared at Wu Shihao without speaking. Wu Shihao quickly continued, Young Master Yi, in the Zhuge territory, I have loyal followers. They are captains and lieutenants, all loyal to King Jin. I confess everything. I won't cause any trouble for the Zhuge territory, and will never bother young Master Yi again. They are. Wu Shihao proactively listed a series of names, which Guo Li quickly wrote down. Is that all? Any more you missed? Yifan raised an eyebrow, and as soon as he spoke, Wu Shihao's heart pounded heavily. A sense of foreboding washed over him. That's all. Yifan nodded, and Wang Fugui opened a video on his phone, displaying it on the wall. The video showed the camp of the Zhuge territory headquarters, with rows of young men in camouflage crouching on the ground. Hundreds of members, precisely the same names Wu Shihao had just listed. In front of those people stood Ho Tianji, Ho Lao, I've sent you the list Wu Shihao provided. Please verify if they match up. Yifan casually spoke, but Wu Shihao was shocked to the core. How were his loyal followers captured so quickly? Clearly, Ho Tianji had already acted in advance. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible this fast. Did this not mean that the information he provided was meaningless? Perfect, not a single one missing. Thank you, young Master Yi. Ho Tianji had long wanted to clean up the factions within the Zhuk territory. Wu Shihao's downfall today provided the perfect opportunity for him to take action, so naturally, he had to show his strength. After ending the video call, Yifan turned to Wu Shihao. Seems like this information won't save your life. Wu Shihao's lips trembled. I also know the key members involved in the ambush of your third brother. There's the one who disguised as Shen Nanfei, the head of the Cao family, and the Han family. Before Wu Shihao could finish, Yifan played the video that the 5 poison bo had given him. Are you talking about these people in the video? Seeing the faces of those involved in the attack on Yilingyu clearly displayed, Wu Shihao felt like he had slept with the husky. Damn it, how did Yifan get hold of such confidential information? Did that mean that before Yifan arrived in Guanchen, he already knew exactly who participated in the attack on Yilingyu? When Yifan came to this side of Guancheng, it was all just a game of whack-a-mole, but at that time, those who were part of the operation thought Yifan knew nothing. They were so foolish. Yifan had tricked them all like monkeys. I also know that King Jin has a base established in the southwest region, roughly located at. After betraying to significant pieces of information, Wu Shihao realized that in order to save himself, he had to sell out the location of King Jin's base. Only with substantial information could he ensure his survival. But when Yifan connected to Chen Yao's video call again, Director, how's the tail going? Successfully located. Outside the outer 9-hole bridge 50 kilometers east of Guancheng. The camera turned, showing members of Zhenwu Bureau secretly trailing Pan Shi's assistant towards a factory. Wu Shihao felt completely hopeless. Was Yifan a deity? He knew the most critical secret, the location of King Jin's base, a top-secret piece of information. How did Yifan know? This meant that Yifan must have already planned to take action on King Jin's base, and Pan Shi and his men brought this time were all likely doomed. Unfortunately, even though Wu Shihao now knew this information, he had no way to inform Pan Shi and the others. Wu Shihao, you should have known this day would come when you participated in killing my third brother. Yifan coldly stared at Wu Shihao, taking out a photo of Yilingyu and placing it on the table. Confess and apologize to my third brother. Young Master Yi, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Wu Shihao, without hesitation, bowed respectfully and apologized to the picture of Yilingyu. After a moment, Yifan fixed his gaze on Wu Shihao and said, now it's my turn to ask you. How much progress have you made on the Celestial Palace map left on my third brother's body? Grandpa said that the Celestial Palace map fragments left by Mother on the bodies of the 7 brothers were extremely important and needed to be gathered quickly, or they couldn't fall into enemy hands. I don't know. Currently none of our people have any clues. Wu Shihao replied bitterly. So Yifan also knew about the Celestial Palace map's existence, that the crucial information Yifan was seeking, he had no idea about. It had been almost a month since Yilingyu's death, and all the people on King Jin's side had been thoroughly investigating everyone Yilingyu had contact with, but they still found no clues. If you don't know this, what's the point of our conversation? Yifan's companion, Wang Fugui, scolded while thrusting a dagger towards Wu Shihao's chest. Wu Shihao had been tortured to the point of extreme tension, and Wang Fugui suddenly struck, pushing Wu Shihao to the brink of collapse. Then let's change the question. Who is supporting Jing Wang from behind? Yifan stared intensely at Wu Shihao and changed the question. As a prince of the royal family, Jing Wang had gained support from many powerful martial artists in a short period of time, so there must be someone supporting him from behind. Immortals, I don't know either. Before Wu Shihao could finish speaking, Bo Li beside him also stabbed him. You don't know either. Useless. Yifan had intended to continue questioning Wu Shihao, but at this moment, he also realized that Wu Shihao was just a martial artist, clueless about many crucial pieces of information. Yifan couldn't be bothered to waste words and directly activated the 7-star soul extinguishing hand, searching through Wu Shihao's mind, but found little useful information. The only valuable piece of information was about the military drill this time. Jing Wang, along with the martial artists from overseas, plan to assassinate elite members of the Great Xia and create a gap in the younger generation of martial artists in Great Xia. And the Great Empress, as the female martial god of Great Xia, was on the list. Those involved in the plan included martial artists from Europe, the Black Clothes Society of Dongjing, and the Miaozhong witchcraft. Another vague piece of information suggested that in the 100,000 mountains of Miaozhong, there seemed to be traces of evil worship, and someone was trying to break the seal of evil worship in advance, unleashing it. This world is becoming increasingly turbulent. Suppressing evil worship was originally the unfinished plan of the Mother and also one of the responsibilities of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Once the matters in Guanchen are settled, it's time to visit the witchcraft and also return those two exceptional twin saintesses. I wonder how much Yamada Keiko has corrupted those two saintesses. Dahlia and Xia are too pure as a blank sheet of paper. If they are not allowed to understand the dangers of society, I don't know how much trouble they will face in the future. Confirming that there was no useful information, flames appeared on Yifan's hands, and he burned with Shihao to ashes. Yifan sighed deeply in his heart, eliminating another perpetrator of the killing of his third brother. So far, those directly involved in the killing of the third brother, including Lao Mo, the heads of the Han and Cao families, Wu Shihao. Only the big fish of the Zhuge domain remained, as well as several key figures from the witchcraft. Almost there. Once all of Jing Wang's support is severed, he will be a toothless tiger. Brothers, I will make Jing Wang kneel in front of your graves and repent. Ding dong. Just as Yifan, Guo Li, and others had come out of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion base, Yifan received a text message from Song Yang. Young Master Yi, Pen Shai has started his recruitment plan. We are negotiating the conditions. We agree to surrender, and the conditions are for 1,000 top-grade elixirs, 100 volumes of superior martial arts techniques, and cash of 1 trillion each from the Song and Che families. Isn't this excessive? Looking at the content of the text message, Yifan's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Requesting 1 trillion in cash per family. Do they really dare to ask for that much? And 1,000 top-grade elixirs, 100 volumes of superior techniques. Are they planning to empty Jing Wang's warehouse? Without thinking, Yifan knew that this was definitely Song Yan's idea. Now we are still waiting for the items they promised. Once everything is in place, we will truly enter the Qianghui base. The specific location is here. Song Yan, thoughtful as always, sent Yifan a location, which was a pavilion outside the Qianghui base. Lord Song, Lord Che, are these conditions satisfactory to you? Shouldn't we exchange the keys to the base now? Ten Shai endured his inner anger and looked at Song Yan and Che Yuan in front of him, feeling almost driven crazy. Do they really dare to ask for this? I just politely mentioned letting them propose conditions, and when they did, they immediately asked for 2 trillion in cash and so many elixirs. If Pen Shai hadn't sent his assistants to the base early to retrieve the items, they couldn't have met the outrageous demands of the Song and Che families. Damn it, 2,000 top-grade elixirs, 200 volumes of superior techniques, almost all the reserves in the Southwest base, and 2 trillion in cash, even involving a third of Jing Wang's operational funds. When the officials on Jing's side learned of Pan Shi's plan, they initially refused on the spot. Using up this many resources would lead to financial tension in the future, possibly causing a direct collapse. Lord, rest assured, when we get the key to the Qianghui base, we will take full control of it. Do you think the Song and Che families will continue to exist? At that time, everything will return to its original owner, without exceptions. Tan Shi's plan was malicious. On the surface, he agreed to all the conditions of Song Yang and Che Yuan, promising to give them all the elixirs, techniques, and cash. However, Pan Shai planned to give the keys to the Song and Che families as soon as they arrived, immediately wiping out both families, ensuring everything would still belong to Jing Wang. General Pan, we are taking a huge risk by pledging allegiance to Jing Wang this time. So please understand, we must see tangible things before agreeing to hand over the key. Che Yuan spoke up, and it was Song Yan who did most of the talking. As always, there would be no tears until one sees the coffin. Feeling emotional, angry, Pan Shi stewed in frustration. Lord Song, do you distrust His Highness or me? We will fulfill the conditions we agreed on. I am sorry, General Pan, but we are not at ease with you and His Highness. So, The matter of the key can wait. Song Yan's direct response made Pan Shai almost lose control on the spot. However, without the keys from the Song and Che families, Pan Shai dared not act recklessly and could only grit his teeth and tell his subordinates by his side, transfer the funds immediately. Ding dong, ding dong. After the 2 phone messages sounded up, Song Yan deliberately picked up his phone and handed it to Lian An, the head of another one of the 4 major families. Lord Lian, could you please help me count how many zeros are at the end? Is it 1 trillion? At the same time, Song Yan nudged Che Yuan with his elbow, and Che Yuan also picked up his phone and handed it to the head of the Chen family. Brother Chen, could you also help me check if 1 trillion has been transferred? His Highness is truly generous to us. Ha ha, ha ha. Lian and the head of the Chen family glanced at the text messages on Che Yuan and Song Yan's phones, the long string of zeros making their eyes ache. It was deliberate. These 2 guys were definitely showing off on purpose, sowing discord. By joining Jing Wang, why could their 2 families reach so many benefits? And why were the Liang and Chen families left with nothing? Especially the head of the Chen family, whose face turned extremely dark. Not only did he not get any benefits, but his son was clearly in a conflict with Yifan and was killed directly by Wu Shihao's sniper rifles. With his son gone, their family line would end. At that thought, the head of the Chen family, Chen Weian, couldn't sit still anymore. Dang. Chen Weian slammed the table abruptly, stood up directly. Unfair, this is too unfair. General Pan, this game can't continue. Chen Weian became angrier as he thought about it, wanting to overturn the table and stop playing. Chen Han, what do you think you are? Do you think you have the qualifications to refuse to play? Humph. Sit down obediently. Tan Shai, who was already filled with anger, didn't say a word. He grabbed the ashtray on the table and viciously smashed it down on Chen Han's head. Dang. A gash immediately opened up on Chen Han's head, blood streaming down his face. Manager Pan. You. Chen Han had only intended to stand up to express his displeasure, but he didn't expect Tan Shai to be so agitated and resort to violence against him. Damn it. How many benefits have you received from the Lord over these years? You know very well. And how many dirty deeds have you done? You also know. Now you want to leave the ship. Is that possible? Tan Shai stared coldly at Chen Han. If you want to leave, you can. Unless you die. I know your son died, but that was an accident. Just 1 son die. So what? After the Lord's plan is completed, you can have as many sons as you want. Wu Shihao had the sniper kill Chen Han's only son, and Pan Shai naturally knew about it. However, in Pan Shai's eyes, it was no big deal. As long as it didn't hinder the Lord's plan, everything was fine. Although Chen Han felt extremely aggrieved, he also knew that since he boarded the thief ship of Lord Jin, he had no way out. Moreover, they were already at the final step. As long as Lord Jin could take over the Chongqui base and restart it, then all the connections and energy of the Chongqui base could be used by Lord Jin. Lord Jin's grand plan might really succeed. By then, the situation in Daxia would change, and Lord Jin would become the top figure in Daxia. His own benefits should be even greater by then, right? Over these years, he had done so many dirty deeds following Lord Jin, his hands stained with countless people's blood. Without following Lord Jin, what other choice did he have? Without Pan Shai saying much, Chen Han had already made up his mind. Does anyone else have any objections? Tan Shai looked sharply at everyone, finally settling his gaze on Song Yang and Che Yuan. The pills and techniques you want will arrive at your designated warehouse in 5 minutes. Then let's go to the Chongqui base in 5 minutes. Song Yang remained calm. When they were at the Grand Hotel entrance in Guancheng, Song Yang was still unclear about Jifan's plan. Although he had some ideas, they were just speculations. But at this moment, Song Yang completely understood. Yifan had intentionally baited them, leading himself and Che Yuan to join Pan Shai, thereby luring Chen Hong and causing Lian and Tong to hand over the key to the base to Pan Shai. This way, Yifan avoided the difficulty of collecting all the keys. When all the base keys were gathered, Yifan would likely start reaping. That's why Song Yang kept sending location information to Yifan and updates on their progress. Song Yang's stubbornness made Pan Shai want to tear him apart. This guy, does he not accept even a second of error? Does he have to wait until the goods are in hand to proceed to the next step? When Pan Shai stared fiercely at Song Yang and saw his hand move under the table, seemingly texting, A sense of alertness rose in Pan Shai. He quickly spoke up, "We have reached an agreement now. 5 minutes later, we will activate the Changqi base. To maintain secrecy, hand over all your phones, mine too. Bring in the signal jammer. In 5 minutes, Leader San, you can communicate with your people through the wired telephone at the bee garden you specify." Tan Shai also had a foreboding feeling. When Wu Shihao mobilized the Suzaku troops to go after Yifan, he almost blasted Yifan into pieces. In the end, Chen Ya and Ho Qianji unexpectedly showed up, and Wu Shihao fell into Yifan's hands, the outcome of which could be imagined. When Tan Shai was on the brink of despair, suddenly Song Yang and Che Yuan came to join them. Although they informed him that Yifan was in critical condition, Song Yang and Che Yuan were looking for a way out for their families. But Tan Shai still felt uneasy. Nothing had gone smoothly before. Whether it was plotting against Yifan, monitoring Song Yang, Che Yuan, or having Wu Shihao's men bomb Yifan, none of them seemed to yield good results. But now, things were going too smoothly. Song Yang and Che Yuan came to cooperate voluntarily. Although they made some exorbitant demands, Pan Shai felt that something was amiss. First, block all the information here, cut off Song Yang and Che Yuan's contact with the outside world. In any case, take control of the Changqi base first. After all, there were 10 Great War Emperors to protect him, which somewhat reassured Pan Shai. Even if Yifan didn't die, even if he managed to find the base, even if his strength hadn't declined much, dealing with 10 more emperors at the same time would pose problems, right? Furthermore, Pan Shai had his assistant gather a group of strong individuals from Lord Jin's secret base. There would be no problem. Everything would work out. Once he controlled the Changqi base, the hatred in his heart from having his ears cut off would finally be resolved. In the capital, Lord Jin's residence, Lord Jin held a teacup. The tea inside had already cooled, but Lord Jin kept pacing back and forth in the room, frowning, muttering to himself, "Old Mo exposed, unable to contact the Han family and Cao family. The operation plan in Guancheng must not encounter any issues." In Guancheng was one of the carefully cultivated assets of Lord Jin. If something went wrong there, it would be a disaster. The Changqi base, as well as Lord Jin's own secret base, were the two things Lord Jin valued the most. If anything went wrong, it would be akin to losing an arm for Lord Jin. "My lord, we have the information from the investigation. Precise information from within the Suzaku domain has surfaced. For War King Wu Shihao failed to attack Yifan. 3,000 troops were defeated. All the main family members were wiped out. People from the Han family and Cao family in Guancheng all died by Yifan's hands. And according to the latest information, Yifan is seen heading towards a certain direction. That direction is where the Changqi base is located." Dawn. The cup in Lord Jin's hand fell to the floor, leaving him dumbfounded. Wu Shihao taken down by Yifan. The chief of the garrison Chen Ya personally went to the scene. Damn it, why didn't Pan Shai report such vital information? It's a conspiracy. Definitely a conspiracy. I knew. How could the Song family and Che family, who resisted for so many years, suddenly back down, and even took so much cash and resources? That was all the businesses had in the southwest region. Quickly, contact Pan Shai immediately. He must be stopped. I was wrong. Pan Shai can't possibly contend with Yifan. Even if Pan Shai gathers the 4 keys, it would only be preparing the bridal clothes for Yifan. I'm certain. Quickly, Lord Jin thought his subordinates were too slow in making the calls and snatched the phone to dial Pan Shai's number. If they didn't contact Pan Shai promptly, Lord Jin's entire strategy in the southwest region would probably crumble. Beep. Sorry, the number you dialed has been powered off. After several attempts, the responses remained the same. The damned message was like a funeral bell, leaving Lord Jin collapsed on the ground. It's over. Is it a case of meat bun smacking the dog with no way back? Yifan, are you heaven sent to specifically deal with me? Jin Wang had no idea that this time, it really wasn't Yifan's fault. It was all because Pan Shai, this lousy teammate, actually stupidly blocked all phone signals, so by some twist of fate, Jin Wang's warning was missed. Pan Shai didn't see through the conspiracy behind Yifan. Actually, Jin Wang had already seen through it. Yifan just wanted to use Pan Shai to gather all the keys together and then pick the peaches at the critical moment. The key is that, although Jin Wang has already realized Yifan's conspiracy, he couldn't inform Pan Shai, who had already taken people towards the base. The feeling is like seeing someone walk to the edge of a cliff, shouting hard, but the other person is deaf, so any call is useless. Quick, contact the Guan City sign immediately. We can still reach the families who can reach Pen Shai. Hurry. Move. Jin Wang wasn't as agitated even when his son, Jia Waiyu, fell into Yifan's hands. However, it's absolutely crucial that Pen Shai must not fall into Yifan's hands, because Pen Shai knows too many of Jin Wang's secrets, about the secret base in the southwest, about all the people involved in the Yi family's massacre plan, and even about the immortal behind Jin Wang. Pen Shai probably knows some. If Pen Shai falls into Yifan's hands, then in front of Yifan, Jin Wang would almost be like not wearing pants, exposing everything. Guan City, the outskirts of Chiakui base. Tan Shai, who had blocked all phone signals, hesitated at the gate of the base. Should he call Jin Wang? But Tan Shai thought about the promise from the Burning Sun Saint, and in the end, he gave up the idea. What's the use of calling anyway? If the raid on Chiakui base succeeds this time, gaining complete control over the base, then the power behind it could rival Jin Wang, so why should he listen to Jin Wang? After being a dog for so many years, Pen Shai no longer wants to be a dog. Today, you've chosen to join the right side. Follow me in this operation. This will be the wisest decision you've ever made. When Chiakui base restarts, I won't forget your benefits. Tan Shai walked towards the building with the others, not forgetting to brainwash Song Yang and Che Yuan. But in reality, it was useless. Che Yuan and Song Yang surrendered because they were following Yifan's orders. Liang and Tan was a slippery and experienced person who wouldn't care for Pan Shi's words. As for Chen Han, he was originally Jin Wang's man and didn't need any brainwashing. Moreover, because his son was killed, and Pen Shai had just insulted him by smashing an ashtray on him, Chen Han already harbored strong resentment towards Pen Shai, to the point that he was even thinking about how to kill Pen Shai. Chen Han had already blamed Pen Shai for his son's death. You guys, guard the gate. Remember, without my orders, no one is allowed in. Tan Shai scolded the first two Fourth War Emperor slaves. The four powerful War Emperors guarded the gate of the base, so even if anything happened, they could handle it, right? At this moment, all 10 top War Emperors had already gathered around Pen Shai. However, Pen Shai didn't know that 6 of these War Emperors were already Yifan's pawns. Chiakui base is very vast, and from the outside, there is nothing special about the entire base. But in reality, all the buildings and layouts inside the base are in line with certain formations. The most core part of Chiakui base is a huge building in the center, where a runic device is housed, and all materials, runic weapons, are produced there. The keys are used to activate the runic device. Tan Shai followed Chen Han, Che Yuan, and others into the core building, finally seeing the most crucial runic device in Chiakui base. He could feel the ancient aura emanating from it, as well as the enormous power contained within the device. Is this the core of Chiakui base? This device can produce such miraculous runic warriors. It's incredible. The runic device was not very large, about the size of a house, oval-shaped, with some mysterious ancient patterns carved on its surface, emitting an ancient aura. Tan Shai excitedly touched the ancient device, murmuring to himself, controlling Chiakui base would mean commanding half of the top experts in the ancient martial world. How can this one device achieve such a feat? After half a day of research, Pen Shai still couldn't figure it out. Bring out the keys. Tan Shai smiled at Che Yuan, Song Yang, and the others, reaching out his hand to them. The process of taking over Chiakui base was very simple. The 4 major families would align all the key compasses on the runic device, then authenticate the members, and that's it. Of course, this was based on the method described by Miss before she left. Although the 4 major families nominally controlled Chiakui base, in reality, they only worked together to produce some simple runic weapons and never truly certified the base. Because Miss had also said, don't certify Chiakui base easily, as if certain steps were wrong, it could trigger the base's self-defense mechanism, leading to the extermination of the certifiers. Even though Chen Han had revealed all the secrets to Pen Shai, Pen Shi's disrespect and insult to his son just now made Chen Han reluctant to say more. Song Yang took out the key compass from his body while looking outside the building. Tan Shai was about to certify Chiakui base. Why hadn't Yi Shao arrived yet? Could it be that he was mistaken, and Yi Shao really chickened out and decided to abandon Chiakui base? This shouldn't be the case. Although Che Yuan and Song Yang were unwilling, at this point, they had no choice but to hand over the key compasses in their hands. Ha ha. Finally, All the key compasses were in his hands. Damn it! With control over Chiakui base, he could command half of the ancient martial world's experts. To hell with King Jin and everyone else. How dare they cut off my ear? I will never let you go, including Yifan. Everyone who goes against me will die. Kill them all. As Pan Shai walked towards the runic device with the keys in hand, he ferociously ordered the 6 War Emperor powerhouses around him. With just one sentence, the 4 people present were shocked. The moment they got the key, they had to order the heads of the 4 major families. Isn't he turning against them too quickly? Song Yang and Che Yuan could still accept it to some extent, but the one who couldn't accept it the most was Chen Han. Manager Pan, did you make a mistake? Do you even want to kill me? HMPH. Did I not make myself clear enough? It's to kill all of you. Chiakui base is ours now, and keeping you will be a waste of resources. Tan Shai chuckled, already full of anticipation for the future. The feeling of controlling the world's power is truly addictive. He could finally be his own master, no longer needing to care about Jin Wang's commands. But Manager Pan, I am King Jin's man, and you are too. We're supposed to be allies, you daring to kill everyone. Aren't you afraid of King Jin's retribution? Chen Han still hadn't realized the situation and tried to make one last plea. Hey, blame me? Chen Han, you think too highly of yourself. In Jin Wang's eyes, I am just a dog, but you are not even as good as a dog. Like ants on the ground. Once dead, just dead. What's there to regret? Besides, who said I'm your ally? I was Jin Wang's man before, that's no lie. But from this moment on, I'm nobody's man. I am my own man. Ha ha ha. Tan Shai kicked the ass of a nearby martial artist. What are you all still standing around for? Act now, and leave none alive. Tan Shai left for martial emperor powerhouses to guard the gate, and here remain 6 martial emperor powerhouses. Among the 4 family heads present, only Song Yan has reached the martial emperor realm. The 6 martial emperor powerhouses could easily eliminate them. After scolding his subordinates, Pen She took the compass key in his hand and stepped towards the rune altar, intending to fit the compass key into the keyhole on top to take control of the Chiakui base. In the hall, Chen Hong froze in place upon hearing Pan Shi's affirmative response. Turns out, after being loyal to King Jin for so many years and committing so many dirty deeds, in King Jin's eyes, he was not even as good as a dog. What shocked Chen Han even more was that Pan She was planning to betray King Jin. Was everyone at the scene going to be silenced? Damn it, if I don't die, I will never let Pan She, this despicable person, go. It was all because of him that my son died. Among the 6 martial emperor powerhouses on site, numbers 5 and 6 had already been subdued by Yifan using the red silk overlord technique, becoming Yifan's slaves. For the operation, Yifan had given them instructions to protect Che Yuan and Song Yang. So, after Pan She issued the action order, the remaining 4 martial emperor experts moved, each pouncing towards one of the family heads. However, the martial emperor slaves numbers 5 and 6 lagged behind by half a step, taking advantage when 2 of the martial emperor experts moved to protect Song Yang and Che Yuan. Before stealthily following up, the 2 martial emperor powerhouses had yet to draw their war knives, when martial emperor slaves 5 and 6 directly stabbed them from behind. Plop. Plop. The war knives pierced the dantian of the 2 martial emperor experts in front, accurately shattering the core of the worms inside their bodies. The 2 attacking martial emperor experts were completely defenseless and instantly lost their fighting power, collapsing to the ground and convulsing violently. The martial emperor slay experts numbers 5 and 6, after killing the 2 companions, did not hesitate and turned to attack Pan She. Tan Manager, be careful. On the other side, the 2 martial emperor experts who had planned to target Chen Han and Lian and saw the actions of numbers 5 and 6 and exclaimed in their mouths frantically, abandoning Lian and Chen Han, rushing towards Pan She to confront him, changing the situation on the scene. Among Pan Shi's 6 martial emperor powerhouses, to betray and even killed 2 of their comrades. As a result, Pan She only had 2 experts left to use. On the other hand, with Che Yuan and Song Yang and martial emperor slaves 5 and 6, there were suddenly 4 martial emperor experts. Damn it, you 2 idiots, what are you doing? Are you crazy? How dare you turn against your comrades? Who gave you the order? Don't forget, your lives are in my hands. Tan She saw the 2 martial emperor subordinates on the ground. His pupils dilated sharply, and instantly took out a living entity resembling a heart. given to him by the Sun Saint before his departure, which was the core of the worm eggs. According to the Sun Saint, controlling the core enabled easy control of the 10 martial emperor powerhouses. This was also why Pan Shem was so confident in his 10 martial emperor powerhouses. Tan She squeezed the core firmly, intending to punish the two traitors. The two martial emperor experts in front of Tan She immediately screamed in agony, spitting out blood and collapsing to the ground, convulsing violently and painfully. The Sun Saint was right. By controlling the core, he could indeed control these martial emperor experts. However, when Pan She looked towards martial emperor slaves 5 and 6, he suddenly discovered that these two martial emperor powerhouses were unaffected. On the contrary, the two martial emperor experts brandished their shining war knives and fiercely attacked Pan She. Damn it, how are you not afraid of the core's punishment? What's wrong with you? I am your master, why won't you listen to me? Stop now, stop immediately. Tan She dodged to the side in terror, while fiercely squeezing the core again. Dang! The two martial emperor experts on the ground suddenly sprang up, their bodies arching in a spider-like 8-limbed shape, looking particularly terrifying. But the attacking martial emperor slaves 5 and 6 were still unaffected, their attacking movements showing no pause. Tan She himself had acquired the worm egg from the Sun Saint, and his strength had increased to the level of martial emperor 4th and 5th rankers. He did not fear martial emperor slaves 5 and 6's attack. However, what shocked Pan She was why had martial emperor powerhouses 5 and 6 lost control. Not only were they not following his orders, they were instead going against heaven's will, killing their comrades. If these martial emperor experts lost control, and at this moment, Yifan, that persistent guy, made a comeback, wouldn't he be in trouble? Thinking about how obedient Song Yan and Che Yuan had become to him, contributing the compass key, the smell of conspiracy became stronger and stronger. Could it be that Yifan had planned this intentionally, setting a trap for him? I am now their master. A familiar voice rang out at the entrance of the hall, followed by a group of figures rushing in. Leading the way was Yifan, who was supposed to be dead. Tan She was stunned, about to explode on the spot. Damn it, as expected he brought trouble upon himself. My God, Yifan had survived despite the intrusion of the soul-locking wood and the ancient dark prohibition. How did he escape? Even more despairing for Pan She was the fact that behind Yifan, martial emperor slaves 1 to 4 stood respectfully, showing all respect and subservience to Yifan. My God, did Yifan control all these martial emperor powerhouses? Yifan, why are you here? Tan She realized that not only Yifan had appeared, but following him were Yukong, Guo Li, Wang Fugui, as well as Che Zhao, the bodyguards of the Che family, and the bodyguards of the Song family, all swarming into the hall. Glancing at their eyes, Pan She finally confirmed it was a conspiracy. Tan She finally confirmed that Song Yan and Che Yuan's submission was solely for this moment. Tan She squeezed the core again, nearly crushing it, but apart from the two agonizing martial emperor experts on the ground, numbers 1 to 6 had no reaction at all. Damn it, the cursed Yifan had played him again. I'm here to take your life. Yifan grunted coldly, scolding martial emperor slaves 1 to 6, attack together, show no mercy. Martial emperor slaves 1 to 6 instantly sprang into action, launching an assault on Pan She. At this moment, all the ordinary experts brought by Pan She moved, forming a human wall in front of Pan She. Tan She looked at the situation with a dark expression and said coldly, Yifan, you want to kill me? It's not that easy. At the hotel banquet, Yifan had already killed Pan She once, but because spirit-locking corpse remains rapidly repaired him. Now, Pan She was more confident because the 4 compass keys had successfully integrated with the runic altar, causing a layer of golden light to ripple on the runic altar. In the next moment, as long as Pan She placed his palm on the palm print in the center of the compass key, completed the authentication process, he could instantly inherit the heritage of the Changhui base, with his strength increasing multiple folds. This was the true secret of taking over the Changhui base, a secret known only to Pan She. Without any hesitation, Pan She swiftly pressed his palm onto the handprint in the compass key. Quickly stop him. Don't let him complete the certification. Seeing Pan She's movements, no one on Yifan's side had spoken yet, but it was Chen Han who started to panic. Once this bastard certifies Changhui base, we will all die. Chen Han evidently also knew the secret of Changhui base. Back when the 4 major families followed Yifan's mother, Chen Hong was considered the strongest in talent and strength at that time. Unfortunately, following Yifan's mother's disappearance, Chen Hong's path gradually deviated. But at this moment, Pan She had already betrayed Jing Wang, and even schemed to kill Chen Hong's son, Chen Feng. Chen Hong attributed all accounts to Pan She. Since I can't obtain it, I won't let your son obtain it either. Yifan naturally also saw the fluctuation of golden light on the root instrument. In the instant the 6 warlord slaves acted, Yifan also moved, activating his teleportation ability. In the blink of an eye, his body had disappeared from the original spot, rushing towards Pan She. Pan She was only at the strength of a 5th rank warlord, while Yifan was already a 9th rank warlord in terms of strength, and had so many trump cards. Dealing with someone like Pan She wouldn't be difficult, right? This was also why Yifan dared to have Song Yang and Che Yuan surrender and execute this ruthless plan. In the last moment of picking peaches, as Yifan had predicted, there was no pressure at all. But a huge unexpected event occurred. Just as Yifan was about to approach Pan She, a majestic golden light fluctuation appeared on the rune instrument, forming a golden circular barrier that actually isolated Yifan's teleportation ability, tightly trapping him on the outside. At the same time, another arc of a war blade swiftly approached Yifan. All of this was activated from the rune instrument, facing the powerful energy fluctuations tearing through the void. Yifan dared not be careless, quickly activating his teleportation ability, hastily retreating to avoid the slashing of the golden energy blade. When he looked at the rune instrument again, his eyes were filled with immense shock. The rune instrument has a self-protective formation, and it can even restrict his teleportation ability, rendering his extraordinary agility useless. However, Yifan only thought for a few seconds and immediately understood. When he was in Huadu, Zhou Mingnan used the fragments of the god to suppress the strength of many people, including suppressing all of his own abilities. So it wasn't surprising that Changqi Base had this capability. But delayed by this, Yifan could only helplessly watch as Pan She placed his hand on the imprint. Then, a primitive golden light emanated from the rune instrument, resonating with the 4 compass keys, causing the room to burst into a dazzling golden light. The entire hall space seemed to have instantly entered a peculiar space. All thoughts dwelled in a spiritual state. The body felt incredibly comfortable, as if it had found its soul's resting place. Time stopped, thoughts stopped, and the air solidified. Everyone's movements seemed to freeze in midair, as 9 golden rays of light entered Tan Shi's hand. Tan Shi's closed eyes suddenly opened, feeling the immense inheritance he had just gained in his body. Couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha. Finally, have I succeeded? The inheritance of Changqi Base. I have finally obtained it. Ha ha. At this moment, my strength is already beyond the level of Warlord Saint, who can still stop me. Tan Shi activated the massive inheritance he had just obtained, slamming his fist into the ground of the hall. Dang. Hiss. As the sounds of air bursting rang out, numerous arcs of electricity appeared in the entire hall, wandering in the air like dragons, causing sparks to fly everywhere, and the air to be filled with a scent of burnt earth. The dancing arcs of electricity touched the tables and chairs in the hall. Whether they were made of wood, ceramics, or steel, they were instantly turned into rubble. Die. Without any hesitation, Tenshi's face showed a hideous expression as the dozens of silver arcs of electricity in his hands all struck towards Yifan, Che Yuan, Song Yang, Guo Li, Wang Fugui, Yu Kong, and others. The thickest one, with the energy pulsating on it the strongest, was at least at the Warlord Saint level. It was already locked onto Yifan. Although the other dozens of arcs had weaker energy fluctuations, they were still at the level of peak Warlord. This move was terrifyingly powerful. The inheritance of Changqi Base. Is it this ferocious? Yifan's expression gradually turned serious, furrowing his brows, feeling somewhat irritated. Did he play too big this time? Damn it. Clearly, Mother left the inheritance of Changqi Base for him. If he miscalculated, it would be troublesome. Yama slash. Seeing these electric arcs attacking everyone, as the strongest expert here, Yifan naturally couldn't just sit and wait for death. With a shout, he unleashed the most powerful move he had learned from the dragon pattern ring, Yama Slash, attempting to use the profound changes and energy fluctuations within Yama Slash to block the impact of these electric arcs. Thus, it must be said that Yifan's Yama Slash did indeed have extremely powerful force. The air was torn apart, emitting a mournful cry. Doom. The glass windows and light bulbs in the entire hall shatter under the immense energy impact unleashed by Yifan and Pan She, turning into dust. Yifan is mighty. With young master Yi here, there's no need to worry. Brother Fan is amazing. I'll give birth to monkeys for you. Seeing Yifan's earth-shattering strike, Sun Yan, Yukong, Che Zhao, and others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The strength of a 9th-rank warlord was no joke, even if Pan She had obtained the inheritance of Chongqui base. So what? As long as they blocked Pan She's attack, with so many warlords joining forces at the scene, they could completely take down Pan She. But the next moment, everyone's smiles disappeared. Because, after Yifan's strongest attack was launched, it created a huge hole in the side wall of the hall, but it was ineffective against the electric arcs. Those arcs still pierced through the martial energy unleashed by Yifan, unabated, rushing towards everyone. Physical attacks were ineffective. Such a scene left Yifan dumbfounded. Yukong, Che Yuan, Song Yan, and others were also astonished. Seeing the electric arcs already closing in within a blink of an eye, everyone hurriedly activated their martial energy to block, but the result was the same. Oh my god. In less than a second, all the people struck by the electric arcs let out tragic screams. The martial arts experts below the transcendent realm were instantly turned into minced meat by the electricity, turning into nothingness. The masters at the transcendent realm were turned into dry corpses by the electricity, instantly killed on the spot. The high-level experts at the warlord realm were slightly better off, with their entire bodies being burnt by electricity, their hair standing straight, but at least they still had a shred of life. Even the strongest of them all, Yukong, had a huge gaping wound on his chest from the electric arcs, gasping heavily and unable to stand steadily. These were just ordinary electric arc attacks, with the most powerful electric arc aimed at Yifan. Yifan changed position 18 times in a row, but couldn't dodge them at all. In the end, he could only despairingly watch as the dragon-like electric arcs enveloped him, surrounding and wrapping around him, completely engulfing him. At this moment, the wrapped Yifan also used all the trump cards in his body. The phantom illusion body wanted to use the illusion to escape, but the electric arc was still firmly locked on. Using paper puppets, trying to deceive the electric arc lock, but still ineffective. Ha, Yifan, all your tricks are useless. Just die. Tan Shi, at this moment, seeing such a powerful effect on the scene, couldn't help but burst into a crazy laugh. Come on, don't you want to oppose me? Damn it, I'll send all of you to see the King of Hell. You will become the stepping stones on my path to dominance. You should feel honored. Tan Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he did not expect the inheritance power of Chongqui base to be so powerful. With the power of a single electric arc, almost a large group of martial ancestor realm experts could be mass-killed, and a group of martial emperor masters could be seriously injured. With such strength in hand, even if those old things from the Holy Lands come looking for trouble, he would not be afraid at all. Ice seal, instant teleportation, absolute domain. All methods have been tried, but all have been ineffective. Yifan's last hope lies in the fire within him and the fragments of the gods. Those are powerful beings that suppress evil worship. They should be able to withstand the attacks of these electric arcs, right? But what made Yifan even more desperate was that whenever he faced danger before, the fire in his dantian would autonomously flicker and then dissipate the surrounding danger, whether it was toxins or other dark energies. But at this moment, the fire in Yifan's body remained quiet in his dantian, showing no intention of action. Damn it, brother, you must not let me down. If I died, you will have no protection. Act quickly. No matter how Yifan tried to stimulate his thoughts, no matter how he called out, it was all in vain. The fire remained stable. If even the fire could not resist the impact of the electric arcs, Yifan would truly be blasted into bits today. The fragments of the gods within his body also had no intention to resist. The 9 dragon marks on his chest contained the 9 dragon yawn pulse, which had a slight flow of light at first, but then remained motionless. Damn it! Have these cowards all given up on resisting? No. Brothers, I don't want to die yet. Yifan was extremely depressed. He had originally planned a trick to gather the four major families with Pan Shi, successfully obtain all the keys to Chongqui base, and then Yifan could leisurely go pick peaches. The 6 martial emperor powerhouses would become his slaves. How could he be manipulated by Pan Shi? But he didn't expect the situation to turn into what it is now. The fact that Chongqui base could still certify, take over, and gained such tremendous power from the inheritance completely exceeded Yi Fan's expectations. No, I can't die. What about my 7 sister-in-laws? And so many beauties I have. Will the vendetta of the Yi family just be left unresolved? No. I must find a way. All of Pan Shi's inheritance comes from that runic instrument. Damn fool. Recognizing the wrong owner. I am the rightful heir. And you passed on the inheritance to Pan Shi. Is it just a joke? Thinking of this, Yi Fan struck down with a punch towards the ground, with a huge soul tower, rushing towards the runic instrument. Fan brother, don't. Dig brother, young master. In the hall, with everyone lying all around, seeing the situation, words of despair filled their mouths. Che Zhao, Guo Li, Song Yan, and others struggled to rush to save Yi Fan, but at this moment, they had no power due to being shocked, and how could they have the strength to save Yi Fan? They could only watch helplessly as Yi Fan was engulfed by the massive electric arcs. Scream. Scream louder. The more miserable you scream, the more excited I get, haha. Tan Shi was delighted at this moment. Didn't you all say Yi Fan was amazing? Even if he's amazing, he's still going to die in my hands now, right? Even the ancient dark forbidden seal of the sunburned holy Ambo couldn't claim your life. I don't believe that by blasting you into bits this time, you can survive. In Pan Shi's mind, he already considered Yi Fan a dead man, so the secret he colluded with the sunburned holy Envoy blurted out, unintentionally spoken, but heard by others. Chen Han, who was lying on the ground, shocked by electricity, at the mention of the sunburned holy Envoy, his facial muscles twitched involuntarily. All right, so Pan Shi, betraying the prince, mingled with those half-human, half-ghost creatures. Despicable. Damn it, as long as I have a breath left today, I must avenge the prince and get rid of this traitor. Tan Shi, as the prince's most trusted aide, completely a person above tens of thousands, even thought about betraying the prince. Everyone watched as Yi Fan, wrapped and entangled, once again struck the ground with a fist, and the huge energy surged towards the runic instrument. Yukong and others were dumbfounded. Lord of the Pavilion, has your mind gone crazy? Why are you randomly attacking everywhere? Young master, how do I explain this to the dean? How do I explain to Miss Fan brother? Didn't you want to cherish her body? I promised you. You must stay alive. Yi Fan's friends, brothers, everyone shouted in despair. But in this situation, everyone knew very well that unless some miracle happened, under the powerful impact of those electric arcs, Yi Fan would definitely be annihilated. What a pity. A generation's monstrous talent. When the Yi family was massacred, he fortunately survived, seeing the Yi family rise again, but eventually had to perish. From today onwards, it seemed that there would be no more Yi family in this world. Time seemed to stand still, and the hall fell into a complete silence, a silence that reached its peak. This tranquility seemed to foretell an earth-shattering explosion that would follow, foreshadowing the fall of a generation's monstrously talented individual, something that would make even the heavens weep in a frenzy of slaughter. Everyone closed their eyes in despair. However, what everyone failed to notice at this moment was that the punch Yi Fan had just struck down, the huge soul power contained within it had instantly surged into the runic instrument, entering the handprint that Pan Shi had pressed before. Hum. A faint buzzing sound emitted from the runic instrument, then it began to shake violently, as if there was boiling water inside. 9 streams of light turned into vivid golden dragons, quickly rushing towards Yi Fan's location. Faint dragon chants emerged in the air. On the side of the runic instrument, a piece of its ancient bronze shell fell off, revealing 4 large golden characters inside the runes, reopening the gate of gods. Doom. Doom. A deafening explosion sounded, accompanied by numerous powerful golden lights floating up, with debris flying everywhere. Next to the runic instrument, the thickest electric arc directly struck out a massive crater, causing the entire hall to tremble. Inside the hall, there was chaos and darkness, with sand and stones flying around, obscuring the sky and earth. If it weren't for the fact that the Chiakui base's core building was specially made, it would have collapsed under this wave of shock long ago. The powerful shockwave sent Che Zhao, Che Yuan, and others flying backward 7 to 8 meters, crashing into the wall before falling down. The atmosphere in the room instantly sank into deep despair, with everyone looking dim. To 4 major families, the Celestial Mechanism Tower, Wang Fugui, Guo Li. So many people followed Yi Fan, who was the absolute pillar of their group. Yi Fan was dead, and everyone felt like they had lost their sense of direction in life in an instant. Outside the hall, the moonlight was exceptionally bright, and the trees rustled in the breeze, making a rustling sound as if announcing the end of an era. Dang! In the midst of the smoke and dust, a figure that was no longer recognizable suddenly flew out and then fell to Chen Han's feet. What the hell? Can someone tell me what's going on? I was clearly attacking Yifan. How did these electric arcs go crazy and attack me instead? Ah, my leg. After the figure fell to the ground, seemingly coming back to his senses, he clutched his broken leg in pain and shouted while cursing. Manager Pan. Looking at the familiar figure in front of her, Chen Han blinked her eyes twice, looking incredulous. What was going on? Just now, Pan Shai used the most powerful electric arc to attack Yifan, right? According to the power of that electric arc, Yifan was bound to die. So, how did Pan Shai end up like this now? And what about Yifan? What happened to Yifan? As Chen Han's heart trembled violently, she turned her head to look towards the center of the hall, where the smoke was gradually dispersing. In the middle of the hall, Yifan stood quietly in place with his eyes closed, seemingly sensing something, the ground around him undamaged. Meanwhile, around Yifan, 9 dragon-shaped golden lights formed a semi-spherical protective shield, perfectly shielding Yifan inside. The place that had just exploded was where Pan Shai had been standing. So Pan Shai's most powerful move just now was redirected at the last moment. Was it the 9 dragon-shaped golden lights that emerged from the runic instrument that formed a protective shield to protect Yifan and redirected Pan Shai's attack back at him? Amidst Chen Han's intense shock and a few seconds of contemplation, she suddenly understood. Yes, Miss had said that there was a self-judgment array formation inside the Chiakui base. And to take over the Chiakui base, it had to be Yifan. If it wasn't Yifan, then they would face a backlash from the Chiakui base. After Pan Shai inserted the 4 compass keys, pressed his palm for certification, he seemed to have deceived the judgment array formation of the Chiakui base, thus temporarily gaining the inheritance power of the Chiakui base. However, when Pan Shai attempted to kill Yifan, the Chiakui base detected the aura on Yifan and recognized him as the rightful successor. So, at a critical moment, the 9 dragon-shaped golden lights flew over and protected Yifan, counter-killing Pan Shai. What a retribution! It was truly retribution. Seeing Pan Shai struggling to stand up from the ground, Chen Hong felt an unusual sense of satisfaction in her heart, but at the same time, her expression darkened, and she made a decision in her heart. Damn it, the damn traitor actually wanted to betray King Jin. Then today, no one will survive. My power. How did my power disappear? My electric arcs. Pan Shai struggled several times on the ground, but it was impossible to activate his own martial Che to stand up. There was not a trace of martial Che left in his body. Moreover, the incredible power he had just obtained from the electric arc inheritance also disappeared completely. Initially, Pan Shai's body had insect eggs and tendons merged, which could help him heal his injuries. However, after being blasted by the electric arc just now, Pan Shai found that the insect eggs in his body were instantly killed, depriving him of life force. Without the assistance of the insect eggs, Pan Shai was as good as dead. Pan Shai looked horrified, almost going mad, especially when he saw Yifan standing unscathed in the middle of the hall and starting to open his eyes. His fear reached its peak. How did Yifan manage to transfer that incredible attack onto him with what method? Chen Han, what are you standing there for? Help me up. I haven't lost. I won't lose. Even though the outcome seemed predetermined, Pan Shai still refused to accept the reality before him, continuing to roar in defiance. Even though victory seemed within reach, he couldn't understand why fate was so cruel to him. Hearing Chen Han's rebuke, her facial muscles twitched a few times before picking up a war blade from the ground and walking towards Pan Shai. As the blade's tip scratched the ground, sparking a series of sparks, Pan Shai's heart quivered with fear. Chen Han, what do you want to do? Pan Shai already felt a sense of foreboding as Chen Han acted so audaciously and dared to kill him. However, Pan Shai instantly realized that all the martial Che in his body had vanished. His body was critically wounded. The insect eggs were destroyed, leaving him utterly helpless. If Chen Han wanted to kill him, Pan Shai truly had no means to resist. Die. Chen Han didn't hesitate, growling as she charged towards Pan Shai and mercilessly stabbed his chest. Sploosh. 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 I'm cleaning up for the king, avenging my DC son. Die. You treacherous wolf! As the blade plunged into Pan Shi's chest and twisted several times, crushing his innards, there was absolutely no possibility of survival. Stop! Inside the hall, Yifan, who had just awakened from the state of trance, saw Chen Han's actions and hastily shouted. With a swift teleportation, he rushed towards Pan Shi. At the critical moment just before, Yifan had been shielded by the 9 dragon-shaped golden lights, evading a fatal blow. At the same time, the information contained in the 9 dragon-shaped golden lights that emerged from the runic instrument was being digested by Yifan. Obviously, behind King Jin, there were more powerful experts. Previously, Yifan had questioned Wu Shihao, but Wu Shihao's knowledge was limited, so Yifan wished to obtain some information from Pan Shi. Moreover, King Jin's secret base in the southwest was too massive. If necessary, they would need information from Pan Shi to handle it without raising any suspicion. Ah, Fan Shi, you're not dead. Dig brother, am I dreaming? Lord Gatekeeper. On the other side, Che Zhao, Wang Fugui, Yu Kong, and others, who had closed their eyes in despair, heard Yifan's familiar voice and looked at him in astonishment, their eyes widening with joy and a tumultuous sea of emotions rising in their hearts. They originally thought that this time, Yifan was bound to die for sure. As a result, that violent electric arc in the end did not strike Yifan. Yifan had the protection of the 9 dragons, so the electric arc bounced back and struck Pan Shi. Destiny? Is this the aura of a monstrous genius? I'm fine. Yifan waved his hand towards Guo Li and the others, quickly dodged in front of Pan Shi and Chen Han, relying on the entire deployment of the Great Zia from Chen Han, as well as the backing of the high-level figures behind Jin Wan. Yifan hoped to obtain it from Chen Han. Hopefully, Pan Shi, this guy, will survive a little longer. Seeing Yifan dodge over, Chen Han smiled calmly. Young master, you don't need to act, I'll handle it myself. Chen Han pulled the war knife out from Pan Shi's chest, looked calmly at Yifan and said, from your mother's side, I should call you young master. But now it seems that we are destined not to meet. I choose my own path, and will bear the consequences myself. At the next moment, without any hesitation, Chen Hong fiercely stabbed the war knife towards his own heart. His body instantly fell to the ground, convulsed violently a few times, and his entire life force dissipated rapidly. At the last moment, Chen Hong was very clear about where he belonged to, so he ended it himself to avoid some pain. Yifan sighed in his heart. If he had known earlier, why bother in the beginning? Goo. Goo. On the other side, Pan Shi's body convulsed violently, blood gushing from his chest and mouth. Save me. Until this moment, Pan Shi still unwilling, reaching out to grasp Yifan, begging Yifan for help. Sensing that Pan Shi was at the end of his rope, Yifan did not hesitate, grabbed Pan Shi's head, quickly activating the 7-star soul extinguishing hand. Quickly say, how many bases are there in Great Zio where Jin Wan is located? Who are the key figures? Jin Wan has 3 bases, one in the northwest, one in the northeast, and one in the capital. The core figures are Wen Zhan, Yu Yao. Yifan had too many questions in his mind, but obviously Pan Shi was on the brink of death. Yifan could only focus on key questions. Who exactly is the immortal behind Jin Wan? The immortal behind Jin Wan, I have never seen him. I have only seen 2 of his worldly disciples. The immortal is in closed-door cultivation. It will take some time before he comes to the capital. But there is another illuminating sun saint who cooperates with Jin Wang. The larvae on our bodies were provided by that saint. That saint also has an underling named Zhou Ming. Tan Sha explained intermittently, and in the end, he tilted his head, directly losing his breath. Although Yifan did not get specific information about the immortal behind Jin Wan, Pan Shi still provided some key information. It turns out that the soul locking wood is indeed related to the force behind the evil cult. They supported Zhou Ming and even colluded with Pan Shi, drawing in Jin Wang's most important assistance. The evil cult that the Gate of Gods has to face is indeed a terrifying existence, especially the use of those larvae. They can control martial artists and even mass-produce some experts, making it impossible to guard against. However, the key is that those martial artists don't even know the so-called elixir, thinking that it can truly enhance their martial skills. Little do they know that the elixir actually contains larvae, which, once ingested, will grow out of control inside the body, merging with the host's meridians throughout their body. It can indeed enhance one's martial strength but also sell their souls to the saints for life. Furthermore, According to the information transmitted back by the dormant red silk tyrant king within Yifan's body, there are superior larvae and a mother body on those larvae. Similar to the red silk tyrant king, they periodically collect rent from those martial artists, forcing them to hand over a portion of their cultivated martial arts cha and vitality. If these saints were allowed to continue developing, the future would be truly terrifying. As the Gate of Gods is reopened, exterminating the evil cult, eradicating demons, the first thing to deal with should be those saints and the super clans they support. But what puzzled Yifan was, according to Pan Shi's words, the strength of those saints is at least in the realm of martial saints. Why didn't they directly act against him? This can only be understood later. With a thought, the flames surged, directly burning Pan Shi, Chen Han, and some other bodies on the scene into ashes. You all whirring. Yifan walked towards Song Yan, Che Yuan, and others. The vitality of the divine fragments in his body quickly entered the others' bodies, helping them quickly repair their injuries. Just now, the electric arc did not hit Yifan, as he was protected by the 9 dragons' golden light in the rune device, and he perfectly absorbed all the inheritances in the rune device. Because Yifan's aptitude had already advanced to Ling Bone, able to accommodate more martial che, in an instant, Yifan had broken through to the realm of martial saint, controlling the entire che, and gaining new insights into spatial power. Yifan clearly felt that he had gained very rich advanced martial arts techniques from the inheritance just now, but at this moment, he needed to first comfort everyone and carefully ponder about it later. "Ye young master, you're fine, which is great." Che Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, tears filling his eyes. Song Yan also smiled in relief, finally feeling at ease, and he could now explain properly to Chairman Chen. Yukong, Guo Li, Wan Fu Gui, Che Zhao, and others came forward one after another, showing concern for Yifan. But there was only one person who seemed a bit desolate on the side. Liang and Tan, from one of the 4 great families, the Liang family. Liang and Tan, this old fox, deliberately avoided recruiting Pan Shi when he came, and did the same sly act when represented by Song Yan for Yifan. Tonight, he thought Pan Shi had won, but the situation reversed once again. In the end, Liang and Tong pleased neither side, being a person of no side. "Ye young master." Liang and Tong bowed to Yifan, his facial expression extremely awkward. Liang and Tong clearly saw the process of Yifan taking over the Tiakui base just now. At this moment, he understood that when Nis left before, she had tampered with the base, and anyone else who took over the Tiakui base would not end well. And Liang and Tong actually wanted to be sly. Liang and Tong moved his lips several times, wanting to speak but not knowing what to say. Yifan glanced lightly at Liang and Tong. "Master Liang, you may leave. Out of consideration for your past with my mother, from this moment on, we are even." Although Liang and Tong was sly, he had not done anything harmful to Yifan. I am. Liang and Tong disappointedly bowed to Yifan, and in an instant, he aged by several decades, dejectedly walked out of the gate. Liang and Tong knew that the Liang family had lost a chance to soar. From now on, the rise of the Tiakui base had nothing to do with himself. What Liang and Tong didn't know was that the Tiakui base was not just a base for making runic weapons. The Tiakui base itself was the headquarters of the Gate of Gods. Yifan finally understood, after inheriting the rune heirloom just now. "All of you, leave. I have some things to do here." Yifan scolded Guo Li and the others, then stepped towards the rune heirloom. Beside the rune heirloom, above the words Gate of Gods Reopening, a grid popped out, containing a thick booklet. Yifan opened the booklet, and a line of text reflected in his eyes. Initial restart. Distribution of subsidiary forces of the Gate of Gods. S-grade force distribution, South Palace family. A-grade force distribution, Upper Jingyu family. B-grade martial force distribution. The activation passwords are respectively. When support was needed, one could directly activate the passwords, and relevant level support would arrive promptly. With a glance, Yifan roughly looked at it. S-grade force support mostly consisted of super families on the antiquity level, totaling about a dozen, while A-grade families were scattered in Upper Jing and various major provinces, wielding significant economic and networking influence, such as the Yu family with equal standing to the Tangjung family in Upper Jing, only being classified as an A-grade force. As for the Ren family in Huadu, the Shen family in Guangcheng, they could only be considered D-grade families. At this moment, Ethan finally understood why obtaining the Chiakui base would allow him to command half of the ancient martial world. With such terrifying network power, one could freely walk through the entire Great Zia without problems. However, since his mother had such a powerful network under her command, why hadn't she handed it over to him earlier? Thick as a book, at the end, there is a handwritten letter on one page. It was written by Yifan's mother to him. Son, when you see this book, it means that your strength should have already broken through the realm of Martial Saint. This is the minimum requirement to activate the inheritance of Chiakui base. If you have not reached this level and take over Chiakui base, taking over the Shenmen, it will only bring disaster to you. Of course, currently the Shenmen can only be considered as 1/3 restarted. The temporarily unsealed power of Shenmen is limited to Daxia, and subsequent advancements to peak the realm of Martial Saint will allow you to activate the advanced permissions of Shenmen. At that time, the power of Shenmen deployed globally can be mobilized by you. Of course, at that time, the dangers you will face will also be more terrifying. As for the ultimate permission of Shenmen, let's talk about it later. Alas, I don't know if you, as a mother's son, are fortunate or calamitous. Since the path is the one you have chosen for yourself, then persevere. I will be waiting for you in a distant place. Love you, Mom. This letter left by the mother contained a vast amount of information. Even though Yifan has already grasped so much information, he only understands half of the content in the letter, and many parts are still unclear to him. But what is clear at the moment is that Chiakui base is the core location of the Shenmen headquarters. This so-called rune instrument not only can produce rune warriors, but also stores all the top secret cores of Shenmen. Through it, many inheritances can be inherited, commanding half of the martial world. The moment Yifan activated the rune instrument also meant that Shenmen officially began to restart. However, with the restart of Shenmen dividing into 3 levels, the current strength of Yifan can only match the activation of the primary permissions, being able to call upon the forces of the vassal families within Daxia. With Shenmen restarting, Yifan can inherit all the vassal families belonging to Shenmen within Daxia. This is a presence more powerful than Tianji Pavilion, but it also faces great risks. On one hand, within Shenmen, over the years, some people, like Chen Hong, have inevitably turned traitor, will no longer be loyal to Shenmen, and upon the appearance of the young master of Shenmen, they will certainly try to kill him. On the other hand, externally, the forces supported by the cultists, the adversaries of Shenmen, after noticing the revival of Shenmen, would certainly launch actions against Yifan. Even some cultists have begun to infiltrate into the main figures of powerful organizations, integrating with normal humans, hiding so deeply that they are not easily discoverable. They could pose a fatal threat to Yifan at any time. Therefore, the mother's advice is for Yifan not to contact the people of Shenmen until he is prepared, so as to not expose himself too early. Heavenly Punishing Thunder. This is the name of the lightning attack that Yifan recently inherited, also one of the inheritances he received from Chiakui base. It is powerful, capable of forming dozens of surging lightning arcs. At its full force, can reach the strength of a Martial Saint realm's full strike. And the most remarkable thing about these lightning arcs is that ordinary physical defenses are ineffective. The only way to resist is to form a barrier with powerful mental energy to block the lightning attack. Water Control Technique. This is the second inheritance Yifan obtained from the rune instrument. It is a mysterious method, or route for the operation of martial arts techniques, allowing Yifan to accurately control water, transform its form, shape it into swords, blades, making killing virtually invisible. Yifan looked at the burst water dispenser by the side and the scattered water on the ground. With a thought, a powerful aura shot out, picking up the water on the ground, floating in the air in an instant, changing into shapes of swords and blades with Yifan's intentions. Dang! Yifan mobilized his energy, controlling the water arrow in his hand to strike against the wall. In an instant, the sturdy wall was directly penetrated by a huge hole. Truly the powerful inheritance left by the mother. With such a formidable water control technique, one can kill without leaving a trace. You are still lacking a weapon. Yifan turned to the last page of the book, where there was another message. I have already prepared it for you in the secret compartment of the grid. Shadow Blade. Following the mother's hint, Yifan opened the secret compartment, and what appeared before him was a double-bladed flying knife in an S shape. The silver blades were engraved with some golden mysterious patterns, exuding an ancient aura, intimidating to behold. This shadow blade was passed down to me by my master. There are 3,000 rune inscriptions engraved on it, capable of multiplying your strength up to 10 times depending on your own strength. The blade is as thin as wings, crafted from special materials, and with the enhancement of rune power, it can destroy and penetrate all things in the world. You must become more skilled in the control technique of the shadow blade. This weapon, the shadow blade, is coveted by many and must be well preserved. Yifen picked up the shadow blade, its icy touch bringing a sense of calm to him. The ancient rune patterns on it seemed to form a special resonance with Yifen once his mental energy entered it, triggering a unique connection. Activating the control technique for the shadow blade flying knife according to the method in his mind, the blade instantaneously shot out from his hand, cutting a circle around a pillar in the hall. Doom! When the shadow blade flew back, the sturdy pillar was sliced in half and fell to the ground. Indeed, incredibly sharp. Heavenly punishing thunder, water control technique, coupled with the shadow blade. With these three major inheritances inherited from Chongqui base, Yifen's confidence increased by a few points. As for the other inheritances within Chongqui base, they would be digested slowly later. Yifen put the list away, ready to walk out of the hall when a dropped phone on the ground suddenly rang. It was the one dropped by Pan Shai earlier. Before entering the base, due to Pan Shai having his subordinates activate a signal jammer around him, Jing King had been unable to contact Pan Shai. However, at this moment, all of Pan Shai's subordinates had perished. The jammer was destroyed, and the signal naturally restored. Yifen picked up Pan Shai's phone and saw that the caller was Jing King. And after a brief hesitation, a bold plan instantly formed in his mind. Whether Pan Shai was alive or dead, Jing King and the big fish in the Vermilion Bird domain had no idea. Nor did those at the southwest base under Jing King's command. If that's the case, why not play the game of cat and mouse substitution? Impersonating Pan Shai to enter Jing King's base, assassinate some key crew members, gather information on the situation inside, then coordinate with the Garrison Bureau and the Vermilion Bird domain to jointly attack and take down Jing King's base. However, what Yifen didn't know was that the decision of Jing King made his plan even smoother. In the residence of Jing King in Shanjing, after another failed call, with no one answering, his subordinates gave up completely. Jing King, we still can't contact Manager Pan. I'm afraid the worst has happened, right? Most of the important affairs and personnel in the Southwest base are managed and operated by Manager Pan. What should we do now? Jing King was also troubled, as he was busy with other matters. Most of the personnel hiring and operations at the Southwest base were managed by Pan Shai. Now that Pan Shai was gone, Jing King was hesitant to replace him with someone else, fearing that something might go wrong in that area. Moreover, if it got out that his most trusted manager had died at the hands of Yifen, the morale on Jing King's side would be greatly impacted. Notify the ace hidden in the Vermilion Bird domain. Have him arrange immediately for someone to impersonate Pan Shai and take over the secret base in the southwest. It must be done quickly. The code is Tiger Gate Flying Armor. For now, we can only make do with this. Got it. One of King Jin's men replied beside him before quickly leaving to pass on secret information hidden across Juk territory. What King Jin didn't know was that after this man had delivered the orders to that hidden big shot in Juk territory, he swiftly changed to another SIM card on his phone and sent out another message. King Jin believes Pan Shai is dead, so he is arranging for an imposter to take over the secret base in the southwest, with the code phrase being Human Phagia, Ding Dong, Guan Cheng, in the central hall of Chongqui base. Suddenly, a phone on Song Yan's body rang. Human Phagia. Looking at too many phones, Song Yan put away his phone, furrowing his brow, realizing that King Jin's control over the secret base in the southwest was not as absolute as it seemed on the surface. Looking towards the central hall, Song Yan saw that Yi Xiao had successfully taken over Chongqui base. Though the process was intense, the outcome was favorable. How would Yi Xiao handle King Jin's secret base next? A figure emerged from the hall, clearly visible under the searchlight. Damn, Pan Shai. Everyone, be careful. Everyone, prepare for alert. Che Yuan saw the face of the young man who walked out clearly under the lights, immediately becoming vigilant, signaling his bodyguards to prepare to charge with their swords. The youth who walked out, aside from wearing different clothes from Pan Shai before, had an identical appearance, as if he was carved from the same mold. Of course, this person was none other than Yifen. who had inherited all the traditions of Changqi base. Besides Che Yuan and Che Zhao, who were visibly nervous, others like Guo Li, Yu Kan, and the foolish Wang Fubui all remained calm. They sensed that Yifan's aura hadn't changed. It was still the familiar scent. Moreover, shapeshifting like this wasn't new for Yifan. They were used to it. How do I look? Is there anything wrong with my appearance? Yifan showed himself to the others and spoke in a deep voice. Using his real voice for the first time, Che Yuan finally understood. This, Yi Shao, how did you turn into Pan Shi's appearance? It's for the sake of convenience. Song Yang quickly stepped forward and handed his phone to Yifan. Yi Shao, here's the top-secret message just received from the Zhenwu court. Based on King Jin's judgment from the capital, Pan Shi is presumed dead. Afraid of any trouble at the Southwest secret base, he intends to have someone impersonate Pan Shi to stabilize the base. I think this aligns perfectly with Yi Shao's plan, right? Yifan read through the message on the phone, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Interesting. In that case, let's play a big game. Yifan also thought of that movie, impersonating Pan Shi to enter the base, causing chaos, resulting in heavy casualties among the core personnel. Subsequently, when the people arranged by Zhu territory came in, King Jin's subordinates in the secret base would likely no longer believe them, leading to internal conflict, causing another wave of losses. Besides, Yifan could also use the other imposter Pan Shi to investigate the hidden big shot in Zhu territory, killing two birds with one stone. Yi Shao, how's the situation at the base? Song Yang glanced at the central hall of Changqi base, feeling puzzled. When they left, they keenly sensed several powerful waves of martial energy fluctuations inside the hall, unsure of what exactly was happening. Oh, the base has already been activated, and you can start making runic weapons with the runic device now. What's different from before is there's no longer a limit on quantity. Previously, the four major families had used the locomotive key to activate the runic device, but it was only temporary use of the manufacturing function, a truncated version. That's good. The base already owes quite a few orders from before. Several fierce ancient martial arts families threatened to annihilate our four major families if they didn't deliver. Yifan nodded. From now on, the production of base weapons will be handled by your two major families. After this, in the external operation of Changqi base, there won't be four major families, only two major families. Pausing his words, Yifan turned to look at Yu Kong. Minister Yu, this is a very strategic location that must be heavily guarded. There must be at least 300 personnel. As for the strong experts at the level of martial emperors, Yifan's gaze shifted to the 6 kneeling martial emperor slaves standing respectfully beside him. Yifan planned to take them to fight in King Jin's secret base before stationing them in Changqi base to handle security there. Yes, Song Yang and Che Yuan respectfully acknowledged. Report. There is a woman looking for Yi Shao at the door, from the capital. She said when Yi Shao was in Huadu, he helped her treat a chest injury. A bodyguard hurriedly arrived, reporting to everyone. A woman from the capital? Che Zhao's expression changed instantly. Yifan was indeed popular. When did he start associating with women from the capital? Hearing the guard's words, Yifan instantly understood. It was Empress Jining Xuan who came again. The little girl, on that night in Huadu, due to a series of coincidences, had intimate contact with him, and even sent him many private photos afterward, almost getting entangled. She dared to come to Guangcheng. What was the emperor thinking in the capital? Jining Xuan was the future empress, his wife. Why did she always send Jining Xuan to contact him? Did she really think he lacked the power of control? My grip is also very limited. Besides, Yifan already had grievances with the imperial family. If this continued, he wouldn't mind making the emperor a happy father. I understand. Yifan quickly pinched his face, then stepped outside the base. You guys handle this. There's no need to follow me. As Yifan walked outside, he waved to the other 6 martial emperor slaves, and they quickly followed. Outside the gate of Changqi base, an extended Lincoln was parked by the roadside. Jining Xuan sat in the back seat, her eyes constantly turning towards the gate. Though they hadn't seen each other for a few days, Jining Xuan's image of Yifan became more and more profound in her heart, his figure embedded in her mind daily. Oh, what was she doing? They had already sworn that the intimate contact with Yifan on that night was a one-time incident, purely coincidental. Her life didn't allow such extravagance. That night was an exception. They had promised to return to normal life afterward. However, when she saw Yifan coming out of the base gate, almost uncontrollably, Jining Xuan opened the car door, then swiftly threw herself into Yifan's arms. "Yifan, you scoundrel, you're the most hated thief, a dignified empress, actually acting so unrestrainedly in front of so many people, embracing Yifan intimately. What was happening?" To two old martial emperor bodyguards, Qin Lao and Zhao Lao, as well as the protector team leader Ga Fei from the Prime Minister's mansion, who came with Jiningshuan this time, instantly understood. "Ahem. Qin Lao, Zhao Lao, did you see anything?" Ga Fei coughed and helplessly turned his head to the side. Zhao Lao instantly got it. "We saw nothing." "Nothing. Captain Gao, look, the moon is so full today." "Qin Lao, you didn't see anything, did you?" "Oh, my eyes are a bit uncomfortable. I didn't see anything." Qin Lao, as a bodyguard sent by the imperial family, felt suffocated for the emperor, but for the dignity of the royal family. Even if he saw the truth, he could only keep it bottled up. Wearing this green hat, Qin Lao felt the smell of grass in the air. The empress embracing another man so intimately, such a scandalous scene. How could they watch without payment? However, they dared not look. Wang Fugui, who was inside the gate, and Che Yuan and others were all leaning at the gate and looking this way. Especially Song Yang, while looking, also introduced earnestly to the honest Che Yuan. "See that, the young master is holding is the future Empress Jiningshuan. Isn't our young master amazing? He dares to snatch even the emperor's woman." "But I think it's not the young master snatching the emperor's woman. It's the empress taking the initiative, right? It should be our young master's charisma that captivated the empress and led her to him." Che Yuan blinked a few times and calmly spoke up. "Wow, old Ched, you really get it." Song Yang looked at Che Yuan and admired his understanding. At the gate of the base, Yifan felt the fragile body of Jiningshuan in his arms and a smile appeared on his face. "Why do you think I'm a thief? What did I steal from you? HMPH. You clearly know. You've stolen my heart." Jiningshuan was trying hard to suppress her emotions, but for some reason, after seeing Yifan, her feelings surged out uncontrollably, and she involuntarily blurted out the most affectionate words. With such a beauty in his arms, Yifan naturally embraced Jiningshuan's slender waist and let his hand slide down, measuring certain dimensions. "Haven't seen you for a few days, you've grown again." Yifan's seemingly frivolous actions, if done by anyone else, let alone a man, even a woman, just a touch on Jiningshuan's body, Jiningshuan would probably jump up and draw a knife. But when touched by Yifan, Jiningshuan only felt her heart trembling violently, like a docile kitten about to close her eyes. Especially the warm sensation coming from Yifan's palm made Jiningshuan feel like she was bathing in a spring breeze, and her martial energy inside her body rapidly elevated again. Last time, after contacting Yifan, Jiningshuan's strength directly broke through from martial sovereign to martial emperor level, and this time, if something happened again with Yifan, would she have to climb up another level? Not here, to many people. Although she was enjoying it, Jiningshuan noticed that Qin Lao, Ga Fei, and others had already turned away not far away. It's not good with so many people watching. Even if Yifan wanted to be frivolous, they should do it in a relatively discreet space, like a hotel. "Ooh, Jiningshuan, what are you thinking? You are the future empress, you are getting married next month. How could you be like this? Still thinking of going to a hotel with others?" However, Jiningshuan had no idea that the emperor she was going to marry, Ji Yukin, was not a man at all, but a woman disguised for more than 20 years. From sending Jiningshuan to the capital to win over Yifan last time to coming to Guancheng this time to cooperate with Yifan in handling the secret base of King Jin, everything was deliberately arranged by Ji Yukin. Jiningshuan tried to struggle out of Yifan's embrace, but Yifan boldly lifted Jiningshuan up by the waist. "All right, let's go to the car." A devilish smile appeared on Yifan's face. With such a beautiful woman delivered to him, Yifan didn't mind giving Ji Yukin some gifts. The key is, even if he impregnated Jiningshuan, and if Ji Yukin found out the truth, for the face of the imperial family, she would have to endure it. Humph. The imperial family allowed King Jin to exterminate the Yi family. This is the retribution they deserve. Watching Yifan walk towards the car carrying Jiningshuan, Qin Lao and Zhao Lao exchanged glances and couldn't help but sigh. The empress might not know any better, but this young Yi, he's just too audacious. How could he be so sure they wouldn't say anything more? In fact, what Qin Lao and the others wanted to say was, Yifan guessed right. Damn it. Not to mention Yi's astonishing strength, the imperial family is now supporting the Prime Minister's mansion to use Yifan and the Yi family's influence to counterbalance King Jin. Moreover, behind Yifan, there's the terrifying King of the Dark Night, Chen Yao, a figure that dominates an era. Qin Lao, Zhao Lao, where are you two going? Ga Fei was still dumbfounded when he suddenly saw Qin Lao and Zhao Lao, the two martial emperor's bodyguards, darted to the front vehicle and quickly got in, leaving Ga Fei alone standing there in a daze. Captain Gao, why don't you drive for the Empress? We're old, can't stand the excitement. Qin Lao's voice came with a tinge of resignation as he already pictured the scene inside the car in his mind. Old. Some scenes are just unbearable. It was only at this moment that Ga Fei realized those two old bastards are cunning foxes. Helpless, Ga Fei had to open the car door and act as a driver himself. Fortunately, the luxurious Lincoln car had a partition between the front and back seats. Miss, where are we going? Ga Fei, now sitting upright and forward-looking, didn't dare to look around, afraid of seeing things he shouldn't. To King Jin's secret base. That is the location. Before Ji Ningxuan could speak, Yifan opened the navigation on his phone and handed it to Ga Fei. In an instant, both Ga Fei and Ji Ningxuan were stunned. Just a few hours ago, Yifan reported that King Jin had a secret base in the southwest region, and now Yifan had already pinpointed the specific location so quickly. Ga Fei glanced at Yifan through the rearview mirror, and at that moment, the charm emanating from Yifan made Ga Fei feel as if Yifan was the perfect match for the young lady. I see you've been stuck at the martial sovereign level for a long time. Take this pill. Find an opportunity to break through to the martial emperor level. And in the future, focus on protecting Ningxuan's safety. Yifan suddenly tossed a porcelain bottle containing the pill to Ga Fei. The strong fragrance emanating from the bottle overwhelmed Ga Fei, who only took a whiff, instantly excited. Blood spirit pill? It's actually a blood spirit pill that can assist in breaking through to the martial emperor level. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. If they weren't in the car, Ga Fei would have knelt down and called Yifan father. The blood spirit pill is the best pill to assist in breaking through from the martial sovereign to martial emperor level. In the entire Daxia Empire, there are only 2 grandmasters who can refine this pill. However, due to the scarcity of materials, only about a dozen pills are produced each day, making it a sought-after item by numerous superfamilies. Even if a family were to obtain the pill, it would surely be allocated to the core disciples. As the head of the security team for the Grand Marshal's residence, Ga Fei would never dare to imagine getting such a pill. And now, Yifan had actually given it to him. He had encountered a benefactor. From now on, he must repay the young master properly. No. Repay Yifan properly, young master. Miss, you focus on your matters. I'm deaf, I'm blind. I only know how to drive. Doom. After Gao Fei's words landed, he directly pulled down the partition, then started the vehicle and headed towards King Jin's secret base following the navigation. In the back seat, Ji Ningxuan, leaning on Yifan's chest, observed Yifan's actions, a hint of shyness on her face. Giving a pill? Is this a form of bribery? Shutting Ga Fei up. This rogue, what does he plan to do in the car? Ji Ningxuan glanced at the space in the back seat, which was relatively spacious. If Yifan really wants to do something, should she agree or not? Yifan watched Ga Fei's movements. A wicked smile crept onto his lips involuntarily. This captain of the bodyguard team was quite sensible. When Yifan lowered his head again, Ji Ningxuan's face in his arms had already turned extremely red, and her body twisted a little in Yifan's embrace. Fan Jie, I miss you. At that moment, Ji Ningxuan could no longer suppress her emotions. With her hands embracing Yifan's neck, her red lips leaned towards Yifan spontaneously. Although they had only been separated for a few days, Ji Ningxuan felt as if it had been a century. She wished to melt into Yifan's embrace completely. If Yifan were to refuse such tenderness, wouldn't it be a bit heartless? Besides, in the outskirts of Huadu, when faced with the threat of the Huangquan blood bugs, this silly girl was willing to risk everything to save herself. Yifan had etched this touching moment in his heart. Inside the car, a sudden burst of howling sounded. The small space seemed to have heated up several degrees in an instant. Clothes were disheveled, and glimpses of the scenery outside flashed by. It was the rich topography of Daxia, sometimes mountains and rivers, sometimes high mountains and flowing water. continuously drawing Yifan to explore its mysteries. As the vehicle continued forward, the road seemed a bit uneven and bumpy. Ga Fei, who was driving ahead, was even more uncomfortable. He felt as if his toes had gone soft. Regret surged in him. If he had known, he would not have gotten into this car. Those two old guys couldn't handle the excitement due to their old age. While being young himself, his temper rose even higher. This Yisha was quite the brave one. He had done things that many wouldn't dare to do. When Yifan left with Jining Xuan's car, outside the Changqi base, numerous hidden spies began reporting to their respective bosses. The first to receive the message was Lord Shang Jingjin. "My lord, Manager Pan has entered the base, but has not come out. Yifan has also left with the Empress." After receiving the news, Lord Shang Jingjin felt utterly hopeless. "Sigh. I understand." Although he had anticipated the news in advance, confirming Pan Shi's death still made Lord Shang Jingjin feel uneasy. After all, Pan Shi was like his right-hand man, and his death left him deeply saddened, impacting the progress of many crucial matters. How are the arrangements in the Vermilion Bird territory? How much longer until the fake Pan Shi arrives? Besides, the heads of several families in the base need to be notified. The royal family should have sent something as well. Otherwise, Jingning Xuan wouldn't have gone to the scene. They must use the correct signal to gain entry. Lord Shang Jingjin reprimanded his subordinates in irritation. The Southwest base, built with so many resources and decades of effort by Lord Shang Jingjin, if anything went wrong, all his plans would be ruined. The big shot hidden in the Vermilion Bird territory says that the preparations are almost ready. It will take around an hour from the Vermilion Bird territory to the secret base. Lord Shang Jingjin nodded. "Be cautious. Ensure that he remains hidden. In the meantime, Wu Shihao has already been exposed and cannot afford further exposure." The risk of exposure in the secret base was already present. If the big shot from the Vermilion Bird territory were to be exposed, the Vermilion Bird territory would also slip out of Lord Shang Jingjin's control. If all his powers were severed, he would be forced to submit to the Holy Emissary of the Incinerating Sun and become their vassal. The Holy Emissary of the Incinerating Sun. Despite possessing many terrifying methods, Lord Shang Jingjin had a hunch that their ambitions were even greater than his own. With Pan Shi's complete death, the Holy Emissary of the Incinerating Sun received the news. Pan Shi should be completely dead by now. But according to intelligence, they found out that the 6 great martial emperor powerhouses are still alive, and it seems they have all submitted to Yifan. Disheartened by his subordinates' report, the Holy Emissary of the Incinerating Sun said, "This Yifan, being the descendant of that person, was able to survive under the insidious restrictions of the soul-locking wood. Naturally, he could discover the secrets within the bodies of those martial emperors. However, once the insect eggs are exposed, the unexpected effects that follow won't be as favorable. This detestable Yifan, due to the destruction of the soul-locking wood, the Holy Emissary of the Incinerating Sun suffered backlash, and now his body seemed weakened. How should we deal with Yifan now? Your Excellency, should we contact the immortal behind Lord Shang Jingjin? With his help, perhaps we can confront Yifan." The Holy Emissary of the Incinerating Sun sighed. "Not yet. I will report this situation to the higher-ups and see how they respond." Recently, there have been traces of the dark cult emerging in the Southwest Miao territories. This time, I must go and see for myself. Must act ahead of Yifan. Within the ancient martial arts small union, the families of Qiu and Miao gathered in anger, loudly condemning Yifan. Too arrogant. Yifan, that bastard, not only killed Manager Qiu and our Miao family elder, but also completely disregarded our ancient martial arts small union. Exactly. Yifan thinks that with the non-Gong family backing him, he can get away with anything. Dream on. We must demand justice in this matter. The rise of the Yi family has already stirred dissatisfaction among many families. Alliance Master, you need to come up with a solution. Mr. Q cannot die in vain like this. The crowd turned to look at a man with a square face, the head of the Q family in the ancient martial arts small union, Q Quan. Report. News has arrived from Guancheng that Yifan has captured the four major families, taken over the Changqi base, and Pen Shai has died. While the crowd was still upset, the bodyguards at the door brought news again. Lord Shang Jingjin's manager, Pan Shai, along with 10 great martial emperor powerhouses, had all died at Yifan's hands. How powerful was Yifan really? HMPH. Although Yifan has taken over the Changqi base, Stabilizing it won't be easy. Miao family chief, I remember that your Miao family's order with the Chongqi base has been delayed for many years, right? I think it's time to demand those runic weapons from them. If they cannot deliver, then we'll need to use the Chongqi base as collateral. It's entirely a commercial transaction. Very reasonable, isn't it? Qiu Quan suggested, and the others brightened up at his words. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Forcibly demanding their goods. If the Chongqi base can't deliver, then we can use the base as collateral. HMPH. Previously, the Chongqi base had owed goods for several years. Wanting to deliver all the goods in a short time is simply impossible. Master Alliance, the Chongqi base will eventually fall into our hands. There was a chorus of approval from the crowd. Qiu Quan smugly stroked his beard. However, for safety concerns, it's best to bring more people with you. If Yifen refuses, then we simply must snatch forcefully. The benefits of obtaining the Chongqi base are far greater than you can imagine. Qiu Quan's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. As for the inheritance within the Chongqi base, as well as the underlying network, if the ancient martial arts small union were to get hold of it, they would have enough foundation to resist the ancient martial arts union. However, what Qiu Quan didn't know was that the Chongqi base had originally been left to Yifan by his mother. At this point, Yifan had completely integrated the inheritances within the base, understanding the support of S-level and A-level forces hidden within it. In Jining Zhuan's Lincoln car, as Jining Zhuan and Yifan became increasingly intimate, the denim skirt on Jining Zhuan and the chiffon blouse had automatically lost their defense, revealing her fair skin that looked especially alluring under the ambiguous light in the car. When emotions ran deep, at that moment, all morality and worries were cast aside. Jining Zhuan hooked her arms around Yifan's neck, fell back onto the seat, closed her eyes, and was ready. Let the storm come stronger. Life seldom allows such indulgence. As for the Empress, the holy maiden of Yachi, and these identities, they could all disappear at this moment. Jining Zhuan only wanted to communicate with Yifan intimately. Everything will fall into place. At this moment, Yifan didn't want to care about anything. Only the beautiful scenery and romantic moments mattered. But just as Yifan was about to make his final move, the vehicle suddenly screeched to a stop, almost throwing Yifan and Jining Zhuan out. Yifan frowned, wondering what was going on. Why did the driver suddenly stop when the mood was just right? If interrupted now, Jining Zhuan would probably feel shy and things wouldn't go smoothly if they wanted to continue later. Young Master Yi, miss, there's a person in a wheelchair blocking the road. Gao Fei spoke in a low voice from the front, feeling somewhat helpless. Please don't blame me, it's not my intention to disturb you. Director Chen is sitting in a wheelchair blocking the road, so I had to stop. Jining Zhuan looked at her messy clothes and felt embarrassed. She couldn't hide her shame. How could she let this happen? She felt so embarrassed. She didn't even realize she had lost control. That night could be considered an accident, allowing herself to be uninhibited, but today. With almost all clothes removed, except for that last step, she was practically all Yifan's. How did this happen? The old man in the wheelchair was no doubt Director Chen from Zhenwu Court. Turn around. Jining Zhuan held her clothes against her body, facing Yifan, and scolded him in a tender tone. Yifan's lips twitched slightly. Stop blocking. I've already seen everything. And the size has been noted too. As he spoke, Yifan's wrist moved slightly in the air, making his teasing intentions even clearer. You naughty person. It's all your fault. Jining Zhuan lightly tapped Yifan's chest with her hand, but hesitated to use too much force, afraid of hurting him. The moment her hand touched Yifan's chest, Jining Zhuan couldn't help but tremble. Oh, this troublemaker, always teasing her. But it was also her choice to be teased. As Chen Yao arrived, Jining Zhuan knew she had to quickly tidy up her clothes. However, she felt a bit regretful inside. They had done everything from the intimacy to the kisses, almost becoming completely one with Yifan, except for that final step. What a pity. But Jining Zhuan couldn't express whether this ending was good or bad. Perhaps it was fate. The gap between herself and Yifan would always halt at this point. After all, she was the future empress, and no matter how extraordinary Yifan was, he couldn't replace the emperor. Run away with Yifan? Jining Zhuan had considered this option, but she knew that Yifan carried too many responsibilities. He had the blood feud of the Yi family, the responsibility to protect his 7 sisters-in-law, and the duty to guard the world as a guardian of the Shenmen. Even if she could give up everything and hide away, could Yifan do the same? The answer was obviously no. The situation was a dilemma. Well, so be it. It's fine. Yifan looked at Ji Ningxuan's changing expression. Although he didn't quite understand what she was thinking, after experiencing life and death dangers a few times, Yifan had a special place in his heart for Ji Ningxuan. Don't worry, I will figure out a way. Yifan didn't specify what solution he had in mind, but Ji Ningxuan understood in seconds. Yifan was going to find a way to navigate their emotions. But under these circumstances, could they find the right path? Unless the Yi family rebelled and took down the royal family. But was that feasible? Would he risk everything for love? If so, the existence of the Yi family's army would contradict its original purpose. Okay. Ji Ningxuan didn't want to dampen Yifan's enthusiasm. Let's get off. Don't keep Director Chen waiting too long. Yifan and Ji Ningxuan got off the car together. Chen Yao was sitting in a wheelchair, smiling at the two. There's no rush. Another half hour would be fine. Over at the Zhuge domain, a convoy pretending to be Pan Shai. I've arranged obstacles to delay them. What should have taken an hour should be delayed by another half hour. Yifan couldn't help feeling helpless hearing Chen Yao's words. What do you mean it's not urgent? Another half hour? Was he a half-hour person? On the other hand, Ji Ningxuan's face turned red with embarrassment. Ji Ningxuan and Yifan's intimate actions in the outskirts of Huadu were witnessed by Chen Yao and Nguan Cheng. They were caught in the act by Chen Yao once again. Director Chen. Ji Ningxuan bowed to Chen Yao. Thankfully, Chen Yao was facing Yifan, otherwise Ji Ningxuan wouldn't be able to explain herself clearly. Yifan also saluted Chen Yao. From Chen Yao's arrangements, it seemed that Chen Yao had already guessed Yifan's plan. Director, are you waiting here just to tell me this? Of course. Chen Yao took out two folded sheets from his sleeve and handed them to Yifan. Time is running out. The information gathered by the Zhenlu court is very limited, and the investigation inside Jin Wang's secret base is also strictly guarded. We've only found this information. By the way, many of this information was provided by your maid, Han Youyu, and she did a great job. Han Youyu, the fierce beauty, the granddaughter of Han Wuji. Yifan gave her 200 billion to establish an intelligence system, and it seemed to be working effectively now. Yifan unfolded the sheets, and on the first page was a list of important figures in Jin Wang's base. Guan Qiren, Bun Kong, and Su Ping. The following pages contained rough sketches marked with key checkpoints. According to the information you provided, we used remote sensing satellites to map the area and combined it with information from internal engineers to draw up the structure map of the mountain. Jin Wang is indeed ruthless. The entire mountain has been hollowed out to build 20 circular buildings connected but separate from each other, even with an airport inside. It's truly terrifying. Yifan looked at the map in his hands and felt a sense of gratitude. Chen Yao had indeed been considerate. Every path was paved for him no matter what he wanted to do. Also, if you go with Miss G in the car, it'd be too obvious. Here, I've prepared 3 identical vehicles, with the same license plates and identification codes. You should take one of those cars. Chen Yao clapped his hands, and from the side of the row, 3 black Hummers dashed out of the jungle, bearing the Zhuge domain license plates. Thank you, Director. Yifan sighed in relief. Chen Yao had thought of everything. With identical vehicles, his disguises, and the signals from Song Yan's side, it would be difficult for Jin Wang's key figures to not believe him. Don't thank me. Go ahead and do whatever you want boldly. I've got your back. I and Anying will be waiting at the exit of Jin Wang's base. If you don't come out in an hour, I will lead the team in. Chen Yao's eyes showed the kind of care a father would have, feeling guilty for not offering protection. When the Yi family faced great hardship before, Chen Yao now stood ready to help Yifan regardless of what he chose to do. Fan, are you planning to kill your way into Jin Wang's base? I want to go too. Ji Ningxuan finally understood at this moment that Yifan intended to infiltrate Jin Wang's base alone. Was it because of her? The Emperor sent her to handle the matter at Jin Wang's base, and now Yifan was concerned about her safety. So he planned to go in alone to resolve the trouble on her behalf. How touching. How should she repay Yifan? Without saying anything, Ji Ningxuan had already finished her self-appraisal and her eyes were almost teary from looking at Yifan. Appraisal complete. Empress Ji Ningxuan was undoubtedly in love. T.S. For those who enjoy reading this novel, you can follow the public account Kanhai Kang Yang for occasional early updates and exciting extras. Don't miss out on the side stories of Su Yixu, the Queen, And the Empress. This. Yifen furrowed his brows, hesitating for a moment. Although Ji Ningxuan had already reached the level of the martial emperor, Yifen still had some concerns. After all, with the 6 martial emperor slaves accompanying them, even if they encounter any danger inside, Yifen could just ignore them and run out first. But if Ji Ningxuan encounter any problem, Yifen couldn't just ignore it. Just when Yifen was about to refuse, Chen Yao pulled at Yifen's sleeve. "Take Miss Ji together." Chen Yao blinked at Yifan, then whispered to him, "Yi Shao, haven't you noticed? It seems that the Emperor intends for you to be alone with Miss Ji. There must be some profound meaning behind this. It involves a huge secret from the royal family back then. Although the previous Emperor has already publicly refuted the rumors, I still feel that there are some doubts in it." Royal family secret? Yifan's brows furrow. What royal family secret would require the Emperor to send the Empress to his side? Does that Emperor have some special preferences? Chen Yao shook his head. "I'm not sure about the specifics right now. Wait for some time, let the people from the town marshal department investigate further. Once we have solid evidence, I will inform the young master. In any case, spending more time with Miss Ji is not a bad thing." Yifen nodded. "All right." Chen Yao had the trusty number 3 jade pendant given to him by his mother, so he was definitely trustworthy. Since Chen Yao said they could bring Ji Ningxuan along, then there was no harm in doing so. But, "Ningxuan, your appearance needs to change a bit." The appearance of the Empress was well known to almost everyone, especially to the core members of Jing Wang's faction. As he spoke, Yifen quickly rubbed Ji Ningxuan's face a few times. Ji Ningxuan instantly transformed into a different appearance. "Oh, are you making me look ugly?" Ji Ningxuan was a bit flustered, afraid of not performing well in front of Yifan. She quickly opened her phone's camera and checked her appearance. Without any specific reference, Yifen could only go by the image in his mind. At the moment, Ji Ningxuan's appearance looked like a character frequently seen in some movies, Yui Hatano, who was often taken away by the neighbors. Her face was a bit plump, with 2 bright big eyes, looking cute yet alluring at the same time. Why does this face look a bit familiar? Where have I seen this before? Ji Ningxuan looked at her face in the phone, feeling puzzled. In reality, although Ji Ningxuan was the saintess of the Yaoqi, the daughter of the Prime Minister's family, she had always been very obedient. However, after consulting with her flight attendant best friend last time and trying on those strange clothes, Ji Ningxuan had a breakthrough in her heart and began to become uncontrollable. After a brief thought, Ji Ningxuan suddenly remembered. Her flight attendant best friend had sent her some embarrassing videos before, and one of the girls in them bore some resemblance to her, right? So, Brother Yi has learned about that too. Thinking about some of the embarrassing scenes, Ji Ningxuan's face instantly turned red. So Brother Yi likes those kinds of things. Luckily I have learned about it too. After Chen Yao finished explaining to Yifan, as Yifan was about to get into the car, Chen Yao suddenly stopped him and took out a pair of transparent gloves and a pair of invisible glasses from his body. "I almost forgot. These are the iris recognition and fingerprint recognition from Pan Shai. Wear them. It will help you pass through the checkpoints at Jing Wang's base." 50 kilometers west of Guancheng, outside the Waijuku Bridge, stood an inconspicuous cement factory from the outside, showing no signs of any anomaly. However, in reality, this was the entrance to the secret southwest base of Jingwang. The real entrance to the base was inside a huge production workshop in the cement factory. At the entrance of the base, the head of the base, Guan Qiren, frowned while looking at the busy workers outside. He turned to his second, Tuan Khan, and said, "Tonight, inform the villages outside to be on high alert. Do not let any suspicious individuals enter the village or the factory." As the direct person in charge of Jing Wang's base, Guan Qiren was in control of the training and deployment of the 60,000 people in the base. At this moment, a sense of foreboding crept into Guan Qiren's heart, as if a storm was about to brew. "Brother, what has happened? Wasn't Pan Shai personally overseeing this area? Isn't the last idiot young master of the Yi family supposed to have a demise tonight? Over at the Zhuk domain, a big shot is overseeing it, so there shouldn't be any issues, right?" Duan Khan was clearly unaware of many things. Guan Qiren shook his head. "I don't know the specifics of what has happened. I just received an encrypted call from the prince. Starting from tonight, there must be a secret code for everyone entering and exiting the base. And control of the base must be handed over to Pan Shai to command full authority. I feel a bit uneasy. Why do I have the feeling that the prince is trying to seize power? But we are all loyal to the prince. Why would he want to seize power from us? That's what's baffling me. I feel that the prince is hiding something from us. In any case, we must be extra vigilant tonight. This is the fruit of the prince's labor. We must not let anything happen here. When Master Pan arrives later, we must signal each other with a specific code. Understood. While the two were talking, 3 Humvees had passed through the village on the outside, gone through several checkpoints, and entered the cement factory. Head of the base, Master Pan, and the others have arrived. Hearing the report from his subordinate, Guan Qiren raised his brows and glanced at his watch, feeling puzzled. They came so quickly, half an hour earlier than the scheduled time. The timing information transmitted by Jing Wan to Guan Qiren coincided with the departure and arrival times over at the Zhuge domain. Is there a problem with the convoy? Guan Qiren felt something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Report to the head of the base. All the checkpoints in front have been checked. The convoy's license plates are correct, and the identification cards are also correct. Facial recognition is correct as well. And those martial emperor powerhouses that Master Pan brought over before are also here together. Oh. Upon hearing that the license plates, identification codes, and facial recognition were all correct, Guan Qiren breathed a sigh of relief, particularly knowing that the several martial emperor powerhouses who came with Pan Shai last time were also present. This reassured him quite a bit, but his sense of vigilance remained unchanged. Guan Qiren had already made up his mind that he would still need to probe later on. Let's go. Welcome Master Pan inside. Guan Qiren gestured to his second, then leapt down from the entrance of the base and quickly went to Yifan's convoy, respectfully opening the car door. Guan Qiren, greetings to Master Pan. Yifan responded indifferently. You all understand the instructions given by the prince, right? From this moment on, everything in the base is under my full control. Without my orders, no one is allowed to act on their own. Understood. Guan Qiren and Duan Kan reply. All right then. Let's go. Take me inside the base for a detailed inspection. The prince said something major is about to happen at Jing Wang's base, so we cannot overlook any possible vulnerabilities. As he spoke, Yifan stepped forward, intending to walk into the base. Guan Qiren deliberately lagged behind, stopping Yifan in his tracks. Master Pan, wait a moment. I want to ask Master Pan a question. This morning, we had a meeting here. Do you remember the content of the meeting? As Guan Qiren spoke, Yifan instantly understood. Guan Qiren was intentionally testing him. Due to Pan Shi's quick demise, although Yifan had inquired about some information using the 7-star soul extinguishing hand, he was indeed unaware of the content of the morning meeting. Smack. Without any hesitation, Yifan turned around and harshly slapped Guan Qiren across the face. You worthless thing. You don't even remember the content of the meeting we had this morning. And you dare to come and ask me, what use are you all? Yifan's sudden slap left even Ji Ningxuan baffled. This guy. How thick-skinned can he be, lying so confidently? But then again, if he wasn't audacious and daring, how could he dare to be so frivolous? Damn. Guan Qiren was left dumbfounded by Yifan's slap. He had only asked a question, so why did he get slapped like this? Master Pan, if I insist on wanting to ask, a hint of ferocity and pure defiance flashed in Guan Qiren's eyes. Yifan had helped him before with Pan Shi's death, still being polite, but now he dared to act so insolently. Smack. Ask your damn mother. Do I need to explain my actions to you? Yifan turned around and delivered another slap across Guan Qiren's face, causing both sides of his face to swell instantly. Guan Qiren was nearly driven mad with anger. His hand was already resting on his weapon's hilt. Clang. In front of the main gate of the base, it is the strongest defense position of the entire base. Guan Qiren arranged at least 6 powerful martial emperors here, along with numerous laser weapons. As Guan Qiren prepared to draw his sword, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Around the base gate, hundreds of powerful individuals and laser weapons locked onto Yifan, Ji Ningxuan, and others. A fierce killing intent filled the air, causing a chaotic vortex to form. As the chilling aura permeated the atmosphere, Yifan furrowed his brow, pondering his every move. Has he exposed a flaw somewhere, revealing his identity? That he had performed flawlessly in every aspect, from facial recognition to license identification. How could Guan Qiren's intuition be so sharp? If a battle were to break out at the base gate, Yifan would not be able to enter the base, and his shadow blade with 3,000 runes would not be able to exhibit its full power. Moreover, it would surely alert the enemy. Despite being a 9th rank martial emperor with extraordinary martial skills like heavenly thunder and water mastery, facing 60,000 martial experts within the base would be exhausting. As the tension escalated between the two sides, a line of text suddenly appeared on Yifan's retinal screen. Meeting agenda: how to seize the Qianghui base, how to kill Yifan, gradually cooperate with the big boss to control the Vermilion Bird domain. Signed by Han Yu-moon. The retinal screen projection was part of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion intelligence system, integrating the nanoimaging technology installed by Han Yuluo to provide real-time images to the data center for Yifan's analysis and intelligence delivery. Yifan smiled wryly, realizing the formidable power of Han Yuluo's intelligence network. Establishing such a powerful information system within less than a month was impressive. Just as the confrontation was about to erupt, Yifan calmly spoke. Tonight's matter is urgent. In appreciation of your loyalty, I will answer you once. How to seize the Qianghui base, how to kill Yifan, and step-by-step cooperate with the big boss to control the Vermilion Bird domain. Do you need me to repeat the specific action plan steps? Hearing Yifan's words, Guan Qiren slowly released his grip on the sword handle, inwardly relieved. Perhaps he had been overthinking. The morning meeting was held in a top-secret chamber attended only by the four heads of the base and Director Pan himself. Guan Qiren knew that only Director Pan was aware of the actual content of the meeting. No need. Director Pan, atonement for your sins. As instructed by Prince Wang, we must proceed with caution today. Please, Director Pan, what is the password for tonight? This was Guan Qiren's last doubt, as the slogan was personally informed by King Jin. Gatekeeper armor. Yifan coldly responded, any more questions? None. Director Pan, please proceed. Though Guan Qiren still harbored some doubt, all the information, including passwords and facial recognition, matched, leaving him no room for suspicion. To Guan Qiren's surprise, Yifan slapped him across the face, drawing blood and reshaping his facial muscles. Damn it, if you have no problems, why do I still have questions? Yifan reproached. Guan Qiren staggered from the blows, his face stinging, but he dared not react aggressively. The second head of the base, Duan Kong, couldn't bear witnessing the scene. He wanted to intervene but was silenced by Guan Qiren. The current Director Pan was behaving unusually, being quick to violence unlike before. How about you? Do you also want to act against me? Want to kill me? Yifan coldly stared at Duan Kong, deciding that the second head was likely Guan Qiren's blind follower and would need to be eliminated first. Although seething inside, Duan Kong didn't dare to speak out. Let's go. Lead the way inside. Yifan snorted, walking towards the base. Duan Kong glanced at Guan Qiren, receiving a nod. When near Duan Kong, Guan Qiren whispered, stay away from me and watch Director Pan's movements at all times. Despite Yifan's flawless facade, Guan Qiren's intuition told him that the current Director Pan was still suspicious. So to be cautious, Guan Qiren separated himself from Duan Kong, preventing them from being taken down together. Upon witnessing the situation, Jining Zhuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This Yifan was truly extraordinary. To barge into King Jin's large base alone was audacious. In the recent crisis, Yifan remained composed despite his imposter status, leaving Guan Qiren and others bewildered. They had no idea what fate awaited them. As the elevator descended into the base, Guan Qiren began to introduce the interior of the base to Yifan. However, Yifan was focused on smoothly eliminating Guan Qiren without alerting him. Head of the family, I am a bit tired. Find me a room to take a rest, Yifan suddenly requested, leaving Guan Qiren puzzled. Despite his confusion at this sudden change, Guan Qiren promptly complied. Upon opening the door to a luxurious suite, Guan Qiren began to introduce it, unaware that he had unknowingly entered his own grave at Yifan's bidding. What? Guan Qiren hadn't realized what was happening when his body had already entered the room. Guan Qiren's body was covered in sweat, and he was on the verge of exploding. There was definitely a problem. Almost instinctively, Guan Qiren mobilized all his martial energy, intending to escape out the door. As the strongest in the base, Guan Qiren's martial strength was already at the level of a 6th grade War Emperor, stronger than Pan Shai by a few points. So, this was also the reason for Guan Qiren's dominance over Pan Shai. This luxurious room was indeed meant to entertain important figures, with no monitoring devices inside and excellent soundproofing. If the person in front of him killed him here, the entire base would be clueless. As Guan Qiren expected, even though he couldn't defeat an 8th grade war emperor with his 6th grade strength, he could at least escape for a while, right? At the very least, he needed to rush out of this room and spread the news. He couldn't let the whole base suffer losses. Absolute domain. At this moment, Yifan, with no concealment, instantly activated the absolute domain, enveloping the entire room. Utilizing a mysterious aura, he controlled the area and dropped Guan Qiren's strength from the War Emperor level to Master level. His attempts to escape slowed down many times over. What scared Guan Qiren even more was the 3,000 red silk barbarian king bodies on Yifan's palm, swiftly mobilizing and merging with Guan Qiren's body and meridians, directly locking down all of Guan Qiren's martial energy. At this moment, Guan Qiren's entire body was fixed in place, unable to move an inch. You're not 10 manager after all. Who are you? Guan Qiren stared resentfully at Yifan. Realizing that his intuition had been correct, he should have used the laser weapons at the base entrance to attack the guy in front of him. As Guan Qiren resented and scolded, a terrifying truth instantly surfaced in his mind. You're Yifan? Damn it. Understanding the reason, Guan Qiren's eyes were full of horror. So the real Pan Shai manager must have already died at Yifan's hands, right? This news, King Jin should already know. Why did King Jin say that Pan Shai manager would come from the Vermilion Bird territory as well? Obviously, King Jin didn't trust the 4 heads of the base and was afraid of any mishaps, so he wanted someone from the Vermilion Bird territory to oversee the base. The unexpected turn of events allowed Yifan to intervene first. HMPH. You're indeed clever, but unfortunately, you picked the wrong person. Let me make it clear to you. I'm Yifan. Yifan smiled lightly, rubbing his face and reverting to his true appearance. And this one is Emperor Consort Ji Ningxuan. When Yifan and Ji Ningxuan restored their true appearances, Guan Qiren was dumbfounded. Emperor Consort? Miss Ji Ningxuan. Guan Qiren was shocked. How did you both come in together and act together? I understand. The royal family had long suspected King Jin. King Jin is done for. Guan Qiren was intelligent and instantly grasped the situation. The royal family supported the Yi family in establishing the Grand Tutor Manor, and then the Empress and Yifan acted together. All this indicated that the royal family had completely cooperated with the Yi family. Although King Jin had eliminated the top 10 geniuses of the Yi family, Yifan's rise alone was sufficient to turn the tide. You go wait on the road to the Yellow Springs for King Jin. Flames of fire appeared on Yifan's hand, instantly engulfing Guan Qiren. In a moment, Guan Qiren was reduced to nothingness. The most formidable foe in the King Jin base was finally dealt with. In control room 1 of the base, the second head of the base, Duan Kong, who had separated from Guan Qiren, immediately accessed the surveillance system, tracking Guan Qiren and Yifan in real time. What's going on? The Grand Manager and Pen Manager have been in the room for so long, but there has been no movement. Su Ping, the 3rd head, and Feng Yi, the 4th head, were somewhat puzzled. Second head, are you being too sensitive? The Grand Manager has only been inside for less than 2 minutes. Is that considered a long time? Maybe they're just discussing something inside. No. Absolutely not. The Grand Manager said there was an issue with the Pan Manager today. Quick, let's go check on them. Both of you, stand by at the artillery positions. If anything seems wrong, fire directly. Duan Kong commanded, rushing out of the control room towards the room where Yifan and Guan Qiren were. Yifan had just come out of the room when he collided head-on with Duan Kong, who had rushed over. Is the Grand Manager inside? Duan Kong, also a 4th grade War Emperor, used his powerful perception to sense the room, but didn't detect any living aura. He's already gone to see Yuma. Join him. A faint smile appeared on Yifan's lips as his shadow phantom instantly activated. A phantom rushed through Duan Qiang's body, weakening his strength by 30%, followed by an shadow blade piercing through Duan Qiang's chest. Duan Kong, a 4th grade War Emperor, had no chance to resist at all and immediately lost his fighting power. Fire! Quickly fire! He's not the Pan Manager. Fighting with his last strength, Duan Kong shouted into his earpiece. Across the circular corridor, 3rd head Su Ping and 4th head Feng Yi operated 3 dark artillery mouths without hesitation, beginning to fire towards Yifan. Woo woo woo. At the same time, the entire base started to sound alarms urgently. Had they been exposed after all? As Yifan pulled Ji Ningxuan to dodge to the side, He instructed the war emperors numbered 1 to 6 beside him. Follow the plan, detonate the arsenal here, then find an opportunity to retreat. Yes. Yifan with Ji Ningxuan quickly fled the scene, and a few shells exploded there, instantly blasting a huge hole in the 3-story building. Since the exposure had already occurred, Yifan had nothing left to hide. He unleashed everything. Shadow Blade in action. Yifan lightly ordered, activating the Shadow Blade according to the technique left by his mother, unleashing the full power of the Shadow Blade runes. Powerful martial energy gathered around the Shadow Blade, forming a vortex in the hollow area of the circular corridor, then fiercely rushing towards the 3rd head and 4th head across. With a series of blasts, the 5-story building where the 3rd and 4th heads were located was completely blasted into debris. Then, like a roaring dragon, the vortex swept fiercely through the entire building. Thick smoke surged from the 1st to the 100th floor, then rushed down, piercing through to the 1st floor. The Shadow Blade was extremely sharp. Even though the building with over 100 floors was custom-made, under the powerful rune strength of the Shadow Blade, it was no different from tofu. Over 1,000 large pillars were instantly cut into pieces, and the entire building began to shake violently, then collapsed and toppled quickly. At the same time, there was a fierce explosion at the arsenal on the 1st floor. In just a few seconds, the entire Area 1 was on the verge of collapsing. Let's go. Next area. Yifan embraced Ji Ningxuan and, before the collapse of Area 1, swiftly rushed towards Area 2, and then Area 3. Area 4. Due to the terrifying power of the Shadow Blade, all areas couldn't hold on for more than 30 seconds, exploding and collapsing completely. Doom. Doom. The base that King Jin had spent decades painstakingly constructing, under Yifan's destruction with the Shadow Blade, had collapsed in just a few minutes. Mostly collapsed. Looking from outside the base, a huge mountain suddenly began to collapse from the mountainside, creating a massive crater that kept growing. At the same time, a few kilometers away from the base, 3 Humvees were speeding away. On the middle Humvee, a middle-aged man who closely resembled Pan Shai kept urging the driver in front, "Faster, drive faster. There's so much commotion over at the base, something big must have happened." This middle-aged man was a Wufu captain from the Vermilion Bird territory, named Fang Mo. Seizing the opportunity to impersonate Pan Shai, he was ecstatic. In King Jin's secret base, large enough to accommodate 60,000 people, pretending to be Pan Shai and controlling the base, wouldn't that elevate his status? He could even sit on equal footing with the big shot from the Vermilion Bird territory. The future life was indeed too good to be true. T.S. Character spin-off Missing Giano Reminiscence will be updating on Wednesday at 8 p.m. on Gonzong number Shanghai Canary. Stay tuned. Don't be afraid of being late. There's no time to waste. Little did he know, he was rushing to send heads. Yifan's plan was simple. One by one, he would cut off all the feathers of Jin Wang. Fang Mo led the combo through the first checkpoint outside the village. The access control recognition system automatically opened the gate, and the guards responsible for vigilance at the village entrance were all shocked. What's going on? Didn't Manager Pan just go to the base? Why is there another convoy coming? As Fang Mo's convoy quickly approached the base, the guards at the first checkpoint hurriedly made a call to report to the base. But at this moment, inside the secret base, Yifan, driven by shadow blades, was causing chaos. Zones 1 to 20 inside were owing chaos. Several large mountains collapsed at a visible speed. Jin Wang's base was completely destroyed. Yifan stood at the exit of Zone 20. Looking at the rolling dust, the collapsed base, and the constant explosions, he couldn't help but sigh. This Jin Wang has quite the ambition. Beside him, Ji Ningxuan followed in. Originally, she thought she would be useful for something, but now she found out that she followed in, and not even a chance to shout 666 for cheer. And then Jin Wang's base was destroyed. One shadow blade. Its power was unexpectedly terrifying. Ji Ningxuan looked at the silver shadow blade in Yifan's hand. The fluctuating runic power on it exuded a simple and ancient atmosphere. Those patterns seemed to conform to some special rules. Let's go. Yifan called out to Ji Ningxuan, turning to rush towards the exit. The base inside Jin Wang's entire mountain had been mostly destroyed, and the vicious followers recruited by Jin Wang had mostly met a grim fate. Now, only the exits of various areas were still open and had to be quickly escaped from. But as Yifan took 2 steps, his body suddenly staggered, almost falling. "Fen brother, what's wrong?" Ji Ningxuan's heart tightened. hurriedly reaching out to support Yifan. Yifan rubbed his forehead. It's nothing. When I used the shadow blade just now, it consumed too much mental energy. My body feels weak. Let's leave here first. During the activation of the shadow blade, he didn't feel it, but after stopping, Yifan found out that his whole body was so weak that even a finger couldn't move. The power of the shadow blade was indeed terrifying, but the backlash was also considerable. Yifan forced a bitter smile. If he didn't control the use of the shadow blade, he might end up losing his combat effectiveness and be vulnerable to being killed by an ordinary person. This time, luckily Ji Ningxuan followed him in. All right. Ji Ningxuan embraced Yifan, completely reversing the situation when they were in Huada. When Ji Ningxuan was injured back then, it was Yifan who embraced her, but now, it was Ji Ningxuan embracing Yifan. Although Yifan was weak now, Ji Ningxuan's embrace made a genuine smile appear on her lips. Was she finally needed as well? This feeling was really nice. As Ji Ningxuan embraced Yifan and rushed outside, she suddenly lowered her head and kissed Yifan on the lips. Yifan was stunned. Then he understood Ji Ningxuan's intention. Because of the flame inside him, as long as he had intimate contact with a girl, a warm stream would be generated and transformed into life energy, martial energy, to replenish his drained strength. Thinking of this, Yifan didn't hesitate. If a good opportunity presented itself, it would be a disservice to his conscience not to savor it. While rushing out through the passage, although they encountered some ordinary members of the base on the way, they had no idea what was happening. Seeing Manager Pan in front of them, they didn't dare to show disrespect and even took the initiative to lead the way. In just a few tens of seconds, Ji Ningxuan led Yifan out of the base. The moment Ji Ningxuan and Yifan came out from the gate of the base, from inside the base, the third in command, Su Ping, rushed out covered in blood. Damn it, pass on my orders. Seal off all exits, or anyone alive is found. If you come across Manager Pan and those with him, kill without mercy, at any cost. All those who entered the base today must be killed. There were still over 1,000 people who had escaped from the base, and upon hearing the order from Su Ping, they were all dumbfounded. Third in command, Manager Pan. He's a trusted aide of Jin Wan. Why do we have to kill him? Some of the leading figures were puzzled as they spoke. Bullshit, Manager Pan. We've been deceived. Damn it, this Manager Pan is an imposter. He's already killed a head and second in command, and the fate of the fourth in command is unknown. Haven't you seen that the base we painstakingly built has been destroyed by him? Quickly, anyone who dares to enter the base, no matter who it is, kill. Su Ping's wrist was broken, and his eyes were red at this point. As loyal followers of Jin Wan, they were not afraid of dying in battle, but it was unbearable for them to die in such a way, so they were unwilling. And at this moment, 3 Hummer convoys entered the cement factory or house and happened to stop at the gate of the base. The one disguised as Mr. Pan by Fan Mo stepped out of the car. Su Ping, the third in command, finally received the message from the first checkpoint. Third in command, we just detected another Manager Pan breaking into the base again. I know. The third in command hung up the phone and coldly looked at the 3 convoys at the gate of the base, giving orders to his subordinates, immediately turn all the cannons towards them. Lock on. Damn it. Coming again? Wasn't once enough of a disaster? Fan Mo below had no idea what had happened inside the base, and seeing the magnificent gate of the base, he was still daydreaming about his bright future. Third in command, open the gate. I'm Manager Pan. The Lord sent me to take over the base. Fang Mo yelled up at Su Ping. Third in command, what's wrong with you? Why are you covered in blood? What happened at the base? Su Ping was almost going crazy with anger. At this point, Su Ping had already determined that the person in front of him posing as Manager Pan was an imposter. It was clear that they had caused the base to end up like this, yet they were pretending to be innocent here. Seeking death. Fire. Su Ping gave a fierce shout to his subordinates by his side, ready to attack straight away. Fan Mo below became anxious. Third in command, wait a minute, why are you firing at us? We are our own people. I'm Manager Pan. Don't you recognize me? Wait. The Lord, for tonight's operation, specially reissued the password signal. It's called Tiger Door Flying Armor. Third in command, can you see if it's correct? Flying armor, your ancestor. The previous wave had already fooled the headmaster, and now these people are back. Hadn't enough damage been done? Fire the cannons. Doom. Doom. Without any hesitation, from the remaining few cannons on the gate of the base, all the shells were fired towards Fang Mo and the members of the convoy below. Damn. They're crazy. Crazy. There's indeed a mutiny in the base. Everyone, follow me up and annihilate the traitors. Fang Mo was also a martial emperor expert, and just before the shells came down, he swiftly dodged and then led his elite followers to quickly rush up the base's tower and engage in a fierce battle with Su Ping and others. Another dog-eat-dog drama was about to begin. In the chaos, at the side of the base, Yifan had already recovered, watching the internal strife at the base entrance with Qi Ningxuan, Chen Yao, and others. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. You're becoming more mature. Chen Yao looked at Yifan, his face full of relief. This journey to Guang City, taking over the Chiakui base, killing Pan Shai, then using Pan Shi's identity to eliminate the secret base of Jin Wang. All actions were smooth and produced extraordinary results. On one hand, Jin Wang's power was weakened by breaking one of his arms. On the other hand, Yifan's actions inadvertently helped the royal family. Just 2 days ago, the royal family announced the appointment of Tai Shifu, and Yifan's great achievements were also a response to Ji Yukan. In the court, the voices of opposition and doubt would immediately decrease. As for the third aspect, Chen Yao looked at Ji Ningxuan beside Yifan. This empress, now looking at Yifan, had almost tears in her eyes. After this life and death experience, it seemed that the relationship between Ji Ningxuan and Yifan would only get closer. Don't forget, Ji Ningxuan is not just an empress. She is the daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion, the saint of the Yaoqi Holy Land, one of the 4 holy sites. With these dual identities, if Yifan ever had to confront the royal family, Ji Ningxuan would at least not stand against Yifan, right? Director Chen, thank you for all your assistance. Without the information and preparations you provided, my operation would not have been so smooth. Yifan spoke truthfully. Today, Yifan thought of using Pan Shi's identity to deal with Jin Wang's secret base, but Chen Yao's preparations were more thorough, including the codes, iris recognition, and more. Without these preparations, Yifan, with his strength in the martial saint realm, could still infiltrate, but achieving such results would have been difficult. After all, there were 60,000 people inside the base, not just 600. It's my duty. Chen Yao smiled at Yifan and then looked towards the base entrance. The elite experts brought by Fan Mo from Suzaku Domain were not to be underestimated. They were engaging in fierce battles with the remaining subordinates of Sendanjia Su Ping, and casualties were piling up on both sides. Fan Mo and Su Ping were gradually becoming seriously injured and losing their fighting capabilities, and the remaining situation seemed bleak. Doom. Doom. The battle at the base entrance continued, and in the sky above the cement factory, hundreds of armed helicopters quickly gathered, with thousands of martial experts descending under the command of Ho Tianji from Suzaku Domain. Suzaku Domain is in charge. Surrender or be eliminated. Ho Tianji cast a shadowy expression towards Sendanjia Su Ping and others. Such a significant threat happening within his jurisdiction without him knowing left Ho Tianji in fear. Jin Wang had trained 60,000 martial experts in the base, less than 50 kilometers from the Suzaku Domain headquarters. With the possibility of internal collaborators within the domain, if they coordinated to launch a surprise attack, they could potentially control the Suzaku Domain's million-strong army. If that were to happen, Ho Tianji would find it hard to bear the consequences even if he died 100 times. Old man, I'm truly grateful. I don't know how to thank you. If the old man were 60 years younger and a woman, he would want to offer himself. Ho Tianji wished he could bow his head to the ground. On their way here, Ho Tianji had received the news that Jin Wang's base had been almost 80% destroyed by Yifan alone, and less than 1/10 of the martial experts inside had survived the collapse. With this number of troops, Ho Tianji could easily handle the situation. Moreover, Yifan had previously eliminated Wu Shihao, one of the 4 war kings in Suzaku Domain, further reducing opposition within the domain. Well, old man, let's skip that. I'm not interested in men. Yifan looked at Ho Tianji's burly appearance, shivering involuntarily. Ho Tianji laughed and glanced at Ji Ningxuan beside Yifan. It's getting late. Leave it to us here, Yi. Go rest. Yifan nodded. All right. Since rushing over from Yun City today, Yifan had been busy, from dealing with the troubles of the Shen family, to confronting the Cao and Han families, then taking over the Tiakui base, and handling matters with the Che family. and dealing with Chen Feng and Wu Shihao. Yifan was indeed exhausted. Ding dong. Just as Yifan was about to leave, his phone suddenly received a message from Shen Neng. Honey, I've washed up as promised during the day. I'm waiting for you to come back. The message was accompanied by a cute, shy expression. Just by reading the message, Yifan could imagine Shen Meng's shy and expectant expression. Before he could figure out how to reply, Ji Ningxuan leaned towards Yifan again, her face blushing. Yifan, where are we staying tonight? Pay attention to wording. It's we. Next to them, Ga Fei, Qin Lao, and Zhao Lao, who had planned to get closer, suddenly made an abrupt turn on their heels, heading back to their original positions. Oh no. The Empress had completely surrendered. Was she openly going to book a room? At this moment, Yifan felt a dilemma. International superstar, pure goddess Shen Meng's enthusiastic invitation, the saintess of Yaqi, the daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion, the future Empress, an exquisite figure, also inviting him to spend the night together. How should he choose? How about? Yifan thought for a moment, considering sending Ji Ningxuan to the hotel first and then going back to the Shen family. Ji Ningxuan's activities at the hotel would no longer be his concern. Both girls seemed not to be disappointed anyway. But before Yifan could speak, Ji Ningxuan's phone rang. It was Empress Ji Yukan calling. Ningxuan, I already know about the situation in Guan City. Thank Yifan for me. He single-handedly eliminated such a huge threat. When he comes to the capital, I will surely give him a huge surprise. Ji Yukan's voice was filled with joy. As for what surprise she was talking about, only Ji Yukan knew. By the way, also, tonight in Guan City, there are a few big shots. Represent me to meet them, and handle some matters for me. Ji Yukan continued, mentioning the address. Ji Ningxuan, upon hearing Ji Yukan's arrangements, looked visibly disappointed. The operation at Jin Wang's base progressed so smoothly that Ji Ningxuan had wanted to continue where they left off in the car with Yifan. But now, Ji Yukan had assigned other tasks to her, leaving her with no chance to be alone with Yifan. However, Ji Yukan's arrangement was not something Ji Ningxuan could refuse. All right. Hanging up the phone with Ji Yukan, Ji Ningxuan's face was full of regret. Yifan, I have other things to attend to tonight, so I might. She didn't finish her sentence, but both Yifan and Ji Ningxuan understood the implications. In the car, both had already undressed to a certain extent, but in Ji Ningxuan's heart, she felt she belonged to Yifan. However, without that final step, she hadn't placed her mark on Yifan completely, leaving a lingering regret. But you can at least have dinner alone with me, right? I want to eat barbecue. Ji Ningxuan tried to restrain her emotions in front of the group, and originally wanted to hold Yifan's arm but ended up playfully bumping into him with her arm, noticing Ho Qianji. All right. Yifan left, and the entire base's battle was also nearing its end. Whether it was the people brought by Fan Mo, or Su Ping's people, under the strong pressure of the people and horses gathered by Ho Jie, they either surrendered or were killed on the spot. Seeing that the situation was irretrievable, Third Master Su Ping retreated into the dilapidated base while making a phone call to Jing Jinwan. Your Highness, please forgive me. The southwest base, it's completely destroyed. Yifan pretended to be pan shy. Your Highness, in the next life, I will follow you again. Su Ping was also a loyal servant, and after reporting the situation here, he directly committed suicide. At Jing Jin Wang's residence, upon hearing Su Ping's report, the Wan was stunned, falling soft to the ground. How could this happen? One person like Yifan is so terrifying. He destroyed the entire base. What kind of weapon did he use? Could it be that Yifan also got his hands on the Immortals' techniques and weapons? No. It was the runic divine weapons in the Chiakui base. Damn it. The Chiakui base was also taken away by Yifan. The decades of effort in my southwest base. Damn it. At this moment, the Wan was driven crazy with anger, feeling his heart was about to explode. The southwest base was completely destroyed. His most capable assistant, Pan Shai, was killed, and one of the four great warlords in the Vermilion Bird Domain had been taken out. Although the other people hidden in the Vermilion Bird Domain had not been exposed for the time being, as long as Yifan was in Guanchen, the Wan couldn't feel peaceful. The Wan even regretted a bit now. If he had known that provoking the Yi family would bring such trouble, he shouldn't have acted against the Yi family at the time. But if he hadn't acted against the Yi family, he would never be able to completely control the royal family, control the great Xia, and fulfill the mission of that mysterious boss behind him, it was completely impossible. The Yi family may not be loyal to the royal family, but they would definitely fight for the great Xia. Calming down a bit, the Wan took out his phone and dialed an encrypted number. Mr. Wei, we can only rely on you at this moment in the Vermilion Bird domain. The base has been completely destroyed. During this time, instruct your subordinates to be more cautious, especially since there will be a global military exercise in the Vermilion Bird domain soon, and Yifen has confirmed his participation. You must pay close attention. Yifen had only been in Guancheng for 1 day. On the Wang side, he had already lost Lao Mo, the Shen family patriarch, with Shihao, Pan Shai, and other important subordinates. The entire secret base in the southwest was destroyed. Now, the Wan only hoped that Yifen would leave Guancheng quickly and stop causing trouble here. Otherwise, his few remaining forces and arrangements in the Vermilion Bird domain would be completely uprooted. And then, all the efforts he had made in killing Yilingyu, eliminating other dissidents, and planning for so many years would all be for nothing. Yes, Your Highness, I have already given the orders. Everyone must keep quiet and avoid any contacts during this time. Hearing the response from the big shot in the Vermilion Bird domain, the Wan felt a bit relieved. After hanging up the phone, the Wan dialed another encrypted number. Immortal, how much longer until you come out of seclusion? If you don't come out soon, we won't be able to hold on much longer. It will take another half a month. Upon hearing the stuttering voice of the Immortal, the Wan felt annoyed, envisioning the image of the sharp-mouthed monkey with a small braid. Even the Sun Saint couldn't be relied upon. This time he had given him the 10 top war emperors, but they were useless in the presence of Pan Shai. Was Yifen really a human being? In Guancheng, on the barbecue street, Ji Ningxuan brazenly linked arms with Yifen. I want to eat candied haws. I want to eat barbecue sausages, heh. And these fried chicken tenders. The two walked among the crowd, just like a couple. Ji Ningxuan was wearing a denim skirt, with a chiffon shirt on top. She would occasionally feed Yifen a bite while eating. The taste of happiness filled the sky. Ji Ningxuan knew that such moments were very short-lived. By the White Cloud Grand Hotel, those big shots were already waiting for her. And here in Guancheng, there were also a few female officials who wanted to talk all night with her. The two walked through the bustling marketplace, gradually moving towards the back street of barbecue, which was next to the bar street. Since this place was a bit chaotic usually, with people getting drunk and fighting frequently, the flow of customers here was much less. When they passed by a street-side stall, both of them noticed a refined old man with glasses. His neck was chained like a dog to the barbecue grill, kneeling on the ground with his hands and feet tied. His eyes full of resentment. You old bastard! You don't know any better. You dare to go against our young Master Yan. Now are you staying put? Come, let us offer you a drink. One of the yellow-haired youths said, picking up a beer and splashing it on the old man's head. Let me go. The old man's face was full of anger as he tried to sit up to rebuke them, but another young man kicked him back down. Let you go? Sure. Kneel down and eat everything in the trash can. Then our young Master Yan will forgive you. Roar. A group of young men burst into laughter. Young Master Yan, Yifen frowned, recalling a certain list in his mind. In the video given by the 5 poisonous boy, besides Lao Mo, the Cao family, the Han family, the high-ranking members of the Vermilion Bird, and the members of the Poison sect, the last participating family was the Yang family. Just when he didn't have the chance to cause trouble for the Yang family today, things happened coincidentally like this. When one of the youths was about to press the old man's head into the trash can, Yifen intervened, grabbing the yellow-haired youth by the neck and effortlessly throwing him meters away, knocking him to the ground, unconscious. Old man, get up. Yifen reached out to help the old man up, his internal energy shattering the chain around the old man's neck. Ji Ningxuan was very careful, quickly grabbing some tissues from a nearby table to help the old man wipe himself. The yellow-haired youth flying away, the 7 or 8 young men sitting at the table stood up abruptly, glaring fiercely at Yifen. Kid, are you looking for trouble on purpose? You dare to meddle in the affairs of our young Master Yang. Yifen gave him a cold look, then looked directly at the young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses in the middle. Are you young Master Yang? Can I ask which young Master Yang you are? Yifen's straightforward question stunned the young men present. Are you an idiot? How many Yang families are there in Guancheng? Our young Master Yang is naturally the largest martial family in Guancheng. The Yang family. Really, the Martial Yang family? From the behavior of this young Master Yang, the Yang family didn't seem to be a good bunch. Before taking action, Ethan wanted to make a final confirmation. Have you really not recognized who I am? Ethan stared at young Master Yan, feeling irritated about his relationship with Qi Ningxuan. Young Master Yan insisted on being displeased with him over this matter, provoking a hornet's nest. Do I care who you are? Go down on your knees right now. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Young Master Yang waved his hand, intending to slap Yifan in the face. Yifan's internal energy surged, catching young Master Yan's arm and crushing it on the spot. Listen carefully. My name is Yifan, and I'm here to take your life on Brother San's behalf. What? Who? Yifan? To jinx Yifan? Yan Shao heard what Yifan said, and he instantly exploded. It turned out to be Yifan, that troublemaker. Yifan only arrived in Guan City this morning, but Guan City has already been turned upside down by Yifan. Both the Cao family and the Han family had been wiped out. When he came out to play today, his father also said to him, asking him to be more cautious. Yan Shao was already very cautious, so he deliberately chose a remote place to play, but he didn't expect to run into Yifan here. I was wrong. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Please spare me. Yan Shao knew how to act appropriately. His legs went weak, and he planned to kneel down directly on the ground. Yan Shao was well aware of Yifan's power. Whether it was in Cloud City or the capital, he had heard about Yifan's affairs. Although Yan Shao himself was a martial arts grandmother, among ordinary people, he was already like a god. But Yan Shao understood that he was nothing in front of Yifan. HMPH. Now tell me, do I have the authority to oversee your affairs? Yifan coldly stared at Yan Shao, his sharp gaze making Yan Shao's heart tremble. Yes, you have the authority. More than enough. Young Master Yi, you have more authority than my father. No. More authority than my grandfather. Everything is my fault. I was too blind. All the mistakes are mine. Whatever young Master Yi asks me to do, I am willing to do. Just spare my life. Yan Shao was very clear about his position. No matter what, admit first, save his life, then speak. From previous experiences of dealing with Yifan, whether it was Zhang Lao's grandson or Tang Zhonglao's grandson, their fates were all miserable. Go. Put a dog leash around your neck. Can kneel down to apologize to the old man. Yifan glanced at the old man beside him, frowned, and ordered Yan Shao. Got it. Yan Shao didn't hesitate at all, immediately prostrated himself on the ground, putting the leash around his neck, crawled on the ground imitating a dog's bark, obediently approaching the old man. Woof woof, woof woof. Yan Shao crawled on all fours, while imitating a dog's bark. The main point was total obedience. Old man, I'm sorry. It was my fault just now. I apologize to you. You see, I am sincere. As Yan Shao spoke, he picked up a cup of wine from the table and poured it on his head. Just now we made you eat from the trash can. It was wrong of us. I'll go eat it now. Yan Shao, who was arrogant just now, looked pitiful at this moment. Seeing his cowardly act, several of Yan Shao's buddies couldn't bear it. Yan Shao, are you okay? Isn't it just Yifan? Even if the idiot from the Yi family is here, you shouldn't be this scared, right? We have so many brothers, can't we handle him? One of the young men with a crew cut said, as he picked up a bottle from the table and signaled to the other brothers. Brothers, let's go together. Humph, a trash idiot in Guan City. Can't even behave properly. Let's send him and his brother on their way together. That's right. The Yang family killed the third young master of the Yi family for so long. Nothing happened. Why be afraid of killing one more? The remaining 6 or 7 young men spoke contemptuously, quickly moving towards Yifan. Yan Shao was enraged by the actions of his brainless buddies. Damn. At this time, are you all making a move? Each of you is so useless. You think you can take on Yifan together? You don't even nat up to one of Yifan's fingers. You really don't know anything. But it's not entirely their fault either. Their family's strength is too weak. With their family's power, they couldn't even reach certain hidden information, so their impression of Yifan is still stuck 5 years ago, when Yifan was considered a fool. Stop it. Are you trying to kill me? Don't come any closer. If anyone takes a step forward, I'll kill him. Yan Shao roared hysterically at his buddies on the verge of driving himself crazy. He was going to be killed by these teammates sooner or later. Ordering his brothers to stop, Yan Shao continued to apologize to the old man. The old man finally came to his senses and coldly stared at Yan Shao. You will receive retribution for bullying others. After a pause, the old man expressed some concern. Yifan, how about we let it go? This is Guan City. Can't beat the local bully, right? Yifan's mouth twitched. It's okay, old man, as long as you are fine, you can go first. There are still some grudges to settle between me and the Yang family. Rest assured, I will be fine. The old man took a deep look at Yifan and didn't linger. That's good. Young Master Yi, the favor of tonight, the old man remembers. The old man clasped his fists toward Yifan, hailed a passing car, and quickly left the scene. Ji Ningxuan looked in the direction the old man had left, frowned. Fenjie. Just now, that old man, I feel like I've seen him somewhere in the entertainment circle. A big shot. Oh. Yifan responded without much interest. Yan Shao remained motionless on the ground until Yifan looked at him. Then he raised his head and asked, Young Master Yi, do you need me to do anything else? Go kill your father. Yifan stared sharply at Yan Shao. This guy was too submissive. If he had resisted a bit more, Yifan wouldn't have been so wary. People who surrender so quickly often need to be carefully guarded against, because a dog that doesn't bark is the one that bites. It hides in the shadows and ambushes others. Fine. Young Master Yi, if I kill my father, can I survive? Yan Shao hesitated for only 2 seconds. A gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. Kill his father, and he could save his own life. Yifan became even more resolute. A person like Yan Shao must not be allowed to live. Yes, only you or your father can live. Good. Yan Shao replied decisively. Then please come with me to the Yang family to witness. I will respectfully present my father's head. That old bastard should die. He dared to kill the third young master of the Yi family. I have long despised him. Yan Shao was full of anger, as if he had a deep-seated hatred with his biological father. His yellow-haired buddies were all dumbfounded. What kind of play was Yan Shao trying to pull off? Planning to sacrifice his father's life in exchange for his own survival? Was this still the Yan Shao they knew? So selfish? These bothersome fellows. Yan Shao glanced at his buddies, then looked at Yifan with questioning eyes. Yifan's facial muscles twitched a couple of times, feeling speechless in his heart. What? This horde of Yan Shao's brothers, although bullying the old man, didn't they deserve death for it? Seeing Yan Shao's intentions, was he planning to sacrifice his brothers' lives as well? I understand. Young Master Yi, wait a moment, I'll go kill them. They knew a long time ago that my father killed the third young master of the Yi family, but they watched without reporting it. They all deserve to die. As Yan Shao spoke, he picked up the war knife from the ground and charged towards his group of brothers. Yan Shao, have you gone crazy? What's your plan? The group of young men with dyed yellow hair didn't react immediately, reminding Yan Shao with their mouths, thinking that Yan Shao was just putting on an act. But in the next moment, splurt, Yan Shao actually swung the war knife in his hand, striking one of the youth with a shaved head on the shoulder. Ah! Yan Shao, are you serious? I'm your brother. Get lost, you damn brother. I just want to stay alive. All of you stay still. Don't move. Let me kill you. Yan Shao's one arm was already disabled, but without any hesitation, the arm holding the knife continued to strike another brother after hitting one, proceeding to slash towards another one. Stand still and let you kill us. Damn it, do you think we're idiots? Yan Shao's brothers, seeing this scene, did not dare to stay any longer and scattered in all directions. He's gone mad. Damn it, we treated Yan Shao as a brother. We've got the wrong guy. The yellow-haired youths finally understood at that moment. They saw Yan Shao as a brother, even a leader. But in Yan Shao's heart, they were nothing but followers, not even as good as a dog. Yan Shao still planned to continue pursuing and slashing. Yifan lightly spoke up. Forget it. Save your energy to go back and kill your father. What a ruthless person. No mercy. On this side of Guan City, the culprits who participated in the attack against third brother, the KOS, Hans, 5 poisonous children, Lao Mo, and Wu Shihao had already been dealt with. Now, only the Yan family remained, as well as the big fish hidden within the Vermilion Bird Territory's military forces. Of the 7 pieces of the Fairy Palace map left by Mother, the one carried by third brother still had no leads. I wonder if there are any clues on the Yan family side. All right. Yan Shao's response was very concise, and Yifan even detected a hint of excitement in Yan Shao's tone. This guy, Going back to kill his own father. Seems quite happy about it. Fan Jie. Ji Ningxuan stood beside Yi Fan, looking reluctant. Although she didn't want to end their time together tonight, she had been reminded several times by the Baiyun Hotel. After all, Ji Ningxuan was the future empress, representing the imperial family and the emperor. In some circumstances, she had to go. You go about your business. Yi Fan reached out and squeezed Ji Ningxuan's hand. Don't worry, I will find a way out for us. After spending such a long time together and having such intimate contact, Yi Fan had also found a place for Ji Ningxuan in his heart. After all the kissing and touching, Yi Fan couldn't bear to let this girl go to someone else. How about on the day of Ji Yukan's wedding? We elope. Just snatch the Empress Ji Ningxuan directly. The thought was thrilling. It's not impossible, with 1,000,000 Qianlong troops behind me, the Zhuanwu Territory Army, and the Zhendu office supporting me. Even if we snatch her, what can Ji Yukan do to me? In the Yang family's mansion, clan head Yang Ming had not gone to bed even though it was late at night, waiting respectfully at the front gate. Many experts had appeared in Guang City today, and those loyal followers of Prince Jin had either died or been wiped out. Yi Fan had only been here for a day and had already stirred up a storm in Guang City. Yang Ming felt extremely uneasy, so he invited a big shot to help exorcise any evil spirits, mainly by setting up powerful formations in the family mansion to prevent any unexpected incidents. Damn it, that crazy Yi Fan couldn't beat him, so he had to hide like a turtle at home, right? The big shot Yang Ming had invited was none other than the current strongest Tiashai Heavenly Master of Motion, the head of Motion, Wang Bing. This Wang Bing was said to be the most talented genius of the Motion lineage in the past 500 years, especially in the last 7 years. His strength in talismans, formations, and Taoism had suddenly skyrocketed. Not only did his martial strength reach the level of martial emperor, especially in the field of Motion Taoism, it was said that he could even confront strong experts in the martial saint realm. Even in the martial realm, there were rumors that Motion might challenge the authority of the Four Great Holy Lands. A blue BMW stopped at the gate of the mansion. A pair of red sneakers stepped out of the car door, followed by an old man with white hair, white beard, and white eyebrows walking out. He held a cup of milk tea in his hand, finished the last sip, crushed the cup. It's been a while since I had this. The milk tea is not bad, even though it was nighttime. This head of Motion was actually wearing sunglasses. Was he showing off? Master Wang, your presence is truly a blessing for our Yang family. Yang Ming respectfully bowed to Wang Bing, looking devout. Wang Bing adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, his big copper eyes peering through the gap in the glasses at Yang Ming. No need to be polite. I'm just here to repay the incense money your old master donated to Motion many years ago. But, Ziming, it's been years, but your aura has changed. It seems not right. Is there really a demon invading the Yang family? Wang Bing furrowed his brows, and with a flash of his figure, he was about to step forward to carefully check on Yang Ming. Squeak. At that moment, a Hummer suddenly rushed over, and Yang Ming's son came rolling and scrambling out of the car, wailing as he ran toward Yang Ming. Dad, save me. You have to speak up for me. Wang. I've been bullied. At this moment, Yang Xiao, with half of his arm shattered and still bleeding, pale-faced and disheveled, showed up, making Yang Ming's expression change drastically. Ah, son? What happened to you? Weren't you supposed to have gone for barbecue? Who did this to you? Someone. Quickly come and bandage the young master. Yang Ming poured his heart out into his son's embrace, while his wrist released bursts of martial energy to swiftly stem Yang Xiao's bleeding. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. With Dad here, nothing will happen to you. Splurt. Yang Ming was just halfway through his sentence when his mouth suddenly stopped. His pupils dilated. Then he looked down with an incredulous expression at his own chest. Yang Xiao's hands were holding a gleaming war knife, already stabbed into Yang Ming's chest, with the handle almost fully inserted into it. Son. Yang Ming hadn't expected that his son would suddenly attack him with a knife. I'm sorry, Dad. Today, only one of us can live. Fearing that his father might not die, Yang Xiao pulled the knife out and stabbed again. Then he turned to the direction of the Hummer and said, Yunyi, are you satisfied with this? Should I cut his head off? Yi Fan got off the car. Seeing the scene in front of him, his facial muscles twitched several times. Damn it, this Yang Xiao really stabbed. That's his own father. Yifan's heart suddenly felt uneasy, but thinking about what they had done to the Yi family, he felt relieved. Those who kill will be killed. The Yi family had defended their homes and country, made notable achievements, while the Yang family had only heinously mutilated and killed third brother. And now the son had killed his father. This was retribution. Yifan? Yang Ming's face changed when he saw Yifan stepping down from the car. Yifan had really come after all, but he came too quickly. But what Yang Ming hated more was his own foolish son. Son. There's no need to rush like this. Even if Yifan came, so what? I have invited a big shot. We're not afraid of Yifan. Yang Ming looked bitter as he gazed at Yuan Shao, then at Wang Bing. With the intervention of Mao Shan's most powerful Jia Shai, at least the Yang family wouldn't suffer as the KOS and Hans did, right? He couldn't understand his foolish son. Why was he so impatient? What? Upon hearing his father's words, Yuan Shao exclaimed in shock, releasing the handle of the knife in his hand and then turning to look at Wang Bing beside him. Is this the one from Mao Shan? Yuan Shao had naturally heard of the strongest Taoist master of Mao Shan. However, since his father had always mentioned that the Mao Shan Taoist master owed a favor to the Yang family, and Yuan Shao had never met him, he wasn't too sure. If this person was indeed that Taoist master, then he had just killed his own father. Wouldn't his father have died in vain? Exactly. It is the strongest Taoist master I mentioned before, the leader of Mao Shan, Wang Bing. When Yang Ming introduced Wang Bing even waved and greeted Yuan Shao, saying, "Hey." At this moment, Yuan Shao was going crazy. Why didn't this guy say something earlier? He had killed his own father before knowing the truth. Dad, are you okay? Finally reacting, Yuan Shao hurriedly reached out to cover the wound on his father's chest. Master, it's this bastard Yifan. He forced me to kill my father. Please take action immediately and kill him. Leave no trace behind. At the same time as Yuan Shao felt agitated, he suddenly felt like he was standing up again. With the Taoist master present, did that mean he wouldn't have to die? Although Yifan was strong, based on the latest information, he was only at the level of the martial emperor. Faced with the methods of the Mao Shan grandmother, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Dad is fine. He won't die. But son, don't act so impulsively next time. Although Yang Ming's face was somewhat pale, he didn't collapse. Instead, he reached out and directly pulled out the battle knife from his chest. Then Yuan Shao was shocked to see that the wound on his father's chest was actually starting to heal on its own. His father, with the pinnacle power of a martial sovereign, when did he gain such a miraculous ability? Self-healing wounds? Seeing the situation in front of him, Yifan was also puzzled. Had the head of the Yang family also been invaded by insect eggs? After all, previously, Penshai had been killed by Yifan and then resurrected because of the strange insect eggs inside him. But when Yifan activated his demon eye and carefully examined Yang Ming's body, he didn't see anything abnormal inside Yang Ming. No sign of those insect eggs. What was going on? On the other side, the Taoist Wang Bing took off his sunglasses and challenged Yifan. Let's fight. In the next moment, the Taoist transformed into a phantom and swiftly charged towards Yifan. Try my newly researched Pump Thunder technique. As Wang Bing shouted, countless electric sparks appeared in his hand, attacking Yifan like a rainstorm. Electric sparks? Seeing Wang Bing's attack, Yifan couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Coincidentally, Yifan had inherited the heavenly punishment thunder at the Qiangqi base. The electric sparks generated by Wang Bing's Palm Thunder technique were only as thick as a finger. In contrast, Yifan's inheritance could be as thick as a water bucket, or even thicker. If he took action, he might instantly reduce this old man to ashes, right? Forget it. Let's not dampen his enthusiasm. After all, this old man was considered his disciple's disciple. If he were to slap him away, he would probably be frustrated for many years. Thinking of this, Yifan didn't act directly. Instead, he moved with a thought, and the golden light of the 9 dragons appeared around his body, forming a protective shield around himself. Although those electric sparks wouldn't be fatal to Yifan, being shocked by electricity would still be painful. Doom. The powerful Palm Thunder technique had the impact force that could reach the level of a martial emperor. Striking where Yifan stood, it instantly created a huge crater outside the Yang family's main courtyard. After the smoke cleared, Yang Ming and his son looked into the big pit, where there was no sign of Yifan and no life force felt from him either. Damn. Is he dead just like that? Dad, is Yifan dead? Yan Shao finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking back to how formidable Yifan was supposed to be. It turns out he was just a paper tiger, directly pulverized by a single blow. The power of the Taoist's electric sparks was formidable. If only he could learn it too. Probably dead, right? Yang Ming's face was uncertain. Even though he saw Yifan disappear, his right eyelid twitched violently, sensing that something bad might have happened. There's a body inside. It seems to be moving. Probably not dead yet. Quick, son, let's go and deal a few more blows. Damn, we actually killed Yifan. This will definitely be a great achievement for King Jin's Sai. In the dust, Yang Ming saw a body wriggling and hastily called his son to rush over to the pit. Pulling out his 3-meter-long greatsword, he intended to stab the body on the ground. Go to hell, Yifan. Making me lose my arm. Damn. Bullying me. Humph. Did you think I was just picking on some old man? You don't even know. The reason why I caused trouble for that old man was that I found out, before Yejius and Shao died, he had tea with that old man. I want to see if what disappeared from that bastard's body is related to that old man. A fragment of the Immortal Palace map. Outside the pit, Yifan stood with his hands behind his back, listening to Yan Shao's words, and couldn't help but feel a shock. So that was it. Yan Shao had bullied the old man at the barbecue stall because of a clue to a fragment of the Immortal Palace map. No wonder. If Yan Shao hadn't mentioned it, Yifan wouldn't have thought that an old man he met on the roadside was connected to a clue to the fragment of the Immortal Palace map. Just as Yang Ming and his son were about to strike the moving body on the ground, the bewildered Dao suddenly rushed up in a frenzy and pushed Yang Ming and Yan Shao aside, saying, "Get out of the way. Who the hell dares to touch a single hair of my ancestor?" Ancestor, I didn't mean it. I actually killed my ancestor. This is betraying my teacher and destroying my ancestor. How can I live? I really didn't mean it. Little ancestor, I just wanted to test my strength. While lamenting, Wang Bing frantically dug at the earth on the ground, seemingly trying to unearth the wriggling body buried under the dust. Yang Ming and his son beside him had a series of question marks hovering over their heads. Ancestor? Why did the Taoist master of motion call Yifan his ancestor? Yifan was so young. Being his grandfather's grandchild already seemed like a stretch, so how could he be the Taoist master's ancestor? Master, are you sure you got it right? Are you saying Yifan is your ancestor? Yang Ming asked tentatively, his face incredulous. Bastard, Yi Shao is my ancestor. This was settled 8 years ago. What's wrong with that? You two idiots, what are you standing around for? Help me dig. If my ancestor has any mishaps, I'll flay your skin and grind you into powder to ferment tin wine. Wang Bing was thoroughly enraged, threatening to grind them into wine. That was too harsh. That if you don't even recognize your own ancestor and kills him, how does that concern us? Yes. Yang Ming and his son answered, wearing sorrowful expressions on their faces, but in reality, they were overjoyed. Laughing to death, Yifan never expected that he would be killed by his own disciple's disciple in such a manner. What a way to betray your teacher and destroy your ancestor. Just as the 3 people in the pit kept digging the soil like dogs, a voice suddenly sounded outside the pit. Enough. Little mudfish ... with your trashy skills. Scratching an itch from me is about all you can do. You think you can kill me? Then how can I be your ancestor? Yifan's sudden words stunned the 3 people with dirt-covered faces in the pit. Yifan's voice. Was he not dead? T.S. Good news for all the fathers. This novel is about to be adapted into a short drama. The reason for the reduced updates yesterday and today is because we are preparing the script and filming will start soon. If any of the fathers have suggestions for the female lead, you can follow the public account Kanhai Kangyang. After the filming is completed, we will notify everyone on the public account immediately. Who is the writhing body in that pit? Yang Ming and his son exchanged a glance, then pulled out the body from the pit, only to discover, to their immediate surprise, it was a large yellow dog convulsing from being electrocuted. Damn it, they've been tricked. Little master, you're not dead. Thank goodness, you scared me. Wang Bing saw Yifan alive outside the pit and patted his chest in relief, but then he realized something else. Wait a minute. Little master, my palm thunder is so powerful. Those few martial emperors from the sect were all electrocuted by me until they were tender outside. How come you're completely unharmed? Could it be? Apparently, Wang Bing thought of a terrifying fact, and his expression gradually became more exciting. From confusion, to shock, to complete dismay. 8 years ago, by chance, Wang Bing met Yifan and discovered that Yifan possessed some esoteric techniques left by the Motion Patriarch. Yifan was even able to completely perform the Motion Golden Light spell. Since then, Wang Bing was convinced that despite Yifan's young age, he was indeed the Motion Patriarch. At that time, Wang Bing and Yifan fought, and Wang Bing lost. Wang Bing had worked hard for 8 years thinking that he could at least hold his ground against Yifan, but turns out, right, I also have. But it seems much more advanced than yours. Yifan smirked faintly, and the heavenly thunder punishment emerged on his wrist, with electric arcs as thick as water buckets crackling with a terrifying sound. The air around seemed to be filled with a burnt odor, and the plants near Yifan were directly charred, withered, turning into powder instantly. Damn it, if such a terrifying electric arc hit a person, wouldn't there be no ashes left? Looking at the electric arcs in his own hands compared to Yifan's, Wang Bing felt frustrated. Compared to the electric arcs in Yifan's hands, his own was nothing. It was like comparing a toothpick to a tiger's whip, utterly disgraceful. Master, don't bully people like this. Are your cultivation speed rocket paced? Wang Bing hung his 2 arms helplessly in front of his chest, pouted, and scolded at the vehicles in the distance. Go and buy me 10 cups of milk tea to calm down. And get some devil hot peppers to cool off for me. Too demoralizing. If his Dao heart wasn't steadfast enough, Wang Bing felt like he was going crazy. Yifan was used to Wang Bing's reactions and just smiled without saying much. Then turned to Yang Ming and his son Yang Shao. These 2 guys, father and son indeed, ruthless to the core. They were worried that he hadn't died completely and still wanted to come finish him off. As Yifan stared at them like that, Yang Ming's right eyelid was twitching, pulsating like a tango dance, making his eyelids sore. At this moment, Yang Ming finally understood. Left twitching for fortune, right twitching for disaster. This disaster brother-in-law, Yifan was his calamity. You're not dead. What do you want to do? Yang Ming felt his body all goosebumps under Yifan's gaze. Before Yifan could speak, Yang Ming's son next to him spoke first. Dad, how about you die one more time? Just now what Yifan said about continuing to be valid. Only one of the 2 of us, father and son, can survive. Sorry. Dad. Faft. In the shocked eyes of Yang Ming, Yang Shao once again stabbed his father's chest twice. You bastard, have you had enough? Yang Ming was about to drive himself crazy. This despicable thing, stabbing once was bad enough, and now they wanted to continue. Although Yang Ming could indeed self-heal, a knife stuck in his own body was still painful. Moreover, being stabbed twice consecutively, Yang Ming felt like he couldn't hold back his secret anymore. Sout, Yang Ming kicked his son away, covered his wound, and pulled the sword out. At this moment, Yang Ming noticed that the old Taoist didn't know when he had arrived, and was scrutinizing him with a tilted head. Old Taoist, why are you looking at me like this? Nothing's wrong, I'll just go first. Yang Ming couldn't care less about his son now. He had brought the big gun, the Motion Old Taoist, thinking he could easily deal with Yifan, but never expected Yifan was the ancestor of the Motion Old Taoist. What a mess. He really played himself. If he didn't run now, when else would he wait? Trying to run away. Humph. Didn't you invite me to exorcise demons and monsters? You look a lot like a demon. As the old Taoist spoke, he waved his hand, and more than 10 runes madly rushed towards Yang Ming. Thus, the golden flashes on the runes burst crazily, causing the air around to tremble. Yang Ming had just jumped outside the pit, but was enveloped by those runes, and then his body began to twist and deform. A black shadow began to appear on Yang Ming's body. Evil worshipper. Yifan sensed the aura emanating from Yang Ming's body. His pupils dilated, feeling extremely shocked. The aura in Yang Ming's body was almost identical to the evil worshipper aura Yifan had slain in Huadu demolition area. It seemed his previous intel was correct. After the mother left, the evil worshippers had become more audacious in the past 20 years, even infiltrating human bodies and coexisting with them. This was an existence deeper than hidden insect eggs. When insect eggs lurked inside the human body, Yifan could see it with his magic eyes. But after the evil worshippers merged into the body, one couldn't detect it without Motion runes. Without any hesitation, Yifan swiftly activated the exorcism formation, restricting the entire space. The exorcism formation was inherited from the divine fragments, and it was the most effective method against the evil worshippers. Hetty, Wang Bing, you old wretched thing, spoiled good things from me, just you wait. In Yang Ming's body, the black shadow forcefully broke out from the runes and planned to escape far away. These ancient evil worshippers had mastered means beyond human comprehension. They could freely change ideologies. The skeletons of ancient savage beasts were where their consciousness was sealed before, and when the seal was undone, they could flee at will. As long as not entirely obliterated, they could seek their next host. Just as the black shadow tried to escape within 3 feet, it was blocked by the exorcism formation barrier, and the black aura was instantly dimmed by the barrier. Yifan, it's really you. Damned. The evil worshipper in Yang Ming's body had received a warning from above earlier, saying Yifan had methods to deal with the evil worshippers, and all evil worshippers would have their strength suppressed when near Yifan, so they should be cautious. Now it seemed to be true. Yifan waved his hand, and more than 10 exorcism formations pressed down on that black shadow. Hiss, hiss. A sizzling sound came from the air. In the shocked eyes of Yan Sha and Wang Bing, the black shadow was forcibly purified by the exorcism formations, finally turning into nothingness, while pure forces entered Yifan's body quietly and some scattered pieces of information into his head. Holy Amma Organization. This is an organization that gathers escaped sealed evil worshippers with multiple branches across the country. Zhou Ming. Yifan hurriedly sorted through the fragments of information in his head, figuring out many things before and after. It turned out that Zhou Ming had targeted Xuan Yufei, using soul captivation technique to control her. When inspecting Yifan, the evil worshippers controlled by the Holy Amma Organization had begun eyeing him. These dreadful evil worshippers were even more terrifying than Jing King. There were also many other pieces of information and some special techniques, which were too complex and needed to be sorted out later. What Yifan was concerned about now was the clue about the fragment of the Celestial Palace map mentioned by Yan Shao. Faft. When Yifan turned to look at Yan Shao, he knelt down again. Yifan, what should I do? Yan Shao was on the verge of tears. How did their Yan family provoke Yifan, this demon? Before Yifan could speak, Wang Bing next to him raised his hand and slapped Yan Shao's face. Nonsense. Your own problem. Why ask about my ancestors? Think about it before you answer. Wang Bing tried to please while also feeling a bit gloomy, giving Yifan a glance. The move Yifan had just made, the evil extinguishing formation, had turned Yang Ming into nothingness with terrifying power. Ancestor truly was an unattainable existence, wasn't it? Yan Shao looked at the old celestial master, then at Yifan. Both of them seemed like devilish beings. He couldn't afford to provoke either of them. Yes, I remember now. I just got the news today. That old man's name is Li Mo, seems to be related to the entertainment industry. According to my intelligence, 3 days before the incident with Yi Lingyu, he had dinner with him. After we killed Yi Lingyu, we investigated Yi Lingyu's residence and all the people he had contacted in the last 2 days, but there were no clues about the torn map. So, I suspect that the disappearance of the map fragment on Yisan's body is related to that old man. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Yan Shao's mind, thinking about the highly confidential information he possessed. The map fragment on Yisan's body was extremely important. Therefore, after obtaining this information, Yan Shao didn't even tell his own father. Seeing Yifan's apparent interest in this information just now, could this save his life? How about it? Young Master Yi, are you satisfied with this information? Can you spare my life? I swear on my dignity, I swear by my ancestors for the 18th generation, if I dare to do anything harmful to the Yi family in the future, I will have a wretched end. Afraid that Yifan wouldn't agree, Yan Shao quickly raised his hand to swear. Swearing by his dignity. Do you even have dignity? And using his ancestors up to the 18th generation to swear. Would they turn in their graves if they knew? This sinister sixth brother was definitely intolerable. HMPH. Yifan snorted and activated the 7-star soul eliminating hand to search Yan Shao's mind. Indeed, there was no useful information. Let's go. Yifan called out to Wang Bing and walked towards his tough Hummer. It had been a tiring day, time to relax. After all, the top star Shen Mange had been acquitted and was waiting for him at home. Ancestor, what about the Yang family? Wang Bing asked Yifan from behind. Yifan smiled faintly. Deal with them. The Yang family had participated in the assassination of the third brother of the Yi family, colluding with the king of Jin. Yifan had said, for enemies, there was no mercy, and no chance for them to turn the tables. After all, being kind to enemies is being cruel to oneself. Yifan left, leaving Yan Sha with some doubts. Old Celestial Master, what does deal with them mean? Did young Master Yi agree to spare me? Thank you. Thank you, young Master Yi. Yan Sha secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When he bowed towards the direction Yifan was walking away, a sly smile appeared on his lips. Though I can kill my own father, you can't touch me. After surviving this time, I will find a way to become stronger and completely destroy your Yi family. Doom. Doom. Sizzle. Sizzle. Before Yan Sha could figure out what was happening, he saw bolts of lightning descending from the sky and engulfing him in thunder. The last image in Yan Shao's mind was of lightning everywhere, and then nothing. After a barrage of electrical arcs, Yan Shao turned into nothingness. The entire Yang family estate also turned into nothingness. Ah, old Master Yang, rest in peace. The grudges between you and Maoshan back then have finally been resolved. I knew it, why there had been no news of you for such a long time. Since Yan Ming was possessed by evil, it probably means your death wasn't normal. It's good to eliminate the entire Yang family. That's vengeance for you. Wang Bing clapped his hands, then stomped on the ground and disappeared quickly. Master said, when the ancestors are present, it is the time for the resurgence of the human race, a rare occurrence in 1,000 years. This time, Maoshan must act before Lanhu Mountain, right? Heh. Following the ancestors, enjoying the best. After getting into his vehicle, Wang Bing took a sip of his milk tea, then reprimanded the driver. Go. Head to the Miaojiang Mountains and explore the way for the ancestors. Although the information was still top secret, Wang Bing had already learned that in the Miaojiang Mountains, another evil force was beginning to challenge the seal. If the flower capital evil force was handled by Yifan's ancestors, then Yifan's ancestors would certainly have to go to the depths of the Miaojiang Mountains. In the Shen family estate, in Shen Mange's standalone villa, when Yifan pushed open the door and entered, Shen Mange was sitting cross-legged on the sofa. The TV was on, but Shen Mange's mind was clearly not on the television. Xiaofan, you're back. Hearing Yifan's footsteps, Shen Mange joyfully jumped up from the sofa, barefoot, and rushed into Yifan's arms, hanging onto him like a koala, suspended in Yifan's embrace. When Yifan looked down, he saw that Shen Mange was wearing a thin gauze nightgown, silky and translucent, partly revealing. But suddenly, as he lowered his head, Yifan was shocked to find that Shen Mange had directly gone blank. Cough. This girl. When Yifan was critically injured by the soul-locking wood during the day, and nearly lost his life, Shen Mange was heartbroken. In the brief days they spent together, Shen Mange had completely filled her heart with Yifan. It seemed she had prepared herself completely. However, after sensing Shen Mange's condition, although she looked very happy on the surface, Yifan somehow felt that Shen Mange seemed very exhausted today, as if her vitality had been greatly harmed. Tomorrow night, Shen Mange was still going to hold a concert. It was her first public performance, extremely important. If Shen Mange's mental state was not good and her performance suffered, it would be problematic. Could it be because Shen Mange kissed him during the day and passed on that golden light of immortality to him? Yifan hugged Shen Mange and asked, how are the preparations for tomorrow's concert? Is everything going smoothly? Nestled in Yifan's arms, Shen Mange said, everything else is fine. It's just that, like I told you last time, there are a few male celebrities to insist on performing with me at the concert, partly to gain some popularity from me, and also to deliberately create some rumors with me. Besides, you guys always have ulterior motives, always wanting to make a move on me. It's so annoying. Yifan frowned. His predestined lady. There were people trying to make moves on her. Previously, Yifan had almost been wiped out, but even now, as the Yi family rose again, how could they allow these petty individuals to act recklessly? Rest assured, tomorrow, I will personally stand guard for you, my wife. Yifan's sudden words caused Shen Mange to blush immediately. Hateful. Who's your wife? You're so bad. Although Shen Mange pretended to be angry, her heart was filled with sweetness. Today, would they finally take that step? I'll wait for you in the bedroom. In the bedroom, Shen Mange was sitting nervously by the bedside, with her small mouth slightly open, exhaling hot air. Seemingly extremely nervous, she even used the bedsheet to cover her head. Although Shen Mange had made all the preparations to continue the Yi family's lineage, and even before, when she was still in Huadu with Yi Fan, they had already kissed and embraced. But when it came down to it, Shen Mange was still extremely nervous. After all, it was her first time as a grown woman sitting on the bridal sedan. Hearing Yi Fan's footsteps at the bedroom door, Shen Mange nervously let out a slight cry. When Yi Fan entered the bedroom in pajamas, seeing Shen Mange covering her head, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Mange, how about we forget about it? It seems like you're not ready yet. The contrast was something Yi Fan could understand. When the 7 sisters-in-law announced their marriages, Yi Fan was still in a state of confusion. Despite feeling awkward, the sisters-in-law didn't mind as much knowing that Yi Fan was still clueless. But now that Yi Fan had awakened and regained his power, the situation was quite different, and even the previous encounters with Yi Fan felt peculiar, making everyone feel ashamed. But the news had already been announced at the Yi family funeral, that they would continue the Yi family's lineage together. No. Seeing Yi Fan seemingly about to leave the bedroom, Shen Mange suddenly took the initiative to embrace Yi Fan from behind. Fanjie, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. If it weren't for Yi Fan, her father would have been impersonated for so many years, and she would have had to be offered to the Shen family ancestor. The consequences would have been tragic, and the entire Yi family would probably have been destroyed. You're my wife, what do we need to thank each other for? Yi Fan turned around, hugged Shen Mange, and with an evil smile, said, also, during the day, when I almost lost my life due to the soul-locking Wu, it was your use of the golden light in the immortal path amulet that saved me. For the life-saving grace, I have no way to repay it, so I could only offer myself. The room suddenly dimmed, with the moonlight outside blocked by the tree shadows. The chirping of insects around fell silent, as if anticipating the upcoming drama. The room was filled with floating clothes, exuding a romantic scent, accompanied by Shen Mange's shy voice. Where did my clothes go all of a sudden? What are you doing? Ah. The scene was too beautiful to bear. As everything was about to reach its climax, Yi Fan suddenly noticed something was wrong. Shen Mange in his arms suddenly turned cold, with blood flowing from her mouth, nose, and eyes. Ah. Mange, what's wrong with you? Yi Fan was exploring, planning to capture the high ground, but seeing Shen Mange in such a state, he was shocked. I'm so cold. Fanjie. I'm so cold. Shen Mange suddenly shook violently in Yi Fan's arms, curling up into a ball. The passionate atmosphere disappeared in an instant. Yi Fan quickly grabbed Shen Mange's wrist, feeling her pulse and using his magic eyes to check her body. No toxins, no injuries. Her body was healthy with no signs of illness. Why was Shen Mange suddenly in this condition? Yi Fan suddenly saw a golden stream of light entwined around Shen Mange's blood vessels, engulfing her essence of blood. So, the reason why he felt Shen Mange's body was weak in the living room was because of this golden stream of light. Yi Fan probably understood that the golden stream of light was related to the Immortal Path amulet sealed in Shen Nanfei's body. Though why was the Immortal Path amulet now backfiring on Shen Mange? With a thought, the divine fire flame emerged at his fingertips, entered Shen Mange's body, and burned the golden stream of light wrapped around her blood vessels for a moment. Hiss! The golden stream of light touched the divine fire flame and instantly subsided, quickly unbinding itself from Shen Mange's veins and seemed to have strong desires towards Yi Fan's body, but hesitated for some reason, curling up obediently inside Shen Mange's body. Yi Fan, looking at the situation, sighed helplessly. Shen Mange's body was too weak to withstand the powerful force inside the Immortal Path amulet. If not careful, being backfired by the Immortal Path amulet could be life-threatening. It seemed that he needed to consummate with Shen Mange as soon as possible and transition the Immortal Path amulet into his body. However, it was definitely not possible tonight. Shen Mange's body was too weak. How could Yi Fan bear to torment her further? Yi Fan used the special seals in the Dragon Mark Ring and some ancient restrictions passed down in the Chongqui base, inscribed a few lines inside Shen Mange's body, completely suppressing the golden stream of light from the Immortal Path amulet. After doing so, Shen Mange's body began to improve slowly. Yi Fan embraced Shen Mange, rapidly guiding his vitality into her body, comforting her. Mange, rest early. When your body recovers, we can continue. After all, you'll be mine sooner or later, right? And Shen Mange weakly responded, feeling apologetic. Fanjie, I'm sorry. Am I useless? I don't know what happened to my body. I suddenly felt so tired. It's okay. It's because of the Immortal Path amulet from the Shen family. Just sleep, and everything will be fine by tomorrow. Yifan had no reservations for his woman, directly using the pure power contained in the God's Shard, swiftly filling the void in Shen Mange's body. Soon, Shen Mange slowly fell into dreams. Yifan looked at the beauty in his arms and sighed softly. Third sister-in-law, you can't escape again. Ding dong. As Yifan was about to go to sleep, he suddenly received a message from Song Yan. Young master, after the activation of the rune array instrument, the efficiency suddenly increased, at least 100 times faster than before. Those orders we owed before have all been completed in just a few hours. Yifan smiled faintly. The rune array instrument only truly activated after his bloodline was authenticated, so it naturally became more efficient. As the Qiangqi base restarted, the impact on the martial arts aspect would also take another step forward. The next day, Yifan had just opened his eyes when he received a call from Che Yuan. Young master, it's bad. The Qiu family and Miao family from the martial arts aspect have suddenly come to forcefully pick up their orders and surrounded the base. What should we do? Young master, our rune array instruments simply can't produce so many goods. According to the agreement we signed, if we fail to deliver on time, we might even have to mortgage the base. They must be doing this intentionally. Che Yuan had rested at home last night and was unaware of the real production efficiency of the rune array instrument, so upon hearing that the base was surrounded, he became anxious. Yifan coldly smiled. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. With the Qiangqi base back in Yifan's hands, it was time to set some rules. The disappearance of the mother for 20 years did not mean that anyone could control the Qiangqi base. The Qiangqi base has just restarted, and these family organizations have come to push and stir things up holding their orders. It's not just about urging the orders. Because the restart of Qiangqi base represents the restart of the Divine Gate, it signifies a transfer of power, and Qiangqi base is the symbol of power transfer. Yifan taking over Qiangqi base also inherits the powerful connections within Qiangqi base, including the King of Jin, Qiu family, Miao family, Holy Messenger organization, and countless other families. None of them want Yifan to secure this position. They don't want Yifan to fully control Qiangqi base, because not everyone in the affiliated families under Qiangqi base remains loyal. Once the powerful Divine Gate behind Qiangqi base restarts forcefully, it's like putting a yoke around their necks. Urging the orders is a form of coercion against Yifan. Once Yifan yields, softens, or can't deliver the goods from the orders, it's a fatal blow to Qiangqi base's reputation, trust, and also gives some restless families more say, as long as the yoke on their necks loosens. Therefore, the Qiu family, Miao family, and other families are so eager to stir things up, to ruin the name of Qiangqi base. Since Qiangqi base does not allow the ancient martial arts union to control it, they want to smash the pot, so no one can eat. However, what they don't know is that Yifan has long anticipated the situation of these orders. So last night he had Song Yan gather the raw materials, work overnight, and has already completed all the runic weapons on the orders. Today, let's quietly watch these people come to perform. Outside the Qiangqi base gate, Che Yuan, Che Zhao, and others with the Che family's bodyguards, as well as some bodyguards from the Song family, are confronting hundreds of family representatives outside the base gate. Master Chen, we're not here today to fight. We just heard that Qiangqi base has restarted. Those orders Qiangqi base owes us should also be delivered. We just want to enter the base to see how our goods are coming along, right? Our request is not unreasonable, right? At that time you already received the deposit. If you can't deliver the goods, you have to give an explanation. Exactly. We have a contract here. If Qiangqi base can't deliver the goods, we have the right to use Qiangqi base as collateral. Some family representatives were waving the contracts in their hands, bearing the seal of the Chen family among the four major families. Che Yuan was also helpless, because many orders were not approved by the four major families together, but were unilaterally signed by Chen Han, the head of the Chen family at the time, misusing the names of the four major families and Qiangqi base. That's also the reason why the Qiangqi base orders have been piling up. The money was taken by the Chen family, but the delivery has to be jointly undertaken by the four major families. And the content of the contract signed is totally problematic. Once the delivery can't be made normally, Qiangqi base has to be used as collateral. Clearly, The Chen family had been paving the way for taking over Chongqi base. But now that the entire Chen family has been wiped out, handling these orders is very troublesome. Everyone, don't panic. Don't be anxious. Young Master Yi will be here soon. Young Master Yi will give you an explanation for sure. Although Che Yuan is one of the four major families, he is too kind-hearted. He had been responsible for coordinating and procuring raw materials behind the scenes before, and he just doesn't know how to deal with this situation of dealing with people at the forefront. HMPH. Hearing Che Yuan's words, the head of the Miao family sneer, along with several other leaders of the ancient martial arts union. They are here today for Yi Fan. Chongqi base is unable to deliver on time. Their deepest thoughts in the ancient martial arts union is to try to gain joint management authority over Chongqi base. In this way, they won't be just vassals under Chongqi base, but half-owners of Chongqi base. If Yi Fan loosens his grip, these families jointly managing Chongqi base means they can gradually take full control of Chongqi base in the future. Even if Yi Fan comes, what can he do? Can he conjure up so many runic weapons? The scene was silent for a few seconds, then turmoil arose again. Just as Che Yuan was feeling a bit overwhelmed, a Hummer parked not far away. Yi Fan stepped out and calmly said, "What's the commotion about? Just a few weapons? Chongqi base won't owe you anything, will it?" Yi Fan's voice was not loud, but as he spoke, there was a soulful breath that emanated, instantly calming down the representatives of those ancient martial arts families present. Strong, the martial aura emanating from Yi Fan suppressed the entire venue, and his mental power fluctuations also suppressed the whole scene. At this moment, Yi Fan stood there like a sword towering between heaven and earth, domineering, cold-blooded, looking down on the world that made people dare not look straight at him, and some even felt like worshipping him. This is not the same as the Yi family's idiot young master. It seems that all the recent rumors about Yi Fan are true. He used to pretend to be an idiot, but now he is fully awake. After a few seconds of silence, the first to react was Miao Renfan, the head of the Miao family in the ancient martial arts union. "Young Master Yi, what you said is delight. Do you think it's just a few runic weapons? We have so many families here, at least 1,000 items combined. Humph. Based on Chongqi base's previous production speed of 100 items per year, it would take at least 10 years to produce that many. I wonder how young Master Yi plans to deliver." Miao Renfang had gathered the families related to Chongqi base and had already done the statistics in advance. With over 1,000 runic battle weapons, based on the previous speed, Chongqi base definitely cannot deliver them immediately. So, today we came to see young Master Yi, to get an explanation. If young Master Yi can't deliver on time, we will have to execute according to the contract. Here in the ancient martial arts union, we have called a notary to witness. If the delivery cannot be made on time, we will use Chongqi base as collateral. While Miao Renfeng's lackeys were still introducing them, Yi Fan coldly interrupted them. "Whether the delivery is possible is my problem. Today, if you want to rush the delivery, have you brought enough final payments with you? One runic battle weapon costs 10 billion. Don't wait for me to deliver the goods on your orders only to find out you can't pay. That would be embarrassing." Seeing Yi Fan so calm and confident, even Che Yuan was a bit worried. "Young Master Yi, Chongqi base's production capacity isn't that large. We can't deliver that much. Che Yuan was a bit confused about what Yi Fan was doing. Bluffing. Naturally, Miao Renfang was also very clear about Chongqi base's production capacity. And that's why 3 years ago they, along with Chen Han, intentionally signed so many orders. The purpose was to pressure them after 3 years. However, at that time, their plan was to use these orders to pressure Song Yang and Che Yuan to submit. But now that Yi Fan has full control of Chongqi base, the target they are facing is Yi Fan. Yi Fan, stop pretending. We all know about Chongqi base's production capacity. Clearly, there aren't that many goods available, so stop pretending here. Miao Renfan laughed heartily. How about this? Let's each take a step back. We won't forcibly mortgage Chongqi base. You can allocate a portion of Chongqi base's authority. We will form a Chongqi base decision committee and jointly manage Chongqi base. How about that? Miao Renfang and the others finally revealed their foxtails, completely laying them bare. Young Master Yi, this is a good solution for everyone. Otherwise, if we break ties, Chongqi base has just restarted, only to be squeezed Unable to deliver the goods, it'll be a deadly blow to Changhui Base's credibility. Its future prestige would also be fatally affected. Young master, ye better think twice. Don't say we didn't give you a chance. Using the future impact of Changhui Base to pressure Yifan, Miao Renfeng was very pleased with himself. It's all purely a business plan, and Yifan can't directly act. Based on the current progress, the goal of jointly managing Changhui Base should be achievable. King Jin wanted to seize Changhui Base but failed. Yet he used this method to control Changhui Base. I'm so awesome. Miao Renfeng wished he could give himself 32 likes for his cleverness. If I can fulfill all your orders today, what would you do? Yifan glanced at everyone present, a cold look in his eyes. Among the family representatives present, there were several C-level families on the list left by his mother, families that could receive support. They had followed Miao Renfeng to the court, but now it seemed unreliable. However, Yifan did not see any B or S-level families among the crowd. But today's events also serve as a warning to him. Although the support list left by his mother for Changhui Base was still in effect, 20 years had passed, and not every family could be trusted. Hehe. If young master Yi can deliver on time today, I, Miao Renfeng, will publicly eat what the dog has excreted. Miao Renfeng pointed at the side gate of the base, where a large yellow dog was relieving itself. Even now, there were still informants from the ancient martial arts union in Changhui Base. Although they were only peripheral members, when the base was reopened yesterday, they saw the situation in the base with their own eyes and found nothing unusual. No matter how powerful Yifan was, he couldn't have conjured up so many runic warriors overnight, right? Eating what the dog has excreted, it seems that Master Mao's taste is quite unique. Yifan sneered. But that's not enough. How about we make a big bet? Yifan stared at Miao Renfeng intensely. If I can deliver the goods and produce the runic warriors you ordered, you will purchase all the warriors at 10 times the price, apologize throughout the entire territory of Daxia, admit to besmirching Changhui Base's reputation, and actively avoid me whenever you see me in the future, or else disappear from my sight on all fours. Of course, if you are unable to pay for the orders within an hour, the orders will be void. Any deposits already paid will not be refunded. Dare to bet? Hiss. Purchasing runic warriors at 10 times the price. The representatives of these ancient martial families, as well as some representatives from worldly families, couldn't help but inhale sharply. Yifan, are you crazy? Robbery? The price of the runic warriors at Changhui Base was already 10 billion per piece, which was already exorbitant. But because there was a runic power enhancement on the warriors, under the martial emperor, it could elevate one's level of standing by 1 realm. A grandmother realm practitioner could display the strength of a martial sovereign realm, and for strong individuals at the level of martial emperor, they could increase their standing by 1 small realm. A martial emperor of the first rank, using the power of the runic warriors, could display the strength of a second-ranked martial emperor. So, while the 10 billion was extremely expensive, it was bearable. But to ask for 10 times the price right off the bat was too much. It completely exceeded the value of the runic warriors themselves. Yes, it's robbery, or what else do you think I'm doing? Yifan smirked devilishly, openly despising these people. What? Are you daring to push me, and yet afraid to gamble with me? Yifan's tough attitude made Miao Renfeng and his companions feel somewhat apprehensive. Could Yifan really have produced the ordered runic warriors overnight? Miao Renfeng had seen the power of those runic warriors, with their powerful and mysterious patterns that even the most skilled rune masters in Daxia couldn't replicate, and only the runic instrument in Changhui Base could create them. But the production capacity of that runic instrument was limited, and there was no way the orders could have been completed so quickly. HMPH. Yifan, if you lose the bet, what kind of punishment will you accept? Since it's a bet, both sides should add conditions, right? Miao Renfeng coldly stared at Yifan, thinking about the plan of the ancient martial alliance. Since he had taken action, he had to use this opportunity to completely defeat Yifan. Simple. If I lose, I will hand over partial control of Changhui Base, and compensate you tenfold for all your orders. If you're still not satisfied, I can even destroy my own martial arts skills and let you do as you please. If you want to kill me, I won't fight back. Yifan increased the stakes to ensure Miao Renfeng's compliance, putting even his own life on the line. This shocked Che Yuan and Che Zhao. Young Master Yi, This isn't necessary. It's okay to deliver the orders a little late. You don't have to do this. Zhao was also anxiously stomping her feet. Brother Fan, if you really die, I'll be a widow. I don't want that. I haven't even become your woman yet. What? Yifan was taken aback by Zhao's words. A widow? There had been no involvement between him and Zhao, so why did she suddenly talk about becoming a widow? But it wasn't the time to dwell on this matter now. Since these troublemakers had come, they had to pay a price. Since it was a business transaction, and he couldn't demand their lives, enforcing some regulations and making Changhui base respected was acceptable, right? Miao Renfeng heard that Yifan had put his life on the line. A glint of ambition appeared in his eyes. Was this idiot Yifan really looking for death? If they could get rid of Yifan, it would be a huge boon for the ancient martial families and even for King Jin. They would surely be grateful. All right. Let's bet. Young Master Yi, please deliver the goods. Miao Renfeng smirked triumphantly. With the witnesses from the Martial Arts Union, the bet is now effective. I hope you won't backtrack. Yifan smiled faintly. No rush. The certification from the Martial Arts Union alone is not enough. Why not have witnesses from the Empress and the Martial Affairs Council as well? We must sign the contract to ensure its enforcement. As Yifan finished speaking, several cars stopped at the side of the base, and Ji Ningxuan and Chen Yao appeared in front of everyone. Hello everyone. I am the Saintess Ji Ningxuan of Yachi. Chen Yao glanced at everyone. I believe you won't feel very good about this. The Minister of Martial Affairs, Chen Yao, and the Empress of Daxia, Ji Ningxuan, both appeared. The key was that Ji Ningxuan's other identity was the Saintess of Yachi, one of the four sacred sites, and that carried significant weight. Yifan gestured to Guo Li, who immediately distributed printed copies of the agreement to everyone. When the representatives of these ancient martial families saw the agreement, they were immediately alarmed. What's this? Why do we have to pay 5 times the guarantee deposit? Didn't we already pay a 10% deposit earlier? Exactly. Yifan, you're breaking the rules. How can you guarantee that you will win the bet? Yifan had clearly explained in the agreement that to prevent these families from reneging, not agreeing to purchase the runic warriors at 10 times the price, he required them to pay 5 times the guarantee deposit first. Some representatives were already calculating. If Yifan did deliver the goods, they could simply refuse to pay the remaining amount and suffer losses in the hundreds of billions without taking the blame. But now, Yifan had put them in a difficult position, holding them over a barrel. This bet was quite harsh. Rule? Those are the old rules. From now on, I, Yifan, am the rule. If any of you are unhappy or hesitant to sign the contract, then stop yammering. I'll finish the orders at my convenience. Of course, if you want to fight, you can always try. With that, he exuded dominance. Darn it. Beside Miao Renfeng, Qiu Chao, representing the Qiu family, couldn't help but grit his teeth and angrily exclaimed, "This bastard! My Qiu family will definitely kill him sooner or later." Because Qiu Yuanji, who caused trouble for the Che family in Guancheng yesterday, is Qiu Cao's brother and also the uncle of the Qiu family's head, Qiu Quan. The Qiu family had failed to control Changhui base through the Che family. Instead, after Qiu Yuanji and others entered the Che family compound, they disappeared without a trace. Although there was no direct evidence that Yifan had killed them, with Yifan now in control of Changhui base, the problem was evident. Qiu Yuanji must have fallen into Yifan's hands, and this account must be settled on Yifan's head. Due to this agreement, the hundreds of family representatives who had arrived at the scene were feeling uneasy. Some keen families seemed to have realized that Yifan had set up a huge trap and was waiting for them to fall into it. Forget it. I won't get involved with this anymore. I'm giving up too. Our family only ordered 5 rune war weapons to begin with. It's not worth offending Yifan for just 5 weapons. Exactly. As the crowd whispered to each other, a third of the representatives had already begun to waver. Quietly separating themselves from the crowd, they stood on the other side. What are you doing? Yifan's agreement has scared you off already. Isn't it just a 5-fold security deposit? Humph. When he can't produce that many rune war weapons, he'll have to compensate us 10 times for breach of contract. What are you afraid of? Get back here. Miao Renfeng scolded those departing family representatives angrily. Prior to the gathering, it had been agreed that everyone would stand together, but now, at the slightest sign of trouble, they were fleeing faster than rabbits. Miao leader, You're speaking lightly. A five-fold security deposit translates to 50 billion for one weapon, and 500 billion for 10. We could even sign a contract for a gamble together. Or, shall Miao leader help us pay the security deposit first? Agreed. If Miao leader is so confident, help us with the security deposit, and we won't have any concerns. These cunning family representatives drove straight to the core of the issue with one sentence, catching Miao Renfeng off guard. Have Miao Renfeng pay the security deposit for these families? Are they kidding? The combined security deposits would amount to at least 2 trillion. How could the Miao family possibly come up with such a sum? And even if they could, they wouldn't be foolish enough to give it to those families for free. What if Yifen had really managed to obtain so many room war weapons through some means? Wouldn't it spell disaster for the Miao family? Miao leader, should we consider this more cautiously? My right eyelid has been twitching a lot. I have a feeling that Yifen came prepared for today, intentionally setting a trap for us. Decide Miao Renfeng. Qiu Chao, representing the Qiu family, whispered a reminder to Miao Renfeng. But by now Miao Renfeng was already on the verge, with no way out. Scanning the entrance of the base, apart from the Cha family's bodyguards, it was quiet. And according to the intelligence report, the base had been unusually quiet the previous night, with no material coming in or going out. Yifen couldn't have done it. What are you afraid of? Yifen is definitely bluffing, trying to intimidate us. Let's make the gamble. If they don't sign the agreement, let them go. It will be their loss, missing out on a chance to make money. And we can teach Yifen a lesson. Taking control of Changqi base, such a rare opportunity. Listen to me, sign with confidence. Everyone needs to stay united. Only by combining our orders can we crush Yifen once and for all. Under Miao Renfeng's leadership, the remaining family representatives quickly signed the agreement and pressed their fingerprints. Che leader, Che Zhao, helped collect the security deposits. Che Yuan and Che Zhao still didn't understand what Yifen was up to. Their faces showed bitterness as they helped collect the money. Seeing the enormous sums of tens or hundreds of billions reaching their accounts, Che Yuan felt his heart trembling. This money was hot. If Yifen's gamble failed, not only would they have to return all the money doubled, but Yifen's fate would also be at stake. Even if Yifen's strength was formidable and he wouldn't be killed, what about the reputation of Changqi base afterward? After accumulating prestige and credibility in the martial world for so many years, wouldn't it all be destroyed in one fell swoop? On the other hand, sitting in a wheelchair, Chen Yao watched Yifen's actions, his face filled with satisfaction. Yifen, you were much more impressive than Miss when she was younger. If only Miss hadn't been so soft-hearted back then, we wouldn't be in so much trouble now. Ji Ningxuan looked at Yifen's back with a misty gaze, almost teary-eyed. This Yifen had stolen Miss's heart. Where should she go from here? News had arrived from the capital, urging Ji Ningxuan to return immediately, report the situation Ningguan Cheng specifically, and start preparing for next month's budding. Time had flown by, leaving only 3 weeks to prepare. All contracts were signed. Yifen looked at the stack of agreement documents brought by Wang Fugui and then checked the account balance handed over by Che Zhao. All the security deposits had reached trillions, equivalent to the funds of a large enterprise. It must be said that these ancient martial arts families, and even the super families of the mundane world, were indeed wealthy. However, at this level, money was no longer the most important factor. The most crucial resources were dong pills, martial arts techniques, and weaponry. That's why they were willing to pay such a high price for rune war weapons. All right, Yifen, our agreement has been signed. It's time to fulfill it, right? The goods. We want our rune war weapons. Miao Renfeng seemed to feel like he had accomplished something really significant, letting out a long breath. Hehe. Young Yi, do you dare to say that it's time to witness a miracle down below? Miao Renfeng sneered. There aren't many miracles in this world. Yifen, do you think you are Zhuge Liang, trying to confuse us with an empty fort strategy? But let me tell you, you're still too green. Yifen, you've lost today. Changqi base belongs to our ancient martial union. Don't think you can get away unscathed just because you have the Ningong family's protection. Humph. Sooner or later, we will deal with the Ningong family too. Admit defeat. As I said, our actions today are purely business. I won't take your life. Hand over the control of Changqi base. Fulfill your promise to compensate us for the breach of contract, and that will be enough. Seeing Yifen's expressionless face, Especially when Che Yuan had the same expression as a dead father. Those family representatives who had signed the contract with Miao Renfeng finally smiled. Darn it. It was a false alarm. This Yifan guy sure knows how to act. He scared the hell out of me. We're making hundreds of billions this time. We definitely have to treat ourselves tonight. Great. There's a good place saying Guanchen. Just as Miao Renfeng's group began celebrating, Yifan spoke up. You're right, DRIZZLE. It's time to witness a miracle. Your rune war weapons have arrived. As Yifan spoke, he pointed towards the entrance of the base. There. Led by Song Yan, a group of Song family bodyguards pushed several carts with a joyful stride towards the gate. The carts were piled high with bundles of rune war weapons, emanating a primitive and powerful aura from afar. Swipe. All eyes followed Yifan's finger towards the entrance, where they saw the dozens of rune warriors on the carts, and they were all dumbfounded. Those rune warriors, totaling at least 1,000 of them. According to the previous production efficiency of Chongqi base, it would take at least 10 years to produce them. How did Yifan manage to produce so many rune warriors? A scam? A huge scam. So Yifan's baits, all his actions, were not part of a bluff. Was it because he really had so much inventory? That's why he was so confident. While everyone was still dazed, the first one to react was Che Yuan, Song family head. You guys. Che Yuan was already at his wit's end when he collected the deposit earlier, already imagining how the Che family would go bankrupt and how they would die. He couldn't understand why the young master, a clearly intelligent person, had to bet against Miao Renfeng, and with such high stakes. And at this moment, Che Yuan finally understood. It turned out the young master had planned everything long ago. Oh Song, you've kept me in the dark so much. Che Yuan picked up a rune warrior and activated his martial Che to test it out. The rune, under Che Yuan's Che manipulation, instantly emitted a golden rune light, doubling Che Yuan's own power. This intense power astonished everyone present. Damn, I thought these were fake weapons used to deceive us. Turns out these rune warriors are all real. What's going on? If these rune warriors are real, then we have to purchase them at 10 times the price. But I've already paid all my money as a deposit. Where am I going to find the rest of the amount? We've been utterly deceived by Miao Renfeng this time. Damn it, he wanted to die, but he had to drag us down with him. Infuriating. After the shock from hundreds of family representatives, the next moment was an infinite anger, all looking resentfully at Miao Renfeng. Some of the larger families were still able to pay the remaining amount after depositing hundreds of billions, but purchasing at 10 times the price without reason was like taking the blame, and no one was happy about it. How is this possible? Miao Renfeng was thoroughly dumbfounded when he saw the rune warriors appearing, his facial muscles twitching in disbelief. Yifan, are you sure you're not deceiving us? Damn. Do you think you can deceive all of us by making a bunch of ordinary weapons? Don't delude yourself. I don't believe you can suddenly produce so many rune warriors. Yifan shrugged, sneering. Believe it or not, that the rune warriors here are indeed here. They are real, and you all can check them. Miao Renfeng and his companions immediately stepped forward to inspect the rune warriors, activating their Che. As several dozen martial experts activated the rune warriors, their powers were all elevated to another level. Grandmother realm experts could exhibit the strength of a martial monarch, and martial monarch level experts could unleash the power of a martial emperor. No, this can't be. Miao Renfeng seemed to have gone mad, grabbing one after another rune warrior to test. After testing dozens of them, he threw them all to the ground in a mess. However, almost everyone, including Miao Renfeng, had tested almost all the rune warriors on those carts. But without exception, all the rune warriors were confirmed to be genuine. Yifan, what kind of sorcery are you using? How could Chongqi base suddenly have such powerful production capabilities? Miao Renfeng stared fiercely at Yifan, as if he wanted to devour him. This time, they were miserably scammed. Purchasing at 10 times the price, the funds of these ancient martial families would suffer a huge blow, causing massive losses. Moreover, by inciting so many powerful families to act together, they would harbor immense resentment, and facing such losses, they wouldn't let it go easily. Sorcery? Miao family head, I don't have any sorcery. It's just that you've all forgotten one thing. Chongqi base was originally entrusted to the four major families by my mother. I am the true owner of Chongqi base. After I took over Chongqi base yesterday, it was truly activated. The previous Chongqui base was not activated at all, just in standby mode, occasionally producing some rune warriors to nurture the instruments, but now, the production efficiency is 100 times higher than before, Yifan explained lightly, leaving everyone in silence. After a long period, Miao Renfeng sat on the ground, eyes devoid of life, reproaching, "So, you purposely deceived me. From the beginning, you knew I would lose. Yes, I was playing you. I knew from the start that you would lose today. I should have given you a chance to quit, but you pushed me to this point. So that's it." Yifan's eyes flashed with fierceness. "Look, they are more sensible. They abandoned the bet with me at the critical moment. How fortunate they are." Yifan pointed to the family representatives who had withdrawn on the other side. When Miao Renfeng was about to make a bet with Yifan, these family representatives chose to abandon the bet at the crucial moment. At this moment, Miao Renfeng seemed to have found a lifeline, recounting the rune warriors in front of him once again. Yes, the quantity was indeed not enough. "You're overthinking it." Yifan smiled faintly, nodded to Song Yan, who clapped his hands, and another group of bodyguards brought out 7 or 8 carts of rune warriors, delivering them to the family representatives who had abandoned the bet with Yifan. Yifan said, "You've come to your senses and finally given up opposing Yifan. So, for all your orders, apart from the previous deposit you paid, you don't need to pay any balance. They're all free." "What? Free? Free? Theft?" Hearing Song Yan's words and seeing the rune warriors being transported out again, Miao Renfeng couldn't hold it in anymore and directly spewed blood. "Yifan, you bastard, you shouldn't play people like this. Betrayal leads to death. Lazi made a bet with you. If you lose, you have to pay 10 times the price, 100 billion for each runic warrior. As for those who gave up halfway and bet against Yifan, they are granted a free pass. Damn it, the contrast is simply too huge. 1 warrior costs 100 billion, so 10 would be a trillion. With such a scale of funds, it's almost the entire assets of a C-grade family in the mundane world. Many orders from martial arts families are for hundreds of warriors, so the loss is in the trillions of resources. Compared to this, won't those families be hating themselves?" When Miao Renfeng opened his eyes and looked around, the families around him all turned red-eye, especially those several families who had deposited over 1 trillion in guarantees. Because they didn't have enough cash, they had to mortgage their family treasures. Now, they simply don't have more funds to purchase the warriors, which means that all the guarantees they paid earlier have gone down the drain. "Miao Renfeng, you're killing me. You damn it. Pay me. How am I going to explain this to my family when I go back?" The companions of Miao Renfeng by his side couldn't sit still anymore at this moment. Each of them was restless, their martial energy fluctuating, seemingly ready to act against Miao Renfeng at any moment. Watching this situation, Miao Renfeng felt frustrated and defeated. It's over. This time it's really over. According to Lord Qiu Quan's intentions, the call for so many martial arts families to come out together was to force Yifan to hand over the Chongqui base, establish the prestige and influence of the martial arts alliance, and confront the non-Gong family's martial arts alliance to gain control over the entire martial arts world. But now it's turned into this. It's all over. To avoid confrontation with these partners, Miao Renfeng's neck tilted, and he directly passed out. On the other hand, the representatives of the families who obtained the runic warriors for free were all excited. "Great. Thanks. Young Yi is mighty. Oh my god. Nearly fell into the trap. We just got over 1 trillion for free. My wife will definitely reward me when I go back." A group of people were agitated, pounding their chests and stamping their feet, which formed a stark contrast with the dejected expressions of Miao Renfeng's companions. "Everyone, line up. According to the quantity of your orders, come and collect the runic warriors." Song Yang and Guo Li commanded their subordinates to start distributing the runic warriors to the families granted a free pass. Yifan then said to the hundreds of family representatives by Miao Renfeng's side, "Everyone, our bet is now over. According to the agreement, you must pay the remaining tenfold amount within an hour. If you can't, then please leave. We won't see you off." Yifan made a gesture of farewell. "I should thank you for your generous donations today. With this money, our Chongqui base will be able to develop even better." Ha ha, ha ha. This Yifan is intentional. Clearly, he got a bargain, yet he's acting damn. The cash Yifan just received along with precious techniques, elixirs, and more. Those are all Laozi's. When did Laozi ever say he wanted to donate them? It's all because of Miao Renfeng. That fool had to bet against Yifan. Now, after most of them paid 5 times the deposit, they couldn't mobilize any more funds, and thus couldn't pay the remaining amount. That means the cash they had paid earlier, along with the mortgage treasures, they won't get any of it back. They handed it all over to Yifan for nothing. Damn it, only about a dozen families managed to scrape together the remaining amount, taking away hundreds of runic warriors at 10 times the price. They felt their hearts bleed. Looking at Yifan's eyes, they wished they could devour him alive. Yifan smiled faintly. It seems that none of you can produce the funds, right? Don't stare at me like that. It wasn't me who forced you to sign the gambling agreement. It was your own greed. If you dare to gamble, be prepared to lose. Yifan glanced at Miao Renfeng lying on the ground, grinned mischievously. Of course, if Lord Miao can keep his promise, eat what the dog brought, I can also consider giving you a discount. Those who perform well can get a 60% discount. Damn it, Miao Renfeng, who was pretending to be dead on the ground, had his heart violently twitch for a moment. Yifan was too merciless. By offering a discount to the remaining families, he was reigniting hope in their despairing hearts. Moreover, these families already harbored extreme hatred towards themselves, and with Yifan's words, he completely ignited their deep-seated resentment. Ah. Yoni, are you serious? Brothers, what are you waiting for? Let's go together. A few people. Grab what the dog brought, wrap it up and shove it into this fool's mouth. The 60% discount was too tempting for the remaining families. They could save for 100 billion with 10 warriors, and for a super family with 100 runic warriors, it was for trillion. Many families that were short of funds could now put together enough immediately. With these runic warriors in hand, the family's strength would increase, their influence in the martial world would grow stronger, and they would be more competitive in the fight for resources. Wow. In an instant, hundreds of family representatives swarmed forward, pressing Miao Renfeng to the ground, regardless of whether he was truly unconscious or faking it. Some used their swords to pry open Miao Renfeng's mouth, while others pinched his nose. On the side, someone brought the stuff the dog had carried over and unceremoniously stuffed it into Miao Renfeng's mouth. Where was there any decency left in Miao Renfeng at this point? 10. Stop, you bastards. Am I your brother, Miao? Insane. We are both Miao family. What are you doing attacking me? Miao Renfeng roared hysterically, but at this moment, nobody paid him any attention. Who the hell said I'm your brother, Miao? I don't have such a fool for a brother. Damn it, he dared to resist. Brothers, beat him to death. Dang, dang, dang. After forcibly stuffing Miao Renfeng's mouth with the dog's stuff, they started fighting, settling some personal grudges along the way. Although Miao Renfeng was also a martial emperor powerhouse, being surrounded by so many people made it impossible for him to fight back. In a blink of an eye, Miao Renfeng was beaten to the point of breathlessness, with less and less energy left, while Yifan was on the side mediating. Hey, don't be so rough. The Miao family leader didn't mean it, right? Just losing a few trillion nin guarantees, that's not a big deal. It's just taking the fall for someone else, nothing major. Losing this money, consider it a lesson learned. When you go back, your family will surely forgive you. Please don't beat the Miao family leader to death. Maybe when he recovers, he will help you cover the hole, right? Yifan was saying these words that seemed like mediation, but no matter how you listened, it was adding fuel to the fire, poking those families' pain continuously. Struggling to breathe, Miao Renfeng pointed a finger at Yifan with difficulty, cursing in his mind. Curse your whole family. Just shut up. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. If you don't speak, those partner families may not be that angry yet, but Yifan keeps on advising on the side like drumming incessantly, actually adding fuel to the fire. That action clearly implies, see, you are all idiots. All the stupid things are being done by Miao Renfeng, this idiot who is leading you. Stupid things. If you don't beat this idiot to death now, you will be sorry for your own conscience. This instigation didn't take long, and it made these partner families all go crazy and start to act. In just a few tens of seconds, Miao Renfeng was hammered to death directly. Oh, Miao clan master lost his temper. Oh my god, did we go too far? After these partner families calmed down, someone reached out to touch Miao Renfeng's nose and found that Miao Renfeng was actually dead. After all, Miao Clan is a core member in the ancient martial arts alliance, and Miao Clan still has considerable influence within the martial arts world. It could be troublesome for Miao Renfang to be killed like this. While these family representatives were panicking, Yifan took the lead and spoke out. He purposely took a step back, holding his phone in his hand as he had already opened the video recording function. He loudly rebuked, "Everyone, be my witnesses. I was trying to mediate the situation the whole time, telling you not to kill the Miao Clan master. This has nothing to do with me. I have video evidence here." As they watched Yifan's actions, the representatives of the Miao Clan, who were standing by Miao Renfang, were all speechless. No one had said that Miao Renfang was killed by you, right? Are you overreacting? Next to them, Chen Ya and Ji Ningxuan watched Yifan's actions, with their facial muscles twitching a few times. Not to mention that I know this guy. Yifan has now received the inheritance of the Chongqui base. His strength has reached the realm of martial saint. And with so many cards up his sleeve and powerful backers, even if Yifan did kill him, who dares to say anything more? This rotten scoundrel is really bad. But I really like him. Ji Ningxuan looked at Yifan's figure, muttering to herself, a faint smile appearing on her lips, thinking about those embarrassing actions he did to her in the car. I miss it so much. After returning to Shangjing this time, the next time we meet, it will be a different scene, right? Yifan said he wanted to think about the future between them, but if he can't come up with a solution by next month, then she would have to marry the Princess Jiyukin. Even if Yifan is so powerful, can he really kill Princess Jiyukin? On the other hand, after Yifan clarified his disclaimer, he continued to comfort the family representatives. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. The Miao Clan master was angered to the point of spitting blood, then passing out. Who knows how he actually died, right? Yifan, I didn't mean it that way. Master Miao. Wu Hao was feeling frustrated and on the brink of going crazy. If this action was confirmed, the Wu family would not be well received when returning to the ancient martial arts world. After all, no family power would like a traitor who dares to strike at their alliance leader. Master Wu. There's no need for explanations. Explanation is just a cover-up, right? Everyone, just now, Master Wu said that when he attacked Master Miao, he did so with extreme effort. Master Miao was killed by Master Wu. No objections, right? Yifan smirked devilishly and turned to the representatives of the families that had already received discounts. These families had gained significant benefits from their recent actions, some receiving discounts of 60 or 70%, enjoying tangible benefits. Even though the remaining discounts were not as substantial, they had all participated in attacking Miao Renfeng, and they were also very afraid of bearing the responsibility. Now that a scapegoat had stepped up to take the blame for killing Miao Renfeng, they naturally welcomed it. No objections. We have no objections at all. I can testify. Master Miao was indeed killed by Master Wu and the others, right, brothers? Yes, we can all testify. The discounted families and those whose expenses were waived all unanimously testify on the spot that Wu Hao and the others had killed Miao Renfeng. Even if Wu Hao and the others had 100 Maos, they would not be able to explain clearly. The remaining representatives of these families were now regretting their actions. If they had known the situation earlier, they wouldn't have spoken up. Everyone, what are your thoughts? Are you dissatisfied with this 70% discount? If you don't intend to continue purchasing runic weapons, then I'll have to retract this offer. Yifan looked devilishly at the family representatives and continued to fan the flames. Damn it, Wu Hao and the others didn't know what to do. If they didn't make a purchase, they wouldn't be able to recover the 5-fold deposit paid earlier. But if they did buy, it would confirm that they had indeed killed Miao Renfeng. Although this could be explained later, the repercussions in the ancient martial arts world would be enormous. Let's make the purchase. Wu Hao and the others gritted their teeth, reluctantly speaking up, making a firm decision, as they felt their teeth almost cracking. Since they had already committed, they couldn't explain themselves anymore. At least they wanted to benefit somewhat from it, although this benefit was just self-consolation. Compared to the regular prices, they had already paid an additional 5-fold deposit and now needed to pay twice the normal price. It was ridiculous, but in the current situation, even though they knew they were tricked by Yifan, they still had to show gratitude to him. Who could they reason with? Under the operation of Che Yuan and Che Zhao, Guo Li, and others, Wu Hao and the remaining representatives obediently handed over the remaining payment. At this moment, Che Yuan was already admiring Yifan to the core. This young master seemed to have fate brains. In just a snap, he had manipulated these ancient martial arts families, earning more money in a single day than in the past 10 years. At Qiangqi Base, in the hands of this young master, it could flourish. After faithfully guarding Qiangqi Base for so many years, it was not in vain. But his own daughter. Che Yuan glanced at Che Zhao beside him, and noticed that she kept looking at Yifan whenever she was doing something, her eyes almost watering. Since that day Che Zhao had jumped into the lake on her own initiative, swearing to save the old master, Che Yuan had realized that his daughter's heart had probably been stolen by Yifan. But surrounded by so many beautiful and talented women by the young master's side, compared to them, his daughter seemed plain. It seemed that, as a father, he should lend a hand. Otherwise, should he prioritize their relationship first? By then, without saying much, the young master probably wouldn't neglect Che Zhao, right? Since there were already many girls around the young master, what would a couple more matter? Che Yuan had a rough plan in mind. Tonight, he would find an opportunity to get the young master drunk, and then, after all the runic weapons had been distributed and all payments had been collected, Yifan glanced at the family representatives at the entrance of the Qiangqi Base and spoke in a deep voice. While all the friends in the ancient martial world are present, I would like to announce the rules for purchasing weapons from Qiangqi Base in the future. From now on, any family that wishes to purchase runic weapons from Qiangqi Base must pay in advance, and Qiangqi Base will not commit to a delivery date. Secondly, any family placing an order at Qiangqi Base must select and complete a task from the Qiangqi Base mission list to qualify for obtaining runic weapons. Thirdly, once a family purchases runic weapons from Qiangqi Base, they must not act against Qiangqi Base or me, Yifan. Otherwise, I will use all my connections to enforce penalties on all of you. When these rules were announced, chaos erupted on the scene. Damn. What kind of tyrannical terms are these? How is this a purchase agreement for runic weapons? It's clearly robbery. That's right. Not only robbery, but also treating people as slaves. It's despicable. It's too much. I protest. To family representatives on site, all express their dissatisfaction. Yifan, if you do this, you won't be able to do business anymore. Even if Yifan had increased the prices of runic weapons to 100 billion each, everyone could have reluctantly accepted it. However, requiring families to utilize their connections to carry out missions for Qiangqi Base and forbidding them from acting against Qiangqi Base was deepening the ties between families and Qiangqi Base. Moreover, the missions specified by Yifan would certainly not be simple. Your protests are in vain. Yifan continued coldly. You can choose not to do business with me. For those willing to do business with me, I have another piece of good news to announce. Starting tomorrow, all production lines for runic weapons at Qiangqi Base have been upgraded to produce runic spirit weapons. All runic powers will be doubled, and the spirit weapons will have the function of counteracting martial arts energy against their wielders. That's it. As he spoke, Yifan took out another runic weapon from Song Yang, infused it with energy, and waved it. This runic spirit weapon emitted a golden light, and with just a gentle wave, everyone felt the surrounding energy being attracted into the weapon. Countless streams of light and energy flowed from the weapon into Yifan's body, truly providing assistance in cultivating martial arts energy. Buying such a runic spirit weapon was like purchasing a formation that could continuously provide support for martial arts energy cultivation. This weapon was one of the runic spirit weapons produced at Qiangqi Base yesterday. When Yifan realized that for every 10 regular runic weapons produced, a spirit weapon could be created, he conceived of this follow-up plan. By introducing new rules and starting the game with spirit weapons, he was truly breaking the mold. Wow, this is amazing. Runic spirit weapons. There's such a fantastic item. Why do I suddenly feel that the runic weapons in my hand are trash? This Yifan is so clever, baiting us with these spirit weapons. My heart is itching with excitement. Oh, I love it so much. What should I do? I didn't want to submit at first, but he's offering so much. Tough. Wu Heoki directly sprayed a mouthful of blood in anger. Yifan played a great hand. Was he clearing out inventory just now? Or was it clearing out inventory, a high price, 100 billion for an ordinary runic warrior? And now Yifan directly took out runic spiritual weapons, with power 10 times that of the previous ordinary runic warriors. Yifan deliberately provokes them like this. Yi Shao, My Liu family wants to reserve 10 spiritual weapons now. We pay over there, right? I'll pay right now. In the crowd, a savvy family representative has already started to take action. Yifen smiled faintly. Master Liu, you led the way just now. Isn't this using my terms of oppression? Why do you not think this is my terms of oppression now? No. No. Not at all. Master Liu shook his head like a wave drum. Yisha, this is completely for our benefit. Advance payment is not a problem. No problem. Is completing the mission distributed by the Changqi base a problem? No problem. I can't wait to complete the mission at Changqi base now. Yisha, you quickly assign the mission. Is it okay not to be enemies with Changqi base? Absolutely no problem. Not only did Master Liu not in agreement, he was eager to try. After weighing the powerful relationship, most of the other family representatives also joined the team to pay. Nonsense. What does a runic spiritual weapon mean? Even a fool knows. Runic warriors are already in existence against the heavens, and the power of runic spiritual weapons is 10 times that of runic warriors, and they have the ability to reject unresponsive hosts, which is almost like the legendary immortal weapons. Whoever can obtain runic spiritual weapons can seize the opportunity in the future, gaining more say. The outbreak of evil worship has become more and more frequent. What the future world will be like, nobody really knows. The only thing everyone knows is to accelerate their own strength improvement. Didn't they say they had no money just now? Damn. Now, how can they come up with hundreds of billions, even trillions again? Damn. Too insidious. Wu Hao's companion, watching the actions of those other families, muttered resentfully. Humph. A group of scoundrels. I wasted so much effort. Damn it. Wu Hao looked at those family representatives with resentment, feeling a deep unease. He worked so hard for so long, mobilized so many families, and in the end, all of them ended up being married to Yifan, pushing so many martial families to Yifan's side. Alas, previously, the general consensus in the martial world was that no matter how powerful Yifan was, he was only impressive in the secular world. But now, it seems that Yifan's monstrous ability even in the martial world is still in existence against the heavens. In the martial world, soon there might be no one able to suppress Yifan. Let's go. Wu Hao sighed helplessly, and beckoned to his entourage of martial union leaders, ready to leave the scene. Some of the other companions were a bit puzzled. Master Wu, are we just leaving like this? This is too unfair. Deading with Yifan, losing without saying a word. Behind that, we also lost a lot of money and resources to Yifan. Then, we are stepped on by Yifan, our hearts to be killed, and the blame for killing my Alan Feng will be put on our heads. This grudge is too much for them to swallow. Wu Hao snorted. What else do you want to do if we don't go? Stay here and let others laugh at us. Make ourselves feel more miserable? Not reconciled. So what? Do you still want to fight? Don't forget, the public notary of the martial union is here. And the Chief Chan of the Martial Corps is also here, as well as the Saintess Yachi. Not to mention whether you can defeat Yifan. Can you provoke any of these big shots here? Let's go. Wu Hao hammered down the pain in his heart caused by his anger. Then his body flashed, and he quickly stepped away. Yifan had been paying attention to the movement of these martial union people. Master Wu Hao, no need to see me off. Harmony brings prosperity. Thank you for taking care of the business. Also, there's one more thing I'd like to ask for you. The South Palace's South Palace pride of the ancient martial arts South Palace is also my wife by chance, so please take good care of her. We are establishing a good relationship, leaving ourselves a way out. Otherwise, if my wife is wronged, your names might appear on the Changqi base mission list. Think it over yourselves. Threats. This was a naked threat. Ahem. Yifan's words made Wu Hao's body stagger for a moment. In his heart, he muttered resentfully, what a vicious method. Yifan is entirely using a bright plot to tell everyone that South Palace Aoyue is his wife, and you better not mess with her. If you don't mess with her, we might still be friends, but if you lay a hand on the South Palace family, then you're an enemy of the Changqi base. After the Changqi base of Yifan is fully activated, it can upgrade to producing runic spiritual weapons, which is tremendously attractive to all martial families. There will always be a family willing to accept missions for spiritual weapons. A family may be able to withstand the pursuit, but to families, 3 families, 10 families, it's scary just to think about it. With this combination of moves from Yifan, although you know it's a bright plot, there's no solution at all. As Wu Hao walked away, he started thinking about the future of the Wu family. Was it right or wrong to establish the ancient martial arts union with the Qiu family? The ancient martial arts union guided by the South Palace family is, in the end, orthodox, and South Palace Aoyue is Yifan's woman. So when they go back, they must instruct their family members that if they must lay hands on South Palace Aoyue, they should be careful, at least to keep a way out for the Wu family. In fact, when Yifan announced his relationship with South Palace Aoyue, all the representatives of the martial arts families present were stunned, but then immediately understood Yifan's intention. This was openly protecting the calf, supporting his wife South Palace Aoyue and the South Palace family. Even though the South Palace family is currently weak, so what? As long as she is Yifan's woman, she must not be wronged anyway. Most people had the same idea as Wu Hao, leave a way out when doing things. However, the price of runic spiritual weapons was too high, and some families, especially the up-and-coming ones, although strong in martial arts, were lacking in cash resources. So Yifan had another trick up his sleeve. Of course, some families don't have enough cash resources. Our Qianghui base will introduce a point system, which means you can earn points by taking quests from Qianghui base, then exchange those points for runic spiritual weapons. You should understand what I mean, right? Doom. When Yifan's words fell, some families, who were worried immediately began to stir. Completing missions to exchange for runic spiritual weapons with points was a good deal. Yisha is mighty. I can't wait to take a mission now, right? Yisha, when will the mission list come out? Watching the scene blow over, Chen Ya smiled with satisfaction, but also sincerely admired Yifan in his heart. This Yisha, his mind is really different from ordinary people. Using a point system, he can completely leverage the power of so many martial families in the martial world. He might stir up a wave of missions later. By that time, if Yifan wants to deal with someone, it won't be him fighting alone, but the whole martial world acting together. Brilliant. Indeed, brilliant. When will the specific list be released? Asked Mr. Guo Li. My boss. It's best for everyone to add a friend. Create a group, for easier communication in the future. Haha. What convenient communication is just for Yifan in the future. When he wants to manipulate people, it will be more convenient. Good. Guo Xiao, I am the master of the Gu family. I'll sweep you. I am the master of the Liu family. The crisis at Qianghui base was resolved in an invisible way. Those representatives of the families who came to force the palace, in just a moment, all became subordinates that Yifan could utilize. It can be imagined that because of the effect of the runic spirit weapons there, when Yifan wants to manipulate people in the future, he will instantly be able to find hundreds of ancient martial arts experts to act together. With that momentum, looking at the entire mundane world, who else can be Yifan's opponent? Chen Yao finally nodded in satisfaction. The young master was gradually maturing. Perhaps when causing havoc in the capital city, he wouldn't even need to worry. Yifan, I have to go. With the crisis at Qianghui base resolved, Ji Ningxuan also needed to bid farewell and leave. Ji Ningxuan, with slightly reddened eyes, looked at Yifan. I will be getting married next month. You. She didn't say the rest of the words, but the meaning was clear. Have you figured out what to do? Otherwise, your woman might really end up marrying someone else. The key person is still the great Xia Emperor. Even if Yifan has strength and ability to kill, he still could not easily kill such an existence. Don't worry, I will definitely figure out a way. Yifan looked at Ji Ningxuan brightly, with a faint smile in his heart. 1 month should be enough time. The enemies of second brother Yilingzhan and third brother Yilingyu had basically been dealt with. Then there were the enemies in the northwest direction of the eldest brother. At the current speed, resolving the enemies of all 7 brothers, cutting off all the arms of the King Jin, should not take more than a month. After defeating King Jin to become a commander alone, it would be time for Yifan to rush into the capital city to create chaos. At that time, when Yifan wanted to marry Princess Wang Fei, compete for Ji Ningxuan, how would the royal family dare to act? Leaving Ji Ningxuan and Chen Yao, Yifan just gave some instructions on the follow-up work at Qianghui base to Guo Li. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was from Shen Mang, husband. The evening concert is about to start preparation. Can you come now? If you want to sing with me, we might need to rehearse a bit. Those annoying flies. Shen Nang complained on the phone. Apparently several popular young actors were still pestering her to perform together. Previously, because Shen Mang announced she would marry Yi Fang. She had been blacklisted by many entertainment companies, with hardly any roles to act. This concert was actually Shen Mang's way of proving her talent. However, there were still various forces trying to sabotage her, and some were trying to use Shen Mang's influence to gain some fame for themselves. I understand. Send me the address. I will come immediately. Qiu Quan had sent Miao Renfeng and family representatives to Jiahui Beijing Guan City to cause trouble, intending to force Yi Fan. However, the news Qiu Quan received almost blew his mind. What? You bought 50 runic battle weapons and spent 500 billion? Are you kidding me? Aren't runic battle weapons supposed to be 10 billion each? That should only add up to 500 billion. How did you spend 5 trillion? Qiu Quan listened to the report from his subordinates over the phone, wishing he could run over and slap them through the phone line. After finally accumulating some wealth, how long can you squander it like this? Moreover, the situation is not right. How could Jiahui Base have such a high production capacity for runic battle weapons? You even bought hundreds. Wasn't I sending you there to force the palace? Master, it's like this. Miao had brought everyone to make a bet with Yi Fan, and then the subordinate quickly reported the situation to Qiu Quan, leaving Qiu Quan dumbfounded. Nemo. So, the final conclusion is that all of you were fooled, and then lost tens of trillions of assets. Even some families have unnecessarily given hundreds of billions, trillions in deposits to Yi Fan. Damn. Are your heads just for cracking walnuts? Qiu Quan scolded over the phone. Miao Renfeng, this idiot, has he gone brain dead? Why doesn't he call me? Miao Renfeng is a strategist in the ancient martial arts league. Many of the strategies are devised by him. Therefore, Qiu Quan initially planned to lead the team himself, but due to other delays, he let Miao Renfeng take the lead. Miao Head. He was killed by Wu, the head of the Wu family. Qiu Quan's subordinate didn't know how to describe the scene at the time, so he could only recount it in the most memorable way. As a result, under some coincidences, to Qiu Quan's ears, Wu Hao was the traitor. They actually killed Miao Renfeng for profit. Asterisk asterisk damn. These bastards, don't they want to live? Damn it. Asterisk asterisk. At the news of Miao Renfeng's death, Qiu Quan's heart chilled, and he began to reassess Wu Hao and others. It seems that some people within the alliance are no longer trustworthy. Poor Wu Hao was at a loss. He didn't know that Qiu Quan had already put him on the blacklist. Qiu Quan hung up the phone, repeatedly banging his head against the wall. My money. Damn it. Yi Fan. You bastard. You took my money. After many years of hard work, the accumulated wealth was easily taken away by Yi Fan. Master, in a few days, it will be the birthday of the ancient martial arts Yi family. According to previous information, the ancient martial arts Yi family ancestor seems to be looking for some bloodline, willing to exterminate all the branches of the Yi family. Now only the Yun City Yi family remains. So, Master, why not go and sow some discord? Asterisk asterisk. Qiu Quan's assistant, seeing the master's troubled expression, stepped forward with a malicious smile, reminding Qiu Quan. Asterisk asterisk. Exactly. The ancient martial arts Yi family ancestor's strength far exceeds the martial saint, and could even be at the level of an immortal. If we cause trouble and suggest that Yi Fan is the bloodline he needs, how could Yi Fan possibly have a good outcome? Qiu Quan understood the key point. He couldn't wait any longer. No, I can't wait. You arrange it immediately. Prepare a generous gift. I will contact the second master of the Yi family, Mr. Yi Zhang, and have him inform them. Yes, the Yi Zhang mentioned by Qiu Quan is Yi Fan's second grandfather, who at a confrontation with Yi Fan in Huadu, where Yi Fan snatched 3,000 red silks and then formed a soul contract with Yi Zhang. Qiu Quan had no idea of that hidden relationship between Yi Zhang and Yi Fan, so he was charging blindly ahead. Lord Yao, I am Qiu Quan, the head of the ancient martial arts Qiu family. I have something to report to you. It's about the matter of Yi Fan's bloodline. Hasn't the Yi family ancestral been searching for the bloodline successor of the Yi family all along? I have some evidence to prove that Yi Fan is highly likely to be the bloodline successor. In the past few days, Yi Zhang of the ancient martial Yi family has been in a very bad mood. Since he went to Huadu, that treasure in Yi Zhang's body, the 3,000 red silk, was forcibly taken away by Yi Fan, and the fragment of the deity under the evil worship was not obtained. The key is, Yi Zhang was actually bound by a soul contract set up by Yi Fan, directly linking their lives and deaths, which is extremely uncomfortable. After leaving Wadu, Yizhong tried various methods to remove the soul contract, burning himself with fire, drowning himself with water, and even trying to cut himself with a knife, wanting to sever the connection between himself and Yifan. However, no matter what Yizhong did, the soul contract pattern in the depths of his mind still existed deeply and became more and more profound. Every time he thought of Yifan, Yizhong felt like kneeling. Gradually, he had completely submitted in his heart, truly treating Yifan as his master, carefully serving him. Through various sources of information, Yizhong already knew that if Yifan died, he would truly perish. Just yesterday, when Yifan was invaded by the soul-locking wood and almost died, Yizhong nearly fainted on the spot. His heart felt like it had been pierced by countless battle knives and stirred around inexplicably. What did you say? Yifan might be the bloodline the Yi family ancestral wants. Upon hearing the call from Qiu Quan, Yizhong's body was instantly covered in sweat. Wasn't this the third wave of people trying to approach the Yi family ancestral to expose Yifan's identity? The previous wave was arranged by King Jin as undercover agents, followed by another wave from the Holy Anhwa organization, who also wanted to report information about Yifan to the Yi family ancestral using Yizhong's identity as the manager. The destinies of Yizhong and Yifan had already been deeply intertwined, and they directly crushed and obliterated those people without giving them any chance. Because once the Yi family ancestral knew about Yifan's bloodline, he would definitely immediately eliminate Yifan and seize the 9 Dragon Yan Pulse. If Yifan died, Yizhong would also die. Exactly. You don't know. Recently, Yifan has been thriving in the mundane world, destroying the Zhao family, Li family, Wang family, Elder Zhang. King Jin has already suffered heavy losses, and Yifan's strength has already reached the level of a Wudi powerhouse. If he's not the candidate for the 9 Dragon Yan Pulse, how could he have such strong power in such a short time? How about I report some specific details in person to you? Qiu Quan saw that Yizhong seemed very interested in this information, and he felt overjoyed in his heart. As long as the Yi family ancestor took action, Yifan would be doomed. Damn it, you've swindled me so much money, and worked against the ancient martial alliance with that brat. Humph, when you die, I'll take over the Qianghui base. Use the influence of the Qianghui base to deal with the Nangang family. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Alright. About the news regarding Yifan's bloodline, you haven't told anyone else, right? Yizhong asked tentatively. Yizhong was now very worried because he felt that the news about Yifan being the candidate for the 9 Dragon Yang Pulse seemed to be uncontrollable. Qiu Quan inwardly thought, with Yifan's extraordinary talent and abilities, who else needed to be told about it? Afraid the whole world except you doesn't know. But on the surface, Qiu Quan still earnestly said, absolutely not. These exclusive news, I reported to you first as soon as I got them. I'll come to your place to report right away. No. Time is of the essence. Let's meet directly at Baihua Valley. Alright, then let's meet at Baihua Valley. Qiu Quan responded, although he was a bit puzzled as to why Yizhong didn't invite him to his place, but he still agreed. 20 minutes later, Baihua Valley. When Qiu Quan and his assistant arrived, Yizhong was already there, dressed in a gray robe, with a serious expression. Lord Yi, you've been waiting a long time. Qiu Quan was still greeting when Yizhong interrupted him. Are you sure you only told this news to me? I'm sure. Good. Then you can die. Yizhong snorted coldly from his nostrils. A mighty cha force erupted, like the pressure of Mount Tai, violently crushing towards Qiu Quan and his assistant. Lord Yi, what are you doing? Qiu Quan, with a face full of fear, activated his martial cha to resist Yizhong's attacks, his mind filled with confusion. He had come to inform them, so why did they suddenly attack him? To kill you. Yizhong didn't hesitate at all and continued to increase the pressure of his martial cha. Doom. Doom. The assistant who stood in front of Qiu Quan couldn't withstand the powerful pressure from Yizhong's attack and exploded. And Qiu Quan, impacted by the force, also sprayed a mouthful of blood and staggered back a few steps. Lord Yi, have you lost your mind? Even if you want to kill me, at least let me understand why. This shouldn't be happening. According to normal reasoning, he brought such important news to the ancient martial Yi family. They should be very grateful, right? It's simple. Because I have already submitted to Yifan. I will seal off all information about Yifan. Yizhong responded coldly. What? Yizhong's words instantly plunged Qiu Quan into an icy valley, leaving him full of question marks. The head of the ancient martial Yi family, Lord Yi, had submitted to Yi Fan. What's going on? Wasn't he being a fool by coming to lodge a complaint at his door, offering himself on a platter? At this moment, Qiu Quan regretted so much that he wanted to run into a wall, trying to escape from here, but it was impossible. Doom. Doom. Yi Zhang possessed the strength of a martial saint realm. After a series of strikes, a moment later, Baihua Valley returned to calmness. Besides Yi Zhang, there were no other living beings in sight. Humph. Trying to harm my master, isn't that asking for my life? I can agree to that. On the same day, there was another piece of news from the ancient martial world. The Qiu family was being pursued by mysterious enemies, and all 18 court disciples had perished. Reasons unknown. Naturally, this was also the work of Yi Zhang. Fearing the leakage of information, Yi Zhang simply wiped out all the core disciples of the Qiu family, as they were not good birds. In Guancheng, Yifan received a call from Chen Mengzhi and headed straight to the Guancheng Provincial Sports Hall. This was a huge venue that could accommodate up to 100,000 people. Upon entering the backstage area, outside the dressing room, Yifan saw several men being expelled while holding flowers. Li Feng, Lin Din, can you guys stop bothering me? I've said I'm not interested in you and don't need you as guest performers for the concert. The voice heard from inside the dressing room was Shen Mengzhi's. This chick has quite the temper, but I like it. I like it too. This is what makes her worth pursuing. It's just a bit difficult to handle. The concert is about to start tonight. If we can't persuade Shen Mengzhi before then, we'll have to use the power of the family to pressurize her. Listening to the words of these men, Yifan roughly understood that these must be the white-faced men Shen Mengzhi mentioned. Trying to forcefully approach her, with a cold snort in his heart, Yifan approached and snatched a rose from one of the men in white suits. Brother, chasing women is not like this. Don't talk so much nonsense. Just use your mouth directly. Take action. You know, go straight in for a kiss, and the woman will obey. Huh? Who are you? Why did you snatch my rose? The man whose flower was snatched was named Li Feng, and he stared irritably at Yifan. Of course, I am also a pursuer of Shen Mengzhi. After assessing Yifan from top to bottom, the men looked down on him and said, just you, come to pursue the goddess, and not even bring flowers. You're really shameless. With this attitude, you still want to pursue the goddess? Look at what we've prepared. Diamond necklaces, rings, and good things brought back from abroad. Bootlickers. Hearing the words of these men, Yifan could only think of these two words for them in his heart. Bootlickers, licking to the end up with nothing. I took the flowers, you won't need them anyway. Let me show you what true superior skill in flirting is. Yifan smiled wickedly and walked towards the door. TCH. Although I don't know who he is, he must be a pretentious idiot. Give it 10 seconds. He'll definitely be kicked out, right? Who the hell does he think he is? Growing two extra eyes and mouths than us. I don't believe it. With my handsome appearance, could any other man steal my goddess from me? Just you. As long as I can stay in there for a minute without being kicked out, I'll dash out of here. The crowd was abuzz. Among the four young men, one seemed more composed. Seeing Yifan's back as he entered the door, he muttered, have you guys noticed? This guy looks familiar. Seems like he's also quite remarkable. Chen Si, are your eyes playing tricks on you? Such a guy, you can find plenty of them in the crowd. Can he really compare to our noble status? A lowly commoner, just trash, pretending to be something in front of us. Alright, let's go take a look. I want to see if this guy was thrown out by Shen Meng with an ashtray, or with his shoes. The four young men whispered to each other, quickly stepped forward, and appeared at the doorway. Meanwhile, Yifan, holding a bouquet of flowers, walked towards the dressing room. Didn't I make it clear? I'm not interested in any of you. How shameless can you be? Shen Meng heard the footsteps behind her. Without even turning her head, she admonished with irritation, if you keep this up, I'll have the bodyguards throw you out. Before Shen Meng could finish her words, she suddenly felt her slender waist being grabbed, and she was pulled to sit on the makeup table, her back against the wall. Then a strong masculine breath covered her lips. Was she being forcibly kissed? Shen Meng was about to call for help, but as soon as she saw the man in front of her clearly, her eyes instantly lit up. It was Yifan, her husband. The next moment, Shen Meng gently embraced Yifan's neck and began to respond tenderly. Last night, Shen Meng had already prepared herself to give herself to Yifan, but due to a minor issue with her body, the final step couldn't be completed. However, Shen Meng had already decided in her heart that after the concert today, she must find a way to improve her condition and become Yifan's woman. At Yi's family funeral, Shen Meng publicly announced that she would bear branches and leaves for Yi's family. This was a promise, a pledge, and since she had sworn, she had to fulfill it. Superstar, national goddess Shen Meng, being kissed against the wall by Yifan, while she was still eager to savor it, seemed to be enjoying the process very much. If the men of Great Xia saw their beloved goddess being treated so frivolously by Yifan, their hearts would surely break. It turned out that the goddess also had a crush. But even more heartbreaking was the for pale-faced young men present. They had come to watch the fun, and even made a bet on how long Yifan would last before being kicked out. The scene before them was definitely an eyesore. Damn. This scoundrel actually kissed her directly. Oh my. Isn't it said on the internet to pursue a woman in 3 steps? Kiss her. If she doesn't agree, then slap her. Then kiss her again. If she still refuses, then continue to slap. How come this step doesn't work for Yi? Beast. Let go of that girl. She's mine. The 4 young men, getting closer to Shen Meng, although they had other interests at heart, they genuinely liked Shen Meng. Seeing their goddess being forcibly kissed by a man they despised, the 4 young men were enraged. Grabbing chairs, they were about to charge forward. Meng, don't be afraid. We're here. We'll protect you. No one can bully you. The 4 pale-faced young men, feeling deeply distressed, felt as if they had swallowed a fly, and were ready to beat up Yifan. As Shen Meng and Yifan separated, their lips shimmering with a captivating gloss, when Shen Meng's tender eyes left Yifan and focused on the 4 young men once again, they suddenly turned icy. Stop it. Who asked you to protect me? My husband and I kissed. What's it to you? Do you have some kind of fetish? Peeping around? Get out. Shen Meng coldly reprimanded, with more confidence since Yifan's arrival. Ha! Shen Meng's husband? The eyeballs of the 4 young men almost popped out. They had always kept an eye on Shen Meng's news. Why hadn't they heard when she got a husband? Did the kiss just now conquer Shen Meng? Meng, are you being kidnapped? Li Feng asked Shen Meng. If it's a yes, just blink your eyes. Don't worry, we will definitely save you. In a couple of days, in broad daylight, we won't let anyone bully you. Shen Meng and Yifan were speechless. Didn't these guys pay attention to the news at all? Although not everyone knew Yifan's face, families with some influence probably knew about him. The stupid young master of the Yi family had stood up and regained his demonic state from 5 years ago. With the support of the royal family, the Yi family had once again risen. At this point, families that didn't have a grudge with the Yi family wouldn't dare to offend Yifan. Kidnap your sister. My wife made it clear, I am her husband. Are you deaf or blind? Yifan furrowed his brow and coldly spoke. I'm warning you for the first and last time. Don't pay attention to my wife, and don't even think about performing together on stage. My wife doesn't need that. This time, I am polite in asking you to leave, but next time, my fist is itching to go. Yifan released a murderous aura, and the room's temperature seemed to drop several degrees instantly. Yifan had come today to deal with these annoying flies, as Shen Meng still had to continue in the entertainment industry. Considering the influence, it was best to avoid physical confrontation if possible. But these young men, unfortunately, didn't appreciate Yifan's goodwill. Brothers, I see through it now. This scum must have used some method to coerce Meng to act with him. We can't let him off. Let's attack together. I refuse to believe that we, the 4 heavenly kings of the entertainment circle, fear this piece of trash. Li Feng, taking the lead, swung his chair and aimed to smash it at Yifan. Yifan shook his head helplessly. Why were these people so stubborn? Moving like lightning, before the 4 young men could react, Yifan's fists landed on their noses. With clear and dull thuds, the noses of the 4 young men were instantly shattered, blood streaming down their faces. Oh, my nose. Damn it. Damn, my handsome face is ruined. How can I perform on stage now? You ... Who are you? 3 of the young men were still roaring, while the last one, Chen Si, covering his nose, had a hint of fear in his eyes. He's Yifan, that idiot from the Yi family. No, he's the demonic genius of the Yi family, Yi Shao. He's not an idiot anymore. Oh my, we've kicked the iron plate. Li Feng, let's retreat. Behind the Chen Si family, there should be more understanding of Yifan. Knowing the current Yifan is no longer the fool he used to be. Not only has he regained his monstrous talent from 5 years ago, but it is obvious that he has made even greater improvements. Thinking back to the situation at the Yi family funeral before, where Shen Meng and Yi Fan's 7 sister-in-laws declared loudly that they were going to marry Yi Fan, everything suddenly made sense. Shen Meng is indeed Yi Fan's wife, and Yi Fan is Shen Meng's husband. With the momentum of the Yi family now, why would anyone dare to provoke Yi Fan? Another 3 small faces, although they understood Chen Xi's meaning, only hesitated for a moment and coldly responded, "So what if he's Yi Fan? He's only good at fighting, right? Even if the Yi family has a big influence in the martial world, in the military, so what? Don't forget, this is the entertainment circle. My Li family, your Chen family, and his Qian family, Lin family. We are the kings of the entertainment circle, HMPH. We control so many promotion resources in the entertainment circle, as well as film and television resources. Would Yi Fan dare to offend us? If he upsets us, we can directly shut down Shen Meng. Let's see if she can handle it." Hearing Li Feng's words, Shen Meng also tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve. "Fenjie, how about we just forget it? Li Feng is right. Their families control the biggest film and television center in the entertainment circle. If we offend them, my future development will be very tricky. This is also why the 4 small faces have been harassing Shen Meng, but she dared not drive them away recklessly. She had to keep some face, fearing that the families behind these 4 small faces would cause trouble for her. Previously, when Shen Meng announced that she was going to marry Yi Fan, she faced a lot of manipulation and suppression from the Jingyu side. Although Shen Meng has some fame, her journey in the entertainment circle has been quite difficult. If the 4 families join forces to shut her down, Shen Meng's stardom might be quashed. Forget it. If someone wants to suppress my woman, would I still be a man if I let it go? Yi Fan let go of Shen Meng, rubbed his hands in front of him, cracked his fingers with a crisp sound, and coldly stared at the 4 small faces in front of him. It's just the entertainment circle, right? Yi Fan really didn't care about his current network, the so-called entertainment circle, thinking they are so powerful, but in front of real power, they are nothing. What do you want to do? Li Feng saw Yi Fan's move, his face changed. You better think carefully. Today, Shen Meng's concert is being managed and the sound system is under my Li family's control. If you lay a hand on me, I guarantee Shen Meng's concert won't happen. On the other side, Chen Xi's brows furrowed, quickly took a few steps back, and said, "Li young master, I advise you not to be stubborn. Between the young master and man, they are meant to be together. We shouldn't interfere, okay?" After speaking, Chen Xi respectfully bowed to Yi Fan and said, "Young Master Yi, I'm sorry. I was impulsive just now. I'll leave now and not cause trouble for young Master Yi." After Chen Xi finished speaking, without any hesitation, he immediately left the room. "Coward. We have so many entertainment resources in our hands. Are you afraid that Yi Fan can turn the tide? Besides, Jingjing King has already contacted other powerful figures. How long can Yi Fan hold out?" Hearing Li Feng's words, Yi Fan's mouth curled up slightly. "Is that so? Has Jing King's influence reached the entertainment circle? Since these 3 small faces are related to Jing King, then Yi Fan has no qualms about taking action." Dang, dang, dang. Yi Fan grabbed the 3 small faces and without any hesitation, fiercely slammed them to the ground. The 3 small faces, who usually move on the screen, although they had some martial arts background, had never experienced such torture before. They screamed in pain and agony. After Yi Fan finished dealing with them, their faces and arms had several cuts, and under such circumstances, it would take them several months to be able to perform on stage. "Yi Fan, you're crazy. You dare to do this to us? Ha ha ha. You wait and see. I'll make a call right now and have all the sound engineers and event planners removed from the venue. Let's see how you handle it. Yes, damn it. Our Lin family's security personnel will also withdraw immediately. If any safety accidents occur at the scene, let's see how you deal with it. Yi Fan, do you think you're so great? If you have the guts, just kill us. Otherwise, either kneel down and beg us right now, Paula Stati, and for Shen Meng's sake, we'll let tonight's concert proceed smoothly." These small faces' intelligence is truly frustrating. Initially, it was forgivable since Yi Fan's identity wasn't known, but now that Chen Xi has clearly explained Yi Fan's identity, they still don't grasp the situation and insist on confronting Yi Fan head-on. Are their brains filled with water? Even if they had the support of Jing King behind them, they will be the ones suffering the consequences of getting beaten up now. And they're still talking back. Yifan was planning to continue to take action, but Shen Mang quickly stopped him. Fan Jie, how about we stop the fight? Otherwise, tonight's concert might face some issues. This is Shen Mang's first concert, and the pre-concert promotion has been very successful. Shen Mang also doesn't want to disappoint her fans. Okay. Yifan looked gently at Shen Mang, then turned to Li Fan and others. Just sound engineers, right? I don't believe we can't have a banquet without you. Yifan quickly made several phone calls to Son Yan, Che Yuan, and Tianji Pavilion's Pang Lao, asking them to arrange sound engineers and security personnel. Security personnel could be readily arranged since Tianji Pavilion's members could handle it. But the sound engineers posed some problems for families that weren't usually involved in the entertainment circle. Within a minute, Li Feng's phone started ringing, and when he answered, he smiled and looked at Yifan coldly. He turned on the speakerphone. Yi Young Master's wife, Miss Shen, is about to hold a concert and needs a few top sound engineers. Can you help coordinate? Li Feng said triumphantly. Yifan, you didn't expect this, did you? You tried to find sound engineers, but in the end, you came to me. Let me tell you, today, even if the heavens come down and even if you kill me, I absolutely won't allow my sound engineers to work for you. Unless you kneel down and beg me. Humph. Yifan, stop dreaming. The most top-tier sound engineers, Idaxia, are under Li's control. No matter who you try to reach out to, the final result will still end up with Li. Lin Din, who was standing beside him, also added his voice. Ding ding ding. Li Feng's phone started ringing again. It was another big shop calling to plead. 1, 2, 3. More than 10. In the blink of an eye, Li Feng received more than 10 calls, many of them from influential figures in the capital whom Li Feng wouldn't normally offend. However, now that Li Feng is in conflict with Yifan, and with Jing King standing behind him, Li Feng decided to stand firm and refuse all requests. There was no room for negotiation. The only condition was for Yifan to kneel down and beg him. On Yifan's side, he also received news from Pang Lao, Son Yan, and the Yi family, and every request was rejected. Is the situation really so difficult? Yifan looked up again, with a more serious look towards Li Feng, realizing that he had underestimated the influence of Li Feng's family in the entertainment industry. Yifan glanced at Shen Mang again, understanding that this concert was very important to her. Not because Shen Mang cared so much about fame and fortune, but because she genuinely loved performing and singing. So she didn't want to mess up this concert. Does he really have to kneel down to Li Feng? Man, is there really no one in the entertainment industry who can stop them? Yifan asked Shen Mang with a puzzled expression. Shen Mang sighed helplessly. The influence of their four families in the entertainment industry is too great. Hardly anyone can intimidate them, but there is one person whom they would absolutely not dare to offend. Who? Yifan furrowed his brows. As long as there was someone in Daoxiao who could make Li Feng and others bow their heads, it would be easy to handle. Mr. Li Mo, the godfather in the entertainment industry, the four heavenly kings, as well as the veteran for famous actresses, and many entertainment big shots, have all been brought out by him. He controls numerous entertainment resources and has produced countless movies. In the entire entertainment circle, no one dares to disrespect Mr. Li Mo. Alas, it's a pity. Although I am familiar with Mr. Li Mo, our relationship is not that close. I can't even reach Mr. Li Mo despite my pleas. Shen Mange spoke with admiration in her eyes when mentioning Mr. Li Mo. HMPH. Yifan, you think you're all that? Come on. I'll be waiting here to see who you can invite. Shen Mange is right. I must give face to Mr. Li Mo, but the question is, can you get Mr. Li Mo to come out? Who do you think you are? Will Mr. Li Mo give face to the Yi family just like that? Dream on. Li Feng, seeing that Yifan invited so many people without much effect, couldn't help but start feeling proud. Lin Din and other wealthy young masters from the Qian family couldn't help but start smiling, feeling relief. Damn it, this Yifan actually dares to ruin my reputation? I'll make him kneel and beg for forgiveness later. The world of John who is not all about fights and killings, it's about human relationships. Do you think you can handle everything with your fists just because you're strong? Look, now you're being twisted tightly. Yifan, You better kneel down and apologize obediently. You have 2 hours left before the concert starts. Don't say we didn't give you a chance. Qian Shao wiped the bloodstains from his mouth, his tone wicked. If you don't kneel now, we won't agree even if you kneel later. Dream on. Shen Mange's man. How could I kneel to you, trash? If the concert doesn't happen, so be it. Shen Mange gently held Yifan's arm and said, Honey, it's okay. If we can't resolve this, it's okay not to have the concert. My man can't be humiliated like this. Shen Mange was still very considerate and sensible. Yifan, a demonic genius, a great general's son, a pride of heaven, must not be intimidated or threatened by these trash. All right, Shen Mange, you better think it over. If Yifan doesn't kneel today, he won't have any chance in the future. My For Little King's family not only won't support any concerts you hold, but will also block all your resources in the entertainment industry. From now on, you will find it hard to make any progress in the entertainment circle. Get ready to be completely suppressed. Li Feng thought he had Yifan and Shen Mange in his hands, and he started speaking proudly, completely forgetting the pain from being beaten just now. Alas, although Shen Mange felt uncomfortable when faced with her own fate and Yifan's dignity, she chose to uphold Yifan's dignity. Hidden is hidden. I'll just go back home and give birth to a few chubby kids for Yifan, helping the Yi family grow. That's not bad either. Yifan looked at Shen Mange's unwilling expression and Li Feng's proud posture, and couldn't help but smile lightly. Mange, don't worry. I think Mr. Li Mo would be very willing to help me out with this. Last night, Yifan and Ji Ningxuan saved Mr. Li Mo's life from Yan Xiao's hands. Asking Mr. Li Mo for such a small favor shouldn't be a problem, right? Odd. Yifan's words shocked Shen Mange. Honey, do you know Mr. Li Mo? When did you meet him? On the other side, Li Feng, Lin Din, Qian Shao, and others were also taken aback. Does Yifan really know Mr. Li Mo? If Mr. Li Mo intervenes, then the For Little King's families won't dare to make a move against them in front of Mr. Li Mo. After all, above the For Little Kings, there are the For Heavenly Kings and For Famous Actresses, and they all belong to the entertainment company headed by Mr. Li Mo under the Global Entertainment Company. They control 70% of Dazia's entertainment resources, and no one dares to mess with them. Yes. We just met last night. We saw each other at a barbecue stall, exchanged a few words, and then Mr. Li Mo left. Yifan described the situation from last night truthfully. Phew. Now that makes sense. Li Feng, Lin Din, and others breathed a sigh of relief. They met at a barbecue stall. What a joke. It's probably that Yifan coincidentally ran into Mr. Li Mo at the barbecue stall, took a photo together, and now he claims to know him. Yifan, you are shameless. Seeing Mr. Li Mo at a barbecue stall means you know him. By that logic, I saw the US president on TV. Does that mean I know him? Should I say he's my brother? Haha. You're cracking me up. After understanding the truth, Li Feng couldn't help but laugh heartily. Do you think Mr. Li Mo will step in for you just because of this? You're too naive. Exactly. Even in our For Little King's family, the elder generation members who have been in the entertainment industry for so many years don't have the qualification to attend Mr. Li Mo's family banquet. And you think Mr. Li Mo would support you? It's truly wishful thinking. Hehe. I have Mr. Li Mo's phone number here. Want to give him a call and see if he remembers your trash? Li Feng and Lin Din laughed raucously, but they seemed to forget that Yifan was not an ordinary person. He was a big shot, the young master of the Yi family. Even if Yifan didn't save Mr. Li Mo, there was no way Mr. Li Mo would forget about Yifan. Moreover, Yifan had saved Mr. Li Mo's life last night. The 3 young masters laughed arrogantly and taunted Yifan, almost making Yifan lose his cool. No need to make a call. The old man is already here. A forceful rebuke sounded at the entrance. Li Mo, accompanied by Chen Si, stepped in. I guarantee Yifan and Mange. Anyone objects? Li Mo first bowed to Yifan and then scolded Li Feng and the others sharply, his sharp gaze causing them to tremble and feel as if they were struck by lightning. This. Are you mistaken? Mr. Li Mo wants to support Chen Mange and Yifan. What the heck? Why did Mr. Li Mo suddenly appear here? The 3 young masters were shocked and full of doubts, their gaze finally landing on Chen Si. Chen Si's lips moved. Stop looking at me that way. Li Xiao, I'm doing this for your own good. I'm saving you. I just happened to run into Mr. Li Mo outside, and told him about the situation here, so I brought him in. Hearing Chen Xi's words, Li Feng, Lin Din, and others almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Thank your whole family. What kind of saving is this? This is a stab in the back. That they couldn't understand why Mr. Li Mo, who had only met Yifan last night, would come out so boldly to support Yifan and Chen Mange. Mr. Li Mo, are you mistaking someone? What makes Yifan worthy of your intervention? Li Feng, feeling uneasy, asked Li Mo, is there a misunderstanding somewhere? Note: thank you for your support. The script has been reviewed the past days. Starting today, there will be 4 updates each day. HMPH. Impudent. What are you? When is it your turn to question my decisions? Li Mo glared coldly at Li Feng and the others. Last night, Yishao saved my life. Do you think Yishao's actions were worthy? Hiss. Upon hearing Li Mo's words, Li Feng and Lin Din were instantly dumbfounded. Damn it, Yifan actually saved Li Mo's life last night, and Yifan didn't mention this crucial point earlier. Damn it, Yifan said he ran into Li Mo at the barbecue stall. And Lin Din and Li Feng instinctively thought Yifan just coincidentally encountered Li Mo. As a result, they were too naive in their thinking. Yifan, you fooled us. You didn't mention that you saved Li Mo, did you? Lin Din glared angrily at Yifan, itching to teeth. With such a bond between Yifan and Li Mo was determined to protect Yifan and Chen Mange. It was like putting the 3 of them in a precarious situation. Retreat. But harsh words had been said, and retreating at this point would just be embarrassing, wouldn't it? Confront Li Mo directly? Not even with 100 braveries. The 3 looked at Chen Xi by Li Mo's side, envying him in their hearts. Did this guy have the ability to see the future? He had retreated first, avoiding the current awkward situation entirely. Now, they regretted not listening to Chen Xi's advice earlier. Yifan glanced at Lin Din indifferently. Why should I tell you? Besides, none of you asked me earlier. Then, Yifan bowed to Li Mo. I'll leave today's matters to you. Li Mo waved his hand. Yishao, you're being too polite. Even without yesterday's incident, I would still owe the Yi family a huge favor. Unfortunately, there were some mistakes in handling the tasks he entrusted me with. As he spoke, Li Mo glanced deeply at Yifan, a look that made Yifan's heart skip a beat involuntarily. Did third brother and Li Mo indeed have a connection? It seemed Yan Shao's words about before the incident were true. Third brother must have briefed Li Mo on something. But judging from Li Mo's reaction, there seemed to be some problems with third brother's instructions. It seemed they needed to have a serious conversation. Li Mo also knew that the current situation was not right for an in-depth conversation. He turned to Li Feng and Lin Din, asking, "Any more objections from you guys?" No. Li, we have no objections. Li Feng and Lin Din shook their heads like bobbleheads, not daring to utter a word of dissent. Li Mo was the emperor in the entertainment industry. If he sneezed, the whole industry would tremble. The combined power of there for Lil King's family was nothing compared to Li Mo, and these juniors wouldn't dare to act unruly in front of him. Do you still want to remove the security personnel on site? No. I guarantee no one will be removed. Do your sound engineers still want to leave? No. Absolutely not. I guarantee it will give their all to ensure the concert goes smoothly. Li Feng, Lin Din, and their companions behaved like children who had made a mistake, obediently following Li Mo's instructions, no longer the arrogant individuals they were before. Although Li Mo and Yifan didn't physically touch them, it felt like an invisible hand was slapping their faces repeatedly. It was a slap in the face, and it hurt. The 3 of them felt extremely uncomfortable and dared not show any displeasure. Hey, Li Xiao, Lin Xiao, didn't you say I had to kneel down and beg for your agreement to lend the sound engineer to Mange? Yifan interjected appropriately, stabbing Li Feng and Lin Din in the lungs with his words. Li Feng and Lin Din wore bitter expressions, feeling utterly defeated. Li Mo's authority was not to be trifled with in the entertainment industry. Who would dare to make the Grandpa Li Mo bend down? If Li Feng, Lin Din, and the others' fathers knew about the situation, they might skin them alive or even kill them. No one dared to offend Li Mo. Yishao, I'll kneel to you. We were wrong, we were blind, and we're sorry. Sorry. Li Feng took the lead, with Lin Din and Chen Xiao quickly following suit, not hesitating to kneel down before Yifan, feeling utterly defeated. They had been completely overwhelmed by Yifan's methods and connections. Why invite trouble upon themselves unnecessarily? Standing on the side, Shen Mange watched the dramatic scene unfold before her, feeling incredulous. Just now, these four youngsters were arrogant, thinking they had control over Yifan and themselves, but in the blink of an eye, 3 of them were now kneeling before Yifan. Yi Xiao, I promise that there will be no trouble at Mange's concert tonight. We also promise never to harass Shen Mange again. The 3 continued to bow and apologize to Yifan repeatedly. It was better to yield than to let things escalate further. If their family elders found out about the situation, they would suffer severe consequences. Now that I know the truth, what was the point of all this? Yifan glanced at Li Feng and Lin Din, sighed, and nodded toward Li Mo. These trivial individuals were just some clowns of the mundane world. Yifan found it beneath him to even interact with them. Seeing Yifan's expression change, Li Mo made his own judgment. HMPH. I don't believe your promises. So, just take these pills. Li Mo's mouth twitched as he pulled out some pills from his pocket and swiftly stuffed them into the mouths of Li Feng and Lin Din before they could react. The pills must be something sinister since Li Mo gave them. What was Li Mo trying to do? Poison them? Not a big deal. It's just a poison made by mixing crane top red with some venom from my snakes. You have 8 hours to take the antidote. Tonight is Mange's concert. If your sound engineer makes one mistake, if there is any issue with your security team, then you won't get the antidote. Li Mo smiled lightly, as if talking about a very ordinary matter. But at this moment, Li Feng, Lin Din, and the others were all stunned. What? Poison? Made from crane top red and eye snake venom mixed together. So deadly. Ah. After a few seconds, the 3 reacted with horror, frantically trying to dig out the poison from their throats. That the poisons prepared by Li Mo dissolved on contact and had already merged into their stomachs. How could they dig them out? Don't waste your efforts. My poisons, except for Yi Xiao, I estimate no one in the world can detoxify. If I were you, I would immediately go and instruct your subordinates. Let them be serious. After all, your lives are in the hands of those sound engineers and security personnel. Don't blame me for not reminding you. With a smirk, Li Mo's sinister appearance completely caught Li Feng, Lin Din, and Qian Xiao off guard. Enough hatred. It seems that they completely misunderstood Li Mo's amiable image before. At this moment, Li Mo, where was there any trace of an amiable appearance? But thinking about it carefully, Li Mo could become the godfather of the entertainment industry. Without a bit of means, how could he sit securely in that position for so long? Yes, Li Feng, Lin Din, and the others didn't dare to hesitate, and frantically left the dressing room as if their tails were on fire. On the way, Li Feng, Lin Din, and Qian Xiao all started frantically making phone calls. All sound engineers, roll over here immediately for a meeting. Whoever doesn't come, I'll chop off their whole family. Damn. Going to the bathroom now. Who told you to go to the bathroom now? Roll over here immediately. Even if you haven't wiped your butt, you still have to roll over here. All security personnel, come over immediately. Also, notify the housekeeper to gather 3 times the security force within an hour. No, 5 times. It's better to gather 10 times the security force to come over. If there are any mistakes at today's concert, I will bury all of you. Qian Xiao supplemented. All members of the Qian family, go out for a walk immediately. Inquire about all actions related to tonight's concert. Yes, the ones working for Jing Wang, if they have any actions tonight, any suspicious situations must be reported to me immediately. Qian Xiao had already decided that even if Jing Wang personally took action to sabotage Shen Mange's concert, he would not agree. He would betray Jing Wang without hesitation. Every second was a disrespect to his own life. Damn it, the lives of others were nothing compared to his own life. The 3 young masters suddenly, I'm crazy, mobilizing all the forces their family could muster, and wholeheartedly began preparing for Shen Mange's concert, strategizing, more concerned than for their own performances. The families of the 3 small kings still wielded considerable influence in the entertainment industry. Their abnormal behavior immediately caused a stir in the circle. No one knew what had happened. In the dressing room, Li Feng, Lin Din, and Qian Xiao had left, and the troubles about today's concert were basically resolved. Shen Mange finally relaxed. Li Lao, thank you. Shen Mange bowed respectfully to Li Mo. Although Li Mo did come to help because of Yifan, proper thanks still had to be given. Li Mo waved his hand, smiling as he spoke. Mange, no need to be so polite with this old man. Pausing for a moment, Li Mo continued. Mange, The old man doesn't know much about your concert before, and due to some other reasons before, the old man didn't provide much support to you. Mange, don't take offense. While speaking, Li Mo respectfully bowed to Shen Mange. Some words were not clearly explained by Li Mo, but both Yifan and Shen Mange understood what was meant. As a person in Li Mo's position, although he was a mythical figure to those in the entertainment circle below him, there were still some factors to consider above him. Previously, because Shen Mange announced her marriage to Yifan, Jing Wang and the bigwigs behind them would surely suppress Shen Mange. Li Mo didn't have many interactions with Shen Mange at that time, so naturally he wouldn't offend Jing Wang. It was normal not to provide support, and even refraining from joining forces with Jing Wang's people would be considered very honorable. No. Li Lao, you are too kind. With the situations Mange encountered earlier, if Li Lao had not helped, Mange would already be very grateful. Moreover, your company sent a few notices to me, and Mange was in the most difficult times. I thank you so much. With this explanation from Shen Mange, Yifan couldn't help but nod silently. This situation was somewhat similar to Gufeng and the others in Zhuanwu territory. When the Yi family was in trouble, due to their special status, Gufeng and the others couldn't directly show support, but purchasing medical supplies from Su Yixu's family was the biggest and indirect support. Li Mo's companies dispatched notices specifically to Shen Mange during her suppression, which was another kind of support. Li Mo straightened up, rubbed his eyes, then took out a list from his pocket. Mange, you are holding the concert. This old man doesn't have much else to support you with, so I've called all my students who are currently free to help you. Look at the list. Is there anything you need more of? If you have any needs, I can call them to come over. Li Mo checked his watch. The people on the list are already on their way. The concert is still 3 hours away, and they can make it in time. Shen Mange took the list in shock, her heart surging. Before Shen Mange held the concert, she had, indeed, invited guest performers. But most celebrities had their own entertainment companies. They were wary of the forces suppressing Shen Mange, so they all refused. Only a few stars agreed to attend, but there weren't many truly famous stars. And now, on the list, one of the four heavenly kings, Liu Tianhua, Zhang Yu, Guo Chen, Hong Kong's Zhou Run, Zhou Qi, Sun Zi, one of the four famous actresses Yang Damai, Li Kun. Looking at the thunderous names on the list, Shen Mange's eyes were almost popping out in shock. Any one of them was a super big shock that shook the entire entertainment industry. Normally inviting just one of them would cost at least tens of millions as appearance fees, and it would depend on their availability. Now, not just one, but a group was coming, gathering all for heavenly kings and for famous actresses. This wouldn't even be possible for the Spring Festival Gala. Have Li Mo brought over all the stars in the entire entertainment industry? Am I dreaming? But thinking that the list was given by Mr. Li Mo, Shen Mange was very certain. Mr. Li Mo indeed had the power and ability. Believe it or not, seeing these 4 or 5 dozen superstars all gathered at her concert, Shen Meng felt like she was dreaming. Is this really her concert, or a gathering of stars? Li Lao, did they all really make it in time? Shen Meng looked at the people on the list, feeling overwhelmed. Like Yan Dami, who became popular after filming 3 Lives 3 Worlds, busy with making money every second, could spare the time to come? Of course. Originally, I posted on Moments, and there were hundreds of sign-ups, but I felt they were too trashy, so I didn't want them to come and embarrass themselves. Haha. This self-induced surprise attack is unexpected. Yifan beside him was also speechless. Li Mo Lao Yi is really something. Teacher, I have arrived. While they were talking, the door suddenly pushed open, and a charming and beautiful woman walked in, her large captivating eyes resembling a doll, her snow-white neckline almost bursting open. It was none other than the leading actress Yang Dami, deserving of her title. Dami sister, you really came? Shen Meng saw Yang Dami in front of her and was pleasantly surprised, embracing her deeply. Yang Dami tapped Shen Meng's chest lightly and complained coquettishly, Meng, you're really something. It's your first concert, and you didn't even tell me. Even if I'm busy, I would come to support you. I only knew about your situation from the teacher's moments today. I'm a little embarrassed. As the two chatted, Li Mo suddenly spoke up. Dami, I happen to have an idea. Can you help give some input? I believe Meng's achievements in the future will be more than this, so I want to take on another disciple, before my skills fade, to cultivate another international superstar. it wouldn't be in vain for my life. Ha! Shen Meng and Yan Dami both exclaimed almost simultaneously. Teacher, 10 years ago, didn't you close your doors to new disciples? Why now? Yan Dami quickly asked. Li Mo was already over 70 years old, having closed his doors for nearly a decade. Even though there were many talented individuals who wanted Li Mo to mentor them, regardless of the conditions offered, even from prestigious families, Li Mo refused. He publicly announced his closure, so why open doors again now? Hehe. Since the last closure wasn't strict, closing once more shouldn't be an issue. Li Mo chuckled and turned to Shen Meng. Meng, what do you think? Are you interested in letting this old man bask in your glory? Ah. Shen Meng's eyes were nearly sparkling, excited to the point of soaring. Li Mo's humility was him basking in Shen Meng's glory. But Shen Meng knew what Li Mo's words imply. In the entertainment circle, the Godfather closed doors for 10 years, reopening to take on a new disciple. That means Shen Meng, from the start, would have hundreds of already famous senior brothers and sisters. What for heavenly kings, for flowers of the golden stage, 5 golden flowers. Based on Li Mo's face, wouldn't they look out for Shen Meng? Moreover, Li Mo had Universal Entertainment Company behind him, with countless vast resources. Even a fool would recognize this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But before Shen Meng could respond, she looked at Yifan for guidance. Yifan nodded. Go ahead. Since Li Lao has such good intentions, don't let him down. Yan Dami next to her paused for a few seconds, and thinking back to the teacher's moments, she immediately understood that the teacher's action wasn't spontaneous and had been planned since sharing that moment's post. Gathering so many celebrity powerhouses to support Shen Meng, it was a campaign strategy for her. Li Mo's youngest disciple, Shen Meng, hosting a concert, with the entire entertainment industry bigwigs supporting her. From the beginning, Shen Meng stood at the peak. While Yang Dami envied her, she held no hatred. What Yang Dami envied more than the entertainment industry resources was that Shen Meng had a good husband, the genius from the Yi family. Rumor has it he's a treasure of a man. Shen Meng accidentally turned from being her sister-in-law to his wife. Who wouldn't envy that? Hehe, congratulations, teacher, for taking on a new talented disciple. And congratulations to Meng. From now on, I'll call you little sister apprentice. Hehe. Yan Dami playfully pinched Shen Meng's cheek. Alright, I won't disturb you both anymore. I'll go get ready. See you later. Little sister apprentice, remember to have your agent arrange the program list. I also want to showcase my voice. If we have time, I'll sing 2 songs, 3 Lives, 3 Worlds and Liang Liang. If time is short, just 1. Yan Dami left, and only then did Shen Meng realize and respectfully bowed to Li Mo. Meng, greet teacher. Li Mo nodded and handed his phone to Yifan. Easy, can you help take a photo? Such an important moment should be commemorated, posted on Moments. After taking the photo, Li Mo even added Yifan and Shen Meng on WeChat. Within seconds, Yifan saw a new post in Li Mo's Moments. 10 years of closure. Loosening my strictness. In my remaining years, I've taken on a young disciple. Let's close the doors once more. All dear friends, please support and take care. The image was a photo of Li Mo and Shen Meng together. This official announcement will definitely cause a stir in the entertainment industry. Initially facing suppression, Shen Meng suddenly being taken in as a disciple by Li Mo, with almost the entire entertainment industry stars coming to support her, shows the grandeur of the moment. With Li Mo's arrangements complete, Meng, take your time with makeup. Li Mo bid Shen Meng goodbye and nodded at Yifan. Shen Meng's concert tonight was sure to be 100% successful, without any mishaps. It could be imagined that after tonight, Shen Meng's path to stardom would take off, reaching a completely different level from before. And now, Li Mo decided it was time to have a chat with Yifan. A month ago, the matter entrusted by Yi family's 3rd young master always lingered in Li Mo's mind. Helping Shen Meng take off tonight was primarily to repay a life-saving favor from Yifan, but there was also guilt towards Yi family's 3rd young master. Helping Shen Meng in this way could be seen as a form of compensation to Yi family's 3rd young master. After all, Shen Meng was Yi family's 3rd young master's future wife who had not yet crossed the threshold. Li Mo and Yifan left the dressing room and headed to the rooftop outside the gym on the 3rd floor. Li Mo closed the balcony door, turning to face Yifan. Suddenly with a thud, knelt down. Easy, I've made a big mistake. Please forgive this old man. Li Mo's sudden kneeling action left Yifan bewildered. What's going on? Even if third brother had entrusted Li Mo with something, the sudden kneeling gesture from Li Mo had him completely confused. Mr. Li, what do you mean by this? Please get up. You have already helped me a lot. You kneel down for me. I cannot bear it. Yifan quickly reached out to help Li Mo up from the ground. Whatever you want to say. Stand up and tell me slowly. No rush. Li Mo stood up in response, looking guilty. Young Master Yi, actually a few months ago, I was also kidnapped. Coincidentally, it was young Master Yi from the Yi family who saved me. I already owe young Master Yi a favor. Then a month ago, before young Master Yi encountered trouble, he found me and gave me a key, saying there was a very important safe deposit box in the bank that I should keep for him. Is it a fragment of the Celestial Palace mat? Did third brother anticipate something happening to him? While Li Mo was talking, he carefully pulled out a key that emitted an ancient and quaint aura from a personal bag and respectfully handed it to Yifan. Yifan took the key and asked with some confusion, Mr. Li, since the key is still here, why don't we go to the bank to open the safe deposit box and retrieve the item? What's wrong with that? Li Mo looked dejected as he spoke. I was a step too late. On the day young Master Yi encountered trouble, I went overseas. I only returned 3 days later and upon hearing about young Master Yi's predicament, I rushed to the bank King Guancheng to prepare to retrieve the item. But what? Yifan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Li Mo's words. Had the Heavenly Palace map fragment already been taken by King Jin's men ahead of time? But based on the information Yifan currently knew, King Jin's men assassinated third brother and did not obtain the Celestial Palace map fragment from him. If they had obtained it, King Jin would have surely made it known. Turns out, when I arrived in Guangcheng, I learned that the Central Citizens Bank branch in Guangcheng had been completely destroyed by a massive fire the day before. The entire 18-story building, with 5 underground levels, was completely reduced to ashes. Whatever young Master Yi had left behind was also, Li Mo revealed in dismay. A fire broke out, such a coincidence. It happened right before you went to retrieve the item, and it was completely destroyed. Central Citizens Bank, as a well-known bank in Dai, with strong security measures, should have top-level safeguards against fires. Even if a fire did occur, it should have been contained quickly. Therefore, this must be a conspiracy, and the fact that there is no news about such a major fire at the Central Citizens Bank in Guangcheng online is completely abnormal. If the entire branch had burned down, all the valuables kept by their depositors should have been lost, and they would have definitely caused a commotion. The current calmness indicates that it was a scheme specifically targeting the safe deposit box young Master Yi left behind. Yifan listened to Li Mo's account with his expression changing constantly. He then continued. Young Master Yi's suspicions were right. I used my connections, all the power I could access, to gather information. None of the bank's depositors reported any losses, as long as young Master Yi's item was missing. I am ashamed of young Master Yi's trust in me. Li Mo frowned and lamented. I don't even know what was kept in young Master Yi's box. Now I have lost it, and the guilt is too great. Reflecting on the situation, Yifan suggested, if only I had returned 1 day earlier. I spent this month hardly getting any sleep, using all my connections to investigate, but the results ended up the same. The fire was deemed an accident caused by a short circuit, and no one is taking responsibility for it. While listening to Li Mo's words, Yifan's mind raced and he quickly deduced many things. The fire at Central Citizens Bank was undoubtedly deliberate, and the tight control of information suggested it was not an ordinary person involved in orchestrating it. With no concrete news from King Jin's side about third brother, it indicated that if his people were involved, there must be someone concealing the information from King Jin. Based on all the information Yifan had, he already had a suspect in mind. The Big Fish chairman Chen mentioned, hidden deep in the Zhuge domain. The fire at Central Citizens Bank was likely his doing. With military exercises about to begin in the Zhuge domain, it was a timely opportunity to enter and eliminate the last enemy responsible for third brother's death. Mr. Li, there's still time now. Why don't you accompany me to the scene of the fire? Yifan smirked. Maybe we can find some clues. Yifan knew it would be nearly impossible to find any evidence after so much time had passed. Their enemies would have made sure to cover their tracks. But since Li Mo still had the key, their adversaries would likely investigate him, hence it was an opportunity to provoke a reaction. Oh, sure. Li Mo was puzzled, wondering if Yifan could discover something new so quickly. Upon arriving at the former location of the Central Citizens Bank, Qingguanchen, which was now flat ground with a massive crater from the fire, surrounded by tin sheets and barricades with security personnel patrolling, Ethan and Li Mo were immediately intercepted. "Please keep your distance from here. This area is under investigation by the authorities, and outsiders are not allowed," stated the security personnel. Ethan wasted no time and asserted his authority, tossing his badge to the head of the security team. Upon recognizing Ethan, the leader's face changed drastically, and he quickly relented. Ethan confidently strode towards the caution tape, telling Li Mo, "Are you sure the key was dropped here? Let's search carefully." Li Mo caught on to Yifan's plan and raised his voice intentionally to ensure those around could hear. The security members responsible for guarding outside are mostly normal. Among them, two skinny guys with sharp features overheard the conversation between Li Mo and Yifan. Their eyes lit up instantly, almost exclaiming in shock, "A key? Is the boss trying his best to find the key? The key to the safe is crucial to the big shot above. So, it turns out that Yifan and Li Mo dropped the key here. This is truly a stroke of luck, coming without any effort at all. Captain, the two of us are feeling a bit unwell in the stomach. Can we go to the restroom?" They reported to the captain, quickly slipping away into the side alley, then dialing their encrypted phone. "Family head, Ethan and Li Mo have arrived at the scene. We just overheard them saying that the key to the safe is lost at the scene." "Family head, this is a rare opportunity." "What? Indeed it's Li Mo. We've heard some information from the Yang family before, but we weren't certain. The recent intelligence we received here indicated why this old thing Li Mo always actively runs towards the fire scene. So it's like this. Humph. I understand. I will personally bring people over immediately to search for the key. If we do find the key, your efforts will be recognized." On the other end of the call, the two skinny guys' boss thought he had struck a gold mine. He knew very well that the big shot above was a super big shot who sits in the southern Phoenix domain, with King Jin from the capital backing him. If he gains the favor of that big shot, wouldn't his own family rise to prominence? However, what he doesn't know is that all of this is Yifan's strategy and plan with a very clear purpose, to deliberately scare the snakes and make them expose themselves voluntarily. But it can't be too alarming either, because the fragments of the map of the Immortal Palace in the safe are very important to the Yi family. Yifan must collect them all and not let them fall into the hands of outsiders. At the fire scene, Yifan and Li Mo were chatting and pretending to search on the ground. Then, Yifan discreetly threw the replica key into the dust on the ground. "Yi, what should we do next?" Li Mo now looked at Yifan with admiration in his eyes. Although they both were from the Yi family, Yifan, the youngest, was much more cunning than his third brother. If all the Yi family members had Yifan's mindset, the family wouldn't have almost been wiped out. "Of course, we should leave. If we don't leave, how will they have an opportunity to come and look for us?" Yifan smirked devilishly. "It's a pity we still haven't found it. It's getting late. Let's call more people to come and help search tomorrow." When Yifan and Li Mo left, the two skinny security guards had just finished their phone call and returned. Hearing that Yifan and Li Mo hadn't found the key, they couldn't help but feel pleased. That meant their chance of gaining a fortune had increased. As Yifan and Li Mo drove away from the scene, they called Song Yang, Guo Li, and a few others. "Old Guo, Master Song, remember to gather enough manpower to monitor here. Pay attention to being discreet. Don't expose yourselves. Then, we will lay low and wait for the big fish." Yifan wanted to see who was behind the scenes of the Min Bank fire. Following this clue, could they touch the tail of the hidden big fish in the southern Phoenix domain? Once the targets were confirmed, they would be able to find the fragments of the map of the Immortal Palace. Yes. At this moment, there was only half an hour left until Shenmeng's concert officially began. The 4 heavenly kings, 4 top actresses, and the 5 golden flowers on the list given, Li Mo had all arrived and had interwoven their performances with Shenmeng's manager last minute. The top celebrities in half the entertainment industry were all gathered, but due to the large number of people, each only had a 2-minute performance time slot, making the fans ecstatic. What was initially just a ticket to Shenmeng's concert turned out to be a star-studded event. It was a complete surprise. Yifan and Li Mo returned to the gymnasium. As soon as they entered the backstage area, Lindon rushed over in a panic, sweating profusely and almost crying as he addressed Yifan. "Yi, you're finally back. I'm going to die here today if you don't come back." Lin Din was so anxious that he was out of breath, continuing to speak. The situation is very abnormal. Just now, my security members discovered a large group of suspicious martial arts experts sneaking into the concert hall during patrol, that they are not from the Jin family or ancient martial arts family. If they cause trouble here, the few people I have won't be enough to handle them. If anything goes wrong with this concert, Lord Li, please don't kill me. Lin Din was really scared. They still had the venom of the Eyed Snake King arranged by Li Mo in their bodies. Li Mo had said, if there was any problem at tonight's concert, they could kiss their legs goodbye. At this moment, Li Feng was riding on the necks of the sound engineers, using a knife to make them rehearse tonight's soundtrack 100 times, afraid of any mistakes. Qian Shao was also personally checking the stage lights, not daring to be careless. Li Mo glanced at Yi Fan, and Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, thinking quickly in his mind. Considering the arrangements on this side of Guan City tonight, Pen Shai and the 10 martial emperor experts had all died by Yi Fan's hands. The Chongqi base was successfully taken over by Yi Fan, and the secret base of the largest base in the southwest was destroyed by Yi Fan, causing substantial damage. It was unlikely that they would cause trouble at the concert with such a small audience. On the ancient martial side, because of the point system of the Chongqi base and the activation of the Divine Gate, even if they were to make a move, it wouldn't happen so quickly. After eliminating all possibilities, Yi Fan finally had an answer in his mind. The activation of the Divine Gate should have stimulated the subordinates of those archenemy families of Divine Gate. They had started to take action, trying to test their methods at the concert. HMPH. It's not your fault. Take me out to have a look. Explain to me the information you've gathered in detail. Yes. According to current information, there are approximately 100 hidden individuals who have infiltrated 3 experts above Martial Emperor Realm, around 10 Martial Venerable Realm, and the rest are Grandmother and Martial Apprentice martial artists. Their specific action plans are still unknown at the moment, but it is speculated that they might target Miss Shen Meng on the stage. This is the seating layout they had, but it's not 100% confirmed. Lin Din actually had some abilities, being able to understand and gather such clear information about these infiltrators in such a short period was quite commendable.